Summoners, how are you doing today? Today starts off our new tournament series, the IPL Elites and the IPL Challengers. So this is it's gonna be an interesting time. This is kind of like a new little league setup we have going on here. HatPerson here with me always is the RedBaron.
I'll be honest, I'm extremely excited. I don't know if you could tell, but I didn't even wait for the audio to cut on the countdown timer in the beginning. I was just like, get me in the game, get me in the game.
So,
no, I'm in a great mood. It's it's been good. I'm really excited.
Yeah.
N5 is always a nice, fun team to see.
Yep. So it's gonna be Moscow 5 and ECLYPSIA kicking off the EU side of the IPL Elites. So let's run down the tournament structure for a minute here. So we have the Elites and we have the Challengers. We're doing the Elites first. So IPL Elites, it's basically the top 16 teams in NA and the top 16 teams in EU tournament. $3,000 prize. And we have our stream going. No,
I'll mute myself.
Mute.
I wanted to pull it up real quick. I'm just in a good general mood.
So basically, you have a 16 team tournament for both EU and NA. The top 8 stay. The bottom 8 get demoted to the Challenger side. So the Challengers bracket is a 32-team bracket, 24 free open entries, and then basically the top 8 of the Challengers then are moving on up to the Elites to go for the big money, and not to mention
they'll finally get a piece of that pie.
They'll finally get a piece of that pie, and not only a piece of the pie, we're also going to be using the Elites brackets as also for ways to seed into our events, i.e. IPL 5.
Not just seeding. IPL 5, yes, it will be used for seeding. But past IPL 5, it's not just going to be seeding. It's going to be, that's how you get into the tournaments. Right. We have this league, NA and the EU league, so it's going to be cool. I'm really excited. I'm just generally looking forward to it. But N5 versus ECLYPSIA, it's interesting. ECLYPSIA, I haven't really heard a lot about ECLYPSIA, but I know that they're really solid players. But we had ShLaYa in one of our top 5s a while back, and it was a long time ago. But just a random little thing, if you guys haven't seen it, Skyyart is actually in ECLYPSIA. I didn't know that.
ECLYPSIA is a nice little amalgamation of a lot of former Cypher members.
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, I remember he was always a really strong player for them.
Yep. And also the last time we saw ECLYPSIA was actually during qualifier 1 for our EU qualifiers for IPL 5. And the last time we saw them, they were actually facing off against the then Absolute Legends, who would later become CURSE.EU. And even then, even with their lineup then, even with ECLYPSIA's lineup then, they went 2-1, which isn't too bad. Yeah,
no, it's definitely interesting. Perfect, Nick. I can hear it. It's good. He came in real quick to help me out. But yeah, I'm definitely excited. It's going to be an interesting match. We were also looking into doing SK versus Black. There's a lot of really cool matches here. But
I'm not sure, unfortunately, if SK and Black is actually going to happen today, or if at all. But we'll keep you posted. And if it does indeed happen, it's going to happen immediately after we're done here with M5 and ECLYPSIA.
I think this is kind of funny. Looking at the brackets on Leaguepedia, even though the brackets don't have winners yet for the games where they have a commonality. They just went ahead and put it in. So this is actually Europe. These teams, will it load? It's Europe. So
it's the most maybe even if you look on the NA side too, we kind of have the little slashed flag, America and Canada too. We got that going on. But so
cool.
NA's actually going to be both brackets, NA and EU, are actually going to be pretty nuts. Like I mentioned before, these are pretty much, we have our own power ranking system, and we've grabbed the top 16 from each, threw them on in, and like I said before, top 8 stay, bottom 8 leave, and it's gonna be a lot of good turns. I think we should actually be done with this in a good week or two even.
I'm actually really excited to see how Fnatic is going to be to do. Like they've made a number of changes recently, and they've looked really strong. But I'm trying to remember, they just got rid of Melisson too, right? Yes, they did. I'm pretty sure.
I think I unfortunately am still a little behind on the EU scene, unfortunately. But still though, it's gonna be an interesting time. And not to mention, I'm also looking at the brackets, and I noticed that the CURSE.EU, it's very likely that they can actually match up against AL Alpha now.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a little.
Well, it's going to happen at some point.
It's going to happen at some point. Yeah, it's eventually going to happen. And then also, if you're on the NA side too, or if you want to tune into the NA matches tonight, tonight we actually got MTW and Mono and TSM and Dirtnap, which is now I first started bragging like DNG Panda. What the hell is DNG Panda? Oh, Dirtnap Gaming.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. They have a panda now in their name.
It's their new mascot now.
Is it?
I have no idea.
Oh.
I
I'd like
mean,
to know
would be
that.
cool.
Dirtnap,
they
let me
bring
know.
into
Is
events.
your mascot now a panda? Have you guys been anticipating the WoW expansion? Maybe I don't know.
But I think the big news that I'm sure everyone's heard, if not, then prepare for your mind to be blown. Aphromoo is leaving. Yeah, that's it. Mind being blown. Aphromoo is leaving TSM Evo. That's phenomenal. I mean, well, not phenomenal is in a good way. It's just astounding that's happening. I'm really excited to see how TSM Evo continues to do. But I mean, TSM Evo, they have some great talents there, and Aphromoo and Nat Nguyen, they are one of the strongest bot lane combos that we ever see. And that's the thing with TSM Evo. We always see them. Wings of Death almost always wins top lane.
Right.
And Natframu almost always win bottom lane. Salsa usually
We
just
can't.
farms
I just
mid.
realized we can't say Natframu anymore.
Yeah, no, we can't say it anymore. But Salsa usually just farms mid, and then they lose in team fights, and they lose outside of fights because of various coordination issues and team synergy. But that's Aphromoo. I mean, come on, he's heading out. I'm really excited to see where he goes. I have a couple of ideas, but we'll see. That's wild.
I'm sure they I don't know. There might even be like an announcement later on in the week, or hell, even later
probably.
today. Who knows? But we've got some stuff going on in the NA. We've had a long history too with M5 because there've been a lot of rumblings that they're just not cutting it like they used to.
I mean, that's been a long time coming, but I think the big thing, everyone always kind of goes back to it, is that M5, they super train for tournaments, and they, they do Russian boot camp and lock themselves indoors for a while. They haven't really had a live experience in a while, but I'm sure that they're really hard preparing for Season 2 championships and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And there are some questions about whether or not in the past they had, some of their experience and some of their wins and whatnot came as a result of finicky or, unusual strategies that people weren't aware of. And that's still the case. I mean, that's always been the case. However, a lot of that came with solid team play. They were able to run those strategies because they just, they were perfecting their laning phase and how they kind of moved around as a team. They were very aggressive early in the game. So those are skill sets that you don't just lose. It'll be interesting to see how they come back. I think that, there's no question they're still one of the top teams in the world.
I'm very excited to see them play once again, and for anyone out there who also does not know, they actually have they actually won their second qualifier for the EU side on IPL 5. So they are, despite how this tournament ends out, they've already qualified. So they're going to be coming to the big show no matter what. But this is their way, go through the elites, change their seeding up a little bit, maybe get seeded a little bit better than what they normally would, and also a little bit extra money. It's always a good thing. It's always not a bad thing. Like I said before, $3,000 American dollars in the prize pool here. So I think that's about 2,500 euro. I think. I think I have the conversion rate
is. That sounds about right. But
yeah.
No, I think it goes the opposite way. Isn't euro behind the US? I know.
Well, yeah, that's why. Yes, it's 2,500 as opposed to 3,000.
No, but then wouldn't it be 3,500?
No, wait, no. But now, you know what? Forget
we'll
math.
Look up conversions
Forget
afterwards.
math. Here we are.
We got the game.
Game 1 going on in M5 versus ECLYPSIA. ECLYPSIA is going to be on blue side. First ban, first pick. Is there anything targeted you think may actually be coming straight in M5?
There's just so many. Jax is definitely a strong champ to get rid of, even though a lot of people haven't played Jax in a while. Jax fits M5's kind of playstyle. They like having those bruisers top and then just those kind of tanky lineups. Urgot, if ECLYPSIA isn't planning on playing Urgot, then he needs to be banned out. One of these teams will probably ban out Urgot. We'll see. Urgot has taken a little bit of a backseat recently, but is still an incredibly strong champion. I'm kind of curious if M5 is going to pull out anything interesting that maybe we haven't seen before. Maybe hold on to it for a little bit later. We've seen Darien recently be running champions like Fiora top. In the past, Darien's always been kind of one of those game changers, and just running really unusual champions that have maybe some weaknesses inherent to them, but some really huge strengths that are just so overpowering. And Fiora, the game where we saw him just dive Kennen repeatedly was insane.
Well, I think it was more, it was incredibly impressive, but still, though, a massive counter pick against Kennen that just worked absolutely stellar. But ECLYPSIA, though, they've seen matches before, and I've mentioned M5 on stream before about the Super Bros, Jackson and Lee Sin. They work so well together. If you're gonna ban one, you might as well ban both. Make sure they don't get either part of that combo. But Kennen being the next one banned out here from M5.
Yes, that's a little bit surprising, but I'm going to assume that someone on ECLYPSIA is really known for playing Kennen. I honestly, I need to learn ECLYPSIA a little bit better, but I wouldn't know who that is. I know ShLaYa does play some Nidalee, really just because of the one clip that I've seen. But we'll have to see, what they kind of pull off. A big thing to consider is 3 top lane champions were banned out. 6 top lane champions, sorry. So 3 for each team, 6 top lane champions, and Darien, because he does play those unusual top lane champions, maybe now he's in a position of strength because ECLYPSIA, Vladimir's really only one of the few solid ones left. There's a couple others, but if ECLYPSIA, if they're forced into a situation where they're playing an unusual top lane champion that they're not ready for, and then Darien's like, oh, whatever, I'm going to play, whoever. I mean, there's still a number of strong champions. Malphite's open, Aurelia's open. I'm kind of surprised that ECLYPSIA just isn't grabbing Malphite at this point, because M5, they like running bruiser teams. Malphite shuts that down. Malphite does, but the thing is, though, it's still a little bit strange. Granted, it's still an ambiguous pick. Not sure if he's going top or jungle. Actually, there we go. Actually, got to change it up. So yeah, Malphite first pick. The stream. They're like, oh, thank you. I agree. I agree with that first pick, Malphite. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. But there you go. There is the Shyvana pick from M5. It's a champ they've been so used to playing. Works so well in the jungle, all that counter jungling, and Nunu support. It's been popping up quite a bit lately. No, Nunu's incredibly strong, and I think ECLYPSIA, half of the reason why they wanted to take Nunu, one, you can pick your support early, and Nunu's so strong and safe, you can run him with any team, really. But then, two, it keeps him out of M5's hands. So M5 with a nice pickup there, so ECLYPSIA doesn't get him. Yeah. Nunu, in the bottom lane, the Blood Boil, you can control most lanes, even though you don't have a heal, even though you don't have hard CC. And then in team fights, you have a lot of fight control, and just powering up your late game carries is awesome. But Shyvana, I'm curious whether or not that'll go to Diamondprox or Darien, because we have seen Darien run Shyvana in that top lane a number of times in the past. Yep. And also, the Nunu, the Blood Boil also helps a lot in the bot lane if you're facing up against someone long range, like a Kog'Maw or even an Urgot. Allows you to go ahead, be a little bit more speedy, get through all of those long distance shots from the 3-point line. But it looks like ECLYPSIA might be starting up on a protect the Kog'Maw comp here. They've got Malphite, they've got Janna, they have their initiation, they have their disengage already. So this is a comp in the works here. Well, a big thing is that M5, they like running those tanky, kind of frontline bruisers. As I've said 1,000 times before, I'm not going to say it anymore, guys. But Janna, she works very well against that, but Kog does as well. So that was Kog's strength for a number of months. You play him against champions like Ryze and Shyvana and Nunu and whatnot. So yeah, the key is for M5 to transition into strong initiators so they can get into that back line. But Janna and Malphite, they can protect them some. Kog has enough range that he can stay out of that ice ball for Nunu, so that's going to be key. But we'll have to see how this is going to work. Xin is an interesting pick if they decide to go with Xin, because he has been incredibly strong since that buff. Right. But then I think there's also room to actually pick both Xin and Ashe. And you're talking about strong initiators. Yeah. You have someone who can go straight for the back line, and you also have the best initiation ult in the game, pretty much. You have the Ashe arrow. So either one of those. I just thought of something really cool. Which obviously it's common sense, but Xin Zhao diving onto Kog'Maw, throwing off the ultimate, and leaving Kog wide open for the perfect Ashe arrow. We'll see. It's just funny clear, move, get out the way. Here comes the Ashe arrow straight to your face. That could actually be huge. Yeah. And the big thing is they need to disrupt Kog. So we'll see how this is going to kind of work out. Malphite can shut down a lot of their damage. Malphite versus Ashe is particularly strong later on in the game, but because they have the Kog, he's going to want to sit back a little bit and not be as aggressive with engaging. Karth is definitely a really strong pick. When they have all these close range champions, you can pick that up, and then switching it up with Nocturne. So they have some nice AoE. One of the nice things, or sorry, some nice initiation themselves. They have 2 global ultimates that they can, are essentially globals, so they can put some pressure on lanes. But one of the nice things with the Janna pick is M5, one of the things they're really known for doing is being really aggressive around the map and taking control of your jungle, really abusing that top lane. A lot of it comes down from Diamondprox and that kind of pressure he puts on. But with Janna, with Nocturne, he's going to be extremely fast with the Janna passive, and then having his ultimate as well, he can counter any sort of aggression that M5 is looking to do.
Yep. It's just a matter of will Nocturne be able to actually zoom in on his target, though? I think that's the big issue here, because a lot of the damage is everyone's going to be really focusing in on Kog'Maw. If anyone's going to be isolated, it's going to be more than likely Ashe out there on the back line. So it's just a matter of, though, with all of this engagement and disengagement, if they can be coordinated enough to actually go in and take out a target and then continue the fight from there. Xerath being considered, Ahri being considered, I think Ahri would be a better pick here. Better burst damage in there, because the Kog'Maw, you want to take him out quick.
Well, it's interesting. I was kind of curious whether we would see that Xerath, because I don't know, you don't see Xerath anymore. So it'd be interesting to get a better feel again for what his strengths are. But one of the things, both Xerath and Ahri do very well against Karthus. Because Xerath has a long enough range, Karthus just kind of wants to sit back and farm. But Xerath has that killing potential where he can kill you in the back line. So in lane, it's pretty strong. The issue is going to be Xerath's lack of mobility against a champion like Malphite. But if ECLYPSIA tended to play back, then Xerath could maybe be a strong pick. But I really like the Ahri pick a lot better. Like you said, it's generally a stronger pick because not only can Ahri put a lot more pressure onto Karthus and try and pick up those kills, but then also in team fights, Ahri doesn't have to worry about Malphite. Ahri has the mobility. So Ahri, generally speaking, is a very strong pick against Malphite.
Yeah, and one of Xerath's biggest perks is that he does really well against teams that don't have a whole lot of range, or mids that don't have a lot of range. Now, granted, Karthus, he's not very mobile. He, depends on his layways to actually get his farm. But Xerath in these team fights against Kog'Maw, I don't see it working out as well as Ahri would. Ahri can at least, get in there, get the burst, get out.
Yeah, and the last second swap from M5. I always love it when teams do that. So
love that.
Darien has been very well known for playing that Shyvana, and Shyvana, does work in that top lane, but switching it out for Xin Zhao. So that's going to be kind of interesting to see how that works, because generally speaking, you look at Malphite and think, okay, Malphite does very well against bruisers. He can win those lane matchups. But Xin Zhao has built-in regen, and he's one of the very few top laners that have that built-in regen. So now that he's buffed, where his damage, is still up there, he can dive in, really quickly burst the shield, get the pop-up on Malphite, and then get out of there, so he doesn't have to exchange damage. That's the key with Xin. You get free damage and then get out. But he also has the regen to go along with it. And we haven't seen a regen top lane significantly for a bruiser in a while. Aurelia has it, but not to the same degree. Aurelia has burst regen with her ultimate, which is just awesome. But that constant pressure regen is kind of interesting. Yeah,
and also you have Malphite. One of his biggest defensive tools as well is indeed the shard, which it steals the movement speed. He can get out of there, but Xin doesn't really need too much of it. He just uses an ability, and he's already in your face. He's already got that dash towards you.
Yep.
And by the time Shard actually goes off for an attempt for a retreat, the 3 attacks have already happened. The pop-up has already happened. Your shield's going to be gone. It's going to be a really interesting top lane, period.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the case. Xin, he has a great slow with his dash in, and then like you said, the 3 pop-ups. He's always been a champion that can do very well in the end game. His issue has been the early game, like especially as a jungler, but even more so as a top lane. Like we used to see Xin a lot as one of those burst top lanes to counter out champions like Vladimir, because he could just bully them around in lane because of his kill potential. But if you get any sort of early advantage on Xin, you get like a fast brutalizer or a fast phage or something.
Oh yeah.
Then he's so awesome. He's a really cool champ.
Phage top lane first against Xin, just it just sucks. Like, because it's like Phage is like once every 3 attacks. Guess what his combo does? 3 attacks. Like, it's almost guaranteed to slow every time he gets in, and it just sucks to play against. It really does.
I'm definitely excited to see that matchup. I think that Malphite should be fine. He can itemize into armor pretty early. So that shouldn't be that much of a concern. But Xin going with that burst damage, so not going with armor pen, since all of his abilities deal physical damage. So we'll see if, as a result, he transitions into a fast like brutalizer or something. I don't know. We'll have to see. I think the Malphite has to be a serious concern for them, but as long as M5 puts on the pressure, which is what they're known to do, then they can get early advantages and then push ECLYPSIA around before Cog and Karthus get into that late game. And that's the big key is Cog and Karthus are just some of the strongest late game champions in the game. But M5, they have a lot of really strong early game champions. They have the initiation advantage, with the Ashe. Though Nocturne and Malphite both are extremely strong initiators. So it should be an interesting match.
All right. So let's put it to a quick scale here. So ECLYPSIA, Kog'Maw, going to be dependent on a lot of damage from him. How on a scale of 1 to 10, how safe do you think he's actually going to be later on in these team fights with this comp and what they're facing up against?
Later on, he should be actually pretty safe. I think that they have enough well, I guess on a scale of 1 to 10, I won't dodge the question. It's like Larry King. I was just reading the AMA today.
Actually,
don't dodge the question. What's the scale of 1 to 10?
We'll have a Larry King story actually later, but
yeah, no, I always tell people about that.
We'll talk about that later. We'll talk about it later. But okay, so scale 1 to 10, how safe is Kog'Maw?
An 8. I mean, he's fairly safe with their team. The issue is if he gets caught outside of team fights. Inside a team fight with Karthus, Malphite, and Janna, it's going to be very difficult for them to initiate back into him because the Karthus wall is going to catch basically everyone. Shyvana is very strong in initiation. Xin, it might be a little bit too much of a distance for him. So I would generally say that Cog is going to be okay. The big thing is those mid-game team fights and early game when Cog will be vulnerable. So, and if they fall behind, then it shouldn't even matter. They won't get into those late games. So I'll give it about an 8.
Okay, so that sounds pretty good. But also, you see bot lane, you see both the carries, Kog'Maw and Ashe both running heal. So they're not really looking for kills either. They're just looking to just stay.
Yeah, no, they're both extremely passive. In that bottom lane. Ashe in particular was an interesting switch up for M5 because starting off with the Nunu can be a more aggressive laner. In most lane matchups, he can try for those kills, and I mean you don't try for kills, but as a bruiser, you do very well in those fights. Ashe is a very defensive laner, but because Cog has such long range, they're like, okay, we'll go with the initiation advantage and just farm. So bot lane basically is going to turn into a free farm lane. Kog'Maw after he gets a couple levels will have a slight advantage there, but Ashe should be fine. Instead, it really comes down to the other lanes. And mid lane, there's going to be a lot of pressure from M5. Top lane, there's going to be a lot of pressure from both teams. And we'll have to see whether or not M5 looks for any early invasion or anything. Maybe trying to steal Karthus's blue around that 7-minute mark.
They very well could, but for the time being, though, both ECLYPSIA and M5 are both taking the point defense route. They have all of their entrances covered. If they're invaded, they just want to make sure they know about it. And you'll see Ahri and Karthus there just dodging back and forth in the mid, wanting to make sure that no one gets wise and tries to enter those side river brushes from the mid lane. Pretty common path for this entire team. Just go right on in, camp out the bush, and make their invade from there. But everyone's playing the watch guard. All avenues are safe for now. So it looks like both junglers will secure their blue pretty easy. But actually, no, I think Diamondprox may actually be starting red.
Yeah, no, I mean, he could start either way. The interesting thing with the red is it does give him that quick level 2 gank potential up in the top lane. So we'll see whether or not that's the case. It could also allow him to transition down the bottom. But I think for the most part, the junglers will kind of sit in their jungle for a while and actually stealing the wolves. That's always a great thing on the bottom lane to counter off the mini golems being stolen for the blue side or being taken from the blue side. But actually Shyvana coming down to blue, so just getting the race and then allowing them to take the wolves. That's kind of interesting, starting at the race so that your bot lane, they can still keep up in that experience and gold advantage, but then you can still do a normal jungle route.
I think M5 may actually be looking for a level 2 bot. So you give the wolves to Nunu and Ashe. They're gonna hit level 2 before Cog and Janna do. Assuming they don't take the small golems, which unfortunately they did. But actually, I guess seeing their late entrance in the lane bot. Diamondprox just realizes, okay, you know what, fine, I'll just go back, get my red, and go from there. And Nocturne actually had the same idea. He got his red first, going to go for blue next.
Yeah, and the big thing is most jungle routes, you want to be heading yourself up top. So as long as you have a safe jungler like Nocturne or Shyvana that can do any route, Nocturne, he can start over at the red, and now they will both be top around the same time, around that 3-minute mark with the double buff to try and counter out each other's invasion, which is a pretty common thing. Diamondprox seeing him off here, and actually Nocturne catches him, so both of them will back off.
Yeah, there's nothing happening there. Flash away from Kog'Maw already early on in the fight. Exhaust going down onto Ashe to try and prevent some of that harass. But yeah, Kog'Maw got incredibly weak during his last little bit of harassment down going bot lane. And, Ashe She can get that poke on very early, but Kog'Maw, he has a little bit of a range disadvantage until he hits 6, until he gets that artillery fire there. But for now, though, Jaina's doing an okay job keeping everybody away, and Diamondprox re-entering top lane.
Yeah, no, the big thing is that Skyyart, he's playing defensively, so he's going to be fine to allow Xin to push him back, so it's not really going to be an issue there. Diamondprox coming up, though, so that's kind of surprising. I guess they just want to push him into the tower extremely aggressively, so Xin can get back. They can deny some of that golden experience. We'll have to see if they actually try and dive this. That'd be very unusual against Malphite. Yeah, they're just throwing him into the tower.
He's full health. He's got full shield. It's just not prudent at this juncture, unfortunately. But still, returning bot lane. A lot of the farm continues. Both Ashe, both Cog just looking to farm, do what they can. Blood boil constantly on Ashe, getting angry, and a little bit harassed back and forth as well. But those Janna shields being there just in time. So it is kind of like there are no heals other than summoner heals down here in this bot lane. But the Janna shields, well timed, may actually make a difference here in the long run, because Nunu doesn't have that capability, and no heals, no shields, no anything. He's just there to make you angry.
Yeah, no, and the shields do give Janna a slight advantage. With Ashe and Nunu, they have enough burst to quickly take down the shields, so the damage, will be in their favor. If they do duel, then the attack speed's slow. It gives Ashe and Nunu the advantage. But long time range harass should be Cog and Janna. So we'll see how that's going to kind of work. Darien actually making his way down to the wolves a little bit ago. He was trying to steal those wolves from Nocturne, but unfortunately they weren't really spawned, so he's just a little bit off the timing. But we'll see. That should be fine. And it should be kind of interesting to see, how Ahri is going to start pressuring Karthus, particularly once she hits 6.
Both of the junglers have backed. You see Shyvana got the cloth armor, got some wards as well. Maybe looking for to building a Wriggles, help out a little bit. Faster clears, quicker jungle steals, quicker objectives as well. Nocturne got the Dorn's Blade himself, but Malphite's a little bit too far out. 1, 2, 3. There's the pop-up. There's the damage. Ignite and the exhaust going down onto Malphite. Will he be able to get out of here? He does manage to flash away. Ignite is now gone. Diamondprox can connect with the rest of this damage. There's the flash and the dash. There you go. First blood for Darien. Well done. Malphite just a little bit too far out.
Yeah, and the big thing is that, as we talked about earlier, Xin, he's a killer in lane. He has enough disables that he can set up those kind of ganks. And then Shyvana has the movement speed as well to take that advantage. Janna just kind of forcing him off there. But, it's just, Malphite, he can't escape from those disables. So we'll see how that's going to kind of factor in. Malphite, once he gets some armor, he should be fine. But starting off with Philosopher's Stone, that's pretty common. He can play defensively back. It gives him that mana spamming capability. But we'll see whether or not Xin can take advantage of this. At the very least, he should have a pretty easy job farming in this lane.
And actually, he's leading off very early as well. He's already got a 10 creep lead on the Malphite. The GP10 should mitigate some of the gold loss on the Skyyart, but hopefully he'll be able to live long enough and stick. The game will go on long enough for him to see a return on his investment. Harass going down onto the Kog'Maw here in bot lane. Ignite go down. Diamondprox is here to capitalize. Scenario going down. Can you connect? Extra harass going down. Ashe trying to get the slowdown on the Kog'Maw as well. Fear tethers will be broken. Nice, quick snipe and assassinate there for M5 from behind the lane.
Yeah, just a little bit better vision for M5 right now. So ECLYPSIA, they really need to get actually a ward by the entrance to the river. So in particular by Karthus, by the mid lane. So that would have protected their jungle. Since they know that M5 will have a penchant to go in the jungle, but actually Alex Itch coming in on Karthus, he gets the charm, and one more dash will be able to pick it off, but actually not throwing him off.
Mana.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, but you get the dashes for free after you cast it once, don't you?
I believe so, but the thing is, though, the rest of the follow-up. That's the thing, because I don't think one more dash would have been actually enough to do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he had him, but I guess, he didn't really want to risk it, with Nocturne potentially by him. I am kind of surprised that he didn't go in for it, but we'll have to see. I mean, still a 2-0 advantage, and he forces Karthus out of lane, so he's not going to be able to farm. Yeah. I'm kind of interested to see, what kind of pressure Malphite could put onto Xin Zhao once Nocturne hits 6 in particular, because then with the Karthus and the Nocturne, couple that with Malphite, that's just a lot of quick burst potential.
Darien did burn the ult. He did whiff on that the little spear swing. He's not going to be isolating Skyyart here top lane, but he's looking for a rest. He's looking for all that extra damage. And right now, Kog'Maw being chunked out huge by Nunu just smacks right across the back of the, the thorax. But there you go, the Ashe arrow not managing to make that hit, not getting to connect for that kill. But still, though, it's forcing Kog'Maw out of lane. It's giving Genja and Gosu Pepper a lot more time to push up against Janna and free farm just a little bit more.
Yeah, it was a blind Ash arrow, so
Yeah.
you know, he just wanted to try and sneak it in there, but you know, just couldn't. So we'll see how this is going to factor in. Karthus going to be stealing his own wraith, so he's going to be fine there. But I don't know, we're starting to see the pressure that M5 can put on the map, and the key for ECLYPSIA is one, to play defensively in the lanes where they want to, namely bottom lane, but then put on pressure in the other lanes. So Nocturne sitting up top with Xin. We'll see if they have that hard initiation with Malphite here. He's actually walking right up the lane. Oh, no, he's just going to back off.
Darien is getting really tanky really quick. He's got the Merc Treads, and he's got a Giant's Belt. I think he may actually have more health than Malphite does at this moment. And, still a lot, plenty of damage. Plenty of damage to still take him out with some help from Shyvana. But here comes Nocturne.
Yeah, he has 1,600 health to Malphite's 1,100. And being underneath the tower, Skyyart, he can't engage here. So Shyvana actually backing off. So that there's no opportunity for them to engage. We'll see if they decide to tower dive it or if maybe they try and bait Xin out. But he should be pretty safe here.
So, yep, Darien's still pushing just a little bit. I'm not so fresh. I'm not so sure if you should still be around here, though. There's not a whole lot of opportunities, just wasting his time running back and forth. And that double buff doesn't last forever. I think there's a little bit more of a greener opportunity here in either mid or in bot because you got Ahri pushing up. You got Ashe and Nunu pushing up pretty far up. But there's Diamondprox with an Oracles now pretty early in addition to going with a near complete Wriggle's Lanterns. Just needs about 150 more gold for that thing. So next back, that should be a pretty easy pickup. Traversing on down to the mid, clearing out some ward coverage, grabbing some race as well. In the meantime, Alex still pushing up ShLaYa, denying enough of that farm, 74 to 75. It's still even, but still it's that harassment. It's that keeping you by the tower. It's that pressure. There you go, Nocturne ult. Where is it going? It's going into the mid. There's Ahri being exhausted. Shyvana is here to help with the dragon form and an exhaust in return. You may actually get the safety, but there's the charm. That's going to be enough damage keeping Nocturne still for that kill.
Yeah, and actually Cog chasing into Killwar will get the kill. Cog actually picking up Nunu. One more attack, he's able to get it just before the Monsoon from Janna. So gives Ashe a little bit of a boost to get out of there. M5 will be fine. And it's kind of surprising to me that Nocturne would, so aggressively engage against Ahri because Karthus was, generally pretty safe underneath that tower. And there's just no follow-up from Karthus. So it's, Ahri can just dash out of there. Yes, it would burn the ultimate from Ahri, so that would be a nice thing. But as a result, he goes down. M5, they get the dragon. They can, back off with that advantage.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's also a little bit of miscommunication from ECLYPSIA as well because that the ult from Havoc was just a little bit too late, and even then, like at that particular moment, like the best possible situation, like Ashe, the arrow would have probably like left the quiver and still would have hit the target with her changing positions, and it also pushed her further back away from the Kog'Maw passive, so there's even less damage going down, and Genja still does not have to back because of it.
Yeah, and this is actually kind of interesting to me. Xin starting off with the Giant's Belt. So, he's going to be able to build into a Warmogs or a Frozen Mallet. Frozen Mallet, a little bit more common. But the big thing is Xin, he knows that he's already, just planning on farming in this lane. He doesn't need to get kills against Malphite. Malphite will generally be pretty safe. Nocturne coming down here. They actually might be baiting it in here, but they'll, we'll see whether or not that happens.
Ult is not up, so it's not going to be the best of engagements. But possibly looking to see if he can't lure Gosu Pepper at the very least. Snowball going down. He's going for that extremely aggressive harass. Here comes Nocturne from the river. There's a tornado to pop him up, and the Karthus ult to ensure the kill. Killwar manages to get it. The Karthus ult just for a little bit of a guarantee, just in case he had the flash and wanted to use it. He had it, just didn't decide to. Also had the ult up, but it would have been a little bit of a waste. So nice quick kill, but Genja getting chunked out as well.
One more attack, actually. He's going to be able to get it with the ultimate. No, he backs off for a second. I thought he might go in for that. But, yeah, no, it's nice pressure. Malphite actually coming in behind, so Genja, unfortunately, will go down. The miss ultimate, and then the heal from Skyyart. ImSoFresh is here, though. He will probably go down. There's the attack. But now Ahri is here, so Skyyart, he may be low enough that Alex Ich could go in for this.
There's the dash over the wall. Quick charm and damage. Alex Ich connecting on that one completely. That was
the miss
that
ult from Malphite, yeah.
That sucks. That does suck every once in a while. I mean, granted, yeah, it can traverse a pretty large amount of distance, but the impact area is sometimes a little bit smaller than you sometimes realize. And yes, a quick flash, well timed, can get you out of that situation. But
Oh,
they can still
wow.
manage to connect. So there's the blue coming up, picking
Yeah.
up for Alex, and we pass that in the mid.
And going back to what I was saying with the frozen mallet, or
Ooh.
sorry, the Giant's Belt on Xin Zhao, he might actually be turning that into a Sunfire, which would be really interesting, a fast Sunfire Kate. The big thing, the Astro coming for Karthus. It's very close to hitting. Oh, just barely
No.
stepping out of the way. So ShLaYa, I'm sure he saw that on that ward there and was just like, okay then.
Yeah,
But
that happened.
the big thing is Xin, he's just planning on farming up here. He knows that, he probably won't have enough damage to kill Malphite, so he's fine with farming into his later game builds.
Yeah.
But it makes him tanky enough that they can't quick burst him down with the Malphite Nocturne Karthus combo. They can't, get these sneaky kills. So he's going to be very safe up there. He already has regen from his passive. So that's kind of interesting. But with the Sunfires, not only is that going to give him pushing potential, but he's going to be so tanky in fights that it could be pretty difficult for ECLYPSIA to take him down.
And ECLYPSIA opting for the lane switch because, if he's going to be passive farming from here on, you might as well match him up with another passive farmer, and that's Karthus. Just keep him up there. So at least we're both getting our farm. It's not really a whole big deal. And granted, Karthus will put the hurt down with that AoE, with those lay wastes, if Xin does decide to get a little cheeky. And since they know Sunfire is going to be built, he's not building the magic defense, and granted health is going to mitigate a lot of it. It's not the most ideal situation, but now I'm wondering Malphite in mid going up against Ahri.
Yeah, no, it's definitely kind of an interesting matchup. Malphite should be okay to farm against Ahri because of his shield. Ahri will kind of have a difficult time of bursting him down because Ahri usually has enough damage to kill someone, from 100% to 0, but that's about it. And Malphite, it would need like 120%, so just slightly out of Ahri's range. I know that's kind of a goofy way of putting it, but yeah, so it's probably going to be difficult for Ahri to take him down. He's just too tanky for, so it will, turn it into a farm lane, but actually Karthus coming mid again. So
Yeah.
Karthus just getting a little bit of free farm, before he has to go against Ahri again. And then we'll be fine. But actually, Nocturne coming in onto Ashe with the Fear as well, coming in from behind. The Nunu ultimate trying to get him out of there, but Genja's very low, does go down. And then Gosu Pepper, along with that Karthus ultimate, the flash in from Killwar, able to pick up that kill.
Nice double kill there. I can't help but think that maybe Gosu Pepper should have just left the ult going for a little bit because he started it up, immediately moves, and now with that last patch, he's does at least minimum amount of damage instead of just absolutely nothing. But here you also got Skyyart being pushed out a little bit too far ahead once again, waiting for the pop-up. Diamondprox here with all the damage. Ignite going down, ult to get away. Dragon Form in pursuit. Ignite is still down. Can the damage be enough? There you go. Credit actually going to Diamondprox. There's that flame trail. That's still a lot of AoE.
That's one of the best things about ShLaYa that we haven't seen in a while because people don't play ShLaYa that much, is that she's one of the best at tower diving in the game. That armor and magic resist bonus from her ultimate, she's just naturally extremely tanky early in the game, so that's always really cool to see. And then guess what? Xin gets to go back to farming, so Darien enjoying what he does best. Ahri actually picking up a Deathfires, which is a really common Ahri build that we've seen recently, but the burst there is just going to be so huge for Alexis to try and pick up a number of kills.
And also, not to mention, if anyone decides to build
wow,
particularly
Darien.
tanky, but Darien, he's got the exhaust down on him, gets a quick pop-up on ShLaYa, and this is the danger of trying to engage
The
on
kites.
Karthus. There you go. But might just auto-attacks, might just that actually to do it. There you go. He wants one more, gets the lay waste down. Kill for kill. Alex is there to capitalize on that one. But, yeah.
He almost had it.
He almost had it. Almost had it outright.
Yeah, and at the
Unfortunately
very
not.
least, he baited out Karthus, but Genja with the arrow on the Killwar. Unfortunately, the exhaust and then the whirlwind take him down, and now they're chasing after Nunu. He should be able to get out of there. He's just a little bit too fast, but
Wow.
Cog has enough burst damage now that he can, go toe-to-toe with Ashe, and that's a serious concern for them. Diamondprox going for a dragon when they're at a disadvantage, so mid was top and bot lane is down. That's kind of surprising. ECLYPSIA is right in here to just stop that.
Yeah, but he did have the wriggles, so it was worth a shot. Maybe actually get a few lucky procs, but they actually going right back in. It's like, nah, you guys, I totally will not be going right back for this pit after you scare me away. That's it's just trying to fake him out. And ImSoFresh actually moves out of position, and there you go. You actually have M5 in pursuit, trying to follow on up, and Nocturne's going to realize he's in a very bad spot right now. He has been cornered in the Tri-Brush. Fear Tether's going down. Ghost Member may actually still go down here, but Darien coming in from top lane, grabbing the quick assist on that one, but you got Havoc, you got Killwar trying to get away from this dragon, but Diamondprox will go ahead and back off from that one.
Yeah, they do have to worry about Malphite coming down, but they have the better ward control over ECLYPSIA right now, so they are going to be fine, and they're actually just transitioning right into this dragon. That's going to be fine. Alex Ich, you know, not at maximum efficiency, but he's still pretty fine. He might actually just look for a dive over this wall if he gets an opportunity. Cog is sitting by this ward, so they might actually go for this. The slow, and now Alex Itch probably with the follow-up gets one dash. The second dash with the charm picks up the quick kill onto Kog'Maw.
Oh, that was so sexy. That was absolutely very, very sexy. You had the vision from that Ashe arrow, given everything you need. It was like, okay, got the positioning, dash, we're in.
Yeah, no, I mean, ECLYPSIA, they've done a really great job of keeping this game very even so far, and they have such an awesome late game. But M5, you know, they're starting to put on some pressure. They really need to pull away with this right now. But, you know, as long as they keep their bruisers really well fed, then they could just become so unkillable for ECLYPSIA. You know, that's definitely going to be an issue. And if Cog does face some pressure, if we downgrade that 8 to like a 6 or something, you know, then all of a sudden Cog, if he's forced out of being able to sit there and just deal the damage that he wants to, you know, that could mean that M5 is just too tanky for ECLYPSIA to deal with. So we'll have to see. Cog is going for a fast Infinity Edge, though, not going with, you know, that early Wriggles build or anything. But so he is going to have, you know, really strong damage in those mid-game fights.
Yeah, top 10 safety values subject to change. Like there, Nocturne going in for the quick stun, the quick fear on the Gosu Pepper, but I don't think they can actually connect with it. Ignite going down, Exhaust going down, Karthus ult going down. I didn't even realize how low the tier 1 was. But there you go, quick kill for Nocturne. The minions blocking the path just a little bit.
Yeah, and actually Nocturne taking a step back to tank the turret for Janna for a second because of the Ashe arrow.
Yeah.
Didn't want her to be stuck under there for too long. And in the meantime, Alex Itch taking down this mid turret, really nice job there, and then actually dashing in, gets the charm, gets the Deathfire's Grasp, another dash, one more attack, one last dash, just barely able to pick it up, and he is able to get out of there, so using the flash as well, and actually Malphite not in a much better situation here top as Xin goes into him, but the Malphite all over the wall, followed by Diamondprox, really nice follow-up, but he's just barely getting out of there, the Flame Spitter able to pick him up. I don't even know what that's you know, called, but
the bad breath.
The Dragon Flames, bad breath.
But also, meanwhile, while all that madness was going on, you also had Kog'Maw get a quick kill onto Ashe in the bot lane, pushing the lane up. So here's the thing with ECLYPSIA right now, is that, you know, Kog'Maw is getting pretty ridiculously fed at this point. He's 7-2-2. He's even on farm otherwise with Ashe, but the rest of the team not looking so hot.
Right. Well, the big thing is, I mean, Karthus and Cog, they're getting decently farmed. They're getting into the late game. You know, Ahri is completely fed. Shyvana is completely fed.
Yeah.
Zin's doing a decent job for himself, but I don't know. They have a really strong team. ECLYPSIA has a very strong team fight team. Both Cog and Karthus late game, their damage potential is phenomenal. And if they can control the front line with the Karthus wall, you know, just shutting everyone down. Everyone kind of groups up when you hit the Karthus wall. And then actually, Ahri jumping in for another kill. Has to get out of there, though, because the rest of ECLYPSIA is here. She throws off the back damage, but Cog is in pursuit, gets some nice damage. Another artillery shot is able to, you know, just force her out of there. Diamondprox and Gosu Pepper should be able to back off as well. We'll see if that turns into a tower for ECLYPSIA because everyone's so low. But with Malphite, Janna, and Karthus, they can control the front line pretty well. So the key is going to be, you know, how quickly can they kill the members of M5, or if they just become too tanky for them.
I wish Gosu Pepper had his ult during that last fight, because that would have actually been a really good placement, like right there in the middle. But unfortunately, he didn't. ECLYPSIA full 5 moves on in and sweeps the mid tier 1 turret. And Baron is being pinged. I think that's just for ward coverage. I doubt they're going to go for it now. They also don't have any... There we go. There's the pink ward. I was about to say, they have no counter warding measures. Wait, never mind. They got it. Havoc there providing as well. But there is still a ward in that one little errant bush out front. And also Diamondprox with an Oracles. It's kind of no real big deal. But there you go. Nocturne going down. Xin has been exhausted, trying to get away. There's the Malphite with a bunch of damage. Nocturne grabbing the kill down onto Xin. A huge mess right there in that one bush. Karthus managing to grab a kill, but everyone is sticking around in the AoE. Here comes the Karthus ult down as well, getting a kill down on the Gosu Pepper, and M5, they're weak, but they managed to win the fight.
Yeah, and a lot of it comes down to Alex Itch with that great control. Cog actually walking in the bush.
No!
Alex Itch with the follow-up, the Deathfires. He has to get out of there, though, but he should be okay. Cog getting very close, but he gets out. Then the big thing is you saw that fight. ECLYPSIA, they had so much fight control. Everyone from M5 was stuck right in the center, and Cog was actually safe for most of the fight. Cog was able to, you know, get off a lot of his damage. But some of M5 they were just too tanky, and Shyvana in particular, with the armor, magic resist from the ultimate. Just the fact that a lot of the damage from ECLYPSIA went to taking down Xin, so that was just like a monumental effort on their part.
Right.
But Ahri has the survivability, so Ahri doesn't have to worry about going down quickly, and as a result, Alex was able to dive around the middle of that fight, pick up those kills left and right. And so they still have the control, but they do have to watch out because ECLYPSIA, they almost had enough damage to take it. Like the Karth assault, everyone was just so low for M5. They already had a couple of kills, but it was a really nice fight for M5. They were able to kite in and out and keep themselves high enough. But ECLYPSIA, they're actually just going to go ahead and force this, and M5 saw them. They do ping them, and Darien is coming down as well to defend it.
Darien is right here on front. Diamondprox and Alex are not too far away. But Gosu Pepper and Genja, they're not. They're a little bit out of position. But the thing is, though, the pressure from M5 is such that ECLYPSIA cannot go ahead and stick around because they realize that last fight, everyone was sticking around for all of the Karthus damage in the one little condensed area after he died, and it still wasn't enough to go ahead and take that fight. So they're recognizing right now that M5, they're a little bit too much for them to handle at this point. Granted, not to say they can't go ahead and try for another Baron sneak later on, but they're going to need something like an Oracles to go ahead and clear the path and make sure it's safe, because that's one thing they're seriously lacking here. The only counter ward measures is an occasional pink ward from Havoc.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny to think that at this point, one of the advantages that ECLYPSIA has is the fact that they haven't been placing any wards the entire game, which, would normally be a terrible thing. And in this case, it has been a pretty terrible thing.
And kids don't ever do that.
Right. Now, M5, they've had complete map control because of the wards. However, it is something to consider that even though M5 is 6k gold up, ECLYPSIA isn't actually that far behind because a lot of that gold has gone into the ward and Oracle's advantage. We'll see, actually, Xin Zhao is way out of position, but M5 might force this. And actually, the Charm, a lot of burst damage going on to Nocturne. There's actually the Ash Arrow. ECLYPSIA is able to take it, but Shyvana coming right in the middle of the team. The Malphite ultimate turning onto Genja. He will get very low. ShLaYa is going to go down as well, but not before getting off a lot of damage. Alex and Diamondprox are perfectly safe, though. The dash in, trying to get some damage, and actually taking down Cog as well. And M5 has won the fight in spectacular fashion, and now they are actually high enough where they could transition over to that Baron.
Everybody's split. Everybody's split from ECLYPSIA, and that's the thing when you have a protect comp like this, is that, that's your primary objective, is to protect the carry, not split up and try and solo and take somebody out. So Kog'Maw was exposed, Nocturne was off somewhere else, and not to mention Alex, he's mobile enough, you got Ahri, just go ahead, hop over walls, and just get those quick kills that you need. So a little bit of a miscommunication there from ECLYPSIA. They all spread, allowed M5 to go ahead and take the fight, and taking more towers, more objectives in the meantime, and extending the gold lead further.
Yeah, and the big thing is because Ahri is so far ahead, and like we've talked about, is just so survivable and can chase people over those walls. Yeah, it has so much damage. ECLYPSIA right now, because they're they are behind. They're not kind of behind. Because they're behind, they still need to get their damage items. And Cog, he still needs to finish that Infinity Edge before he can even consider going into defensive items. And as a result, Alex is going to be able to do this the entire game. Killwar walking into it, and Alex picks up the quick kill. But yeah, the issue is that Cog, later on in the game, yes, he would like to get something like a Guardian Angel and protect against that, threat of Ahri in the backline, because Ahri is really his #1 threat right now. But unfortunately, they can't do it. They need to still itemize into damage, and so that means that for quite some time, M5 is going to have a serious advantage, not just from their gold advantage, but just from the itemization fact.
And you also see that Alex has also bought himself a Guardian Angel. Possibly, the first of 5 coming in for M5 here.
Oh yeah.
The big Guardian Angel comp here. Just it's like, hey, you have enough damage. You can take out anybody. You can snipe him out. Might as well. And Gosu Pepper the long walk.
That's never what you want to see when you're this far ahead in the game and you're trying to pressure your opponents, especially when someone like Kog'Maw goes down. But now Cog is up. Ash actually maybe getting caught out of position. They do catch him with the ward. ImSoFresh trying to chase him down a little bit, but they will back out of there.
Yeah, the wards are still limited for ECLYPSIA, but if they can also manage to trap someone out, If they can manage to trap out Diamondprox, that would be huge. Getting rid of that Oracles actually mean a lot for ECLYPSIA, but I don't think they're going to be getting that anytime soon. Nocturne ult, very aggressive going on Genja. This could be a huge mistake. Spell Shield is blocking the pop-up, but Darien right there in the middle of everything with the ult, shoving Skyyart into the tower and closer to Ahri will actually be going down. There's Karthus AoE going down. That's a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Then wait for the Karthus ult. It's not going to be doing a whole lot there. And right now, ECLYPSIA has just been completely wiped from existence.
That was a 4v5 ace, and ECLYPSIA
and a forfeit
with the well-deserved forfeit. But yeah, I mean they've had a nice game. It was a nice job. There you saw at the end there, you know, Xin and Ashe, they tried to hook up on the combo, but Genja unfortunately missing the arrow right in the center of the team.
Yeah,
we'll just take a look at the scoreboard real quick, because guess what? Alex Ich 13-0-8. 2 Guardian Angels at that point for, you know, M5, and they were just, you know, basically unkillable at that point, being so far ahead. You know, it was very difficult for ECLYPSIA to have enough damage, and you know, we'll see what they change coming into the next game. I think that Ahri is a champion that really deserves a ban. In a lot of situations, you don't usually see her banned, but when someone takes you to town like that, you know, you have to consider it. So we'll see with that. Nunu, you know, he did a nice job, but clearly wasn't the one leading the charge. And Shyvana, M5 always playing, you know, Shyvana to such an excellent degree. It's really astounding when you see people play Shyvana like this.
Yeah.
Why she ever, you know, left the competitive scene to begin with.
But the Ahri, I mean, I personally, just as like a matter of policy, always ban Ahri if I get the chance, because the mobility, the damage, the true damage, the CC is just, it's a little much. It's a little much for someone like me. But, you know, that was game 1. There's always a chance to come back. Game 2, Moscow 5 versus ECLYPSIA. This is the first match in our new IPL Elites series. The best 16 teams from EU and NH in their own brackets. $3,000 prize pool American. And we're going to see how the first match is going to go on. We will see you in just a minute.
Hey guys,
Hey.
we're back. James and AJ here with game number 2 of Moscow 5 versus ECLYPSIA. And, you know, I'd said it during the break. You had talked about it before game number 1 about Moscow 5, you know, potentially falling on the scene. They did pretty well.
They did pretty good.
There was a point in the game where, you know, they were even in goal with ECLYPSIA, and ECLYPSIA was picking up kills. And it was
Yeah.
yeah, guys, so, you know, you're going to pull things out. But they had a couple of assassins. So,
They did. They had,
they were able
some
to burst people down.
great assassinates there. And you mentioned also during the game as well, just superior ward coverage.
Yeah.
They had a very early oracles coming in Shyvana. You had wards everywhere. ECLYPSIA didn't. And, you know, more so, wards win games, kids. You know, just put it on your fridge or something. But, yeah, for all of you just joining us now, this is the IPL Elites series. This is our new little tournament league, whatever you want to call it, thing going on here. So both on the EU and on the NA, the top 16 teams from our power rankings are going to be there duking it out for a $3,000 American prize pool each. When the tournament is over, the top 8 get to stay. The bottom 8 drop on down to our Challenger Series, which is you know, the 8 teams that have dropped down, and 24 open signups. So if you wanna make a name for yourself, if you want to make a chance to get some of that money, you might want to go ahead and enter, because also the Elite Series is going to also factor in for qualification spots and seeding for things like, oh, I don't know, IPL 5, maybe?
IPL 6?
IPL 6 through 18. There's going to be a lot of them. But for now, though, game number 2, M5 versus ECLYPSIA Karthus, immediately being banned out.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is they recognize, all right, Karthus did a really nice job that game. The big reason we were able to, M5 was able to do well against Karthus was because they had Ahri, but they had to expect that ECLYPSIA was going to ban out Ahri. So as a result, all right, we'll ban out Karthus. We know that it's going to happen. Just a little bit preemptive there. I really liked the Xin Zhao last game from Darien.
Yeah.
You know, an interesting build, starting off with that Sun, or getting a fast Sunfire. He got the fast Wits End actually first, but the big thing is Xin Zhao, one of his weaknesses in lane is that pushing power. And Darien, he always likes playing laners up in the top, you know, who have that pushing power, who can push really easily into a tower and then, you know, leave the lane. And so the Sunfire, it allows him to push the lane a little bit faster. It allows him to regroup with his team. You know, so we'll see how that kind of factors in the future. Jax being banned out again. You know, Kale, no Urgot play last game.
No,
you know, which was kind of surprising. But yeah, we'll have to see, you know, whether that comes in this game. I would have thought against the Kog'Maw they would have picked Urgot, but Ashe worked perfectly fine. They were able to, you know, have that initiation and whatnot. And the big thing is, Ashe, you know, they have a really heavy melee team, and if you can't get in range with a heavy melee team, if you allow the enemy to kite you, then you lose. But Ashe, because of the hard CC that Ashe brings to the table, you know, just throw off an arrow, and all of a sudden, Shyvana and, you know, Xin and whatnot, they don't have to worry about that. They can get right in up front and personal with the enemy there.
So we'll see if we'll actually see if either team also decides to stick with similar comps as last time. Like, you may. Urgot, once again, has escaped the bans. May see ECLYPSIA try to go for another kind of like protect-ish comp. You have Urgot be the centerpiece. But this time around, M5 is actually going to be there with the first pick, and Shyvana being the last ban from ECLYPSIA. So Lee Sin's open, Darius is open, Olaf and Kennen are also open, and going to be going for the first pick, Sona. Interesting.
Wow. So it is interesting. I was kind of wondering, you know, Malphite was also open, but Darien, he tends to like to play aggressive top lanes, and they like making things happen in the top lane. And Malphite, he can do that, but he's kind of he's usually more of a passive laner. So, you know, it would be interesting to see Darien play him. I'm sure he plays him a lot, but it doesn't seem to go with his normal play style. But Sona is a very strong support. It's so funny to think back. I don't remember which tournament it was. It might have been Hanover, where Sona went like 0-14 or something like that. Every single Sona match was a loss.
I think that's about right. It's around, if it's not the right turn, it's around the same time period.
Yeah, it's around that time frame. And the big thing is everyone just stopped playing Sona. Sona went from the greatest, you know, champion ever, you know, nerfed a little bit. Everyone still played her, and they lost, and they were like, wow, you know, we were way off, and they stopped playing her. But we've seen Sona come back recently, and she is a very strong support in that bottom lane. You know, she works well against most laners. I think a big thing is that we're not seeing as many aggressive laners as we used to. And Sona, you used to use Sona for her lane harass. Her team fight potential has always been very strong, but you primarily use Sona for the lane harass, and now we're not seeing as many, Alistar, Taric, and Leonas as we used to. We used to see him every single game.
Well, then again, also, you don't see a whole lot of Alstars these days, because for most games, he actually just gets banned out.
Right.
Like, I think back to our Taiwan qualifiers. Like, I think Alistar and TF are like the two big ones to almost always ban, because Alistar, he was also just a monster jungle presence as well.
And when he wasn't banned, you won the game.
Pretty much. Same thing with TF. Almost nearly every single time. But Lee Sin has escaped the bans, so I think M5 is actually just going to go ahead and pick him up, go for that. Go for those quick kicks, those quick assassinations. Actually, maybe Xin Zhao, he's also still open, could be considered as well. Jax is banned, so they can't have the super bros that they've had last time, but you never know. Xin, he's a bit of a bro. I think he can work.
I think a big thing is that Lee Sin, he's just a really, safe all-around champion. You can go in the top lane, you can go in the jungle very easily, and they know what his power level is. Xin Zhao can do that as well. He has that versatility, but I think there are still some questions about how Xin Zhao functions in the jungle. So they wouldn't really want to force their hand. Maybe Diamondprox hasn't really worked a lot with Xin Zhao yet, so they wouldn't want to force their hand and force him into the force Darien into playing in top. So we'll have to see how that'll work out. I think Xin and Lee Sin would still be an extremely powerful combo.
Oh yeah.
Because the big thing with Jax and Lee Sin was not only are you making Jax tankier so that he's not going to die as quickly, but Jax would leap in, then Lee Sin would shield to him and throw off the slow and whatnot. So you can do the same thing with Xin. Xin dives in, then Lee Sin shields onto him and throws off those disables. But switching it up to Ezreal instead of that Varus, which Varus we haven't really seen a lot for a while, but Ezreal's definitely very strong, and Ezreal and Sona is one of the strongest harass combos in the game. Like that quick burst harass with Sona's power cord and Ezreal's Q is just phenomenal.
Yeah, and also Ezreal works well with a Soraka as well, because it may not be the same amount of damage, but it's the fact that it just never stops.
Yeah.
It just gets really annoying really quick. And there you go, Malphite being picked up for ECLYPSIA, but I think they're hesitant though, because they know that the Xin Zhao pick, is definitely possible here. May actually see, pick the Malphite, trying to bait out a top lane pick and then actually throw him on into the jungle. You got Yorick being picked here along, considering the Kennen, but it's gonna be Yorick top for sure. But they could also Yorick is also a pretty good champ at 2v1ing, so there may also be a lane switch here coming in from M5.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by the Yorick pick, but we'll have to see how it works out. Yorick has a lot of strengths. We don't see him a lot, very commonly because of the fact that if the game goes too late or if you're overrun or something, then Yorick, all of a sudden, he's just a tanky bot. He just kind of sits there and, he looks like brown mud and you're like, this guy is worthless. But I know he has a lot of strengths. And like you said, he can 2v1 if M5 wants to do a lane swap. He's also very strong at controlling the lane against anyone, basically. I would assume that Yorick has an advantage over Malphite, just thinking about the matchup. I haven't actually seen it, but he can spam out that harass to always keep the shield down. He has the heal himself, so he is going to be very tanky. One nice thing with Yorick is that he combos well with Sona, so they have really nice kiting potential. Sona has the movement speed. Yorick, he can throw off a slow, and then all of a sudden they can just disengage very easily, and it turns them into kind of a poke comp with both Gragas and Ezreal. It's a kind of a light poke comp, but it's still there. So it's definitely a kind of more of a kiting team. So M5, they want to just, wait for their opportunities, just constantly kite ECLYPSIA in fights until they, see a potential to pick someone off or, get a nice Gragas ultimate and do so.
But to be fair, though, ECLYPSIA does also have a fair amount of poke as well. They have Orianna with the orb. They have Corki with the missiles.
Yep.
And it's just a matter of, figuring out their last piece of the puzzle. Shen is open. They may actually go with it. Here we go. So it's just a matter of, who's going to be top. Or who's gonna have the solo lane? Is it gonna be Shen or Malphite? And
I would guess they're sending Shen top actually.
You know what? I'm tempted to say that as well. But then again, like I said before, though, because there is the Yorick now in M5, there are the possibilities for the lane switch. So we'll have to see. Maybe if anything's gonna be happening with ECLYPSIA, they're probably just gonna do the same thing that M5 did earlier and just do it like the last possible seconds. Like, oh, by the way, Shen's going top. Fooled you, and see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens. I think this probably means that Malphite's going to go in the jungle. I thought they would send Shen top because of his regen. So Shen does, kind of goes toe-to-toe with Yorick, and they're kind of similar, have similar play styles. But we'll have to see. Oh, there we go. So last swap.
There you go.
One thing that's kind of interesting, though, is M5, they're going to have a very strong early game team. and try and win fights in that situation. If Gragas gets off to a nice start, then Gragas can just, win games single-handedly. However, late game, ECLYPSIA, their tanks scale a little bit better. Gragas late game, his damage, it doesn't fall off, but against really tanky teams, because he's so dependent on hitting his barrels, if you miss your barrels, then you have to sit around for a cooldown for a while. If you only hit your barrel on one or two people because the team is spread out, then that's a serious issue. And that's why you oftentimes see Gragas falling off some late game. So because ECLYPSIA has such strong tanks, Yorick is easily outmatched by Shen, and Malphite late game. That could be an issue with M5, where they just don't have enough damage to kill ECLYPSIA. So we'll have to see if that's the case. Having the Malphite Orianna combo is always, really cool to see if you can get it off. But generally speaking, M5, their team is actually very safe in fights. They have, Gragas can keep his distance. Ezreal is very safe. So it might be more difficult than usual for them to get that strong initiation from ECLYPSIA.
But there is still an ace in the hole for M5, and that is Sona. That is the amazing, amazing ultimate. That AoE damage could actually be more than enough to go ahead and burst out one of the centerpieces of ECLYPSIA, which right now it's looking to be Corki. So Corki does want to get his farm, and he does all the armor shred needed with comboed with that Taric down bot lane. So granted, though, Orianna has had those tweaks pretty recently, can just bunch out a lot of damage on her own as well.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely excited to see, how that'll kind of work out. Both teams have a lot of survivability. The shields from both Orianna and Lee Sin, can work out. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how the mid lane works, because Gragas can usually free farm against anyone, but Orianna can be an aggressive mid laner, and that range versus melee harass could work out. But I think that'll tend to turn into a free farm lane.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But granted, Gragas with those barrels, he can be pretty safe. Just pass him a quick blue buff. Not all too uncommon to stack. Maybe 2 or 3 Doran rings on the fat dude also, just so he can go ahead and continue to do that from a range as well. Looking really quick here, see what Yorick is running. Just pure damage, armor, magic resist. Actually kind of what I run on Yorick, actually.
Yeah, it's basically what he ran the last game as well. So it gives him that burst potential against Malphite, because Malphite's melee. It'll give him a little bit more, of a threat to kind of wear him down. I'm kind of curious how Darien's going to play Yorick. If he just kind of plays that standard Yorick that we usually see, or if there's something unusual about his style, because he does, play a very aggressive pushing style usually. So I don't know. That'd be kind of interesting to see. We'll have to see. I think that M5, their team early on is strong enough to take advantages in fights because of their early survivability, but I don't know. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. We'll see. I mean, they could clearly just outplay ECLYPSIA, which is always M5's goal going into any match.
We're gonna walk on in there, and we're just gonna be better than them. Yeah. That's the end.
That's
that's a good train of thought.
That's perfectly fine. If you want to be a top tier League of Legends team, you just walk in with the mindset that we're better than you.
Well, that's not too far off.
Oh, right. Of course not.
It's most. I think that's kind of the mentality of a lot of just League of Legends players here, which it's a good positive attitude to have, actually. But you don't get carried away and cocky, though. Of course.
One big thing with M5's team, which is going to be very difficult for ECLYPSIA, is how Orianna is going to stack up against it. And I'm really curious how that's going to work, because they all can kind of split off. Lee Sin can just quick shield away.
Yep.
Ezreal is going to be fine. So having all of these really survivable champions, if Orianna can't hit her ult combo, then all of a sudden ECLYPSIA, they're just missing out on a load of damage, and as a result, M5, they just might be too tanky for them to take down.
Both supports grabbing the boots, potions, and ward. So we may have a mutual invade going on here from both teams. Just a matter of where everyone's going to be going in from here. You'll see ECLYPSIA, they're starting to gather on in the side brush over by their blue. But I think Gosu, Pepper, and Genja, I think they're actually just going to be staying back, being a little bit defensive. Usually when you see the boots on the support, that's a clear indication of an invade. Diamondprox get a little bit of vision, orb going down into the bush, and it seems that ECLYPSIA has been spotted. But they're a little bit split. They're not all completely committed to this. Darien making a shift on over, takes a quick auto attack from Corki, and they're gonna have to back off from this because it's they're just not all together on this.
Yeah, I think Darien was trying to bait it in, try and waste some of their summoners real quick. But, ECLYPSIA, they have a very strong level 1. They have the follow-up CC to take people down. They have vision with both Corki and Orianna, so that they had an opportunity. One nice thing, though, because they're going up against Malphite for M5, is they know that they can use their flash early, they can use their summoners early, and then not really have any sort of punishment for it. So a lot of times if you lose your flash in the early level 1 fight, then all of a sudden you're very vulnerable in lane. But Malphite, he can't really bring successful ganks in early levels. He needs to sit to level 6. So as a result, I think that kind of opened up the potential for Darien to just kind of walk up and taunt them a little bit. He wanted to see if he could burn something for them, knowing that he could just flash away, and losing his flash wouldn't be that big of a deal in this kind of a situation. So we'll see. Malphite able to grab that blue, Lee Sin going for the red. So again, those kind of opposite jungling routes, so that they can both head up into that top lane.
And you also see, you're seeing the rest of ECLYPSIA actually helping out huge with that blue buff. They want ImSoFresh to actually hold on to his smite. He may be going for a quick red or a quick invade as well, thinking that Lee Sin may not be going for it, but unfortunately he is. And it looks like Fresh just going to go ahead and move on up to the Wraiths, to the red, continue the path, and work onto that journey for level 6.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how that's going to kind of factor in. Lee Sin can be a lot more aggressive than Malphite with early ganks, and he also has a little bit faster jungling speed. Though Malphite, once he gets a couple of levels, his AoE can allow him to jungle very efficiently. So we'll see whether or not we see a Lee Sin gank early. The level 2 quickly for Ezreal and Sona is awesome because they're able to grab the golems. ECLYPSIA not grabbing anything, and Ezreal just being extremely aggressive against Corki. The constant harass, and that's really where the Sona and Ezreal combo thrives, is in that poke kind of lane harass. And Sona's just all around strong.
Yeah, but then again, Ezreal, he cannot keep it up forever. He will eventually run out of mana, but until then, it's going to be rough times for ECLYPSIA down bot lane. Malphite just grabbing the small golems up top lane as well. Skyyart and Darien dueling it out here. And Skyart's got a little bit of a rough time ahead of him. Granted, yeah, he does have the regen, he does have shields. He has a lot of good stuff in his kit to go ahead and reduce this pressure. It's just a matter of how well will he be doing farming under tower with all these ghouls all up in his business.
Yeah, he's extremely low. I was kind of wondering whether or not Lee Sin might decide to just dive him, at a very early level, which would be surprising. The taunt from Shen, actually, so Darien gets some damage, but he did level up. And actually, Lee Sin is coming in from behind, so he will be able to shield right in, get off the slow, but they do have to worry about who's tanking. So he gets the Q, but then moving out, a taunt from Shen, so Darien actually going to go down. The first blood, and then the flash from Skyyart, able to get out of there. Awesome play, able to put himself ahead early in the game.
You'll see what happened with Diamondprox is he got in with the Tempest, drew tower aggro, and also gets in with the Q. But he thought he got out of range of the tower, and he didn't. He wanted to connect, but there you go. Meanwhile, in mid, Ignite actually going down onto Orianna. A lot of burst damage coming in from Gragas, but I don't think it's going to be enough. You also got ImSoFresh here. Top lane looking for the shard, just trying to keep Diamondprox out of there, but he should be able to get away. But no, he wanted to connect with the second hit of the Q, but he's still on tower aggro and didn't shake it off.
Yeah, so Shen just kind of running back and forth, forced them into, making a misstep there. So we'll see how that'll factor in. But, Shen, if he can, bully around Yorick, then that would be huge. Yorick should be fine. Yorick's, going to be able to just farm from range. But 2-level advantage already in this game. Yorick's going to be able to catch up some. It's really only actually a 1 level with all those minions there, and Shen is going to have to back off. But we'll see if he can put some pressure with that extra gold advantage.
Stun going down real quick down on the Genja in the bot lane, just for a little bit of harass, just to annoy a little bit. But Tarek is actually getting really low. You got the exhaust going down to Ezreal. Arcade shift, and wow, long distance. The flash will not save you there, Havoc, and almost getting a kill on a Killwar. Gosu Pepper, though, that bush is warded. Minions. Yeah. Can you capitalize on that now?
The double flash from both Gosu Pepper and Genja.
Yeah.
It was like a Men in Black situation. They're just both pulling out their, their Glocks and, taking the shot. But yeah, really nice job there. And that kind of pressure, they can just continue to abuse that lane. They should generally be safe enough from the Tarek stun. Ezreal can just arcane shift out of there, not have to worry about the follow-up damage from Corki. But having that quick burst is huge. And now, the exhaust is down for Tarek, so they're going to be in an even worse situation. No exhaust for M5 in that bottom lane, but even so, they're able to win those matchups.
Yep. So last time York back, he got himself that Meki pendant, so he's going to be building that into a tier. May very well see the Manamune build coming from him. Alex Ich stacking up those Doran's rings. He realizes that, granted, while he's still actually farming melee range pretty well, just in case he needs that mana regen, he needs that power to go ahead. Barrel going down real quick on ShLaYa along with the belly bust. The barrel not going to be enough, but he used the ignite earlier, so unfortunately he's not going to be able to connect with the rest of that damage.
Yeah, but the big thing is that Gragas has such spammability and short cooldowns that he can just abuse ShLaYa here and completely shut down any farming. So rather than wait for an opportunity where you can pick up a kill, he knows that he can sit there and force ShLaYa out of this lane. Diamondprox walking up into Malphite will actually get a Q over the minions if he decides to go for it, but getting the slow is able to back out of there. And Alex Ich just has control over this mid lane, which means that they also have control over the top jungle.
Yeah, so he could go in and grab those wraiths, or he's also allowing a nice little escape route, a little highway route, secret passage, if you will, for Diamondprox as well. But granted, though, Malphite, ImSoFresh did get a little bit of that. But the thing is, though, you can go ahead and be really sneaky and do things like steal the wraiths. Granted, ShLaYa has been doing that to M5 side a little bit as well. Stole the blue earlier. But for now, though, Oriana's pushing tower. Not a whole lot she can do.
Yeah, and actually Genja going with that really common. Actually, Oriana, because Gragas didn't let her get out of there, they're trying to pick up a kill, but she's able to back out of there.
The scare.
Ezreal, actually, Genja going with a really common Ezreal build that we've seen a lot recently, and it's really picked up a lot of play, and it's leveling up your W, the Essence Flux, over your Q, over your skill shot, and so you miss out on some of the damage from the skill shot in fights and whatnot, but your lane harass is just so much stronger. And the big thing, not only do you get the free harass over the minions, which is an issue with Ezreal, people hiding behind the minions, but you also get the attack speed slow, and because it levels so well, having that attack speed slow, you can easily win any exchanges. Lee Sin and Gragas, they're able to pick up this blue. Unfortunately, the rest of ECLYPSIA is coming in behind as well.
There is the barrel. It is up for Alex. This could be disastrous right now for Killwar. Ward going down into the Triber. Stun going down onto Alex Ich. This could be an opportunity to try and pitch him in. The barrel actually pushing Corki back. Going to be just enough to go ahead and prevent enough damage there. Corki could have been a huge part of that fight, but he was off and away. Past that barrel.
ImSoFresh trying
Looking
to chase
for the
them
combo.
down. He wants to hit it and actually gets the ultimate onto Alex Ich. Can they follow up with Oriana? The Shen taunt after the flash. They pick up the kill, but the Sona ultimate underneath the tower. Skyyart takes some damage. Lee Sin is here as well. Gets the Q into Skyyart. One more attack is able to pick it up. The exhaust, he has to get out of there. But ECLYPSIA, they're in a really dangerous position because Genja is chasing them down, throws off the flash, trying to pick up a Q, but doesn't quite have enough mana. And actually another kick in from Lee Sin onto Killwar is able to pick up that kill. Really nice play from Diamondprox.
I can't believe more members of ECLYPSIA didn't die there. Look at the rest of the team. They're just like, Karthus, please. I wish you had him.
Oh, I actually want to just look at that Lee Sin kick again, just because that was such a slick, kick as they came through. It does give M5 an opportunity to continue, to pressure them, but Genja just barely not able to pick up those kills, and Diamondprox gets over to the side of Killwar and then shielding back for them to pick up the kill. Really nice play. But yeah, again, they can just continue farming this bottom lane and continue to take those advantages over ECLYPSIA.
That was a pretty nuts fight. And, I've seen some kicks in my day. That was a pretty good one.
I could tell it was a kick from the pixels, and having seen many kicks in my day.
I can see the kick was also on cooldown. Well, it was. Now it's back up, so you can go ahead and start kicking some more people in the face. But in the meantime, though, M5, they're doing pretty okay for themselves. They got a nice 2K gold advantage very early on, just about to enter the 11th minute. So let's also get a quick update here how things are going for the top lane, because he got York, he still got Shen here. York, he was just chilling top lane for pretty much all game so far. He's got his tier. He's got the longsword. He could be actually just rushing the Manamune straight out, just so he has that extra damage against Shen, who's naturally someone who builds a lot of health.
Yeah, real quick, not to sidetrack there but for a second, but that Essence Flux and one auto attack onto Corki, that was just phenomenal how much quick burst damage you're able to get.
He's got the sheen.
Yeah, he does have that sheen, so that's the kind of harass you get with this unusual build. But like you said, Yorick in the top lane, he has the spam ability now where he should be able to farm pretty freely against Shen. The issue is that Shen is a much stronger late game tank, and Yorick, the ult doesn't combo particularly effectively with Ezreal because Ezreal's more of a ability-based AD champion as opposed to someone like Cog or Misfortune, who's purely auto attacks. In the meantime, though, AutoFresh coming in this bottom lane, he gets off the red buff, couple of attacks, and M5 actually bursting him down, but the ultimate from Malphite actually coming in, the Sona ultimate as well. The Orianna ultimate missing as he gets out of there, but Ezreal does go down, and they're chasing after Diamondprox here. He's getting pretty low, but Alex Ich able to come in from behind, picks up the double kill with the barrel, missing the body slam onto Havoc, but he will surely pick up this as well with that red buff. Havoc is definitely going to go down.
There, Lee Sin waiting for a little bit of damage there. Does manage to flash out of the belly bust. Havoc, can you get out of here? Can you get away? Alex is looking to close the gap, but there you go. There's the kick, and I think just realizing his fate there.
He resigned himself to a fate identical to death because it was death.
There was a point in that team fight, though, ECLYPSIA, when Malphite flashed out. And then, Diamondprox getting a little bit low. ShLaYa.
He's gonna die.
No, will he?
Just barely surviving.
Barely live, but ShLaYa, can you get out of here? And flashes up, has to use it. Bust over the wall in pursuit to Gee, just a little bit scared. But that last fight, bot lane.
Yeah.
Fresh flashes out, then ShLaYa ults.
Yeah.
That hurts.
That was pretty painful. I mean, they were able to pick up the kill onto Genja, but not able to follow up with the rest of them. And Alex Ich has just been so aggressive in this lane. He's actually positioning himself to pick up this kill here because his ultimate is back up. But Malphite coming in is like, I better put a stop to this right away. But Alex Ich, still the shark, still waiting for Orianna here.
The biggest shark known to man. He's a pretty big shark, but he's just going to go ahead, and he's that much of a boss. He's just going to walk. He doesn't have to go the long way around to get back in the lane. It's like, you know what? I have the regen. I'm just going to straight out take it. Genja getting pretty chunked out here. The flasher response Killwar, but will the Ignite do it? The heal. Clutch heal from Gosu Pepper there just in time. Just enough to top off Genja to keep him from death.
Yeah, and Killwar was just slightly low on mana, so he wasn't able to follow up with as many rockets as he would like to. Genja barely being able to get out of there. He actually, I'm not sure if his heal was up or if that just came up. That would have been kind of interesting to know if he was baiting it out and just knew that he had just barely enough to sustain and maybe bait Corki underneath that tower. But Alex Ich, again, coming right onto ShLaYa, has enough damage. The ultimate, does he have the Ignite? He does have the Ignite, so one more barrel and the Ignite will be able to do it. The Orianna ultimate with Shen, but he goes down pretty quickly. The rest of ECLYPSIA is here, but with Yorick in pursuit, so they're actually perfectly fine. ImSoFresh maybe in a dangerous position here as M5 closes around him.
Darien is in pursuit, waiting for the slow, getting it down onto Malphite, but he's, of course, running in the wrong direction. Just wants to go ahead and bait out the rest of M5 from the team. But there you go. In the meantime, M5, they're actually going ahead and grabbing the dragon. Sona ult going down onto Havoc. Genja there with the burst down to Killwar. Diamondprox waiting for his escape. Shields on over to Ezreal to get out of the dragon pit. And Gosu Pepper in pursuit will get the kill down onto Corki. And Havoc once again trapped. Double kill for Sona. But Fresh managed to bring Alex all the way back.
Yeah, the long chase from Alex Ich being able to get back there. I'm not sure if ECLYPSIA is maybe conceding a little bit early here. If they don't want to wait for the 20-minute mark.
Are they?
Oh, yeah, it seems so.
Check chat real quick.
Yeah, we'll see. M5, really awesome, play in this game, particularly the play from Gragas. Oh, just a real quick. GGG, we finished for the IP. Always need the skins. But M5, they, really impressive play, and they were able to pick up kills left and right. Darien, I was surprised by how much Darien was able to chunk out Malphite when they were chasing there in the past. And so, yeah, I guess we can go ahead and watch M5 farm.
We'll just you gotta do the right thing. You gotta play it out. And yeah, this is actually, what is this? 14 and a half minute surrender. I think the Dignitas surrender is at like 13 minutes. I think.
Yeah, I mean, the Dignitas loss would have been at like 15 minutes if it wasn't a 13-minute surrender.
Also true. But yeah, M5. So ECLYPSIA, gonna go ahead and do the chat-based surrender here.
Genja getting very close. It would be funny to see Corki, pick up that kill after they actually surrender. But Genja with the quick jump in, and they have the double suicide.
They got it. So there you go. So, but M5. So they've ECLYPSIA has already stated in chat that they've already called the GG. They're just gonna go ahead, for the record. Go ahead and finish it out. Push on through mid.
But to keep things exciting, M5 pushing through the mid lane. Alex he's able to take a tower, and now M5 is grouping. Diamondprox with the ward. We'll see if he's able to catch anyone off with that. The Q into the minion. Perfect positioning from Diamondprox to be able to take down this base turret. And M5, will they be able to do it? It's at 1,200. 1,800, 700, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They pick up the turret, and
Happy
now
birthday. Happy New Year.
The inhibitor is exposed.
And Killwar, the only one left in the game, has to fight alongside the mates. Go ahead and try and defend this inhibitor push, but I think just on his own, it's not going to be a whole lot doing. And Ezreal still back in the base. I think he didn't quite get the memo, but there you go, Killwar. Turret aggro going down to Alex was not going to be enough. This is ridiculous. Why are we even doing this?
I think Gragas was trying to be sneaky there with the barrel. He wanted to look really cool and hit Corki with the ultimate and throw him back into the barrel, but because he missed the ultimate, he then missed the barrel and just looked kind of awkward.
Yep, ShLaYa and Killwar still being the only two that haven't decided to just straight out leave the game. But yeah, so this will be the push. This will be the run. Second turret in by the Nexus going down. They should go ahead and refocus that. Genja's here.
Oh, man. And
just
Genja
wants those kills.
Genja building towards the triple sheen. All those procs. Just so many procs.
So many. All the procs. It's just all three of them. Killwar going to be going down in the fire, in the flames.
I mean, to be fair, it was a really nice play
from
M5. And ECLYPSIA, they had some opportunities. They, the first blood on Shen was definitely nice, but they just weren't able to capitalize on it. And M5, they had a really strong early game team. Alex Ich was just, I mean, that was one of the most aggressive Gragases I've seen.
Grey guy?
Grigori, I know. But yeah.
The plural of Gragas, help us out. We don't English very well.
Gragasai.
Gragas.
I guess it would be Gragas.
I like Grey guy.
Gragases. It's
Gragas.
All right. We'll go with that. But, I mean, the big thing was he was just constantly pressuring them around the map. He abused Orianna in the mid lane.
Yeah.
71 CS to 154.
That's
astounding.
Yeah.
Like, this happened in all the lanes, but in the mid lane in particular, Yorick also did a very nice job in the top lane. Darien was able to put on a lot of pressure onto Skyyart, despite the fact that Skyyart had those early advantages.
Yeah.
And that constant spam harass from Yorick, it was just too much for him.
Yeah, and not to mention, Sona was getting a little bit ridiculous as well. It's Sona 3-0-6. That's just damage. That's just sheer absolute, tank and damage, looking for just trying to get anything to get. She had like a double kill at some point in the game. This is kind of silly and ridiculous. But yeah, everyone just won. Everyone did what they came to do, and there you go. 14.5-minute surrender.
Yep.
In chat coming in from ECLYPSIA. M5 will actually be moving on. And they're going to be playing in the next round, in the round of 8, the winner of MOUSESPORTS and MEGASHOCK.
Yeah, no, that's definitely going to be interesting. I'm trying to remember if Malice had beaten someone, pretty big recently. I mean, they've been around for a while. This actually team is kind of a new team, but they are, solid players. I don't know, I'll have to look that up, but that's definitely going to be interesting. We've seen M5 and MEGASHOCK before, and MEGASHOCK has, looked very strong in the past.
Finals for IPL 5 qualifier too. So and going into that game, MEGASHOCK was like afraid. They're just kind of like, I don't think we can actually do this. I'm like trying to perk them. I was like, come on, you could do it. Just go and give it your best. And they gave it their best and actually gave a pretty good show for it. So we'll see if how they've improved since then as well.
Yeah, I just want to see one of those moments. I'm imagining like that at a live event. And the team is like, oh, we can't do it, we can't beat them, and then we do like, oh, Angels in the outfield, everyone flap your Angels wings and.
I can't believe I remember that movie.
Really cheesy.
I can't believe I remember that movie at all. Like, just kids' movies were just a blur to me. I was just too preoccupied with like candy.
All right, then. Candy was a good thing. I've heard tales of this candy that you speak of.
I've had a little bit too much of it. I know a little bit too much. I've had too much.
Regardless,
Anyway.
thanks guys for tuning in. M5 versus ECLYPSIA, really awesome job by M5, able to pick that up. We'll actually see. I'm not sure. We might have a game after this. I don't think
we do.
so.
I
Originally
don't,
we had planned for it, but
Yeah.
it was SK versus Black. But unfortunately, I think they had to postpone.
Yeah, but what we do have, though, for the NA side of the IPL Elites, tonight starting at 5, I think we're going to kick things off with MTW versus Monomaniacs, and then follow that up immediately with Team Solo Mid against Dirt Nap Gaming, or DNG Panda as they are now.
Yeah, no, that's definitely going to be exciting. So 2 quick matches in the evening. Definitely tune in if you're interested. Otherwise, thanks guys for tuning in. We're going to throw it to a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back with rebroadcast. I'm still excited, to hear as things are going to progress later today with Aphromoo. That still just astounds me that Aphromoo, leaving TSM Evo. But
yeah,
we'll see, what happens with that. But thanks guys for tuning in.
See you next time.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. You are here with Quickshot, and welcome to my humble abode. This is the first time I'm actually going to be shoutcasting for home. So thanks for joining me. Thanks for stopping by. We will be shoutcasting game number 1 of Team MEGASHOCK versus MOUSESPORTS. This is for the IPL Elites, and my co-caster for the evening is going to be the legendary Studio. So let's get him up on the stream. And as you guys can see, the game lobby is full. We have all 10 players ready to get this one underway. Studio, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good this morning. How's the evening over there in Europe?
Pretty good, actually. Nice and cool. It's been a very, very warm day. And luckily the temperature is warming up, or cooling down a little bit in preparation for our epic games. I think we have 2 best of 3s coming this way, don't we?
2 best of 3s. This first match is going to be Team MEGASHOCK versus MOUSESPORTS. And they have already started picks and bans, so no time for introductions, I guess.
Yeah, they have been waiting for a little bit, so we can give them the benefit of the doubt. Immediately removing Ari and Kenan. I don't know how many EU games you've watched in the last couple of weeks, but Ari has been the #1 ban next to Malphite in pretty much every game and every team I've spectated and shoutcasted.
And there is no surprise about that. Ari just is one of the best mid lane gangbusters in the entire game. And leaving her open is something that we've been seeing recently in North America, and it was relatively common, I'd say, about a month ago in Europe, but she's just so good at ganking that why leave her open? I'm liking that adjustment.
And we see, look at the rest of these bans. Malphite, Twisted Fate, and Morgana. TF, not somebody you see banned out too often.
Depends on the country, I think. I think US and Europe, not too often. Korea, it seems to be something that people just kind of hate or run all the time. I can see it, though. Twisted Fate is that character who will always be really good, unless Riot just completely decimates him, which, so far, they have decided not to, so he always has those annoying global ganks. And there's Karthus, like, just really good global characters being banned at the last second with TF and Shen, and then here comes a really annoying global character with Karthus. And by really annoying, I mean really good, of course.
Yeah, really, really strong. The thing, of course, you can't do anything to avoid his damage. The longer the game goes, the better it gets, the stronger he gets, and there's no way to mitigate it because of his extremely frustrating passive.
It's like you have to tank up. That is all you can do. Build a Guardian Angel. Like you have to plan to take damage, which most of the time, you're like, I want to dodge skill shots. I want to not get hit. You don't want to be relying on yourself going, I guess I'm just gonna get punched really hard. But we do have Sona and Maokai. Maokai, I hear, is actually super popular right now in the EU scene, both for bans and picks, just because of his really strong ganking potential.
Yeah, it's just because of the guaranteed CC, that Twisted Advance, the fact that it's a targeted ability as opposed to a skill shot. It's nearly impossible to mess up, and the Vengeful Maelstrom, of course, adds all that damage reduction, so he's huge. But the number one pick in terms of support is Sona. Sona has been so popular in these last couple of weeks. Gosu Pepper from Moscow 5 plays very, very aggressive on Sona and sort of brought her into the limelight, as it were. And a lot of top European sides now picking that particular support after a little bit of a rework, a couple patches ago.
Yeah, they adjusted it so that Sona's auras will last a shorter amount of time after you switch auras, but you can get them all out much sooner. So you can get the active part out quickly, but the little nuances that you kind of forget about, the extra damage, don't actually last all that long, which I think means you can play her much more aggressively. Like, you can get a power chord out in about a second and a half. Before, it was about 6 seconds. So that's pretty cool. I like that they've taken to the change. I guess people underestimate it in North America. It hasn't really been seeing a lot of use. But we do have Alistar and Nautilus coming out at the same time for Team MEGASHOCK. That is so much CC.
It is terrifying. And combine that with the Defile damage that Karthus is going to put down, it's just... It's scary. It's scary for Mouse.
You can get knocked up in the air twice, land on what is called a wall of pain, so that cannot be pleasant. It just sounds painful, actually. And you are just stuck in there for such a long amount of time. If Team MEGASHOCK gets good CC initiation, there's going to be very little response from MOUSESPORTS if they're caught in like that CC trap. At the same time, I do like the Sona ultimate, and Prothana. Prothana's baiting me. I'm not trusting you, Prothana. Sorry. Letting me down with that Xerath pick. I was excited for a second.
Out of interest, is Xerath seeing a little bit more play, your side of the world, with that little quality of life on his ultimate? And I do need to point this out. Is that Zyra being locked in?
That is Zyra being locked in. Someone that I don't think anybody knows what she actually does. Like, I know what the skills do, but in competitive environment, I have no idea how she actually plays out. So this is going to be awesome. This is the first competitive Zyra pick I know about less than 24 hours after her release.
And I'm very nervous and terrified because I have no idea what her ability names are, nor do I know what they actually do. Other than watching the Champion Spotlight, I have not even seen this character model in-game. So this is going to be a complete first for me. And I would love to see MEGASHOCK locking in Jace. Jace up there in the top line is so strong. Sadly, it may be swapped out. We'll actually see. And in fact, if that is going to be Jace, that's going to be an AD carry Jace.
Exciting. I've never seen Jace played in the AD bot lane either, so I mean, they have to lock it in. Team MEGASHOCK, they control too. They control with the best. But if that is a Jace pick, all right, Jace in the bot lane. Let's see how this works out. Have not seen it really ever, but I don't see a reason why it wouldn't be too effective. So these are some pretty crazy picks. We have Zyra, we have Jace in the bot lane. This is gonna be one hell of a match. And I'm still not sure what Jace does myself. Actually, he has so many buttons.
And it's up to Mouse now. I know Jace's what they do, the abilities, but again, names. I'm letting myself down here. I need to play more games. I need to log more hours. But what do Mouse do? They've got Aurelia up in the top lane to face off against, and that's a really tanky, beefy front line. Karthus, Nautilus, Alistar, and Aurelia to act as meat shields for Karthus and for Jace. The fact that Jace is going to have his acceleration gate that's going to give movement speed buffs and debuffs to the enemies. It's going to be difficult to get to Jace or to Karthus unless Karthus plays a suicide gameplay style.
That's going to be placeholder Evelyn, by the way. That's actually going to be Yorick. So their top laner, they're going to go for someone really safe, and they're relying on the AD carry potential of Corki. They know that Corki should outscale Jace. I really want to say, I believe he does. Like, I'm not 100% positive, but they're going to rely on Yorick's ultimate to go ahead, carry them through the late game, where it's just, you have to deal with double Corki trouble. It's actually a cool pick, too, because all of a sudden, Karthus ultimate, it can kill Corki, but at the same time, he's going to come right back up and have that extra 10 seconds of damage. And 10 seconds of DPS from an AD carry is terrifying.
Yeah, especially a Corki that eventually is going to get, Trinity Force and Infinity Edge towards the end of the game. While we're waiting for these guys to run through their picks and bans, Studio, why don't you tell everybody exactly what the IPL Elites is about and how this works?
Okay, so IPL Elites is kind of like the qualifiers you've been seeing from IPL lately. We show a lot more matches rather than just going through like a day of tournament in and playing 30 games and you only see four. So the reason we do this is so you can go ahead, see more matches. It's going to be a very long tournament in terms of just how it takes place, but it's just a normal tournament. What's cool about this though is that there's a cycle to it. We go through the elites, and after the elites, we play the challenger bracket. The challenger bracket is to qualify for the next season of elites. So the top eight from elites stay in elites. The bottom eight have to go back to challengers, and we kind of rotate people in and out. And it just provides a lot more consistent gameplay. We see a lot more matches, and this will also set up the qualifiers for IPL tournaments in the future. So right now we have the IPL 5 qualifiers. Future we probably will not have that. It'll just be something like the IPL elites and challengers will eventually segue into a tournament. But we have a lot more matches because of the tournament format, and overall, like we just get to see everything in depth. The teams don't have to plan to play four matches in a single day. They get time to research, they get time to study, they get time to bring like their A+ game instead of just their A game to every single match, which makes it really cool. It's a different style of tournament, and it really has a big influence in how teams will play.
And I have just pulled up the ladder on the game screen, so everybody that's on stream can actually see that one out. We are covering today, it is of course MOUSESPORTS versus Team MEGASHOCK, and is up the second match on the bracket. And then later this evening, we'll be jumping into the MYM versus CURSE.EU games. And how is our picks and bans? We do actually have everybody locked in. Have you managed to see much of CURSE.EU recently? I'm a little bit nervous for them because we watched Curse being defeated 2-0 from Team Black as part of another qualifier a couple of days ago. And leading up to ECC Poland, they're not looking as strong as a lot of people thought they should be.
They just moved to their gaming house in Germany.
Correct.
So I mean, what was that?
Yep, I said spot on. The gaming house is literally everybody arrived like a day before they got knocked out. So settling time.
I thought you were gonna specify where they were because I know Joe Miller has been very active because they're not near him and he makes fun of them all the time for that. But they're in Germany. Like they now have time to practice and focus on their game. They had just arrived there, so maybe it was, I don't want to say jet lag, but just the hassle of moving over multiple countries to one solid spot. I think CURSE.EU, they can do really well. Like they've shown that in the past they can. Maybe it was just a fluke with Black. Maybe they need to go ahead, train a bit harder, but they're in a good position to take this game just because they're now in and settled in Europe, or Germany specifically.
Yeah, sitting in Berlin. They're about an hour away from where I live actually, so pretty close by. But take a look at the runes and masteries. Mr. cowTard's Karthus is rocking out a slightly unorthodox page. I think it was 17-13 offense and defense, and opting to go for the Indomitable in the defensive. So maybe going to play very aggressive in the lane and reduce some of that minion damage. And
Moma is on Czaru is going to be going for move speed quintessences, so not just focusing on ability power. I think just the way Czaru plays our early game, you don't really need raw AP just because you can rely on the plants for a lot of base damage. Actually, mind if I do a quick breakdown of just Czaru's skills, because I don't think a lot of people know quite what they do.
Well, let's pull that champion up on screen. Take us through them.
So actually, I hit the profile button. Let me go ahead and look at that screen too. So Deadly Bloom for Q. You put a little plant in the location. It's very reminiscent of Cassiopeia's Q. It'll pop up and just deal some damage. If there's a seedling in it, though, which is going to be from her W, you instantly put a seed down in the ground. If you cast a Q on it, it will actually grow this little plant that will start getting spines up, kind of like a Heimerdinger for it. The AI for it's pretty similar to it, and it just does a lot of damage, and it will eventually die in 10 seconds, or I believe 3 auto attacks from a champion. Grasping Roots is a very cool skill, actually. We haven't seen something like this in a while. It's a line root, so it will go in an AoE straight out of Zyra, and it will root anybody it hits. So there is no it's not a binding where it's one long CC. It's a short CC across a lot of people. If you hit a seedling, then it will grow into a plant that will also shoot spines, but it will also slow an auto attack. So it's hard to actually set that up, but when you do, you get more payoff. Her ultimate, Stranglethorns, is kind of like a more delayed Orianna ultimate. It will go on the ground, deal damage as the roots spread out. Then it will knock people up in the air after 2 seconds. And then her passive is kind of like a Kog'Maw passive. When she dies, after 2 seconds, she shoots out this big old true damage spine. And that's a basic rundown.
It looks interesting. Have you actually seen Zyra in-game at all in terms of the damage of those little plant root tower things and whatnot?
I've only seen it in terms of a practice game, so it's very effective against Luxbot. I can tell you that right now.
So if we see a Lux bot being played, then obviously we should be good. But the game screen is loading up. In studio, I always have to comment on the skins. I think MEGASHOCK have got this one as far as the skin war is concerned.
I get the corner bug a lot, but all I see right now is Grim Reaper Karthus, and more importantly, Longhorn Alistar. I love that hat. That is an amazing hat. That is the highest tier hat in the game. Putting that out there.
And of course, Full Metal Jace. I think he's borrowed from another, is it a Nintendo license, if I recall correctly? But anyways, loading screen is up. This is going to be a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. And it is single elimination. So whichever team loses today will not qualify for IPL Elites, be part of the top 8, be part of that rolling top 8 cycle. They are actually going to be knocked down, and they'll need to fight their way back up through the IPL challenges. So I wonder if anybody can give us some predictions on chat. Who do you think is actually going to pick this one up? Team compositions look pretty good from both sides, but I just wonder if that beefy front line of MEGASHOCK might be strong enough to carry them through this game.
Honestly, I mean, we have Jace as the AD carry, Zyra as anything right now. I don't know. I do not know who can really carry this game. Also, both Mouse and Team MEGASHOCK, very strong teams. Mouse and actually TMSK, not really known that much out of Europe lately.
Yeah, Mouse is sort of a somewhat of a new lineup. The players are all very recognized. Moma, CandyPanda, Dax, Prothana, they're all recognized names. And MEGASHOCK, they've been doing well. They've climbed up the ladder. They've defeated a lot of big names in recent weeks. And definitely a team to watch out for.
Now, it looks like Team MEGASHOCK, they could be preparing for an invade or just trying to defend themselves. Karthus in the mid lane provides vision to one entrance. Aurelia and Alistar provide vision from the other entrance, so they should be really safe here. While it looks like Mouse is just waiting in a bush just for that hopeful chance that Team MEGASHOCK walks right in there. Looks like it will not be happening though. So some aggression trying to come out from from Mouse, and some defense coming out from Team MEGASHOCK. Kind of balances each other out actually.
Yeah.
And it looks like Batman's gonna be able to go ahead and take golems.
So Dedrayon is now moving into his Wraith camp, throwing one of those little happy camper faces into the Wraiths. And that's just going to help them out once they actually respawn. Second cooldown is available in just a brief second, so almost picture perfect in terms of that little Wraith camp clearance. And I wonder, hard CC or Nautilus, hard CC or Maokai, what do you prefer, Vengeful Maelstrom or Depth Charge once we get to the mid and late game?
Depth Charge, just because it's AoE and guaranteed to land. I hate Depth Charge. It is the worst thing in the world to see that skill just coming towards you and you're like, I cannot do anything to avoid this. It looks like we have Goat starting on red buff too, so he's going to be about level 3 when he decides to go for a gank, and he'll have all of his skills are providing for some just really effective ganks and can just go top lane and completely annihilate Yorick. Just no escape for it. But Yorick, he can survive being ganked. If he gets ganked, it doesn't really matter. He'll still have his ultimate. He'll still be good, Still be Yorick.
That top lane, we do already have a pause actually at the moment, so let's see what's happening here. In terms of Aurelia versus Yorick, I've seen Yorick's doing well against Aurelia's, and I've seen Aurelia's doing well against Yorick's. Is there sort of a clear winner in terms of the champion versus champion matchup, or does it really just come down to itemization and ganks?
It's going to be itemization and ganks. Like, both characters can do well against each other. Yorick can spam his ghouls onto Aurelia. Aurelia will eventually just have a lot of sustain and more damage. But it's going to be some unique timing for both characters to really take advantage of it. And it comes down more to, can you actually get a gank on either one? With a level advantage, both characters can kind of take control of the lane. And even then, it's actually not that snowbally. It's a very odd lane. Any Yorick lane is going to be kind of weird because Yorick is almost guaranteed to have like a safe option of just sitting back and ghoul farming. But hopefully we see a decent amount of action up there, which Nautilus is going to be heading towards that area right now. This could be the first gank of the entire European tournament, I believe.
Do you see, there goes Muppo, he's dashed forward, Equilibrium Strike is going to slow Prothana, flash forward, auto attack does not actually hit, it gets cancelled. Dredge line is going to miss, and Goats unfortunately needs to fall back. But it looked as though that auto attack animation, on the bottom lane, a Pulverize is going to knock out both Dax and CandyPanda. Batman's going to move forward with that hammer, dash all the way forward. He's got the Shock Blast now, Prime. Auto attack out, that's going to reduce the resistances. A little bit of split focus from Batman. Lands an auto attack onto Sona, and then the Q onto Corki. So damage all around, and lots of action in the first few minutes of the game.
Unfortunately, none of the action really in favor of MEGASHOCK. Muppo not really doing anything, but Goats is back in the top lane. They do land a stun this time. You can't flash out of this, Prothana.
He's going to carry on. Dredgeline is going to land. Ignite is out. First Blood goes to Nautilus, in fact, and Muppo dropped to 11 hit points. 11 hit points, manages to survive. In the middle lane, we do see even more pressure. The Twisted Advance, Arcane Smash. Moma and Dedrayon should be able to pick up a fairly easy kill. One last auto attack.
Oh.
And that picks that one up. So even 1-1 in terms of kill score. And I just heard a little bit of a muffled studio there in the background.
Oh, can you still hear me?
Yes, there we go. That's a bit better.
Okay. Weird. So, that bot lane engagement, by the way, I think they just expected it to go better with Batman having landed his... Ooh, I do not know what it is called. The nuke he launches out in ranged form.
Shock Blast!
Shock Blast. So, Shock Blast through Acceleration Gate, it's an immense amount of damage just because Acceleration Gate will amplify the damage from Shock Blast. And unfortunately, they didn't land it, but still went in after that. So, they were missing a lot of their damage. Jace has a really long cooldown early on in the game, actually. And CandyPanda just kind of, poked him down. Like, that was really bad for Batman and Steve. That is an awesome name combination, but they did not get what they need to get done. And now CandyPanda and Dax are just taking control of this lane with their really strong poke.
Now, once Batman gets a little bit more attack damage and manages to get a few more ranks into that Shock Blast, it does hit very hard. We do see a little bit more pressure up in this top lane. Prothana tosses out those ghouls, tries to get away. A couple of auto attacks on the Equilibrium Strike. It's just going to slow him, though. And he does manage to get away. In the middle lane, cowTard going down once again. So Mouse with some very, very strong ganks right now in that middle lane.
And I don't know if Karthus is going to be able to survive his laning. Karthus is generally considered a safe laner, but maybe he'll start falling behind against Zyra. Oh, Daydream is in the top lane though. He's caught up by Goats, trying to walk away. They get the rune to Muppo, should be able to escape this. And walk right on out of there.
Yeah, it does manage to escape, so not too bad. A couple of flashes blown though. So Summoner spells down at the very least. And I like what I'm seeing. A huge amount of aggression from both teams. But that single kill and 500 gold is all that separates both of these squads.
I have to say, this is a very... The reason American teams ban out Nautilus and Alistar and Maokai, because they're just so good at ganking. Oh, Batman in the bot lane looks like he's going to get caught out. Yeah,
Grasping Roots just gets dodged, so really, really lucky of Batman. If he'd been caught by the little mini snare, that plus a Phosphorus Bomb and maybe the Power Chord from Sona could have been enough.
We could have seen the ultimate come down, the first Zyra ultimate in competitive play. Quickshot. Fortunately, it's not the case. And Moma, I think he can just pressure and push in cowTard right now.
Take a look at this top lane now. Muppo and Prothana both bashing head to head. Both of them very, very low on mana. But a low mana Irelia is a little bit more frightening than a low mana Yorick.
He's just waiting for the next ghoul he can cast, and then Muppo just kind of sustaining through his auto attacks. This is what happens at the matchup. Both characters will just run out of mana eventually.
Equilibrium Strike, not even going to be a Transcendent Blades plus Ignite is going to go down. Muppo down to 68 hit points before he manages to get away with his life. But a very dull kill to watch. Anticlimactic. A couple of Transcendent Blades at range and Ignite is all that was required.
Yeah, I have to say, it's just kind of like, well, she's just going to press her Transcendent Blades and Yorick couldn't do anything. Oh, Batman caught out right now. CandyPanda does get knocked back by Steve. He needs to get out of there, though.
Yeah, slows are going down. Carries on landing those auto attacks. There goes the acceleration gate, but Steve flashed over it, so he didn't actually get that movement speed buff, unfortunately. And it ends up costing him a summoner spell from maybe a little bit of lack of communication between the two players.
Also, it seems like I was behind by 3 seconds for some reason. How odd.
Yeah.
How odd.
In the middle lane, we do see those tanking roots going out. Moma is a level ahead of cowTard, in fact. So that's quite interesting. How does that actually play out in terms of CS? 56 on Moma's Zyra. It's a 58 on Karthus. So I didn't see any additional experience runes. Oh, there we go. cowTard's only one creep away. So that's why. Excuse me.
Karthus also did die twice to Zyra, so Moma does have the experience advantage from the kills, and she roamed bottom, which is why it's actually not a bigger difference, and CS is actually fairly equal, and actually in favor of Karthus. So the roaming did not pay off, but Zyra is in a good spot. This could just be an aggressive ganker style mid. She does have that good route into an ultimate that will knock up, so it's a lot of CPC. She just has to land that initial route, which Yorick and Sona will be able to help set up actually with their slows and respective CC on Sona.
And we do see a bit more aggression up in the top lane. Muppo uses that Blade Surge and Equilibrium Strike to close the distance on Prothana, but he just stands there, tanks it, throws out a couple of ghouls, and ends up coming out the better of that trade. But score is completely even, gold is completely even. 8 minutes in, it's been a very exciting game, and my game client appears to have just locked up. Sorry about that. There we go. I am back. It was a small bit of lag there, but we are back.
I'm glad to have you back, Quickshot. So, lane's kind of got passive. We haven't seen Malunoo Nautilus go for too aggressive a gank lately. I guess the last gank Nautilus did do, he wasn't even needed because I really just kind of got the kill on her own. So we do actually have Nautilus in the mid lane, trying to look for an opening.
Is something actually going to come up? He does get spotted by the ward. Sorry, that's in fact his ward. But Moma does know about it. Eats a wall of pain. There goes the depth charge. Is going to get knocked up, but nobody else is going to be able to follow up. They're a little too far away to be able to gank.
Unfortunately, just like both CCs being used to catch Zyra out of position, the flash on its own was just enough to get out of that situation. Bot lane action going down. The ult is out from Sona.
Sona does get ignited down to 200 hit points as she manages to get away though.
Will it be enough? Will it be enough? Oh!
I didn't even see the Requiem. Down to 50 hit points, so Sona's going to be able to get away with her life at the very least.
The armor and MR bonus from Sona's W was enough to save her from that death. Barely coming out of that exchange. And now Batman can pressure CandyPanda. Steve can also help pressure. I just like saying Batman can do stuff in this game because it's fun to say.
Yeah. Batman sieging the tower is swapping between that ranged attack and that giant hammer. And take a look at how he's actually skilling up this champion. 4 points into that shock blast and 2 points into his thundering blow slash acceleration gate. And of course, thundering blow has the knockback effect.
The ceilings are out from Moma. They're going to try and stop this, and I do not know how we'll go. They don't have Sona for her ultimate.
All going to turn some aggression down. Is going to swap her. Uses that Q to close the gap. Moma is going to go down in the background. Dragon has been picked up by Team MEGASHOCK, and Steve is very, very low. Batman is on the retreat. He's going to land a couple of auto attacks here. Acceleration goes out. Shock blast, and one more attack is going to be able to pick up that kill. He does manage to get it. Uses his Q in the hammer form to pick up a great double kill. And while all that was going on, Irelia did pick up a kill in the top lane against Yorick. So MEGASHOCK, after looking a little bit behind, have now actually pulled ahead in the kills, secured that dragon, and they have the gold lead as well.
With that dragon, with that just overall exchange, they're now ahead by 2,000 gold. A little bit less than that, but this is quite an advantage for only 11 minutes in the game. It's not going to be huge overall. There's definitely opportunity for Mouse to come back from that. But that is how you want to start your game. Like the first big team fight to take both Dragon and a kill lead, it's going to be huge. So they're in such a good spot right now. Batman 2-0-1. He's actually only a tiny bit behind in CS from Corki. So we get to see how Jace will do trying to outscale Corki. And I don't know how it's going to be. Honestly, I do not think he's quite as effective as a late game carry. But mid game, all of his spells will just be so effective. He's got some of the highest damage base spells. So I do want to see how he plays out as an AD carry.
And take a look at how he's actually leveling up or itemizing. Opting to go double Doran's, Brutalizer, and then the Longsword. There goes the Shock Blast. I think Valkyrie was used there from CandyPanda. Or no, it was the recall that just finished off. So Sona managed to get away and not taking any damage from that Shock Blast, luckily.
And I actually like this skill build just because they're going to rely on, or this item build, they're going to rely on just the mid game. So he's going to go into Brutalizer into a Phage, most likely. And with that, he's going to be really effective right now. But they don't want to go into a late game. He's just not a late game carry, I'm assuming. Not totally positive on that. While the burst coming out from Batman on the CandyPanda, his acceleration gate shock blast combo does about, let's actually look at that. Wow, it does about 400 some damage right now just with that QE combo. So it's hard to avoid. It does so much damage.
And we do see Nautilus setting up in this bottom tri-bush, but Makai is so close. Dredgeline is going to capture Dax's Sona. Goats is the one that now is in trouble, gets a crescendo, Phosphorus Bomb, Missile Barrage. Vengeful Maelstrom goes up, manages to keep him alive for a little bit. Urkim is going to pick up the kill onto Corki. Now they've turned their attention over to Sona. Sona's going to get dropped in the background. Batman is so low. Twisted Advance under the tree is going to be able to pick up the kill. Moma, in the meantime, has been bashed away from cowTard's Karthus. In the background, Dedrayon is going to pick up that second kill with Makai, and cowTard is not committing to this one. Does manage to get one under the tower, flashes away the Arcane Smash and that long-range Twisted Advance. Wall of Pain goes out, the red buff is ticking away, cowTard down to 200 hit points. Can he dodge some of these little faces? Auto attacks all the way along, auto attack one more Arcane Smash is all that's going to be required, and eventually not being too bad for Team MOUSESPORTS there, evening up the scores. I think they got an additional kill in total at the end of that.
They did come out one kill in ahead. I have to say, that was just a very odd fight. The tower dive really panned out, but once Maokai showed up, they didn't have a way to escape him. They had to go through either Zyra or through the turret, and in the end, the turret proved just the demise of Batman and cowTard. So,
it's not the Joker that took Batman out, it was the turret. For anyone that knows their comic books. And take a look at that, Sheen being finished instead of the Phage first.
See, no, I'm just imagining the Batman movie right now where the main villain is actually a turret. Just one turret is trying to defeat the Batman. But I don't think that movie will be made until Riot Games partners up with DC Comics. When it does, when it is made, it will be the best movie ever made.
And that damage is so high. I've been watching that maxed out Shock Blast. It chunks away about a third of Sona's hit points. Take a look at that, so huge. There's even pressure now in the middle lane. Goats
the blue buff Goats is going to get picked off.
I can carry on. Missile Barrage into cowTard's back. He's going to get that red buff tick, and MOUSESPORTS pick up an easy double kill. Batman is going to commit. That was huge! Swapping to the hammer form, landing that to the skies ability and just destroying Sona's hit points. Steve is trying to get away. He does land a Pulverizers, holding Dedrayon in place. Shock Blast chunks CandyPanda down for a third once again. Now that Unbreakable Will is out, Steve is in a little bit of trouble. He's going to be using this Triumphant Roars to try and stay alive. Twisted Advance under the tower. The Strangling Roots from Mum is going to hold him out. Knocked back into the wall. Batman's going to get taken out from a Rocket Blast. And really nicely done.
So Mouse actually coming out equal in gold. Dragon should be up relatively soon. They're looking good to take it when it does respawn. And I have to say, like, what's going on with MEGASHOCK is they're going for just traditional things. They tried to interrupt blue buff with two people. Really common in the end. Corki came from bot lane and it was a 3v2 and they just got obliterated. So the gameplay, like the style coming out from Maokai and just their counter aggression where they come in after a fight has started from MEGASHOCK and win it at that point. It's really effective and I'm really liking the style that comes with it. So I mean, look how much Maokai is really kind of turning this game around. He's 617. He's been involved in every kill for Mouse, and it's because he's just waiting for the enemy team to be aggressive and just stopping it himself for the most part. It's a really cool style. I like it quite a bit. And MEGASHOCK, they just have to be prepared. Like if they see a good opportunity, Maokai just might be waiting there to kill them.
How does it actually pan out in terms of gold right now? Maokai 6,000 gold. His counterpart of who's in the jungle? Thank you, Nautilus. 4,000 gold, you know, at 16 minutes, that is huge. But another thing that's very interesting, 16 minutes into the game and 23 kills on the board. This has been non-stop aggression from both sides. And Team MEGASHOCK have come off worse for wear when they've been a little bit overly aggressive.
And it looks like we have a DC right now, so Batman's also using the bat toilets. This will be a very short wait, I'm hoping.
Yeah, with a little bit of luck. And MEGASHOCK setting up for Dragon again.
It looks like I actually cannot see if it's respawned yet, so I'm gonna frown at that. But Maokai not even close to it, so MEGASHOCK should be able to pick this up pretty easily. So I'm actually wondering about the late game in this composition because Karthus, amazing late game, one of the best late game characters, you know, in the game. Corki, one of the best AD carries in the game, and how does that balance out? Because they have Jace. And they have Zyra. Zyra, I don't know how she'll be late game. I don't think she's super effective, but I don't actually know, so I might be wrong with that. And then Jace, just with the way he's building, he's not going for a late game style. It's more like an Urgot build where you really want to be effective in the mid game.
The scary thing about that as well, if you look at the mouse lineup, if Zyra doesn't deal a lot of damage and Corki goes down, there's no one else to clean house. You know, you've got Karthus that deals a lot of damage, Irelia that deals a lot of damage, Jace that will eventually start to fall off, but for the better part of the next 20 or so minutes is going to deal a lot of damage. And even Nautilus, if he's left alone, can even pick up some kills with that Titan's Wrath and all of the CC that he's got. So, is this sort of an all or nothing rely on Corki for DPS?
They do have a team designed to do it though. So they have the Sona to protect them with their ultimate. They have the ultimate from Yorick to help out with that. So I do like their composition. Irelia actually might be cut out of position here. Going to walk into Prothana, but Dedrayon's right behind him.
We'll see if the Sachin goes down. He's put a lot of damage onto Prothana. He's going to think about diving for that kill. And if Prothana had not been there, if Dedrayon had not been there, Muppo could probably have been able to pick up that kill with his Phage and Zeal on hand right now.
A very skillful Phage proc would have just led to the demise right there of Prothana. I gotta say, right now, Muppo's pretty terrifying. 2-0-1 in lane at 138 CS, way above Yorick. So Yorick, he might be able to do okay just, defending against his turret. But we saw the damage that Prothana or Muppo can put out, and that's terrifying when Irelia is going to be in such a dominant position.
Now, just take a look in the middle lane at those little seedlings of Zyra. What are they actually even called? A rampant growth plant. The playstyle is somewhat like Heimerdinger, in fact. Relying on those turrets, relying on positioning of those skills to really be able to deal your DPS, because without them, she doesn't really have a lot of direct damage herself.
Her AP ratios are fairly low compared to most AP carries, and she doesn't have a 4th skill that deals damage because seedlings will be that 4th skill. So you have to rely on the turrets, the plants she will grow out. Like, it will be effective, you just have to know how to use it. And that's going to be the question. Does Moma actually know how to use the plants? Because frankly, it's kind of on positioning them, because you have to land your skill shots on something you do place, but it's not what you expect. It's not common. It's like trying to hit an Ezreal Essence Flux, where you want to hit everybody in the game.
Yeah, it's very true. We do see Dedrayon was camping out on this bottom lane for a little bit, camping in the grass, but opted to fall back. Muppo now has some assistance from Goats up in this top lane. Ignite is not available, but are we going to see a tower dive? There goes the Equilibrium Strike. Depth Charge goes out. Dredge Line into that staggering blow. The Ghost of Prothana goes up. He's just going to use that to farm out the wave, and a very, very easy kill for Irelia and Nautilus.
When a Yorick Ghost is in that situation where he just has to keep farming outside a turret as it dies, that is just the saddest Yorick Ghost, because he can do nothing. I really like the play coming out though from Team MEGASHOCK in terms of just buffing up Irelia. Irelia now, she's going to be dominant, she's going to have her Infinity Edge very soon. And if they go for that mid-game pressure, she's just going to be awesome. Yorick's going to kind of fall off when his ultimate isn't doing the high levels of damage. I believe right now it's only at 75%, only at 60% damage, so it's not quite at the level you want to be at. Corki's not going to have that many items at this point. MEGASHOCK, they need to go for a mid-game push, and if they do it, it will be incredibly effective. But I don't know if timings are all that common right now in the League of Legends scene.
We do see now Dedrayon is coming into this bottom lane, but he doesn't know that both Prothana and Muppo are close by. Long range Twisted Advance, Blade Surge, look at that head, but they'll knock him all the way backwards. Dedrayon's going to be the first one to fall. Now they're turning their attention over to CandyPanda and Dax. The Requiem melting the hit points so high. Acceleration Gate into that Shock Blast is going to get CandyPanda low enough for a Blade Surge to be able to pick up the kill. Equilibrium Strike looks like it's going to be available. A very nice Dredge Line from Goats. Team MEGASHOCK pick up 3 very quick kills. And now turn their attentions to this tower.
So, I have to say, that was the coolest Blade Surge. He Blade Surged to CandyPanda, that got the kill, and that reset the cooldown on Blade Surge, so Dax was immediately in danger. I like what they're doing with Acceleration Gate. I've seen this before, but you can use Acceleration Gate as either an initiator and kind of follow-up. He used it mid-fight just to keep that chase. And eventually, once they get into the big 5v5s, Batman can place down Acceleration Gate, and Goats and Steve are just going to have the easiest time in the world initiating. Dedrayon goes in. I think that might have been a mistake, though. It looks like he has to get on out of there. It does seem to be safe, maybe?
It's going to flash away, trying to get away. Muppo has now turned his attention back. Valkyrie into Ignite is now down on Irelia. Moma is coming in from the side, is thinking about getting the ultimate. If the Shock Blast actually manages to miss everybody, And that looked like a ghost of Maokai. So Yorick opting to use that Omen of Death on Maokai just to try and get that crowd control up, just to try and get somebody that can lock someone in place to secure a few more kills. But very good play from Team MEGASHOCK. 2 towers, 3 kills, and they escape unharmed.
Batman just poking down decks through the wall. How rude, Batman. Batman, you are not a pleasant superhero in terms of being kind like that. So MEGASHOCK up 5,000 gold, only 1 kill behind, but they're going to lose a turret. It's a good chance for Mouse to kind of catch up a tiny bit. Overall, though, this is a great situation for MEGASHOCK. They initiated, they got 3 kills, and in their follow-up fight for Mouse, they still escaped, didn't lose a thing except that turret.
And that's the first turret that MouseSports have now picked up on the map as well. You know, every single one of their outer turrets is down, and the inner turret on the bottom lane. Team MEGASHOCK have got to be very happy about where they are right now.
So yeah, 4,000 gold lead, and they have the characters who right now, this is their time to shine. And they're doing it, they're going across the map, they're going for objectives now. It's not just about going for laning and farm, they don't need it. The dredge line barely missing Moma. Oh my god, the shock blast does not, takes her down to 1/3 HP. It just hits for so much damage.
Yeah, what's it actually scaling up to now that we've got both of the abilities to max? So Shock Blast is currently hitting for, is that 400 damage at base, and goes up by 40% if it goes through acceleration gates. So
560.
huge numbers. A lot of damage going down. Stranglethorns actually manages to knock up a whole bunch of people. Twisted Advance goes down to Nautilus. Not sure that was the smartest of additions. A nice pulverize from Steve knocks up 3 members of MouseSports, but MouseSports are the first ones to lose a member. Yorick goes down. He is immediately followed up by Karthus. Requiem is available and starts to get channeled. Goat and Batman are trying to get away. The Goat is going to go down, and the Batmobile is too fast for MouseSports to catch up, so he's made it back. But that's 3 members of Team MEGASHOCK down from a very good engagement from Zyra's Stranglethorns onto MEGASHOCK in that middle lane.
Looks like actually it's not over yet. Muppo going so low, he might be able to walk out of there. CandyPanda does go down. Dedrayon, will the tower finish you up? Oh.
Double
Nice
kill.
follow-up.
That Thundering Blow, take a look at that. 260 damage plus 20% of their maximum health. Those numbers are really high.
And if he wants to really maximize his damage, he can use an auto attack right before it, and then immediately use that skill to reset his auto attack. It's just like a little mechanical thing, but it actually greatly increases his damage. And I just love that, just like that really quick little fight from Muppo. And Batman making that fight, I believe, even in the end. So it was 3 for 3 with those 2 deaths. So MouseSports just not able to take advantage of it. The damage from Muppo and Batman just it's just so high right now. It's going to be really hard to deal with if they don't die. Dragon has respawned though, and looks like Team MEGASHOCK's headed right towards it. They do have people who are up. They see Moma in the top lane. This is going to be easy for them to take. Unless it gets Smite Stolen, which is not going to happen at this point. Extra 1,000 gold.
Yeah, 3 for 3. Every dragon that spawned, MEGASHOCK have taken.
And they do lose top turret, but that's okay. You know, it's going to be about equal in gold. And it's not the best trade, because I think they should really keep control of their map objectives. Like, having top lane control would be really nice for them. But it's not a bad thing. It's like, you know what, we can do this really easily.
And you can actually see the gold graphs on the bottom lane, on the bottom of your screen rather. 9,000 gold on Aurelia to 5,600 on Yorick. I mean, a Trinity Force difference between them. Jace 9,200. Corki is currently on 8,000. And then Karthus 8.6 to Zyra's 8.9. So top and bottom lanes heavily in favor of Team MEGASHOCK right now. But Mouse not really afraid of that, playing very aggressive, coming through this blue buff area and pushing down the top lane. We do see an engagement from MEGASHOCK. Acceleration goes out. That's a push forward. They're going to turn their attention. Corki's going to be able to Valkyrie over the wall. Aurelia has rejoined this fight in the background now. Pulverized from Alice on the right of your screen. Nobody's gone down just yet, but now they've turned their attention. Prothana may be the first to fall. Dedrayon goes back in with that Twisted Advance. And in actual fact, Corki's going to be the first one to fall for MouseSports. Guardian Angel gets proc from Aurelia. All of that extra gold goes into that survivability. ShLaYa's Reverie Rock, but Flash into Blade Surge, into a dredge line that looked like it went through the wall. And Aurelia picks up yet another kill. They maintain that 4,000 gold lead, 1 for 2 trade. But it was a bit sloppy from Team MEGASHOCK. You know, they dove in as 5, but almost lost Aurelia very early on. If it wasn't for that Guardian's Angel, she wouldn't have been able to bring herself back into it.
It's a very odd fight because it was very spread out and they didn't really take advantage of Karthus, so taking person so much. Also, there was a Sona Ghost.
Sona Ghost. That's super effective, especially after Crescendo had already been blown at the beginning of the fight.
So like both teams kind of a bit sloppy there. I know it's only morning here, but gamers do tend to sleep in late, so maybe they both just woke up. Very odd play overall though. It was in favor of MEGASHOCK just because of the item advantage, but neither team really took a dominant position. I think they didn't know how to engage that jungle fight. MEGASHOCK needs to use their AoE as much as possible. At the same time, Mouse also has an option, so I think both teams are like, they have good AoE spread out, which really, neither team's actually that good at like these single target fights.
Yeah, they really need everybody to get in and work together as a cohesive unit to be able to actually pick things up. But we mentioned it earlier, as soon as Corki goes down, the rest of MOUSESPORTS can't really do a whole lot. And we see 2 Trinity forces on the side of Team MEGASHOCK, so we know Free could be happy about that.
When I did the Greek Clutch event for Riot, I tried to get Freak to say tons of damage. I think he actually said metric tons of damage in the end. I love Freak jokes. So this Baron is going down really low though, already down to 3000 HP. It's gonna die pretty much now. Baron
is gonna go down. That does go to MEGASHOCK, very nicely done. Strangle Thorns was actually used by Moma, but unfortunately no crowd control, didn't knock anybody up in time to actually steal away that particular Baron buff. And I'm actually kind of liking the Strangle Thorn. So it comes out, it's a big AoE, but it's got a long delay. Actually, CandyPanda does get CC. Dedrayon is in the fight. And they are going to turn that around. Dax and Dedrayon are going so low. Both Sona and Maokai go down to the Defile AoE damage of Karthus. A nice Strangle Thorns, or a nice snare there, sorry, is going to hold him in place. Batman is going to be using that acceleration gate. The Ghost of Corki has now been out, but the Requiem is actually going to kill the real one. And that ends up being a 2-for-1 exchange. Make that a 3-for-1. The Ghost of Corki is going to go down very shortly. He's doing the best he can with those 10 seconds. Valkyrie forward. The Ghost is going to go down. And MEGASHOCK with another very strong engagement. I don't think MOUSESPORTS have the champion composition to win one of these big team fights. They need to make the game last a whole lot longer. Unfortunately, what they did there was they saw that Team MEGASHOCK was low, and they're like, alright, they're low, let's just push a tower while they're low on healing. We can get something out of this. They did get Baron, we'll get at least a turret. Unfortunately, they weren't that low. It's something that I've seen happen before. It's like, we think we can do this because it should work out, but just MEGASHOCK taking advantage of the situation. Despite missing some HP, their damage is just too high, and when they initiate on their terms with Nautilus and Alistar, my god, that is a deadly combination. And I really like the selection there for Quicksilver Sash on Jace. He's had it for a little while, but you know, the snare, you've got 2 snares from Zyra, you've got the root, you've got the crescendo, so being able to get out of some of that hard CC, it's a very smart move. I mean, actually, I really like the Jace build from Batman. So you can't build traditional AD carry. He just doesn't quite have the range or the defensive stats and defensive abilities as someone like Corki, like no Valkyrie equivalent. So he has a QSS, he has a Triforce, he actually has a Ninja Tappy, so he expects to take damage, which I like about this build. It just means they have to rely on... Oh, actually, Karthus does get rooted, taken very low, actually, down to half HP. They have to rely on his abilities and just him being in the fray, taking hits. And I do like the build quite a bit. I'm just going to see them sieging, and I'm very worried about this long-range poke. We've seen poke compositions in League of Legends doing really well in the past. And look at the damage on that shock blast. It's just so strong, and he's going to be able to do that all day long. Baron buff is just going to keep his regen up, and a little bit of counter warding, and nobody's going to poke into it just yet. Acceleration goes out, and again, CandyPanda just cannot take that sustained damage. They're like AoE Nidalee spears. That is terrifying. That is the best description of that shock blast I have seen. And he's just going to be able to sit all the way back, and he's got, Irelia, Nautilus, and Alistar to keep him safe, keep him in the background, and if anybody does commit, he's just going to sit there all day long. We do see a fair amount of armor coming out from MOUSESPORTS though, and rightfully so, because it's very strong Jace. The problem is there's also that very strong Karthus. So cowTard does get rooted. He's getting a lot of poke damage in response. So Muppo just tries to scare them off. Is successful in doing so. They're not too effective at actually pushing down this turret, and the Sona sustains are really quite effective. And you said that's what is the name of her E again? It is the Grasping Roots. That is when they throw up those small vines, knocking everybody up. Moma chucking out or taking another shock blast to the face. We're gonna go out. See this the little plants acting as ranged initiator is gonna slow Steve down. I think the Team MEGASHOCK have the ability to tower dive, and Baron buff is out. There goes the wall of pain from Karthus. Depth charge is up. Mama is immediately onto Zyra in the background. She's been deleted from the fight. cowTard's going to be the first member of Team MEGASHOCK to go down, but he is going to be able to get this Requiem out. Requiem will destroy Corki's hit points total. Now they've turned their attention down to Jace. This is a pretty good fight for Mouse thus far. Karthus and Jace are down, but Irelia and Nautilus are just too tanky and deal too much damage. Guardian's Angel was back up for Muppo, luckily. So he's now turned his attention over to Yorick, who's doing very, very badly in the laning phase, but he seems to have pulled himself back in this mid to late game. One more Equilibrium Strike, 600 gold for Prothana. And that fight actually went pretty well for Mouse, trading evenly when they're this far behind. It's going to give them that bonus gold, it's going to give them the ability to pick up a few more items, and potentially swing some things around in their favor. Goat's actually being afraid of Maokai flashing over that wall.
It would have been Maokai and Prothana, so it would have been Maokai and York on his tail right there. I do love the navigation he took. Like, you could tell immediately, alright, I'm doing the flash now, when he turned and went straight towards that wall. Just unfortunately, they tried to fight underneath the turret. I guess he just didn't have it. Moma immediately flashed away when the depth charge was landed on him. And that could have actually been a good chance for MEGASHOCK just to back off and like abuse the fact Flash was down later. But when they went for that chase, Muppo was immediately surrounded by enemies. Just they had to go through the turret, they had to go through a lot to get to Xinec to get to CandyPanda, and just did not work out in the end. So Mouse, they're still in this. They still have a 5,000 gold difference, quite a bit. But that's going to mean less and less as this game goes on. And frankly, they do have a traditional AD carry and York to back them up. So they have a better composition overall just for winning late game.
Talking about that now, in terms of composition, you know, the slightly more traditional, the fact that they're going to have, you know, 2 Corkis with that Omen of Death, as long as Sona doesn't get the Omen of Death again. But the tankiness that you're going to have from the Quicksilver Sash, the Trinity Force Jace, and you know, he is fairly tanky when he swaps between those forms, gets additional resistances and whatnot. Tanky DPS versus traditional DPS, do you think they have enough damage to get through Guardian Angel, Irelia, Nautilus, Alistair, and a Jace?
Underneath the turret, yes. As we just saw, outside of that, they're going to need some time. Like, Corki needs to get more items. He has Infinity yet. He has Triforce. He has a lot of pain, but he needs a bit more. He needs maybe a Phantom Dancer, and then a defensive item. Unfortunately, they need to make sure Corki is protected, which is going to be hard because of Depth Charge, Alistar, and, of course, Irelia diving at him. But at the same time, I think they have the potential to really take this in the late game. Right now, it's scary if they're not in a really good defensive position, which, if they want to go out on the map, be aggressive, it's going to be hard for them to find.
Take a look at Jace's item build. He's just finished that last Whisper. 36 armor pen plus 46%. I mean, those shock blasts are hitting so hard already, and he's just building even more penetration.
True, but I think the problem Jace has is, let me actually check, what's the cooldown on shock blast? Okay, 7.2 seconds. That's kind of a long cooldown for a skill, so it hurts, but they can't rely on it too much. Like, AD carries are all about the sustained damage. 7 seconds is a long time in the world of an AD carry, where eventually that's going to be like 14 attacks. They are set up for Baron though. MEGASHOCK, they're expecting something else. They're not going for it quite yet. They do have their own, actually not even ward coverage, just guesses, and they predicted right with a good acceleration blast.
Yeah, really, really good accelerator. He managed to land on Corki in his chops. You see the Shirelia's Reverie has gone out. Steve is going to be trying to get what a very, very nice, not strangled, the entangling roots. The E from Zyra just holds up, I think it was 3 or 4 members of Team MEGASHOCK. And they're going to have to wait for the cooldown on their Shirelia's Reverie before they're going to be able to dive forward again.
They could try using Acceleration Gate, but I think what's really scary is the combination of Reverie and Gate, so... Also, I think I call it Acceleration Shock. I like that name quite a bit for both skills being used at the same time.
I like that, the Acceleration Shock. And we do see this little bit of an engagement. Dedrayon is tossing out those little saplings, trying to find out where they are, trying to find a target. And MOUSESPORTS, you know, they know they can't really win a big team engagement, so they're falling back, playing a little bit defensively, and you can't blame them. They're strong, but they need that tower, or they need to pick the fight they can't afford to get engaged upon.
Like, if we see MEGASHOCK go for Baron, the Baron debuff, and just the higher magic damage, reduce physical damage, that'll be huge, that'll be enough. But they need that little oomph, or a really good catch, like, they need the perfect fight. And, like, they're just looking for it, they're fishing for it. One out of position Jace, one out of position anybody on either team could completely change this game. Oh, MEGASHOCK could be going for it now.
You see Baron has been started. You can see the health bar on the bottom left of your screen there. It's going pretty low. Ward placement goes out 4,000 hit points. Long range Grokko Claws, 2,000 hit points. A very nice Stranglethorns. Look at the damage across Team Megashock. If Mouse can carry this on, this could fight very, very well for them. They've not managed to pick up any kills, and now they've been split. Sona, in fact, is going to be the first one to fall. Moma is going to go down. And look at the damage from that once Team Megashock actually turned their attention onto a specific champion. They have managed to take out Jace, Irelia, Karthus, and Alistair. So in the long run, the fight did eventually go the way of Team MOUSESPORTS, but the Baron was picked up from Megashock. So a 1-for-5 exchange. And the damage that Megashock put down in that short space of time was terrifying.
They could not kill CandyPanda in the end. cowTard did not use his ultimate, which is kind of surprising. They would actually stop this push by a bit, but unfortunately, just with the effectiveness of CandyPanda as an AD carry, they can't really compare damage. He just hurts too much. And if they do not obliterate him right away, if they don't just blow him off the face of the world, he will come back, he will haunt them, and especially with the Yorikos backing him up, he will just kill everybody on Team Megashock. And that's just the reason AD carries are so strong, just because of how critical strike scales, how everything scales to do more damage with itself. Unfortunately, Jace right now with just a Triforce and Last Whisper, it's all kind of normal how it scales, and they cannot let CandyPanda stay alive. If they do, they will not win any engagements. The inhibitor is down now. There is no Baron buff on anybody in the game. Mouse, they still need good positioning, but with that inhibitor down, they just have total map control right now because they need to defend against those waves, and the jungle, the outer turrets is going to be very easy for Mouse to pressure those now.
I really, really like the engagement from Mouse as well. They combo the chain CC so effectively. Crescendo, I think, locked up about 3 or 4 members of Megashock. That Stranglethorn's ultimate locked up, I think, pretty much everybody from Megashock. And they just did really, really well. You've got a lot of sort of AoE damage that it's not necessarily huge, but it all adds up. All of the splash from Corky's abilities, all the splash from the saplings. Crescendo's, had that small buff in the damage. It hits instantly as opposed to a bit delayed. And of course, the Vengeful Maelstrom is going to help out as well. So really nicely done for Mouse. They've got their middle lane pushed. 5 turrets now to 4. Kill score is about even. And that 3,000 gold lead that we've seen in about 20 minutes is still here, but it's way less relevant right now.
And looking at the gold, who has the gold for Mouse right now? Corky's at 12,700, Zyra's at 13,000, so they're comparable to their counterparts, but Corky's gonna outscale Jace, and Karthus right now, he's doing more damage than Zyra, but her CC is proving effective. Also, they keep focusing down Moma, and that just is not what they need to do. They need to go for Corky. He needs to die first. So Moma, even with his high gold, is almost just the perfect bait right now.
Yeah, all the abilities get blown on him, and there's nothing left for Corky. We see that Jace is a bit out of position, and Mouse very, very wisely just pushed down this bottom lane. Clear out the waves pretty quickly, in fact, with that Grasping Roots ability of hers, and a couple of those little seedling towers. And they pick up a free tower, a couple of auto attack, a couple of seconds, and absolutely nobody there to defend it or even look at it.
Now, I have to double check this. I believe Zyra's plants will stay alive after she dies. I'm not 100% sure on this. I might be totally wrong. And if that's the case, and she can be focused first, I do know that her passive, which right now I believe will actually hurt for quite a bit. How much does it hurt for? 549 true damage. So if they do kill Zyra first, she still gets her passive off, which is going to be a 549 true damage nuke, which is pretty effective. Not quite as much as a Karthus ultimate, but it means that when Zyra dies, they will still get bursted by her, unfortunately.
Yeah, still a lot of DPS. And take a look at Jace now. That chain vest that he picked up finished the Guardian's Angel, but very, very importantly for MOUSESPORTS, CandyPanda has the same. So both AD carries are wearing that Guardian's Angel. So you're going to have the GA Corky potentially followed up by an Omen of Death Corky as well.
That's a lot of Corky.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of Corky. The Shock Blast is now starting to fall off as well. Do you see how much less damage that's dealing to CandyPanda now that he's got that GA completed?
It's a Triforce Tri-Corky, and yeah, he has GA, he has a lot of armor. Jace just cannot do as much as he could before to CandyPanda. And this will be the downfall of Team Megashock. If they can't control CandyPanda, I will keep reinforcing this, that flying plane needs to go down. They need to take him out. And this is not how they want to do it.
Stranglethorn goes out, Crescendo, a very, very nice Pulverize comes out, knocks up multiple members of Megashock, but look at those hit point totals. cowTard's going to go down in the background. He's going to be the first member of Megashock to die. They have destroyed the plant though, so Zyra is going to fall in the background, as has Jace, but he should come back with that Guardian Angel. In fact, he's been taken down already. Now Irelia is the next target to fall. Maokai is going to be able to finish off Alistair in the back, and a Valkyrie into those red buff means another ace for Mouse. The only champion they lost was the vegetable of Zyra. And another inhibitor and potentially the game right now with those long cooldown timers.
GGWP coming out, Muppo has quit. They're just going to shift to the next game. And I mean, Mouse, they played it well. They played a traditional composition, and they played that traditional composition incredibly well. Batman actually calling Zyra broken in chat. Don't know if that's the case or if it's just the problem with the traditional AD versus a tanky DPS in the bot lane. Really proving to be the problem in the end. A great game coming out from both teams, though. Game 2. Going to be quite awesome.
Yeah, so let's take a look at those final game scores very, very quickly while we get this up and running. Take a look at the scores. The Maokai 11-5-19. That's the second really good Maokai performance I've seen today. For anybody that was watching OGN earlier, there was a phenomenal Maokai being played. And of course, Mr. Corky doing really, really well. 8-7-16, involved in a better part of 2/3 of all those kills, and really well played from MOUSESPORTS. So they pick up game number 1 in today's IPL Elite. We will be going into game number 2 very shortly. I can see the invite has just been sent through. We do need to throw up some adverts though while we wait. So we'll be back in a few minutes as soon as the adverts are over, guys.
They're going to eat you alive, whatever it is, whatever it does. He's coming to hunt you and get you, mama, rip at your guts. Whoa, hey, oh. Should I get me a crucifix? Holy man, help me get rid of this.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be jumping into game number 2, MOUSESPORTS versus Team MEGASHOCK. This is for the IPL Elites. My name is Quickshot, and of course Studio is the co-caster for the evening. So let's pull up the game screen. Studio, we see Mouse and MEGASHOCK are up and loaded. MEGASHOCK may be a little nervous after that previous game.
You know, it happens. They lose the games. MEGASHOCK, if they're nervous, then it's just not going to bode well for them in the competitive scene. I think they lost it. They're going to take it in stride. I would not be surprised to see a Zyra ban based off Batman's last statement calling her OP.
Well, I wonder if we'll actually see her going out. I mean, if it is the players thinking that she's OP, it's a bit worrying because they focus the wrong champion in those team fights. The CC is pretty strong. They're called the line little mini snare is pretty strong. It's a good counter initiator, and we do actually see the Zyra ban. I'm not 100% convinced on that one, but better to get rid of something you don't know how to deal with than to try and face off again in a single elimination best of 3.
I mean, right now they had about, what was that, maybe 4 or 6 minutes to go ahead, review the replay, see why Zyra's OP, see how to beat here, formulate a plan, and actually use it effectively. Probably not going to do that in that short time span. You're right, they just got to ban her out. And Zyra, oh, do you hear that? That banging in the background?
I do, yes.
That might actually be a problem.
What is it? Is that on my side or your side? It sounded like someone hitting with a
on
hammer.
my side. There is someone doing construction on the house next door. Huh.
Yeah. Well,
let's see if that keeps up.
Get your webcam up. We'll see how the construction's going. While that's going on, take a look at the remaining bans. Cassidon, Kennen, Karthus, and Malphite being removed from the pool. So it does mean that Sona is available. And I wonder if we're going to see her being picked once again for this particular series.
Chen was banned out last game, so now first pick for Mouse. No real surprise there. Malphite and Kennen. Was Malphite banned last game?
Malphite was, in fact, yes. And I believe Kennen was as well, actually, if I recall correctly.
Kennen was too.
Yeah, so first pick. Oh, Shen is available. That's right. I've seen Dax just hovering over Shen for a brief moment, but opts to lock in the Morgana instead. So will MEGASHOCK take that ninja?
They do have the option right now. There could be a plan coming out from Mouse. Just leaving Shen open means that they have something in mind, most likely. So the Shen could be baited out. They could just have a nice little gank strategy just to obliterate Shen, make him never useful. They might have a plan, and that would not be surprising. I don't know. Yeah, they're not. They're picking Vladimir for MEGASHOCK. They don't want to fall into a Shen trap.
Yeah, and cowTard now, maybe thinking about Vladimir. Vlad's a champion we've seen a lot more over here EU, but it does tend to be a Vladimir Kennen combination. So, Kennen being banned out, that double AP and that good AoE damage not necessarily the best, or they're losing that strong beneficial, that strong partnership. But Goat's now 2 seconds left on the clock. Who's he going to lock in? It does actually lock in Nocturne at the very, 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 very last second. So MEGASHOCK taking all the time that they can.
That could have been a really good random. Like a really good random.
It's a possibility, but I think the mathematical odds just aren't in the random's favor. All right, so we do see a couple more picks now needing to come the way from MOUSESPORTS. While we're waiting for them to jump this or lock this one in, anybody that has just joined us, this is the IPL Elites. We have 16 teams who are taking part in a single elimination best-of-3 tournament. The top 8 are going to qualify for the IPL Elites, and it's going to be a rolling event. It's going to be taking place, running, I think it's a 3-week cycle. Prize money at the end of each Elites cycle or period. And anybody that gets knocked down, so the guys that lose these first rounds will drop down to the IPL Challengers bracket. And if you want to take part in any of the IPL events, if you want to go to any of the big IPL lands, you need to be in these Challengers or the Elite circuit to be able to earn yourself a spot in the invite. Have I missed anything about that, Studio?
Nope, sounds about right.
And we do see Soraka and Maokai being locked in. MOUSESPORTS getting the tree again. Dedrayon did so well with Maokai in the previous game. Every time MEGASHOCK played a bit aggressively or dove beyond the ranges that they should have, Maokai was there to punish them for it. And Ezreal Sona being locked in from the bottom lane. We've seen Ezreal Sona lane a couple of times before, and Team Black used it against CURSE.EU to dominate the bottom lane a couple of days ago. So I'm very excited to see how that one plays out. And we don't see a traditional AD carry from MOUSESPORTS at this exact moment in time, but I do expect Moma to probably change from Karma to somebody a bit more regular in that AD role.
No, Renekton Soraka bot lane. It's OP. It looks like, okay, they're going with York again. They're going for another traditional AD carry composition. I think they're just confident with the gameplay from CandyPanda, which is, not surprised to be confident with that. So I do like the Maokai pick. It's going to be effective at A, ganking Vladimir up in that top lane. Now, they have the ability just to kind of murder him whenever. B, they've proven it's effective before and will also be effective against someone like Nocturne. You have that knockups on a short cooldown. That spell shield won't be able to block everything in terms of a CC. You can chase down Ezreal. You can go ahead, really just keep the enemy team in place. And MEGASHOCK, what is their AP mid? Like, they have to have an AP mid who can A, deal with those ganks, and B, still be, effective. So they have to find a champion to deal with Maokai, which is not easy. He's one of the best gankers in the game, and Anivia just might be that character.
And Anivia, of course, a champion that very difficult to play, but what I've noticed, or at least was leading up to DreamHack, a lot of AP mids over here, Europe side, were practicing the bird a lot in anticipation of coming up against, the Frog Anivia. And many of the AP players are now really increasing their skill with the champion, landing the good crystallized wall into the flash frost into the frostbite combination. It's really quite a beautiful series of skills to spectate, because they really are quite difficult to land in time. That flash frost travels so slowly through the air.
And it's odd to say it travels slowly, but it catches people off guard, and that's kind of what you rely on. So I do like the Anivia pickup, just in general, like in the entire scene. In Europe and United States, she's gotten more and more common. Before it would be like, alright, Anivia is being played. This means Froggen, and occasionally Skyyart actually, has descended from the heavens to give us his Anivia and win the game and show us all how good he is. But no, it's no longer the case. And I like that now. I like that Anivia is just kind of something you see. Because A, it means people are better against her, and B, it means the players themselves are just better at using her. So, I mean, Anivia, I like her, but if she gets totally camped early on in the game before she has, the wall, before she has her AoE to just mow down creeps, this could really be a strong snowball. And Dedrayon has shown he's really good at ganking.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he's going to actually camp out. In actual fact, the previous game, they camped out middle lane quite a bit as well, picked up 2 very early kills against Karthus. So if they can do something similar against Morgana, that's going to help out a lot as well, especially if they can give Anivia that, against Anivia as Morgana, give themselves a good advantage. Take a look at the masteries for cowTard. 16-13-1. Again, even on Anivia, using the same mastery page that he did in the previous game.
Sorry, I was mid-sneeze right there.
I was just saying, take a look at the rune page for Anivia. 16-13-1. So opting to use that same partial attack, partial defense, and summon a spell single point in utility. So interesting to see a slight change from our standard mastery pages.
I kind of like it. So Anivia, you're not relying so much on the execute factor. Karthus, you could argue maybe you need the 21 in offense just to finish people off. Anivia, it's all about sustained damage with her, so you don't need the execute. You're not trying to burst people down. You are trying to burst people down, but you're not trying to like finish them off. You're not clean up crew. So I like the 16 point choice. She's also gonna be very effective at trading in lane and just taking some damage, dealing it back. Which getting tanky on Anivia is pretty popular nowadays. Not quite as often as the Warmog's Frog, and haven't seen that super often lately. But it's still build up some defenses on her, make her that much more effective.
Yeah, very true. So just taking a look through the rest of these mastery pages, nothing too exciting or off the wall in terms of the rest of the champions. What do you think in terms of composition now? Ezreal Sona are going to have a very, very strong early game. They outrange Vayne significantly. CandyPanda is going to rely on those tumbles to really dodge the mystic shots and try keep away from the poke that Sona is going to be putting down. But if they don't contain Ezreal and Sona, I'm a bit nervous. A fed Ezreal in the mid game could be scary for MOUSESPORTS.
So that bottom lane is actually devastating from Team MEGASHOCK. So in Ezreal, they have so much poke that Vayne just cannot deal with. Soraka is going to be able to sustain, but Steve is going to have good poke. Batman's going to have good poke. They just can both constantly bully around CandyPanda. The one advantage they have is like that Steve's debuff to physical damage with her W power cord, the healing power cord, is not going to affect her true damage. Like, that's her advantage. Everything else about that bot lane is incredibly effective against Vayne, but a good gank from Dedrayon, that could set up the entire lane. If Vayne gets a little bit ahead, with that Soraka backup, she can just kind of keep poking down, keep using Tumble to reset her auto attack, and avoid the Essence Flux attack speed debuff, and like be effective. It's kind of odd, like it's not common, but it will be strong if they can get a little bit of advantage.
All right, so we'll have to see how this plays out, how the lanes actually go, and whether or not our Pulse Fire Ezreal is going to be able to actually pull ahead. And I tell you something, Studio, the skins are awesome this time round. Prothana letting the side down with his skinless Yorick. I am not impressed.
I mean, you can at least get Gravedigger Yorick. Of course, it gives him a hat. Not my favorite hat. I know it's the hat from Slash from Guns N' Roses, but it should stay on Slash, is what I'm trying to say with that. But still a hat, which is better than no hat, as I've learned from various video games in the past.
It's all about the hat, isn't it?
I mean, well, LA Noire, let's just say that when you got into like a fist fight, you could tell you didn't do very well when your hat fell off, because it means you got hit. So it's like, clearly, the hat means something.
We're just waiting for Dax to connect right now, but yeah, nobody else wearing a hat on Team MEGASHOCK, so I'm nervous for them. No hat power, I'm afraid. And yeah, guys, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for tuning in. This is the IPL Elites. So whoever loses this is going to drop down to the IPL Challenger Circuit, and the winner is going to advance to one of those 8 teams that's going to be playing for, I think it's $7,000 prize money in total, if I recall correctly.
I can go ahead and try and look that up, because I have the corner bug again, so might as well do something while I'm waiting for the game to load.
Awesome. Dax has finally connected. So a decent amount of gold up for grabs from the IPL Elites right now. And of course, it is going to be the new rotating qualification bracket to make it to those lands. We should be into this game very, very shortly. Throw your comments up on chat, guys. Who do you think is going to win? Take a look at the champions. Take a look at the compositions and see who you think is actually going to be victorious. Have you got those numbers there, Studio?
I don't actually know how to navigate the IPL website.
Check the link. I actually sent it to you a little bit earlier.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I see it.
Yes.
I'm bad at navigating websites. I'm the guy who's like, where's the login button? Then I just, like have to tab through everything and find every link. Okay, so actually Elites is only a $3,000 prize pool, so $2,000 goes to first place. But the big thing is going to be setting themselves up to enter tournaments later on from IPL.
All right, so there we go. My bad, I got the numbers wrong. So part of the $3,000 prize pool, which is still decent to look at, and we hear that mystic shot armed coming from Fnatic Batman or Pulsar Israel. I'm not even sure who that's meant to be, actually.
Fnatic Batman?
Well, Batman, nevertheless.
Oh.
Batman's got all the tools and gadgets, and this time round, the champion and the skin in particular sort of suits the hero of Batman.
Kind of a bit too much voice, I'd say. Batman's gadgets are a bit quieter, but I actually like this is a Pulsefire Ezreal team, and by that I mean every member of Team MEGASHOCK has the Pulsefire Ezreal theme. So I like that quite a bit. It's like, you know what? It's like we're gonna ride PFE, but we're gonna ride it in style. Everybody gear up, get your PFE on, so we can roll around as the Pulsefire Ezreal team.
And a lot of aggression this time round. The Flash Frost comes out from Anivia, really nicely done through the wall, but not managing to actually land on anybody. And interesting, when you consider game number 1, both sides camped their jungle, neither side moved out, and this time around both teams invading quite deep, in fact, for MOUSESPORTS.
And it looks like Team MEGASHOCK might just lose this exchange because it looks like Goats wants to go to his blue buff. It will be happening. Unfortunately, this means red buff will be taken with little response from the rest of Mouse. Like, they're going to take Wraith, they should switch to red buff immediately. We do have CandyPanda and Dex still up there. Okay, they're retreating now. I was about to say, it's like, are we going to have a lane swap?
Well, we'll see how that one...
We are! Awesome.
Oh, that's going to make a lot of sense, actually, because Vayne Soraka against Vlad at low level, you know, the movement speed buff that CandyPanda is going to get moving towards Vlad, silence from Infuse, they can put a lot of damage down onto Vladimir without reply. We do see that Sona and Ezreal were trying to steal red buff, but Prothana just walks up, says hello, and that gives away the goat. Excuse the pun, but now Team MEGASHOCK know that Yorick's coming down to 1v2.
So what did we say before? It's like, man, I'm scared about the bot lane from Team MEGASHOCK. Well, guess what? Vladimir is in so much trouble top lane because just the sustained damage. Just watch top lane. Look how much damage he's taken. And actually, Dedrayon is here. They're going to go for the dive. It's a level 1 dive on Muppo. He goes down low. Are they going to finish him off? Will it be enough? Yes! Dax, will you die? I'm sorry, Dax.
Dax does go down. Save that flash for 1 second too late. But yeah, it's execution. So you don't mind going down because there was no kill credit given to anybody else. And Vayne first blood at 2.5 minutes. That is very, very worrying.
MEGASHOCK got nothing, unfortunately, like with that Vayne death. Oh, Goats actually does catch up Moma. This is what they need in response, but no, he gets the root off, walks right on out of there. So this is not the start MEGASHOCK wanted. They wanted that early lane win against bottom, but unfortunately Vayne's just gonna go crazy down there. Prothana with his teleport, he's set up to actually 1v2. So it's not gonna be super effective. 1v2 is never easy for anybody, but now he's not in like the worst spot in the world. He's in an okay spot.
And of all the champions that you're going to put in a 1v2 situation, Yorick is probably one of the better ones. The sustain from that Omen of Famine is just really, really high. And the fact that he's got the AoE slow from the Omen of Pestilence, that's obviously going to help as well. But the range from Batman's going to be very good. If he can continually land those mystic shots, it could put Yorick a bit on the back foot.
I mean, right now Prothana's just like, he's underneath the turret, but it's actually scary for him to farm here. Because if those creeps turn on him, because they sometimes do when you see us on the turret, that will just be like really bad for him. And look at the poke coming out on him. He's almost dead, actually. He needs his Omen of Famine right away just to sustain underneath his own turret. But he's getting levels, and that's what really matters in this lane. It's not so much the experience. Yorick doesn't need that much gold, as we saw before. But he really needs the levels to be effective.
Yeah, and especially if you're going to have a fed, farmed Vayne from the top lane, the only reason Prothana's there with Yorick is to Omen of Death on CandyPanda and run away with it.
I mean, like, in the high level scene, Yorick's considered just the character who is almost always good in any circumstance. So it's just like, he's going to be effective no matter what. Yeah. I really like what Mouse has done this game.
Well, we'll have to see how it pays off. They've already got an 800 gold advantage. Let's see how those two top lanes have sort of been crippled. Duskbringer comes out from Moma. He's going to use the Unspeakable Horrors, but Moma's just going to walk away with that black shield. But Yorick on the bottom lane, 14 CS to Vlad's 10. So it's a bit too early to be looking for the advantage between either side. But yeah, the longer this game goes on, the more fed or the more farmed Vayne becomes, the more worried I'm going to be for Team MEGASHOCK.
I really like how Mouse is doing this. Like, they're trying to get Muppo to push out. Like, they're giving him some CS. But actually, it looks like we do have another gank on the top lane. We already have Dedrayon. There's no escape from Muppo. He gets rooted. He's stuck in place under the pool. Will speed of the dive.
He's going to go for the dive. One tumble plus the Silver Bolt's proc is all the CandyPanda needs. Dax executed one more time. Does get involved in the assist at the very least. And quite luckily for CandyPanda, the lane is now actually pushing in their favor. So as long as CandyPanda plays this one, a little bit slower, can actually make Vlad come back in an even less or an even more difficult situation. There is pressure on this bottom lane. Duskbring goes out. It does actually miss. Exhaust is down on Prothana. Batman is the one that's tanking the turret. Eats a whole bunch of turret hits. Is actually going to go down to the tower. Nocturne picks up the kill credit. Now Morgana's joined the party. She does have Soul Shackle. Steve is in a lot of trouble. Ignite, Black Shield, one more Dark Binding. Not even needed, in fact, but one dead Sona. And Mouse with a 4-1 advantage right now.
Actually, no mana on cowTard or Goat, so Moma just kind of keeps pressuring bottom. 1,500 gold lead right now in favor of MEGASHOCK, and unfortunately, the way it seems to be going, it doesn't look like this will stop growing. CandyPanda does take a decent amount of pressure in the top lane, though. Looks like Muppo has some free time now that Dax died once again. Oh, got teleported into the bot lane. cowTard's actually in a lot of trouble. Has to flash on out of there. Was bound by Morgana. Does escape, so...
And now in the top lane, all that pressure. Ignite goes down to CandyPanda, so Astral Blessing, it is on cooldown for another 6 or 7 seconds. CandyPanda is going to go down. Dax should be able to pick this one up. There's 5 seconds on Infuse. There's no Star Call. Dax is forced to run backwards, and unfortunately, no Star Call, no cooldowns, means that Vayne dies, and he's unable to pick up that kill against Vladimir, unfortunately.
So Vladimir actually kind of coming back himself, so both Europe and Vlad not in the worst spots he'd normally expect them to be because of the 1v2 situation. CS actually in favor of Ezreal too, but Vayne does have those 2 kills. And I was going to put this up before, that turret's 1 kill from killing spree.
Yeah, the turret is on a killing spree against Sona, so Soraka rather. So not only is it a killing spree, it's a targeted killing spree. But great comment. The banana is weak with Dax.
If Soraka gets a kill in the turret, a nice little sound effects play to show that she's gotten her revenge. But actually Moma going against Goats right now. Goats special doesn't last long enough though. Gets rooted, gets nuked. He's almost down. Oh, there's Dedrayon with the follow-up. Does pick him off. Oh my god. This is Goats only level 4. Dedrayon level 6. MEGASHOCK is falling behind in levels. That's the scary part. The gold difference isn't that big. 1,600 gold. That's what we saw from MEGASHOCK before. They grew it though, but Mouse had experience. Mouse wasn't so far behind in levels. Goats isn't even close to 6.
Yeah, Goats is just about to ding level 5, and Dedrayon is about a third of the way towards level 7. So those tower dives very, very strong. But MEGASHOCK realize that they're on the back foot, and they've actually done something about this. They have put Vladimir in the bottom lane now to face off against Prothana's Yorick. Up in the top lane, we see yet another dive. Twisted advance under the tower means Sona goes down. CandyPanda opting to use that Hunter in the Night, or the final hour ultimate rather. And gonna get that additional movement speed, additional attack damage, and a very easy kill for them. Currently sitting 2-1-1. Vamp Scepter and Berserker's Greaves in comparison to the double Dorans and Boots 1 for Batman.
Right now, CandyPanda is a little bit stronger. Has that red buff too, so they're going to the next dive. Batman looks like he will go down. He tries to nuke on CandyPanda. Is it going to be enough?
A lot of damage from Batman. The True Shot Barrage plus the Arcane Shift keeping him alive. He's now got that red buff up. Dax is now forced to back all the way out of there. Dedrayon may actually go down. Goats has decided to stick onto Dax instead. So we are going to see Dedrayon going to be able to recall like a ninja. Dax is 6 seconds left on that ability. Decides not to infuse Nocturne. I do not know why Infuse had not gone out. It would have been the silence, maybe even prevented that unspeakable horror. And unfortunately, Dax gives away another kill. This time around, the kill credit and the gold actually goes to Nocturne.
The tower not able to get the chain killing spree it so desperately wanted. The goal difference is lower though. I like the play from MEGASHOCK. It's what we saw work so well last game for both Mounds and actually MEGASHOCK in a few situations. They wait for the gank, and when the gank happens, they just counter it. And generally counter ganks, unless the person getting ganked gets immediately blown up, like if they just killed Ezreal in a second, that wouldn't have worked. But when you're underneath a turret, when you're in a good defensive posture, and you come in as backup, it's really hard to react to it.
Yeah. And take a look at the gold at the moment here. Yorick 2,200, Vlad 2,200. Vayne 3,000 and Ez 3,100. So all of that swapping, all of that lane pressure, it's been completely balanced out. And the damage that Ezreal got off underneath that turret was amazing. The True Shot Barrage hit both Maokai and Vayne. Then he used the Arcane Shift to just displace himself and delay the auto attacks that were going to hit him. So really, really well played from Batman, and proving to come out of there and make the best of a bad situation.
I really like how he actually did that. Like, what does he do in response? He sees the gank coming. What's he like? All right, True Shot Barrage right away. It's like, screw it. I'm not going to try and escape. I'm not going to try to do anything. We have to kill them now. It was the right call for that situation, and it was just pretty cool. I have to quote chat a bit really quickly. So cowTard actually saying that right now Dax is playing with 200 MS ping, which would be the cause of some of his executes because they were a bit short on the flashes. Unfortunately, his dad is currently sending an email, which is killing his entire house's internet.
Lovely. I have also just turned on the colorblind mode for everybody on chat. I do apologize about that one. MouseSports have now asked if they're ready, and MEGASHOCK saying they're ready as well. So we should get this one underway. Email too strong.
Like slow, I guess.
Email's too strong. Okay.
That's actually a quote. Email's too strong has actually been said in the chat. Email's currently high tier in blocking Dax's internet. Right now though, like just the game overall, the gold lead's closed. Goat's almost level 6. Despite their disadvantages, they're doing well. They're coming back in a few situations. Dax on level 4 actually, but Moma level 9. Moma's scary right now. We've seen him just kind of like pop in every now and then and just be like, "Hey, I'm gonna get this kill now. Sorry." So he's gonna be able to keep doing this. 76 CS versus the 60 from Anivia, and he's been roaming. He actually only has boots 1. He has not shopped yet, and we are almost 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, take a look at the farm as well. Ezreal 75 CS to the 50 of Vayne. So the lane swap, even though it was initiated by MouseSports, MEGASHOCK maybe, I use the term very loosely, but using it to their advantage a little bit better. Admittedly, Vayne did pick up 2 kills from some very nice tower dives. We do see Hemoplague, Ignite, Transfusion, Sanguine Pool, Tides of Blood is not actually enough. Prothana is going to be able to get away. Now Dedrayon comes in, a Vengeful Maelstrom, a very, very good flash into Tides and Transfusion means that Vlad picks up the kill on Xinec. But well played from Muppo, showing a very strong Vladimir play.
Yeah, and well played for Dedrayon. Like this has been the series of counter ganks. Like the counter ganks actually seem to be the thing that controls this game overall. When somebody comes in as backup, generally the team like someone will die for both teams most likely. And I like Muppo's play right now. He's effective. He has a Lucky Pig and that Heart of Gold just to go ahead and keep himself relevant. So normally, like you go for Revolver, Vladimir knows he's not going to reliably have a chance to get in your creeps. So why do that? Why take that chance? Just go ahead, buy the defensive items that you normally see on other top bruisers or just characters in general, and just be effective with that. He doesn't need the Revolver because he can't rely on it for the most part. If he does end up in that 1v2 one more time.
Yeah, and of course, talking about the GP10s, double GP10 on Maokai, GP10 Soraka, standard. But look at Nocturne, opting to go for an Avarice Blade and that Heart of Gold. So slightly different itemization coming out of Goats' Nocturne.
Avarice Blade on Nocturne is just one of those things where it's like, alright, Philisttone's nice, but I have enough sustain with my passive. I really just need faster jungling, which will come from an Avarice Blade. It's pretty cool. It's not like the most common thing, and it's not super effective for team fights because you don't want to rely on that 12% chance to crit, but it's just a nice thing to have. It'll make his jungling faster, and it's mostly for the GP5 that he has the item in the end. So I like that change, or I like the decision.
And another dive in the middle. cowTard with an amazing crystallized wall. He does eat a Dark Binding in the back. Dedrayon's going to go down to the Paranoia, and cowTard's not even going to get egged from that rebirth. But so well played with that Anivia. Lands the wall, puts down the ultimate, and then follows it up with the Flash Frost under the tower. Immense play from cowTard.
Do not tower dive Anivia as Maokai unless you have like 5 people to back you up. Was a lesson learned there. Just very well played. Goats actually gets underneath the turret, just not even like moving, just not expecting it. This turret should go down, I believe, but overall, cowTard really showing his strength as Anivia right there.
And take a look at CandyPanda in the middle lane here, opting to use the ultimate, throwing up Final Hour, and just to push down the tower. So first tower of the game goes to Team MouseSports, and Moma with a beautiful Dark Binding. seen, I don't even know if that was just blind or if they actually seen a Nivea moving into the grass, but really, really nicely done.
Looks like bot turret will go down in response. Actually, it already has. Yorick immediately ulted by Steve. It looks like he might go down, but he does have the ultimate up.
He's going to be carrying. There goes the Vengeful Maelstrom from Malka. That's actually going to keep him alive. Prothana chasing his way down to 70 hit points. A flash from Batman. He's low on mana. One Mystic Shot might do the job. It gets blocked by the Ghoul. Batman's now the one that's in trouble. Prothana actually comes in with a very cheeky Omen of Famine. Gets a little bit more hit points. Batman is looking for this kill. Another Ghoul from Prothana, and he actually picks up the kill credit. Prothana with another great play. And it's just been awesome play after awesome play from both teams right now.
Actually, top lane, we once again have that lane top. Muppo taking a lot of damage. CandyPanda does cleanse the Ignite from Muppo. They may not be able to kill him, but I mean, just both teams constantly mixing things up, just sending characters all over the place. And it's just, I do not know where anybody's going to go. Oh, come on. It was so close to going away. I do not know where anybody's going to go in this game in the next minute or so. Dragon is up. I might expect that to happen, but turrets are just falling down for both teams. Both teams just pushing hard, trying to get just any advantage they can. Unfortunately, they're both really good, so it's not really snowballing in either direction.
Yeah, 700 gold difference between these two teams. And, you know, 2 towers apart, you know, 3 kills difference. It's way too early to call, but Vayne is going to scale harder than Ezreal is going to, and a Vayne and an Omen of Death Vayne is going to be very, very scary for MEGASHOCK to deal with once we get 25, 30, 35 minutes into the game. As we do see now, Batman has moved up into that top lane, along with Steve, the Batman-Steve combination that we've been seeing all day long. Currently 1-2-2, opting to go for that Trinity Force first with Ezreal. His counterpart Vayne, only 86 CS at this point in time. BF Sword and the double Doran's Blades. Let's actually have a look at the rest of the lanes are doing. Yorick 62 CS to Vlad 75. You see mid lane 122 to 110. So small advantages either way. And our junglers 44 and 47. And that global sound effect from Pulsefire Ezreal yelling in the ears. I didn't even hear what it was, if it was something activated.
No idea. I think he might have leveled up actually, gone to the next level of Ezreal. We do see Dragon being taken right now by Mouse, and I mean, I like this play. They knew Ezreal and Sonnen were top, they rotated Vayne back to bottom. That is why you have your bot lane near Dragon, just because it's easier to go ahead and pick up and defend with 2 people rather than just the solo top laner. So they rotated bottom, they knew that Ezreal and Sonnen were going to rotate themselves, picked up a Dragon in that rotation. I'm just going to say rotation one more time, because this game has been having a lot of rotations. And
that's why the farm is so low as well. You know, champions have been moving up and down, in and out, swapping lanes, pushing together. And, you know, something that does need to be pointed out, Dedrayon's tower dives with Malka have been very good, bar for that one as against Anivia. Moma is looking for a Dark Binding. If Batman misses, is going to be able to just arcane shift out. Does manage to eat the Dark Binding to the face. Now Dax is going to come into the party. Paranoia has been used, but that's up in the top lane, so let's quickly flick over there. Yorick is now on the back foot. Hemoplate goes down from Vladimir. Prothana is very, very low. Hemoplate's going to pop. One more transfusion, and Tides of Blood's going to pick up the kill. Moma eats a Flash Frost to the face. Here comes the final hour from CandyPanda. He's going to carry on chasing. The slow is very good, but the Black Shield is going to stop him in place. A flash from Sona, actually. CandyPanda stops, turns around for 1 or 2 steps, and then decides to back off. So the single kill for Team MEGASHOCK up in that top lane, and managing to stay alive in that bottom lane. Very nice arcane shift from Batman to get himself away from that soul shackles of Morgana.
The blue buff gets stolen as this happens. Top lane is also being pressured quite a bit in terms of tower damage. It's just, this game is just equal. Like, no team has that direct advantage. Both teams can initiate fairly well with the Morgana binding, with the Maokai root, and of course at the same time we have a Nivea wall, the Nocturne ultimate, and Vladimir just running in there and pressing R. So both teams have really effective mid games. They have really effective initiation. CandyPanda, even though he's behind on CS, Vayne can be a little bit behind, and just because of how Final Hour works, is going to be super effective anyways. So like, both teams are in great spots, and I don't know who has an advantage. I can say, all right, 600 gold in favor of Mouse, but that's nothing. That's a little more than Doran's Blade, and we're 17 minutes in the game. This Doran's Blade will not win the game for either team, most likely.
And look at Ezreal's shoes. Boots of mobility on Ezreal.
What?
That is not something you see ever. We do see Nocturne maybe in a little bit of trouble. Dedrayon sees Goat there up in the top lane. Vladimir and Prothana are going head to head, but Boots of mobility is he wants to get away from Vayne. He wants to get away from Maokai's twisted advance. He just wants to keep running. So
Yeah,
interesting one.
that's entirely defensive, just like to avoid these strong Daydream ganks. And actually, this can be a 4v4. This is going to be huge. The teleport is up from Prothana, though, so it's a 5v4 in favor of Mouse if they do initiate it. And they don't. I like that. They assumed something was up. Like, why don't we have anybody nearby? We saw him in this area. And actually, the fight is started on Daydream, taking a lot of poke in response. The Dark Binding is shielded by Goats, and the fight does not actually occur. Oh,
Really, really good Dark Binding from Goats, in fact. Vladimir is taking a lot of punishment from Prothana up in this top lane. Prothana using that Omen of Famine and that Omen of Pestilence, which very near to max, and just harassing him down. Batman is going to run into Moma, is going to reply with some decent damage of his own, actually. But that single Dark Binding and Tormented Soil chunks him down to half health. Steve is going to be trying to top him up, trying to bring him back up to half health. Another great Dark Binding, this time round, catching cowTard in the bush. And this may be the engage that we're talking about. Did the steal actually go down? Dedrayon did manage to steal. He flashes over the crystallized wall. Dark Binding going out, and very nice steal from Dedrayon with that smite.
so keeping blue buff off of Nivea is one of like the bigger priorities in the game. There is no Chalice on cowTard right now. There's a reason we see Chalice is because Anivia without a heavy influx of mana is just gonna fall out and just run out of mana and be useless. So I like the blue buff steal. Now cowTard can't really fight for quite a while. He needs to go back to base and get mana first. He needs to, re-sustain, and then if they do get into a longer push, like a longer siege, Anivia without blue buff, she can't really defend for that long. She could defend quite well for a short time, but once she's out of mana, it's like it's going to take another base retreat before she can actually be effective.
Take a look at the items right now. Hextech Revolver finally completed on our Muppo. It looks like he's working towards that Wall of the Ancients. He does have that Heart of Gold and that KG's Lucky Pick ticking away. Manamune and Giant's Belt finished on Yorick. In terms of our AP mids, Zonya's Hourglass very close to completion for Mama. Rod of Ages and a Meki Pendant for Anivia, so we can assume that's going to become the Chalice of Harmony. Bloodthirster on Vayne and Boots of Mobility on Ezreal. So interesting item choices there. A Vayne that you build as a hypergear, you build into that super late game. Interesting to see Bloodthirster when you consider that there's a Soraka on the same team.
I mean, the Bloodthirster is all about just surviving longer in team fights. Soraka, she's going to help quite a bit, but there's a lot of magic damage. With Anivia, with Vladimir, the armor is not going to be a huge boon to her. And you can safely assume Vayne will be ignited, and I don't know if she'll actually use Cleanse on the Ignite as much as possibly a CC from Goats, maybe even the Sona ultimate. So I like the Bloodthirster pick. I just like the ability to 1v1, because they don't have reliable defense for Vayne right now, and the sustain will be quite impressive.
Yeah, very true. Batman is going to be recalling. We've just seen that unique now custom recall on the new skin, which is really, really awesome. And Vladimir actually opting to pick up the Negatron Cloak, so maybe going to be going for an Abyssal Scepter first before completing that Wota.
Which makes some sense. I mean, right now cowTard, most of his damage is going to be AoE, so that the AP or spell vamp from her skills will not be that effective. It'll be okay. It won't be useful, but not amazing. And just overall, Abyssal Scepter, just with the MR for the enemy team, which is not particularly high. No one has that much magic resist, except maybe Maokai. It's going to be a counter to the Aegis that they picked up on Mouse, which I like. Keep the MR low, keep the damage effective on Anivia and Vladimir, because that's going to be their main source of damage. Ezreal's effective, but it's going to be 2 versus 1 in terms of damage output.
And while all of this
does have teleport up.
Teleport is going to come in. He has joined the fight. There goes the fault line. Mama is going to use the Zonya's Hourglass. Soul Shackles is going to tick on 3 members of MEGASHOCK. She's going to be forced to flash away. It's going to survive for a few seconds before Batman picks up the kill. Dedrayon shuts down Anivia in the river before Vayne manages to decimate Vladimir. Now they've turned their attention to the Goat. Goat has gone down, and Batman all the while has been left alone to free-farm. CandyPanda is going to be chasing down, trying to use that passive movement speed buff, is going to be looking for Sona, and this fight has gone very, very well for Mouse. Tumble forward, going to be looking, is going to get the stun, that is huge. One more Silver Bolts proc is going to cleanse away the exhaust, and manages to pick up the team ace before CandyPanda gets away with 200 hit points. Do they have enough time for an inhibitor? Maybe, no, maybe just the tower.
Just the turret, they might be able to pick up Dragon. They have to watch out though, because at this point, MEGASHOCK might be able to go ahead, turn around, take Baron if they see that Mouse is still low, which they are at this moment. Are you on live, by the way?
I am, I think, 1 second behind, maybe. So there we go. That should be on live
It's
now.
with odds, I think. And when you come back from pause, you're like a second behind. But I mean that fight right there, the focus from MEGASHOCK, it's just not there. We saw this last game. We're seeing this now. CandyPanda's Ghost died before CandyPanda. But before I say anything, we actually have a counter dragon coming out from MEGASHOCK. Can they catch anybody?
No, not unfortunately. So Dedrayon manages to pick that up. In terms of gold,
No.
Dax is going to be caught up for a little bit. He's going to use that Astral Blessing on himself, pick up some additional hit points, and get away to safety. But almost every single member of Team Mouse with nearly 2,000 gold in the bank after that last engagement.
I mean, a full-on ace, a Dragon Beat taken out. That's a lot of gold right now. And unfortunately, MEGASHOCK did not pick up Baron as a response. So they're behind now. And you don't want to be behind a team that has Vayne. They have the team to protect it. They have Black Shield. They have Maokai to reduce the damage she takes. They have your Ghost in case everything does go wrong and she does die. So CandyPanda right now is going to devastate the enemy team. Has enough to pick up a Phantom Dancer. Has enough to get pretty much anything he wants. Except maybe a not Guardian Angel. Like, he can really build into anything and be so much more effective though.
And Yorick opting to go for a Warmogs. You know, Warmogs and the Negatron Cloak, so a slightly different build in terms of what we see from Yorick. Abyssal Scepter has been completed from Vladimir as we anticipated, and Vayne has still not gone back to spend that gold. So what are we going to see out of CandyPanda when he eventually recalls?
So looking at his gold right now, he is at 2,300. I think it's actually going to be a Phantom Dancer because he's just short of it. And the reason we don't see a Frozen Heart on Yorick is because there's very little just pure auto attack on MEGASHOCK. They have Ezreal who went Triforce, so no Infinity Edge, meaning that he's going to be more dependent on Mystic Shot rather than his auto attacks. So I like the Warmogs pickup because there is no top bruiser, there is no, I mean, there is Nocturne I guess, but Nocturne is also kind of a spell-based champion. So they don't need the auto attack speed slow yet. That will be an issue later on, but when it is, they should have the Frozen Heart by then, especially if they keep up this advantage. And right now, like both teams, they're in a position where they want to be cautious about Baron. Neither team wants to commit too hard. Mouse is ahead, but we saw that from MEGASHOCK last game. They were ahead, but not by enough. So there is no clear snowball. Like if they go for that Baron buff, the Baron debuff does increase the magic damage you take, and if MEGASHOCK initiates on that, Muppo and cowTard will just kill everybody.
And I'm a bit worried about the team fight potential for Team MEGASHOCK. You know, if they manage to get a good crescendo and, you know, a good crystallized wall from Anivia, they stand a good chance in the fights. But the damage that Morgana is going to put to a team, the tank ability that Maokai and Yorick offer, and the fact that they're going to have to deal with 2 Vaynes, I think I'm a bit worried for MEGASHOCK. You know, they have to land all of their abilities and on multiple champions to really be able to pick up a team fight win.
They might actually just need to catch somebody out before a fight, which is kind of hard because they don't have a traditional catch team. They have a lot of AoE, though Anivia's can be really effective at that. Unfortunately, too, Vayne can tumble through Anivia's wall, so the wall is not going to contain CandyPanda. They don't have enough Vayne control as I'd like to see against a team with Vayne. They did not really shut her down that much early. Ezreal does have a CS advantage, but that's not what's making Vayne strong right now. What's making Vayne strong is the kills and just the global objectives being taken, like Dragon.
And our Muppo under a lot of trouble right now. Pestilence goes down. Famine and Omen of War. We do see Team MEGASHOCK coming up. Vayne is potentially alone. Paranoia goes up. Paranoia's going to dive all the way forward. Finally, Muppo is going to go down. A very, very nice Ice Blast is going to hold him up. The True Shot Barrage manages to miss everybody. And Batman's the one that's in trouble. Infuse, Dark Binding, Tormented Soul. A great flash from Mama. He's going to push forward. Soul Shackles is going to lock up only cowTard. Crescendo is going to lock up both Yorick and Morgana. Now cowTard's the one that's in trouble. Is he going to be able to flash to safety? No, the damage from Vayne is too high. 3 kills for Mouse, and that's going to mean Baron Nashor.
I mean, they have to take it. It's too easy for them. Unfortunately, just MEGASHOCK, with Muppo being caught out, they kind of won in 1 versus 1. Like, Goats tried to initiate on the CandyPanda, but she got through the wall, and Goats was immediately caught out as Muppo died right next to him. So he had to retreat. As it happened, Batman tried to poke through the wall. Unfortunately, he got caught out by an infuse from Soraka, preventing his arcane chip. And then they just, kind of chased down cowTard. His wall was on cooldown. They just didn't have enough.
Yeah, and it was a great wall, actually. cowTard put a pretty good crystallize down. It shut out a lot of members of MouseSports, but nobody else backed off quickly enough. And then, exactly like you said, they just got caught off 1 by 1. So another good fight for Mouse, and look at the gold. Everybody above 1,300. Morgana with 2,600 gold to spend.
That is terrifying. I believe she's just short of finishing in death cap. Only needs about 240 gold if she wants to go for the hat, which I believe she does. So I mean, right now, Mouse, they're in a position where if they play safely, they should be able to take this game. They have the better AD carry. They have good backup for that carry. And like overall, their team is just going to be more effective at this point, especially because Muppo, he doesn't have the tankiness you'd want to see from Vladimir. He's pretty beefy, but with only 2400 HP and like not massive resistances, he's just not going to survive for that long. cowTard doesn't have that much damage. Only a Rod of Ages really for his damage and offense. And unfortunately, Anivia is starting to reach that point where you need to get a lot more AP. Like Froggen builds, this is where like all of a sudden an Archangel set finishes, and he's like at 1 billion AP out of nowhere.
And take a look at Prothana. He's opted to go for a Force of Nature next. Doesn't even need that additional armor. You mentioned earlier, there's not a lot of standard auto attack damage coming out of MEGASHOCK right now. So he builds Magic Resist, he gets the movement speed and the health regen. As if it wasn't difficult enough for MEGASHOCK to win these fights. Now they're going to deal with a Warmog Force of Nature Yorick.
And I mean, Warmog's Force of Nature, he's a Force of Nature. Like, he's going to be so hard to stop. And unfortunately, MEGASHOCK, like, they got to find a way to deal with. But look at their team. Steve only level 9. He doesn't even have anything but a maxed out. Actually, none of his skills are maxed out. It's almost 30 minutes in the game, and there are no skills maxed out for Steve right now. Like, that is the position MEGASHOCK is in. I know supports are under level normally, but that's kind of ridiculous.
Take a look at this. Yorick versus Vladimir in the top lane. He's going to go to the fight. Hemo Blade goes out. Muppo uses that Sanguine Blade to stay alive for a little bit longer. Will most likely get taken out from these ghosts. In fact, he's going to flash to safety. But Prothana has got that teleport available, so he can just siege that top tower down, teleport to the bottom lane, and make it a 5 versus 4 for both interior towers.
I mean, Dedrayon's actually set up for it. They want to go for this tower dive. They can do it because they know Vladimir can't back them up, and Prothana can. They don't have the ultimate from Prothana, but like they don't need it at this point with the Baron buff and just how ahead they are.
Actual fact now, we do see another pause coming up. Let's actually see what happens right now. Vladimir has finished that Will of the Ancients, and something that should be pointed out.
New emails.
Zeke's Herald actually picked up by Soraka earlier on.
So I like the pick. It's all about Vayne right now. Morgana does a lot of damage, but this team it's the CandyPanda team. Don't forget to fast forward like a second.
Alright, let's fast forward ourselves back up to live. So there we go. We do see that Prothana has managed to push the top lane all the way to that inhibitor turret. And now on the bottom lane, a bit of long-range poke. Moma is trying to set up that Dark Binding through the wall. If they get some vision with his next creep wave, we might see Dark Binding into Flash Soul Shackles. But Flash is not available, unfortunately. In actual fact, take a look at Moma. How cheeky is that? Coming up from behind, but Ezreal is away from this. So this is a 4v4 with a Vayne and with MEGASHOCK having no AD carry. Dark Binding is so close to Steve.
There's nothing to interrupt Prothana from teleporting to that bot lane. Ezreal's trying to adjust the bot lane, but he knows Prothana, if they do not have Ezreal down there, or if they do have Ezreal down there, he's just going to go ahead and push down that turret. Daedrin's actually caught up position. He does have his splash up right now, so he might still be able to get out of here. And it's going to Shirley's right away. Yeah,
Shirley's to run away. So Vayne's going to pick up that tower. Yorick is putting some decent damage up on this top tower. He is completely ignoring Batman. Batman landed a couple of auto attacks, that Essence Flux, and look at that Dark Binding, Tormented Soil. That's just deleted. That is literally looking at Ezreal, pressing the delete key on your keyboard, and removing that Pulse Fire from the game.
It looks like Yorick is the bane of Ezreal.
Yeah, so strong. Dedrayon is going to look at setting up the Twisted Advance. He's going to hold Vladimir in place. Now they're going to commit to this fight. That's a very good Vengeful Maelstrom. Yorick is going to pick up the first kill onto Vladimir of that team fight. He's going to carry on chasing in the background. Final hour of Vayne. Unfortunately doesn't manage to land the stun with that Condemn. MEGASHOCK Muppo has actually left the game. Disconnected at 30 minutes, knowing his team is going to lose, knowing that they're going to be able to push this one down. There goes another Vengeful Maelstrom into very nice Condemn from CandyPanda. He's just going to tank it all day long. And Mouse with a strong performance in game number 2.
Yep. Game number 2, really just taking control of the game at the very beginning. It was so close for most of it, though, actually, once it reached the mid-game and the lane swaps just got crazier and crazier. They do take it at the 31-minute mark. Mouse looking so effective, going to go to the next level of the Elites. I believe they've secured their spot for next season, being in top 8 now. Right now, though, Team MEGASHOCK back to the Challengers. We'll see them in a few weeks, but Should be good. Should be good.
That's it. So we do see that MOUSESPORTS have defeated Team MEGASHOCK, so they will advance into the next round. I don't know if the bracket has been updated just yet, but you can actually see it on your screen right now. So that means Mouse will be facing either Moscow 5 or ECLYPSIA, depending on who wins their round of 16 game. Myself and Studio will be back very, very shortly, as we are going to be shoutcasting MYM taking on CURSE.EU. The game is hopefully going to start very, very soon. I can see that the captains and players are busy chatting right now, so I'm going to stick some adverts up in the background. Give us a few minutes to figure out exactly when we're going to come back, and don't go anywhere. Another best of 3 is coming your way shortly.
Run, 'cause they'll shoot you in the back. Don't you think?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are here with Quickshot and my co-caster Studio. We are waiting for the game lobby to get up and running. It is going to be between CURSE.EU and Meet Your Makers, which is MYM. Let me actually show you guys the lobby. You can see that we're at least in the game. We're just waiting for this one to get up and running and resolved. We are here, of course, for the IPL Elites. This is going to be a 16-team single elimination format right now, where the top 8 teams are going to move forward into the elite bracket, and the teams that lose here are in actual fact going to be dropping down into the IPL Challenger circuit. If you guys have had some fun with us, you can follow me, facebook.com/quickshot, and twitter.com/quickshot. That's QU1KSH0T. And I know Studio's got its own webpage. That's leagueofstudio.com. Where else can people find you, Chris?
You can find me on Twitter at League of Studio, and we're gonna get called by my first name on a cast, Trevor. Just gonna put that on. I like quite a bit. Like the Chris caught me off. Like, whoa, I have a real name on the internet. Weird.
Yeah, I've had that before as well. All right, guys. So as you can see on stream, we have 2 out of 10 players in the lobby right now. We're pretty much just waiting for everybody to jump in and get connected. As soon as we have all 10 players into the game, we will be going live. So bear with us. Be patient with us. I'm going to put some Scar in the background. I hope you like no effects. And as soon as you're ready to go live, we'll be back with another best of 3.
Do you believe in the boogeyman?
Accusations fly wide. you better listen up, cause he's coming to get you. Well, I doubt that I've got the stuff, cause it looks like you'll never give up. Now I'm sitting here by myself in this room, and I can hear him at the door. I'll be seeing him soon. I didn't do it. There's no ways that you can prove it. I didn't do it. There's something scratching at the door. I heard it twice the night before. It could be big, it could be small. It keeps on scratching at the door. There's something scratching at the door. Hey, there's something scratching at the door. Hey, there's something scratching at the door. Hey, there's something. You see the big, big monster dripping luminous slime. Oh, an itty bitty creature going to eat you alive. Whatever it is, whatever it does, it's coming to hunt you and get you, mama, rip at your guts. Whoa, hey, oh. Should I get me a crucifix? Holy man, help me get rid of this. That you can prove it. I didn't do it. There's no way that you can prove it. I didn't do it. There's no ways that you can prove it. I didn't do it. There's something scratching at the door. I heard it twice the night before. It could be big, it could be small. It keeps on scratching at the door. There's something scratching at the door. I heard it twice the night before. It could be big, it could be small, and now it's coming through the door. Hey! Hey, 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 hey! Hey! Hey, 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 hey! Don't you fly away. You're everything I need today. It's cold and gray. It's not so great. My little bird, come back again. I wake up and you're not there, like the day without the sun. I don't wanna sound depressed, but you're everything I ever wanted. What am I
Good afternoon, good evening, hello! Welcome back, everybody. You can see that the game is starting to fill up. We have all 5 members of CURSE.EU in the game lobby, and we're just waiting for the remaining members of Meet Your Makers to actually jump into the lobby to get there and running. While we're waiting for this, the IPL RedBaron has reminded me that there's actually a tournament going on. Or rather, not a tournament, a giveaway. So check this one out, guys. If you head over to ign.com/IPL, or you can just click the IPL Elites and Challenger Circuit info. It is the link directly below the stream. You can find a button that says Offers. Now, the real question is, where is the button? So, maybe I'm blind. Maybe I'm blind. Oh, right. I am blind, and I'm an idiot, because it's actually on the Facebook page. So, my bad. Sorry, RedBaron. I did not see the hyperlink. So, the actual place for the giveaway is facebook.com/IGN Pro League. Click on the Offers button, and you guys can actually see, you can take part in a Riot Points giveaway. You guys can come check that one out. Go take a look at the giveaway. Go look at the prizes, and if you're not silly like me, you can actually find the proper giveaway. So for a reminder for everybody, that's facebook.com/IGN Pro League. And then just click on the Offers button. We can see that we're still waiting for some guys to jump into this game. So I'm going to keep the music going. Going to start looking at my dinner. Hopefully I'll be able to have it before this game is over. So we'll be back with game 1 of Meet Your Makers versus Curse, hopefully very, very soon.
You lie, you cheat.
Good evening, ladies, and welcome back. You can see we have 9 out of 10 guys in the lobby. We are still waiting for the last member of Meet Your Makers to actually join this game. As soon as they do jump in, though, myself and Studio will be going live with the game number 1 in this best of 3. This is, of course, the round of 16 in the IPL Elites. Loser gets dropped down to the IPL Challenges. Winner advances to the IPL Elites tournament. And as soon as we get the 10th play in, we will be going live, guys. So I hope you're enjoying the music. Playing something from my own personal collection this time round, as opposed to all the techno. And yeah, just a few minutes longer, and hopefully we should be going live. So stick with us, be patient, and we'll be back in just a moment.
complaints, but I can't help the fact that everyone can see these scars. I am what I want you to want, what I want you to feel. But it's like no matter what I do, I can't convince you to just believe this is real. So let go, watching you turn your back like you always do. Face away and pretend that I'm not, but I'll be here cause you're all that I got. I can't feel the way I did before. Don't turn your back on me. I won't be ignored. Time won't take this damage anymore. Don't turn your back on me. I won't be ignored. I'm a little bit insecure, a little unconfident, cause you don't understand to do what I can, but sometimes I don't make sense. I am what you never want to say, but I've never had a doubt. It's like no matter what I do, I can't convince you for once just to hear me out. So let go, watching you turn your back like you always do. Face away and pretend that I'm not, but I'll be here cause you're all that I got. I can't feel the way I did before. Don't turn your back on me. I won't be ignored. Time won't take this damage anymore. Don't turn your back on me. I won't be ignored. No, hear me out now. You're gonna listen to me like it or not. Right now, hear me out now. You're gonna listen to me like it or not. Right now. I can't feel the way I did before. Don't turn your back on me. I won't be ignored. I can't feel the way I did before. Don't turn your back on me. I won't be ignored. Time won't take this damage anymore. Don't turn your back on me. I won't be ignored. I can't feel. Don't turn your back on me. I won't be ignored. Time won't take. Don't turn your back on me. I won't be ignored.
Baby. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We have all 10 members of Curse and Meet Your Makers in the lobby. We should be going live with game number 1 very, very shortly. Studio, are you around?
I am around. I'm quite excited for this match. I actually got a brief chance to talk on Curse in their TeamSpeak, which I meant they yelled at me for a bit. But Meet Your Makers showing up as late as possible to attend this match. I'm excited though. Like they're gonna put on a show.
Yeah, I definitely hope so. And I'm looking forward to seeing what Curse does because, of course, this weekend it is leading up to the LAN in Poland. And, you know, we've seen them taking a loss to Team Black quite recently. Studio, you know a little bit more about IPL Elites and IPL Challenges than I do. So I've got the web page up. If you guys head to ign.com/IPL, you can see the news, or you can just click on the link directly below the stream. But how does IPL Elites work?
So the format's pretty standard. It's a 16-team tournament, single elimination. What's different about IPL Elites is it connects to the IPL Challengers, and it's this cool little season-based thing. So Right now, we do the IPL Elites. The top 8 teams will stay in for the next season of IPL Elites. The bottom 8 will go to the IPL Challengers. So whoever wins IPL Elites will win a $2,000 for first out of a $3,000 prize pool, and then Challengers, whoever reaches top 8 of Challengers will actually move on to IPL Elite.
Well, there we go. So simple as that. MYM are saying go, 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 go. I am ready. Studio is ready. It is just up to Angush to actually hit that start button and kick this game underway. This is, of course, a best of 3, guys. So there's at least 2 games coming away if it is a 2-0. And of course, we just watched MOUSESPORTS taking out Team MEGASHOCK fairly handily in the previous games. So look at the timer on this game lobby, Studio, down to 7 minutes on a 45-minute timer.
We're so close. This was made before the MEGASHOCK game was finished, I believe, but still, down to the 7-minute mark. Hopefully we don't reach the 0-second mark. That'd be very odd and very unfortunate, to say the least. I'm excited that, I want to see what Curse pulls out. They did have that recent loss against Black, like you mentioned, and no offense to Black, no one expected that victory, I'm pretty sure. Well, Black did. Black was like, we're going to win.
Yeah.
But it's a team that, they're not sponsored. They come out of nowhere. They are, I believe, bacon lovers.
Are crazy cool, and that's cool with a K.
That is a crazy cool team name.
Yeah,
so, Black, they came out of nowhere. They took that victory, and they have the potential. Like Curse, they're kind of on a back foot. They have Poland coming out. They have to do well. They have to practice well. This game, it's not going to be for circuit points, but it's going to be their training for the circuit point event. And of course, you want to stay in the elites. You do not want to follow challengers. It's okay to follow challengers. You can always come back the season after, actually, the next season. But you want to be in the top 16. You want to be going for that prize pool. No one wants to be, I just want to compete for the prize pool. I want to be there. I want to be for the money.
Yeah, exactly. And we are into bans and picks after a very slow first ban, very rapid fire, Nocturne, Soraka, Shen, Karthus. So global bans, nobody wants to deal with them.
I mean, they're globals, man. They're a pain. This is like the traditional bans we've been seeing. Last game we saw, the Kennons come out, the Zyras come out. This game is just globals, and then Yorick Ari. All right, Yorick with his ability to make any AD carry unkillable and amazing. Ari, just one of the best gankers in the game. Like you mentioned before, we've been seeing bans of her all throughout Europe. She is a good character. Shut her down. Don't want to see her because she is so hard to play against.
And of course, the Malphite is available. So, Malphite is there. Shen was actually banned out. We know that Morgana is a fairly high priority pick as well. Who do Curse actually want to lock in? And it is actually going to be that Malphite. So, flavor of the month, the Giant Rock, is most likely going to be locked in by Angush and potentially actually played by him as well. He is the top laner, of course.
Meet your makers. I want to see Rumble come out. I hear Rumble isn't too common in Europe, but there's currently a change that went to Rumble. It makes it much easier to land his Flame Spitter, and the best way I've heard described is he currently has a Fiddlesticks ultimate on a 6-second cooldown.
Wow, that's a bit OP.
Yeah, a bit. So it'd be effective. I know there's a Volibear, but yeah, now there's a Draven. What's it going to be next, Makler? I don't trust you, Makler. I don't trust you.
Yeah, I must admit that we did actually see a Draven in OGN a couple of days ago. I'd be lying if I told you who actually played him, but I know I did see a Draven in competitive play, and it's a particularly awesome AD carry.
He's really unique, and he is a short-range AD carry, kind of like Sivir, but Sivir has some utility. She has her defensive spell. She has her AoE move speed for the team. Draven's all about himself. It's I want to kill people. I just want to murder people. I'm greedy. So he doesn't have that escape. He just has a bit of a move speed, and that's not too effective. And he hurts. He hurts a lot. One of the highest damage carries in the game. But unfortunately, he is kind of a risky pick because there are just some team comps that will shut him down. He just cannot deal with characters like Orianna, for example. Just the range poke will be disastrous for him. But Volibear came out. Volibear! Cool. I don't know much about Volibear. I don't see him very often. I believe it's going to be for the top lane is what he's normally seen as. He could be a jungle bear, though.
I have not seen a jungle bear, and the few times that I have seen the bear, he has been up in the top. I wonder if Volibear would be a counter to Malphite.
We'll see.
He sort of relies on his abilities. He's not necessarily completely auto-attack driven, so that ground slam or ground smash isn't really going to negatively affect him too much. His passive, that health regen, is going to help him out if Malphite goes for a big dive. So it's an interesting selection. And of course, you've got Alistair, who could potentially go jungle or support as well. So there's options available.
I like the composition. They're set up for good initiation. Now, Volibear, I have to double check his skills actually. He is dependent on auto attacks to get his execute off. Like you have to hit a target 3 times, and I believe, or actually, I don't know. I have to look into Volibear mechanics now because he's just been so uncommon in the North American scene. I've only played, I believe, 2 games against him since his release, and I've never actually played as him aside from a random 3-week custom game.
Well, what we can do is we can take a look like we did with Zyra. Once we've actually got all the champions locked in and we're into that last little countdown phase, we can actually just go through all the abilities, read through what they do. And if Singed gets locked in, it probably means it's going to be a bear in the jungle, a bull in the bottom lane, and a crazy doctor in the top lane.
A very, very grotesque team in many ways. I guess the bear isn't grotesque. So Singed is locked in. This is going to be jungle Volibear, most likely. This could very easily be jungle Singed. Gonna doubt that one. Quite a bit, though. So, luckily, they don't have to deal with the Malphite shenanigans that would stop someone like Volibear from being effective in the top lane. Singed, he's going to be a lot of magic damage, which against someone like Malphite is going to be super effective. I do like the pickup. He's going to have the option to go ahead, chase down. I want to see who the AP mid is, because now they have to be careful. They don't want to pick someone who doesn't have a decent chance to get away from Singed. If Singed just flings in your AP carry and bursts him down, before a fight happens, that's scary. That would be a good pick. That Gragas pick would be very solid just because, Singed can't get to Gragas. He has his body slam, he has his disengage, and we have just an AoE hell composition coming out from Angush, or not from Angush, from Curse. So that Gragas could switch. There's a problem, and I'll mention it in a sec if they do go with it.
That's an Akali being locked in.
Jungle Malphite. That is a cool pick.
But now Akali versus Singed in the top lane. Isn't he just going to run riot, poison trail in and amongst the smoke or the shadow screen on the floor?
True. Yes and no. The point of this, the shadow screen isn't so much for the defense against poison. It's just to go ahead and be able to retreat into it and not get harassed by the creeps. So, Singed versus Akali. I haven't seen this lane in quite some time. It's going to be all about an early snowball for Akali. Eventually, Singed will just kind of be unkillable. Akali has great gap closers, but Singed will just have so much mobility, so many ways to escape. If there's not enough damage, Akali just will not kill him, and then he'll walk away, do his thing, come back later.
And Czaru just having a bit of fun with the champions, was hovering over fiddlesticks for a moment or two, has actually come back to Zyra. We've seen her once today already. Game 1 she was selected, Game 2 she was banned, and game number 3 of the day is going to be locked in for Meet Your Makers. So look at this, Akali probably top lane, Gragas mid lane. We're going to have jungle Malphite and Ezreal Taric in the bottom lane coming up against what appears to be a jungle Sivir right now, but that'll most likely change to jungle Volibear, Singed top, Alistair Sivir bottom, and Zyra in the mid lane.
Oh, no jungle Sivir this game. Dang.
Not
except for the jungle Sivir.
Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the bear's abilities. It's one that we're not 100% familiar with, so let's take the viewers through it as well.
So his passive, once he reaches, I believe, 25% of his HP, might be a little bit higher, he will regain 25% of his HP. He just starts healing like crazy. It's got a 5-minute cooldown, I believe. We can go ahead and check the specifics. The description on the website or on the client isn't super in depth. Rolling Thunder is when he just kind of charges at somebody and tosses them back. He gets a big move speed bonus while moving towards an opponent. If he's just moving around in general, though, he gets a quarter of that bonus. Still, it's decent, but you want to use that to initiate. It's also actually a really good escape. The delay period started and knocked me out of the champion screen.
Same for me.
So Frenzy, this is Volibear's W. After he attacks 3 times, he can go ahead and use a really strong W. It scales with AD. It scales based off missing HP percentage. I've seen this ability take out carries from half HP from a very well-farmed Volibear. I believe it scales off physical damage too. So it hurts, it's really good. And then there's Majestic Roar, his slow. So he doesn't have a hard CC. Well, he does have Fling, kind of. So that's not super hard, but it's a very brief CC. And Majestic Roar is an AoE slow. So, he helps keep people in place, works well with he's a good initiator because of that. He's going to be very tanky with his heal from his passive and has good CC with the Fling and, of course, the slow. Then Thunderclaws, his ultimate. This is the one that people, I think, are a bit underwhelmed by. It's not a dramatic ultimate. Just every fourth attack, it has a proc similar to the Ionic Spark, where it will just deal a lot of AoE magic damage. It's pretty effective, actually. But that is Volibear. We have not seen him a whole lot of competitive play. I'm excited to see him. I want to see how he works. He has Flash, actually, so expect Volibear to flash in, toss somebody from out of nowhere, and just murder a dude.
And take a look at his rune page. 25% attack speed, 13 armor, 24 MR at level 18. So really going for that attack speed, the auto attack speed that is going to help him out in the jungle. And I wonder if we're actually going to see an Ionic Spark being built on him. You know, it's possible. I know he's got that ability from his ultimate anyway, but it would definitely help with his clear times. The additional health is going to benefit his passive as well. So it's not a completely unheard of item. And take a look at Zyra's runes and masteries. 4.5% movement speed. So like we've seen on the previous Zyra, opting to go for that additional move speed in the quints.
I like this because Zyra actually has 310 move speed. Someone like Rise is base at 300, so she's a little bit faster from what I've seen. It shows, and I like going for just, keep her mobile, keep her poking. She seemed to work very well as a mobile champion just because she has good poke with her... Ooh, I have to learn the champion skills. With her Deadly Bloom, and then the Grasping Roots, of course, is a great initiator. So you want to stay mobile with her. And I guess the other question I have is, what is Extinct going to be running in terms of runes and masteries? So the reason I criticize Gragas as a pick... Oh, wow, okay. 8.5% magic pen, or 8.5 magic pen on Gragas, 15 ability power, and then 45 ability power at level 18. There's no armor seals. It is all AP for Gragas, except the M-Pen.
I get a funny feeling Gragas is going to play aggressive. Just really quickly in these last 10 seconds, Akali's rune page, 1.5% move speed, 11 MR, 8.5 physical damage, 11 ability power, 13 armor. Obviously picking up the ability power and the damage, so she can get both of her, I think it's twin disciplines or something similar from her passive.
Yes.
The additional magic damage, the additional spell vamp, etc. So some champions we don't see too often in competitive play. And I'm happy to see this. Akali's back. We haven't seen a Volibear very often. And of course, Zyra is the brand new champion who's only been out for a couple of days. And look at the awesome skins. How on earth are you meant to call a winner from this one?
Was Bloodmoon Akali's artwork updated? It was. It looks a lot better. That's a really good looking artwork now.
Yep. And of course, the Blood Moon skin is really cool. I must say that Curse are significantly ahead in the skin war. Even Infernal Alistair and Pax Siva are not enough to counteract the PFE, the Glacial Malphite, and Mr. Hillbilly Gragas.
Armor of the 5th Age Cherrick, of course. Highest tier skin in the game, in my opinion. Now, really quickly, I just want to mention it. Why Gragas is kind of odd for this team composition. They have Malphite, they have Gragas. They do different things. Malphite, he likes to ult onto a cluster of people. Gragas, he disperses people. So they have two kind of very different effects. With the Akali, though, I think their plan is have Malphite initiate onto a group of people, use Gragas, split them all over the place, and then Akali can just pick off all the weakened dudes that got knocked around. So I like that pick. It's very odd and not traditional, but I think it will be effective.
I'm also just imagining the potential of a Volibear or a Flash is going to toss him back. Angush is going to get tossed back once again. That is huge. Angush is going to go down to first blood, and that has to be rewinded. I am going to rewind this and play this one back in slow motion because that was awesome. Take a look at this now. Angush, there comes the flash from Mokatte. The flash from Angush comes after the tossback has actually been used, the rolling thunder. Then you see the pulverize from Alistair into the fling from Singed. That just blew my mind.
So if you want to see how Meteor Maker's team composition will work, that is how they want fights to go. Don't forget, there's going to be one more knockup at level 6 for Czaru. So, wow, that is like the most effective level 1 combo I've ever seen on a single person. That is not how Angush wants to start. He actually got a point into a smoke screen to try and escape. So he's going to have just no level 1. He has no presence at the beginning of this game. And this is a bit of a weak start. They will be able to recover from this, but not what Angush wanted to do at the beginning of the game.
I'm speechless. I have never seen something that cool at level 1. The fact that the flash came out from Angush and it was still tossed back compliments of Rolling Thunder. That little bit of internet delay or whether you want to call it a bug or whatever it was, but So cool. And Sivir comes into lane, boots 2 pots and a Vamp Scepter. So that's definitely going to help out the sustain because, of course, that Triumph and Roar from Alistar is not the strongest of heals, but then neither is the Imbue from Taric.
The one advantage is that the flash is down for both Mokatte and Libic, so no Alistar initiation, no Volibear flash fling. Oh, what is that charger? Was it Rolling Thunder?
It is Rolling Thunder, yeah. Rolling Thunder for Volibear.
So that we will not be seeing that, but you know they did what they needed to do. They got the first blood, and I kind of want to see where Malunoo goes because he's going to be the big decider. Like his gank is going to be effective, but there's still no easy spot to gank just because so few flashes actually got used in the lanes.
And something that I really like about the Sivir pick in this bottom lane, Dazzle can be spell shielded, Mystic Shot can be spell shielded, True Shot Barrage can be spell shielded. Admittedly, it's only going to be one of those 3, so Makler's going to have some decisions to make when he actually throws up that spell shield, but he's going to be able to avoid at least one of those very worrying abilities.
I would not be surprised to see Sleper try and bait out the spell shield just so there can be more follow-up. Like when you spell shield a Sleper, you do get more mana back in return. We actually had a gank go up in the top lane. Mokatte just not quite fast enough to throw back Angush.
Yeah,
They just want to shut down Akali though.
He tried to get in range for the Majestic Roar just to apply that slow and then land the Rolling Thunder, but unfortunately the area of effect on that ability is just a little bit too short, so Akali was able to get away. But the ganks in that top lane are going to be very cool when they decide to tower dive, because they're going to throw you out of tower range.
Actually, Akali does have a decent response to that. She can always try and use her ultimate to get back to any enemy creeps that are near her turret, so it's actually not going to be the worst thing in the world if she gets ganked. It can go horribly wrong, though. That is always a possibility.
And look at Malunoo and Extinct, level 4 and level 3. Singed is in so much trouble, he doesn't even know. Is very smart and realizes this, immediately running downwards. Gonna go down to the Tri-Bush, Gragas and Malphite are trying to get away. That Ghost is gonna help, and Zyra's gonna be able to get in there with those grasping roots. Land the AoE mini snare. And potentially with Mokatte, body slams through the wall. Extinct doesn't have the explosive cast to knock anybody back. And eventually, that just fizzles into nothing.
And that is how you play a Singe. Like, oh, do I need to escape? Let me run through their turret. And, yeah, getting away from that gank, that does give Angush a bit of a chance to farm, and actually Extinct going really aggressive in the mid lane forces a flash out of Czaru just because of the high auto attack damage coming out of Gragas. But, I mean, that was just great play coming out from Sinkowski. I do have to wonder, if Gragas can keep the distance closed between him and Czaru, his auto attack damage will just ruin her. Especially if she does use her plants in a different spot, as was the case right there.
I wonder, if those plants are up, will Extinct's body slam be interrupted by those little plants? I suppose they would, because it would deal damage.
Yeah. You can leap strike to them, they are, for all intents and purposes, there. But it doesn't matter, he actually uses his Ignite, does not land his cast, do not know if it would be enough.
And take a look at the bottom lane. There comes the Rolling Thunder. Xinec is going to carry on trying to get away. Mokatte opts to use that active of his from the Frenzy, but it's not enough to pick up a kill. And in the middle lane, a very low health Extinct is putting a lot of damage down onto Czaru.
Very low mana Extinct? Extinct's pretty full in health. I don't know, like Czaru just getting pressured, he's getting hit by the charge. We actually have Malphite in the bot lane, there is no Taric though, so this could be a terrible gank. Actually, it's going to be a 3 versus 2.
He's going to be knocked up into the air. Malunoo is actually going to go down and give up this red buff. Almost takes Mokatte out for his troubles, but the passive of Volibear is going to come into play and actually give him a little bit of life back. I am just got a little eye on chat, so if anybody is lagging, refresh the stream there, guys. I have the stream running on the second screen, and it appears to be running fine my side, so just throw a little refresh up there. But 0-2 in favor of Meet Your Makers. It's a pretty good start, and both kills going to Sivir, so that's definitely going to play into their favor.
And Sivir, we don't see her a lot, but she really does scale well with her auto attack reset, meaning she does quite high damage quite early on in the game, and just her auto attack speed from her ultimate. She's going to be effective with not too many items. She's considered an early game carry, but even late game, as long as you can get by the problems with her lower range, she can be just awesome. Angush in the top lane has actually pushed out Sin. She's only at 28 CS, so not doing too well in the lane despite the early kill on the Angush and the weaker start. This could be too because of the pressure that they put onto him top lane, but not going too well up there.
I haven't actually seen how that's been going. Has Angush been playing very, very aggressively? Or is it just... Alright.
He reached level 6 and just like, now's my time to be a collie and just kind of start bullying you. So actually, when he gets back to top lane, we're going to have Sinkowski going up against a Angush who's a level above him and actually has... Oh, never mind, he went mid. They're ganking top lane.
And take a look at this. Mokatte's trying to get in range. Majestic Roar comes out, but unfortunately not going to be able to get in range to apply that slow. So we see the lane switch happening, and Gragas is now moving to take that blue buff away. But a lane swap, Gragas versus Singed, another interesting one. I don't think there's a huge amount of kill potential in the bottom lane. Dazzle goes out. The headbutt is going to push Sleper away from danger. Makler's spell shield goes up, doesn't manage to block any spells, so he doesn't get the mana back. And unfortunately, Libik actually saving Sleper's life there from the red buff Sivir.
The problem with Singed in the mid lane, by the way, is if they ever go for a gank, they can use Explosive Cask very easily to set it up, since Singed will be in the creep line. Bot lane, Sivir has red buff, they should be able to take a fight, but the Taric Ezreal combo just might be too strong early game. As you can see, we do have Makler trying to auto-attack as much as possible to get HP back from his lifesteal. It looks like they're trying to go for a fight.
Manages to get away from that one right now. That spell shield just expiring on Makler. So well played by Xinec and Sleper, not feeding Makler more mana than he needs to. So that's not too bad. But in terms of CS, let's have a look at that. Is 58 on the bottom lane to 53. Middle lane 60 to 46 on Zyra. Mokatte may be in some trouble now. Angush is going to look for some pressure. There comes the auto attack. The Crescent Slash goes out. Rolling Thunder. There is a couple more of those dives. Ignite plus one more dive. That should be enough. And Angush not only picks up the kill, but secures a red buff for himself.
Actually, we do have Czaru trying to do something he may not be able to. Like, he has to land his combo, or else Angush will kill him in response.
Angush is going to be able to get away from this one, though. Gragas now running headfirst into Sinkowski. Singed. Singed is going to opt to recall there. Now Angush is recommitted. Look at the damage. Those blade slashes are going out. The Stranglethorns goes up. One more auto attack is all that's needed. And in fact, it's going to be the ultimate from Angush that picks up the final hit. Now Malunoo is going to find Sinkowski. And this is a good passage of play. 2-0. 2 kills for Akali in exchange for 0 kills from MYM. It was really, really nicely done. And of course, a fed Akali is somebody to be terrified of.
And once Akali starts going on the top lane, like I said before, Singed will have trouble against her. She should be fine against Singed to be able to kill him. Actually, bot lane, Sleper getting dove. Looks like they'll be able to take him out. Makler has to get out of there now, though.
Libik is taking a lot of damage. Makler is going to go down to the tower, so it's 1-for-1 exchange. I am still watching the chat. Guys, if there is lag, unfortunately there is nothing that I can do about it. It is coming from Twitch. If the audio is fine but the video is lagging, it is a problem that comes from the Twitch servers. Libik is just going to get deleted there. Unstoppable force and ground slam and just instantly killed. Yeah, as I mentioned, guys, my upload and my download is running absolutely perfectly. But unfortunately, whatever server I'm busy routing through, it is where the lag is coming from. If it really is super terrible, I can try take the stream down and offline, but it would be up to the admins to actually give me the heads up for that one. But how much gold is Akali sitting on? 1,300 gold in the bank. Where does Angush go now with that item build? The Phage is already completed. What does she move up to next?
Now, Phage is actually a very odd item on Akali. You normally don't see that. This could be a Triforce Akali, or maybe just a variation. Normally, the Akali build would be something like a Revolver into a Gunblade, and then that's going to be your slow rather than the Phage. So, I'm actually really interested to see what this build will turn into.
Yeah, it is quite strange. You know, I wonder if we might even just see a Hextech Revolver or some additional ability power, considering there is a decent chunk of gold. Sivir on the bottom lane, 3-for-1. Pickaxe, Berserker's Greaves, and Double Dorans already. So, a full pickaxe ahead of Ezreal.
Now, the problem is, if you look at Sivir, she's doing well, but the rest of the lanes are kind of falling apart for Meet Your Makers right now. Like, that gold lead has grown quite a bit to 1,400, despite the fact that they had such a good lead. Extinkt actually getting caught in the mid lane. Looks like he will go down, maybe.
Is going to go down to the last auto attack from that little seedling. But what I really liked from Mokatte is he positioned himself so well. He literally ran to the side of Gragas and tossed Gragas back to safety. So I really like what I was seeing there from that particular play. Sleper does have the red buff. It's going quite aggressive now. Makler is going to eat a lot of damage. Spell Shield is going to block the True Shot Barrage. Libik is forced out. Arcane Shift is only available in a couple of seconds and manages to get away from that last Mystic Shot. Compliments of that movement speed buff from On the Hunt on Sivir. She's just going to use the last of that ultimate to farm up the wave. And Libik with a potion and Triumphant Roar is going to try to keep himself back up to health, you know, to top health.
they actually can turn around. Like, they're being cautious because they know they have the chance to actually get a kill down there, but it's just so scary because one good stun from Tarek, Alistar dies. One good stun onto Sivir. Sivir dies before she can respond. Like, they're both, like, they have sustained back up there. They can go for some aggression, but that red buff's going to be so hard to deal with right now for Makler and Libic.
Yeah, really powerful. It is down to about 2/3 of its time has already been used, so just the last little bit of time, and it's exactly like you said, it is going to be a Trinity Force Akali. Sheen has now been completed. Volibear's coming in. That's a great pulverized headbutt combo. There comes the Rolling Thunder, and Xinec is going to get deleted. The last hit will go from Makler. Xinec actually dealing a lot of damage with that Shatter Radiance combo. And for a moment, we thought Makler may have actually gone down.
Ezreal actually could have picked up the kill if he'd stayed in the area, which I find hilarious, but it's probably good he didn't. He probably would have been focused down instead. Now, though, trying to get his true shot barrage up, he wants to get the kill, and unfortunately Makler has life steal back, enough HP, and yeah, Triforce Akali. I haven't been seeing a lot of Akali lately. I've actually missed the game she was played in recently, but I don't know how that's going to work.
Body slam is going to go forward. Czaru's going to get knocked back. It's a beautiful, unstoppable force. That is going to be one dead plant. Extinkt is going to give up his life in exchange, though. And now Volibear looking to set up a double. Sleper has joined the party, and now the Bear's on the way back. Can he get away? He is actually going to be able to make it back to safety. And now Sinjalski looking for that fling into Poison Trail. Looking for Sleper now. He's going to carry on chasing. Insanity Potion is available, as is Ignite. He's going to be able to land the fling, toss him back, and that's going to pick up the final kill. Angush wants to pick one up as well, and actually gets headbutted through the wall. That is so huge. Decides to leap forward into 4, and I don't know what the thinking was there, if there was just no vision. But manages to pick that one up, and now they're going to start Dragon.
He had to have vision to actually go in there. Do you hear that, by the way? I hear like a steam thing going on next door. That's kind of weird. He won to 4 people. He had to have vision to go in there, but like as he actually started going for the dash, the vision revealed the other players. That had to be the worst feeling in the world for Anguish right there. It's like I was totally safe and committed suicide. We do have Mirror Makers up 1,400 gold now. The pause has come out, so might be some internet issues going on there.
Well, I have just thrown up the chat, so if they start talking, if they start mentioning anything, we'll be able to see exactly what's happening. And for everybody that's just joined the stream, welcome, welcome, welcome. This is, of course, Meet Your Makers taking on CURSE.EU in a best of 3 for the IPL Elites. I'm not 100% certain what is happening with this pause right now, but let's take a brief moment to look at the items. Triple Doran's Blade and a KG's Lucky Pick for Gragas. Sheen and Phage for Akali, Phage for Ezreal. So we're going to see double Trinity Forces coming out from Curse. You guys can see the gold graphs on the bottom of the page. And while we wait for this pause to go through, Studio, what do you have to add?
So, Triforce on Akali. Now, I can actually talk about this way back when, way back when Akali was first released. Someone did the math for her damage and her skills, and this is actually stayed largely the same, despite the fact that she was released about, what, like 2 years ago almost? Akali will scale really well with attack damage, and doesn't need a lot to actually outdo her AP damage. It's just, the problem is it's sustained damage rather than the bursty damage. But with the composition that Curse has, they're going to have the advantage where they can use Malphite ult into Gragas ult and just keep everybody spread out. And then that's when Akali's sustained damage will be super effective, because it'll just be a lot of just 1v1s going on. So in the end, Akali can do better damage overall with a bit more attack damage. It's just not as reliable as the AP, because normally Akali will just kind of die if she goes for sustained damage. Both teams are going to the bathroom right now. So going to be a bit longer of a pause, I guess. The water closet currently in use.
Do you anticipate some tanky items coming out of Akali? You know, Trinity Force completed, and then maybe going GA as maybe a second, third item?
Guardian Angel and Warmogs are not unheard of items on Akali, which makes sense because she does a lot of damage, but she dies. So she will have to go tanky at some point. The question, I think, is it going to be a GA? Is it going to be maybe a Warmogs? I think with like just the combination of flings, it's going to be so hard for Akali to escape a situation. So GA may not be that effective. But I don't know. I think she can go really either way.
So in terms of gold, 19,300 sitting for MIM, 18,000 sitting on the side of Curse. The gold graph is very small. You can see the numbers at the bottom of your screen. And pretty good start. MIM have been doing very well, but now that Akali's starting to roam and starting to move around the map a little bit, and Malphite's picked up a couple of kills with his unstoppable force as well, or at least an assist and a kill. What do you think about the team fight compositions? We've got a lot of single target abilities from, actually got a lot of AoE from everybody. The Fling, the Poison Trail, the Majestic Roar, Stranglethorns. Both sides have a lot of AoE, and two what would maybe slightly non-traditional AD carries in the form of Sivir and Ezreal.
So Meteor Makers, they have a lot of AoE CC. They have really good single target focus though. You pull someone out with Fling, you pull someone out with Rolling Thunder, they are screwed unless they have a really good flash lined up. And as I said, really good flash, because we saw the flash earlier from Angush was not good enough. So they have a really cool composition with that, where they can AoE CC a team and then kill one person by just focusing them out. Curse, like I said before, they have that really odd composition where they can use Malphite ult into a dispersion with Gragas ult, and then fight this really spread out team fight, which they can take advantage of with Ezreal's poke, with Kali's mobility and her sustained damage. So they both have really unique compositions. I think it's going to be about who just gets the better initial positioning, because one good positioning means both teams can go crazy with their compositions.
And whoever is able to execute somebody quicker as well. The burst damage is, I would say, significantly higher for Team Curse. Unstoppable Force. Say you open up with an Unstoppable, then follow it up with the Explosive Cast, and a True Shot Barrage, maybe hitting 2 or 3 people. The MYM players simply don't have that same level of burst.
Curse Extinct has quit Makler immediately after ready. I have to say, they're both unique compositions. I really like the Zyra play I've been seeing lately. What makes her really effective, it has to be that ultimate. All of her skills are pretty good, but that big AoE CC is just so strong.
Well, keep in mind she's got 2 AoE CCs. Grasping Roots is going to hold anybody in place, rooting them for 1.25 seconds, and that can potentially root an entire team. So that's an immediate counter to a ShLaYa. Reverie, that's an immediate counter to a big initiation. And on top of that, she's also got the Stranglethorns, which is a strong AoE CC, and if there's any seeds around that Grasping Roots has hit, those little plant turrets that pop up, they're also going to apply a slow as well. So you've got good defensive abilities, and you can use them offensively if you manage to position them correctly and slow somebody away before they can, maybe slow them down, so a Fling or a Rolling Thunder can toss them backwards.
All right, let's talk hypotheticals. Hypotheticals, not exactly the most reliable thing, but imagine Alistar manages to pulverize everybody on Curse. So that's, I believe, about 1.5 seconds of crowd control. So that's a pretty good CC right there. So they're CC'd for 1.5 seconds. All of a sudden, they get rooted immediately by Czaru. That's another. They will actually scale all the way up to 1.75 at max rank. Actually, Czaru, okay, maxing at second. So 3.25 seconds of CC. Then you have the ultimate. So it's going to be about 4 seconds of CC with the ultimate from Zyra, and they always have Fling, they always have Rolling Thunder. If things go well for Meteor Makers, they can keep Curse locked down for about 4 seconds, and then they're slowed afterwards by Singe, by Zyra, and they're just in a horrible spot.
Let's have a look at what Singe is doing at the moment. He's 80 CS to 102 of his lane counterpart, opting to go for double GP10s. So he hasn't revealed his hand in terms of what items we're going to be seeing next. So how does Singed build in a lineup like this? Do you expect to see a Rylai's Crystal Scepter coming out of him at some point?
Well, he just bought a Ruby Crystal and a Blasting Wand. As you said, that my guess would be Rod of Ages, because it's effective on him, it's just a good purchase. It makes him nice and tanky, really hard to kill. There is no percentage-based damage on the enemy team, so nothing like Kog'Maw will just obliterate him. That would be my guess. Singe can build kind of anything. It's just, what's your plan? I think this is going to be more traditional Singe. But traditional Singe, I mean, run into the enemy team and be completely insane. But that is traditionally how you play Singe.
Yeah, it is very true. So we'll see where that goes. He's a little bit behind Akali, of course, those 2 kills and the farm advantage. In terms of the other lanes at the moment, middle, 107 to 114, that's about as even as it's going to get. Bottom lane, 108 to 105. So other than Akali in the top lane, it's pretty much bang on even all over the place. Except have a look at that Volibear, 52 CS to the 77 of Malphite. But then again, we have seen more presence from Volibear in the lanes for ganks.
Czaru actually getting harassed behind his turret by a barrel from Extinct. Got to actually, he's in a scary spot right now, but they try and converge on the mid lane. Not quite effective. They're actually all grouped up, though. What? Angush ulted to Libic mid headbutt and they both swap positions over the wall. That was actually awesome. Oh, also, don't forget to fast forward.
Yes, I am a few seconds behind, so let's get this back up to live. There we go. Back up at live now.
I forgot to. Very odd little bug there.
And that was interesting as well. We've seen all 5 members of both teams converging in the middle, and then nothing actually happening. Zinkowski is definitely coming off worse in these trades. A good fling and poison trail damage. Now there comes that huge slow from the goo. He's going to carry on chasing. If Angush decides to stay around, Volibear may be able to pick up an execution. Ignite goes out, a very nice fling. Now Zinkowski's trying to one away. Mokatte does not decide to use his flash. And now he's going to be very careful because Extinkt is going to come and explosive cast is available. Let's see how the movement speed is going to go. A very nice body slam into the barrel. He's going to put some decent damage down. And now Zyra's joined this party as well. Absolutely everybody coming in from all angles. Mokatte, the passive is about to get triggered after all that burst damage that Extinkt is putting down with just those couple of what you could consider cheap ability power items.
I mean, he doesn't have a lot. Actually, Czaru getting bursted, knocked back down there. Does get out though.
Angush has now decided to commit, is going to be able to pick one up, going to be able to use that dance kit all the way to the back. Another huge explosive barrel. The passive from Zyra is, of course, the ability to shoot out that line nuke after she has died. Did pick it up onto Angush, but Angush has got pretty good spell vamp. Compliments of his passive, so let's see if we're going to see another dive. Extinkt is going to come in here. It's going to land the body slam, the barrel, and in actual fact, the Rolling Thunder is going to throw Extinkt backwards to safety. Zinkowski's now going to think about a fling. The slow from that Twilight, or that Shroud, it's not a Twilight Shroud, it is a Twilight Shroud, is going to slow him down just enough to get Gragas away, but look at that. 5-2-0 on Akali.
And Akali, like, they may be equal in gold, but right now Akali is just devastating. They do have good lockdown for her, but like the way these fights have been going, they're like lots of 1v2s, 2v2s, these really small fights that Akali will just excel in just because if she's not getting bursted down, she's doing so much damage. Right now, Meteor Makers need to make sure that they get into a nice big AoE fight, but at the same time, Curse has a great AoE team themselves, so it's really hard for Curse or for Meteor Makers to do something about Akali right now, because they don't feel confident getting into those big fights.
Do you think that there is enough disruption or enough control, the unstoppable force, the dazzle, and the explosive cast to allow Akali the time she needs to deal that damage?
There totally is for both teams, and that's what makes it so scary. Xinec, I'm so sorry.
He is going to get completely blown up. The tree shot barrage goes out. Now Makler's forced out of the fight once Akali decides to jump in there. Sleper is actually the one that manages to pick up the kill, and I think that was compliments of the Ignite or the red buff, and that is a 1-for-1 exchange. So Ezreal gets a kill, and Siva goes down. Volibear picks up the credit for that one. But both of these teams seeming to be somewhat in sync. They always seem to have lots of champions around the same area of the map.
Actually, look at the gold dead even, so 26,000 gold. Malunoo actually in the top lane being chased down by Zinkowski. Looks like he'll get away. Akali's actually converging onto him up there.
And while that's going on, Extinkt has taken so much damage under the tower. Mokatte is going to use that ShLaYa's Rev to try chase up, dodging that last barrel. 1 or 2 more auto attacks is going to be enough to pick that one up. Somehow Singe manages to escape up in that top lane, but another kill for the bear, and he's going 3-2-5 at 20 minutes.
Oh, and he needs these kills just because looking at his CS, he is so far behind Malphite. They're on completely different levels of gold right now, just for the jungle. But he's picking up these kills. He's being more effective with his ganks, having participated in 8 out of the 10 kills right now for Meteor Maker. So Volibear proving to be effective despite his lower CS.
Oh, look at that. There comes the flash. Unstoppable force. The ground slam is out. Seismic shard is slowing Makler down. And Angush picks up yet another kill. Trinity Force completed and sitting on 1100 gold. So maybe some ability power coming out of Akali shortly?
Possibly. I really want to see what Angush builds just because he has that Triforce. I do not want to make any assumptions. Is Dragon invisible to you?
Dragon is invisible to me, so they're currently beating the air. Spectator bug, that's a new one.
That's kind of funny because like, who are they attacking? Because it looks like nobody, but they're attacking it really hard.
Now, there was a lot of focus on that one. Lipic, of course, is now sporting the Oracle's Elixir, so he's running around, clearing out these wards as best as he can. Gragas is nearing that Rabadon's death cap, and Zyra opting to go for a Rylai's Crystal Scepter first as her first big item.
I like that because it kind of works with the control. The slow, I do not believe it's actually was it just working on... Oh my god, I think it works on her plant's auto attacks. Because Heimerdinger's turrets do not slow with Rylai's. I think the plants were slowing. I'm gonna just watch Czaru and double check that.
Well, if the plants are dealing magic damage, it's a little less surprising because don't Heimer's turrets deal physical damage?
No, those are also magical. It might have just been like a spell effect I just did not notice. I will watch for that though.
Alright,
That
so
would
we'll,
be cool though.
we'll keep an eye if the Rylai's does actually apply to those little seedling towers of hers. Take a look at the gold at the moment. You can see it there on the bottom of your screen. A lot of cash busy saved for Akali. 1,600 gold. And I really want to see what Angush does with that money. How is Angush going to play Akali, and where does she go next? We got Trinity Force completed. Makler is hovering around in the enemy jungle. We see On the Hunt actually gets used from Makler. Not quite sure why she would blow that ultimate. Maybe anticipating this
To
counter
run away.
gank. This is 5 members of Curse going into this bottom lane. There comes a body slam through the wall. The explosive cask is available. Where are they going to toss it? Actually manages to miss both champions. Lipic is going to be the first one to go down. Now they've turned their attention over to Soraka. Czaru is going to throw out those Stranglethorns, knock up a couple of champions. Ignite is ticking away. That should be enough to pick up the kill, and it is. Akali with another double kill. Now Mokatte has joined the party. He's going to be careful because that's 4 members of Curse in front of him. But explosive cast not really doing a whole lot there in that bottom lane.
And it didn't need to just because of how well coordinated that gank was. The quick Czaru update, her plants actually slow when they auto attack, so Hyla is incredibly strong on her. But right now, just like Curse, they're getting into small fights, which they're more effective in, and they were the first ones to go for that big 5v whatever team fight. So like the movement from Curse is just more effective. They're up to about a 4,000 gold difference or a 3,000 gold lead right now. They are strong. They are just taking control of the map, and if Meteor Makers doesn't group up like right away and Curse continues to quickly group up as a team, they will just keep getting these kills because as you can see, when they have a numbers advantage, Malphite, Gragas, even with a mist, Gragas ultimate, they just have so much control with their slows, with their just good CC.
So, my email popped up on screen there from Rusty Heart, so sorry about that one. And we do see Gragas, he may be pinched in here. This is 3 members, the vision is up. The burst from Angush is so high. Mokat's first to run away, explosive cast just for that counter initiation. But the burst from Akali, from Angush at the moment, is just on another level. And compliments of that Trinity Force, the pickaxe, and of course that Hextech Revolver, he is dealing tons of damage.
So here comes a Gunblade, so Triforce into Gunblade, I kind of like that. It's going to be much more survivable, much tankier. Normally you'd see a Lichbane instead of a Triforce, but she wants the HP and I guess the more consistent slow. That's pretty cool. Oh man, Silver, you do not want to be there.
Let's see what happens. There goes On the Hunt. She's trying to run away, but that red buff is ticking away. Sleper's going to be chancing forward. Angush is going to be able to just delete Silver before anything else can happen. Lipic, knowing how much trouble he's in, immediately tops that unbreakable wall just to get to safety. In the middle lane right now, though, Malunoo has been caught out. Is Czaru going to use the Stranglethorns? That is the question. Xinec was hiding in the grass, waiting for Akali to come up, and just as I say that, he missteps once and gives away his finish. Unstoppable Force throws up, and that's a great explosive cask. Unfortunately, it throws them apart. A true shot barrage then misses. That's 1 kill to Gragas, 1 kill to Ezreal. And Curse, the snowball has started, and they are just catching as much kills and as much snow as they can running down the stream.
And right now there is no vision on the map for Meteor Makers. They have 1 ward down, and it's in the Tribush bot lane, which Curse has been avoiding by just running through their jungle to murder them. They have the map control, they have the gank potential with Gragas, just so many different ways to close a gap, like Akali, Gragas, even Malphite, who hasn't even been ganking. So that is how effective they've been across the map, and I mean, right now there is no response from Meteor Makers. They're staying spread out, they're staying in these small fights, and it lets Curse just do what they want.
What do you think now about the team carries now? Siva, Infinity Edge, and Zeal completed. Ezreal, Trinity Force, and Pickaxe. Who's going to deal more damage over an extended fight? Looking at the items.
Oh, sorry about that. There's some local news. I just got heard about. What was that?
Who is going to deal more damage over an extended fight? Ezreal with his Triforce Pickaxe, or Siva with IE Zeal?
Infinity Edge is going to be more raw damage, but Ezreal's going to have an easier time outputting it just because he'll have that Mystic Shot. And just with the way they've been grouping, Sivir's not really having an easy time actually doing anything.
Yeah, so we do see that Gunblade has now been picked up by Akali. 9-2-4 out of the 16 kills. Been around for 13 of them. Only 3 have actually been picked up where she wasn't involved there. It's a 5-man MYM is now trying to push down this middle lane. Ezreal's going to be a little bit late to the party. Unstoppable Force manages to lock up 2 members. Then the explosive cast goes out. Strangle Thoughts has been going out. True Shot Barrage is going to go through a couple. The first one to fall is going to be Sivir, followed very, very quickly by the Bull, then the Bear. The Fat Man goes down next, and Zinzowski is going to be the last member of MYM to fall. Triple kill for Sleper. And the only person to survive is the Strangle Thorn wielding Czaru. Managed to run away, managed to get all the way to the blue buff.
And unfortunately, like, that is how Curse wants to do their fights. I mean, your makers, they just do not have the response right now. Like, look how well that went. Malphite ulted in, Gragas first he actually body slammed in for the damage, then he ulted everybody away, and it's like, alright, you're all on your own now. We're just gonna pick you off one by one. Everybody's just kind of getting chased down, except for Czaru, who was able to escape. But like, it was Malunoo on the Makler, it was Gragas onto the Mokatte, and Libic had no option to get away here.
Yeah, and exactly like you said, as soon as they split them up like that, they're just going to allow Akali to jump around and pick up the kills. You're going to give Ezreal the ability to use an arcane shift to get himself in a better position to pick up more kills. And they're simply just going to be able to pick a single target off and focus them. And, you know, you've got the Dazzle to lock somebody up. You're going to have the Body Slam to slow somebody down as well. So if after all that CC and damage hasn't killed anybody, there is still that left. Sleper, thinking about this one, Malphite is getting so close. The vision has gone out. Now, Malunoo does have Unstoppable Force. Seismic Shard goes out. Unstoppable is going to hold him up in the air, and that's one dead plant. Such an easy kill for Sleper and Czaru.
As we see Sleper just go ahead, ult down the bot line, like, they just have the map control, like, they're just doing what they want, and Meteor Makers does not have a good response, and, like, they're already ahead. It's almost like, it might almost be too late. Like, look at Mokatte up the top lane trying to 1v1 Angush. This cannot happen. Akali can't be 1v1 like this because they just get murdered. Yeah. Legendary. Akali is legendary.
1,300 gold in the bank, and now Libic just walks in front, taunting Angush, saying, you know what, go for it. I'll put you in melee range. 3,000 gold. Ezreal has now finished his Infinity Edge as well. There goes the barrel, there comes the dash. Angush is just going to be able to completely delete Libic. Zinzowski is now alone versus 2. He's going to be the next one to fall. And very, very luckily for Makler, he gets knocked away from that explosive cast instead of towards his opponents, which would have given up another kill to CURSE.EU.
I mean, just that explosive cast, Makler was at about half HP, and Anguish actually flashed forward to try and chase him down, despite the fact he was even close to him. So, like, Anguish is, there is no control for Anguish now. He will go crazy. He will not be stopped. I do not think Meteor Makers has a response at this point. They need to get a perfect team fight underneath their own inhibitor turrets.
I do need to jump in there. Anguish going crazy. I think 11-2-7 classifies. I think he's gone crazy this game.
Oh no. Like, he flashed forward, but like, he had no chance. It was just funny. Oh god, Czaru just getting caught out, knocked back, gone. Does knock some people up, but there is no follow-up.
He's just going to get completely deleted. In the meantime, Ezreal's able to 1v1 Volibear. This is going to be a second inhibitor, 40 seconds on the clock. I think we should be able to see. There goes the Deathfire Grasp. The damage is so good that True Shot Barrage maybe could have picked it up. But that should be game number 1 going to CURSE.EU. And I'll tell you something, they put on a strong performance.
I mean, like, this first game, they earned it. They definitely took control, and once it came to the mid game, extincting a lot of damage. Actually gets flung back, will die. Sleper is legendary though. The Nexus will be falling. Good game.
So really well played there from Curse. Never really being in a position where they had to be on the defensive. They lost a couple of kills early, but 11-2-9 Akali and 10-3-5 Ezreal. It does not get much better than that. So CURSE.EU are going to advance to game number 2. They are 1 game up. And I don't know if we've got the lobby up just yet. So while we arrange this game lobby, while we get this up and running, myself and Studio will be back in a few moments' time. So advert break, some music in the background, and game number 2 of this IPL Elites is coming up next. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that very short advert break. MYM and Curse are busy setting up the lobby for game number 2. Myself and Studio will be jumping into that the moment that it's created. Let's just actually take a quick second to remind everybody exactly what we're watching in case you didn't know. This is, of course, the IPL Elites. This is the round of 16 where it is single elimination. Teams that lose here will be dropping out, and the teams that win or are victorious will advance to the $3,000 tournament that's going to be carrying on. And of course, this IPL Elite and IPL Challenges is going to be changing. Is going to be the way to qualify for future IPL events. If you guys want to win some Riot points, head over to facebook.com/IGN Pro League. Let me actually show you guys the page. If you head over to there and you click on the offers section, you guys can actually find out, or you can see the little application there where you can win yourself $10 of Riot points. Just go enter, go stand a chance there. And of course, while you're there, you can follow me, facebook.com/Quickshot, that's QU1KSH0T. And on Twitter, twitter.com/Quickshot, QU1KSH0T. And of course, Mr. Studio, leagueofstudio.com, that's his homepage. What else am I missing?
Twitter.com/League of Studio or @League of Studio. That depends on how you want to type it in. I'm a / person myself.
Oh, there we go. / League of Studio. So, do we have the invites? We do. Game lobby is up, and you can see we're starting to populate this one. MYM, they will be getting first ban, first pick. With a little bit of luck, this one should be going live shortly.
I still need to be invited, unfortunately.
Oh,
come on, guys. Come on, let me in.
No one loves you. Hey, no one loves you.
Oh.
I'm telling them in chat.
I just want to see Angush die again, level 1. That's all I want to see.
That's not very nice. That's not very nice. So eight guys in the game. We're just waiting for Studio and player number 10 to join, and then there is your invite up at the moment. Curse playing some non-traditional champions and doing very, very well with them. So what do MYM do now? Ban out the traditional guys that they just did and run the risk of facing off against the same composition, or ban who they just faced and run the risk of seeing Karthus or Shen or Nocturne in the game?
Well, they have the two options. I think they have to go in a bit more prepared for something crazy like the composition they ran before. They should go ahead and adjust their bans. They do have the potential to ban out Akali, I think would be the big devastator for that last game. And very few characters snowball as hard as Akali. So that would be a good ban, but like Gragas, you can't ban out Akali, Gragas, and Malphite. That would just that leaves a lot open. So they have to find out what was really the linchpin of that team. Probably going to be the Akali, and just deal with that. But I mean, like, if someone busts a crazy team at you, you can't just like fall under it. You got to go ahead. You got to react. Try and do as much as you can to beat that composition.
Yeah, so a lot on the line, of course. Single elimination. So let's see how that one plays out. Curse now, of course, going to LAN. So Akali linchpin in the previous game. We've seen Ezreal doing really, really well. And when Malphite did feature, he picked up some good ganks. He landed a couple of unstoppable forces that they really only caught, one or two people, bar for that big engagement in the middle, which picked up about 3. What do you think from the jungle Malphite in the previous game? The lanes sort of went in their favor, but what could you have done a bit better?
Jungle Malphite?
Yes.
Honestly, like, what was scary were the early ganks, and he didn't get super early ganks onto anybody, really. Unfortunately, with Jungle Malphite, you're really kind of banking on hitting level 6, so, I mean, maybe even just sacrificing some of his early ganks if he doesn't think he can do it, and just keep CSing, because the faster he hits 6, the better he will be, and that's the important thing. You gotta hit 6 ASAP, as Jungle Malphite. In the end, though, he was really just there for his ultimate. It did not matter if he did not do a lot of damage, just because Gragas was really there to back him up.
Yeah, and of course the DPS that Akali was putting down was just insane. So they managed to just decimate absolutely everybody with that combination. We are just waiting for Extinkt to rejoin the game. He was, of course, playing AP middle last game, and it's been a while since we've seen the fat man in play. Gragas was very popular Season 1, fell out of favor, compliments of sort of the less than reliable explosive cast, and potentially, I don't want to say the word on the rise, but I've seen him a couple more times in recent weeks.
He did recently get buffed. It was mostly quality of life changes. So, a bit more base HP. his dash now has just higher speed throughout the game rather than scaling per level. So he's a little bit better, but I think people are kind of like realizing with proper setup, Gragas can be amazing. He's no longer the initiator he once was, where it's like you start a team fight with Gragas, it's awesome, it's cool. Like characters like Morgana, when played against him, can just completely shut down his initiation. And people are just kind of like, they've gotten used to playing against a Gragas just initiating on his own. But I do like teams like, alright, we'll use him as follow-up, and then, have this awesome dispersion after we've just kept him in place for a sec.
Yeah, it is. I like it. We're just killing time at the moment. I'm not quite sure what else we can say right now. What's on your mind, Studio?
My feet are cold, so like I'm sitting at a cool angle where I can have like my feet underneath my blankets on my bed. Aside from that, very little going on at the moment. I'm drinking some water too.
All right, I'll tell you what we'll do there, guys. I'm going to keep some music on in the background then while we wait for Extinkt to join the game. I hope you enjoy it, and as soon as Extinkt joins in, myself and Studio will be back to bring you game number 2 of today's IPL Elite Games.
If you thought that I was leaving here, could I find a way inside? Try to call it just an absence of faith, but I feel justified. You can stare through this, there's nothing left in my heart. But for now, just too long, there's no end in sight.
So we are back. We are into the bans and picks studio. Ban number 1, Soraka being removed. MYM don't want to deal with the global heal of Wish.
That was so rude of them to start the game without saying anything.
I know. They just jump on, say go, and then click start. So I really hope that... MYM are here because they got first ban. So Curse using the full 30 seconds, down to 25 on the clock. Not sure who they want to remove, and it appears Nocturne.
Oh, I was gonna say Nocturne. Dang, I didn't get to say it. So, really quickly, I opened up the Curse stream to see what they were doing because there was quite a delay between those two matches, and all I saw were boxes of food just getting devoured by all the Curse players. So, a quick little lunch break being taken out. They had to scarf down some food. Hopefully, gonna be nice and energized for this game. The food not weighing them down too much. But yeah, Ahri and Nocturne being taken out, just both really good gankers.
Oh, it appears my stupid Gmail notifications. Let's actually just close this altogether to get rid of them. And Ahri, Nocturne, Yorick, the next follow-up bans. We've seen Yorick a couple times today already, doing very, very well, giving the Omen of Death onto all those AD carries and just bring them back to life. And yeah, I have not seen an Ahri in a game for a little while. Really, really high tier, high priority ban from a lot of professional level teams.
I mean, honestly, yeah, you're right. Like, you'll see her in North America all the time because she's just so good, but isn't part of the ban trend there. North American bans right now are just like all the junglers. Alistar, Nautilus, get rid of those nerds. But Ahri, I'm not surprised she's become a common ban here in the EU scene. And it's a good ban because, frankly, she's just such an incredibly effective character when it comes to things like ganks. So it's weird, but like her mobility with her ultimate is just so good, and then charm to initiate, it's devastating. There also aren't any like good consistent lane counters to her. There are characters that are okay against her, but no one is just like, yeah, that guy completely destroys Ahri. Does not happen.
Yeah, the only champion that I've really seen doing that has been a Rise, and very interestingly, no ban followed up by an Evelyn ban. So I don't know what that's about. Let me see if we can get some info. Third bans for both teams. I doubt that's an actual Evelyn ban, unless it's meant to be a placeholder for who they really wanted to ban.
Well, they don't really need placeholders for who they want to ban, though. Well, I'm gonna add. Yeah, let me ask your makers and make sure that was what they wanted to ban.
All right, so we're just busy chatting to the players. Going to find out what's happening here. Let me also message Fly and see what he has to say. Fly, third bans, WTF. So we're going to wait for them to see that. But a very, very quick Karthus locked in from Meet Your Makers. So
And it actually could be a strategy coming out from Meet Your Makers and Curse in response. Like, Meet Your Makers don't ban a character that they want to play. Like, so it leaves them with options. Like, let's say they'd banned out Karthus and they wanted to pick Shen. Well, then Shen could get banned out from Curse. So it just leaves two options open.
well, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so
Too much talking. Libic forgot to ban. Okay, no plan out there from Meet Your Makers. Okay, and they didn't want to ban Evelyn.
all right, well, yeah, according to Fly, they actually wanted to ban Evelyn, so they've removed them. And yeah, I'm nervous now for Curse because 3 high-tier champions, Karthus, Malphite, and Shen, and they're all locked in for MYM.
Overall, kind of an odd start. Oh, Gragas versus Karthus. If they lock this in, I'll go into that. That's a really cool matchup. But Shen, Malphite, Karthus. The question is going to be who jungles. Technically, they can all jungle. Not Karthus quite as much, though. I would assume it's going to be Shen top lane, Malphite in the jungle, just because Shen, with the recent nerfs to his passive, is actually a bit slower in the jungle. He's never been that fast, but now that his passive, Keystrike, does not scale as much, you do notice a slower jungle coming out from him. And it's already a slow jungle on a slow jungler. So, I would like to see that Gragas Alistar pickup. Okay, Gragas is awesome against Karthus because it forces him to build a little bit defensively. His ultimate can displace Karthus, and if Karthus dies out of position, then the only thing he has going for him is Requiem. Requiem's, of course, amazing, but you want to get those layaways down. You want to get your defile damage onto the enemy team, and a well-placed Gragas ult can shut that down. And we've seen it happen before. Gragas is just a good character when played well, and Curse knows how to use him.
I'm wondering about that now. You just mentioned the lay wastes and the positioning. If Shen is able to get a good Shadow Dash taunt off and lock up 2 or 3 champions on the defile and on the lay wastes, it could be enough time to really chunk down, because Gragas is, he'll have a fair amount of hit points, but he's not necessarily the tankiest. Ezreal is pretty squishy as well. The last champion for Curse still has to be locked in, but this is a pretty strong side coming out of MYM. And is that going to be a support Morgana?
Yes.
Okay.
Big old question mark. Like that was a yes, and then like a question mark floated into the air. I'd assume so because I have no idea where they could put her. We've seen support Morgana come up every now and then. It's going to be awesome if that's actually a support Alistar, but that doesn't have to be a support Alistar. Actually, it'll be awesome against jungle Alistar too because you can shield that. I want to see what they choose, like for Curse. They're in a unique position. Morgana in the bot lane is going to be really hard to gank, so maybe they can go with some. I don't even know what they would go for. Just maybe a Janna, someone to buff up Ezreal rather than to CC the enemy team.
And AP Janna would actually be a very good selection for this. The counter initiation on Karthus, Shen, Malphite. Shen, Malphite going to be diving into you.
Yeah,
Morgana's going to be diving in there as well. So use that Monsoon, get rid of everybody. And it's not necessarily the highest damage, but it's semi-decent. So we are going to have a quick remake of this one. Apparently Livek's PC did actually reset. So last pick. Going to see who the final pick is from CURSE.EU. Who are they going to play as their AP middle? Who are they going to decide to come up against this unique lineup from MYM?
And actually, it's a little note. Look at Libic's message. It actually said he'd quit, so it's a different message when players leave now. Yeah, it's all about the top liner. They could put Gragas up there. He will not be. You'll actually be okay against those top laners. Malphite will be very okay against him. He's not going to have that great gap closing ability, and he will have decent sustain as Gragas. Shen will be a bit trickier, of course. I don't really know what they want to go for. They have a lot of options, but it's such an odd team because you are dealing with support Morgana. So it will be jungle Alistar though. I completely missed that Taric was chosen for some reason. So with Taric, Ezreal bot lane, jungle Alistar, then mid lane. Who was their mid laner? Gragas.
Yes, Gragas. So maybe Gragas and Janna. You've got 2 very good counter initiations. You've got the Zephyr and the Howling Gale to hold people in place for a little bit, as well as the Dazzle. So, and then if you get a good headbutt, Pulverize, pick off single targets, get rid of anybody else that's a threat or anybody else that's going to deal the DPS, and maybe that could work out. And
Aurelia, Jax, I think would be some good picks.
And according to Sleper, it's going to be Aurelia. He's just sent me a message a few seconds ago. It's literally the moment the word left your mouth, he actually said Aurelia. So, Corki and Morgana bot lane, Karthus middle, potentially. Malphite in the jungle, and who am I missing? Shen top lane? Or do you think Shen jungle, Malphite top?
Well, I mean, they actually chose Shen and Mokatte, so it looks like it's going to be Shen in the jungle, Malphite top lane. I'd say that's a better pick overall. Malphite's going to have the attack speed debuff to slow down Aurelia by quite a bit. I like this composition from both teams. They're both very unique. The support Morgana is going to be super awesome while playing. Like, they're going to have this just really cool initiation where Karthus can follow up the Malphite ultimate, the Shen dash, and he'll be in a good spot. But it's weird because, it's support Morgana. You just don't see it. They have to do well bot lane for that to be really effective. Like, they can't completely lose bot lane. But if they just come out okay, they're going to be in such a good spot from that utility. And then, of course, on Curse, it's Gragas again. And we've seen how they do with Gragas before, but they don't have the easy Malphite initiation. So I don't know.
I'm quite nervous for CURSE.EU right now because the potential for MYM is so good. Exactly like you said about Morgana, coming out of that bottom lane as a support. If she opts to go for, say, the Heart of Gold, a KG's Lucky Pick, and a Philosopher's Stone, yes, okay, the CS isn't going to be there as a backup, the rest of the gold, but GP10's ticking over, working towards a little bit of ability power, maybe going a Deathfire Grasp or something like that. Base values are good, and Dark Binding manages to catch Ezreal, Taric, or Gragas, they're going to go down very quickly from that lineup.
It's so weird. But, Curse, they're good. I think they can make their composition work. It's just going to be hard to deal with that support. That support Morgana is actually going to be a huge burden because it's going to stop the grind. I don't know, man. It's weird to say because support Morgana is considered really bad. But it fit so well into this team composition against the Curse team composition.
Yeah, I agree with that. And what I like as well is the burst that Corki has at low level already is very, very good. Put him with a support that's got some damage as well, you know, in the forms of maybe a Sona or a Taric, and he does well. But give him a Dark Binding and a Tormented Soil in conjunction with his burst, follow up with a Gatling Cannon and a Missile Barrage to pick up the kill. There's the potential for a lot of kills for both Corki and Morgana if they can catch out Taric and follow it up.
And honestly, Alistar's damage isn't super high, so once Libic reaches level 6, they're going to be in a good position to use her ultimate offensively. Like, that's a problem support Morgana can have. It's like, oh, I ulted as support Morgana, and they just killed me in response because I don't have any HP. The advantage with that Alistar lane is that Alistar, his spells hurt, but they have really long cooldowns, and they're not that damaging in the end. So, I don't know, I really just want to see it. It's almost like watching a car crash in slow motion, like, what's gonna happen next? What are they gonna do?
I've never heard of a lane being referred to as a car crash. So I like that one, Studio. I like that one. Who are you looking at as far as runes are concerned? I've just opened up Czaru's Karthus. 2109 in terms of mastery, taking 4 points into the movement speed from utility. He also has 4.5% additional movement speed from his runes. And quite an interesting page. 7 MR, 7 armor, 8.5 magic pen, and 19 ability power at level 18. So a little bit of everything.
Pretty standard. I was actually looking at Libic's runes, and it's just like, it's actually just normal support runes, and I'm really disappointed, but then again, support runes are not particularly exciting. It's going to be GP5 quintessences. Then it's going to be, do you play greedy and go for the GP5 seals, or GP10 seals, my mistake, or do you go ahead and get armor? I think he got armor, so it's actually not that exciting. Support runes are sadly like the most boring thing in the game. Because they almost never change. I guess he does have magic penetration, that's pretty cool. Normally it's armor in the red buff, or the red marks, red marks.
And we do see a very, very aggressive Gragas once again. A lot of ability power coming out. Mokatte rocking out 25% attack speed on his Shen. So going to be trying to get their key strike up as often as is possible. Malunoo's Alistar, what is he going to be wearing this time round? 0.219, 4.5 movement speed, and 15% attack speed. So relatively similar, but instead of going for that attack speed quintessences, he has opted for the additional movement speed. And it makes a lot of sense for an Alistar who needs to get in a position where he can get headbutt and pulverize off together.
I like the name of the rune page, Most Junglers in capital letters.
Sinzowski in the top lane, Malphite, 9.210. Actually taking plus 15 physical damage on Malphite. So, interesting one. That'll obviously scale quite nicely with his brutal strikes. It's going to help him last hit in that lane quite effectively. But you tend to see either armor or health really being the preferred ones.
Oh, so I can see Sinkowski likes My Little Pony. Based off the names of his room pages. Now look at room page names. They're horrible, man.
You see, I don't know My Little Pony, so sadly I didn't get the reference.
I have a 4-year-old sister, so I have seen the show.
It's okay. If you watch the show, Studio, we can forgive you.
Okay. And I post in the Reddit. No, I don't. I don't post in the Reddit. No offense, anybody does. But this game is underway. Just the Meteor Makers with support Morgana. I have my eyes covered right now. I don't know. I have no idea how this is gonna go.
Yeah, I'm nervous because the thing is, if it works, it'll work well. But if it doesn't, it's gonna fail well as well. It's going to fall on its face, potentially. But the Black Shield is going to be very useful against Taric as well. That's something else to consider. Sitting in that lane, when Dazzle starts coming out, pop up that Black Shield and immediately turn the aggression around, especially if Sleper decides to throw out that Arcane Shift too early. It could end negatively for them. Everybody wearing a skin this time round. And I don't know, that Armor of the 5th Age Taric is pretty cool, but RedBaron Corki just has such an awesome moustache.
He does. That is a good stat. Also, it's such a rare skin. Actually, shout out to RedBaron, one of the IPL casters. I actually asked him this specifically, do you own RedBaron Corki? And he's like, of course, how can you even ask me? But, let's see. Try to fix my borderless bug. I get that one all the time when spectating for some reason.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you why. The league problems and issues are always a bit of a pain, but they are getting better. They are getting better. I know in the most recent patch, the floating text, when you do a rewind and that plus 25 gold sticks on stream, it was a problem of mine because I do rewind fairly often. So luckily that has been resolved. But we do see.
Thank you, Riot, for that one. That
Yes,
was a pretty bad one.
I agree. And, I had one particular game where I did a rewind after a Baron fight, and there was gold and health everywhere. And this could end so badly. Dark Binding onto Angush. The Pulverizer is going to go up. In actual fact, Makler's going to be the first one to go down. Nobody else from MIM committed. They got a great Dark Binding, but nobody jumped onto it. And first blood gets picked up by Aurelia.
The problem is Malunoo wasn't actually being stopped. Like, Malunoo just walked in there and got a pulverize off. You can't let Alistar do that. And you can see why. The only summoners burned were Ignites and Exhaust. Both Ignites used by Extinct and Sleper, actually. So a bit of miscoordination there. But, I mean, Meteor Makers, they just did not respond appropriately, and their AD carry dies before anything happens. The one advantage is they still have all their summoners up, except Libic's Exhaust. So maybe they can make something happen, but that is not how you want to start the game. They just did not have the coordination.
And I love seeing this from teams when they do pick up that first blood. Take a look at that. 4 assists across the board. So Tariq has gone back. He's sitting with 3 wards in his inventory. We see that Gragas has picked up a ward, and Null Magic Mantle has been picked up by Aurelia. So that early damage that Malphite's going to put out with the Seismic Shard and Ground Slam, it is just going to be mitigated somewhat. Malphite versus Aurelia. I've heard and read a couple of things saying that Malphite is considered a counter to Aurelia, and I've seen Aurelia's doing well against Malphite. So what do you think about the matchup?
It can really go in Malphite's favor. The problem is eventually Aurelia, just with her true damage, can do enough to stop Malphite. He just has to go ahead, get a stun before he can ground slam, and Aurelia will be perfectly fine at killing Malphite. But there's a bit of a snowball there. Unfortunately, Angush already has that kill. And with that no magic mantle, he's not going to take much damage, and he's going to really be able to take control of this lane. Bot lane, Libic already taking a lot of damage, actually, and he's not going to have any sustain to heal himself.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get that spell vamp up. Compliments of not really going to be able to be pushing this lane. We do see Dazzle comes out onto Makler. I wonder what level we're going to see that Black Shield being picked up by Libic. If we're going to see a very aggressive Dark Binding and Tormented Soil with just a single point into Black Shield, and that is what it's going to be. So very, very early, and you can hear Arcane Shift has now been activated for Sleper. So timing for Libic's shield is really going to be very important in this lane.
Oh, he doesn't actually get the shield. If the stun does land, he goes pretty low, and you have to be able to catch that. There is a very fast cast animation on Dazzle, but if you're playing support Morgana, you have to have that reaction time, and Alistar's actually head to the bot lane.
And the Shen is there as well, so let's see how this one happens. There goes the head, but Pulverize is going to be able to hold Mokatte in place in just a second. It does actually get him up. Now Malunoo is going to be forced out of the lane. Ignite is not going to be able to pick up the kill, down to 39 hit points. Gragas was floating around for a brief moment looking for something, but Malunoo very lucky not to give up that red buff at this early stage in the game.
Actually, looking at the... Karthus was actually heading down too, so everyone's going towards that bot lane. Really quick thing to know, Black Shield was actually recently nerfed with its earlier levels of cooldown, so it's got a 22-second cooldown. So Terra can actually just stun twice. And for that second stun, Morgana's not going to have her Black Shield up. So it's actually not as effective as it used to be with that nerf to her cooldown.
Yeah, so, longer cooldown, less effective in a support role, less effective at blocking the Dazzle. There's a very good Black Shield from Libic, holding up against Makler, but the burst combination of Tariq and Graves is just going to get better and better as more ranks into Shatter get points up. And depending on how Sleper wants to rank up Ezreal, if he's going to go for either that Mystic Shot or that Essence Flux, he has the ability to go either way.
And I could see a Mystic Shot build coming out just to go ahead and take advantage of the fact that Black Shield will not defend against it. At the same time, it's also going to be an easy way to break a Black Shield, because it should be a fairly low level for the most part.
And of course, not really having a lot of ability power. Top lane, I am busy watching at the moment. Alistar thinking about a dive. Angush actually takes another tower hit to the face. He's going to be a little bit careful with that, because if Shen does manage to come up there, it could spell some trouble. But look at this. The cow and the fat man are now setting up. Zinkowski, I think maybe senses something is up. Is hanging back. Angush takes another tower hit for potentially bait. Now Extinct is moving forward. Cask and Ignites, and Sinzowski knows he's in between a rock and a hard place. Equilibrium strike. There goes the headbutt. Pulverize locks him up. Ignite is ticking away on Aurelia. Is Aurelia going to get away? She does with 90 hit points. And the Bull delivers the horns to pick up another kill for CURSE.EU.
And that was actually the best decision that we could have seen come out of Sinkowski. Like, I'm in a bad spot. I'm just going to go ahead and try and get some damage done. Maybe kill Aurelia. Unfortunately, Czaru actually went to that top lane and just was not quite close enough to 6, which would have been enough to secure that Aurelia kill.
And of course, if he'd had that unstoppable force, could have potentially bought some additional time, maybe even flashing into Corki and Alistair. Into Gragas and Alistair, and then trying to flash away.
That'd be one really good flash to Corki.
Well, yeah. So 0-2 at the moment. Dark Binding goes out, goes between both champions. Mokatte is going to be able to land this taunt. There comes the Dazzle. He's going to get the key strike off. Is actually looking for the kill into Sleper. That is who they want, but with the exhaust down, he's not going to be able to get the taunt off. And unfortunately, Mokatte playing a bit defensively with that taunt ends up actually failing the gank.
And I mean, like, looking at the gold difference right now, we actually have Curse up 1,300 gold. Their ganks have just been working, especially with that first blood. So they need to make something happen, especially because I think Libic's going to run into a problem where he has Dark Binding at level 3. Black Shield is not going to be as useful as they think it is, because we're going to have Essence Fluxes blowing up immediately.
Huge damage! Sinkowski is going to go down. But that was really nice from Malunoo. Beautiful, beautiful headbutt pulverize. Extinkt followed it up with the explosive cast, knocked him over to the right-hand side of your screen, and then Ignite plus a little bit more damage. And that's a dead Malphite, and that's after a lane switch as well.
Malphite, he's not going to find any comfort in any lane at the moment. Aurelia is actually creep skipping against Karthus, who has no mana and have so much trouble lasting underneath the turret. Has to go back to buy. Angush will actually try and steal blue buff when it spawns.
And there goes another headbutt, pulverize, and body slam is all that's needed to pick that one up. Malunoo 1-0-3 every time he shows himself in a lane. Somebody dies. And Curse have got to be happy with how this game has started.
This is why Alistair is actually one of the #1 bans on the North American scene. He's just so good at ganking. It's just, you cannot stop him. And actually, Sinkowski, not even level 6 yet. Just, the lanes are just not doing well for Meteor Makers. They did not get the start they needed. And they can come back from this, of course. It's just going to be so hard for them when their solos are the same level as their bot lane.
And Malunoo is a full level ahead. Let's see if this lands. Wall of Pain goes out. A very nice flash from Czaru. He manages to get himself into safety. And just as I hear True Shot Barrage is finishing this bottom lane. 55 CS for Ezreal, 58 CS for Corki. But Corki has opted to go for the triple Doran's Blade, so that additional Doran sitting on his side. Maybe feeling the pressure in that bottom lane a little bit.
I can understand it too, because he knows that he has to be effective as quickly as possible. Because once top lane and mid lane, if they go for an early dragon, there's going to be still a little response from Sinkowski that will be effective.
Well, look at that.
Libic is level 6 though.
8 minutes into the game, and there's what, 3,000 gold advantage right now? That is huge at this stage. How does that actually equate? Because concentrated gold is what matters. Malphite 1,700 to 2,600. Karthus 2-1 to Gragas is 3-3 on Gragas, a full 1,000 gold ahead, and he's got a GP 10. We do see pressure. There comes the Black Shield. Soul Shackles goes out. The Pulverize knocks up both Tariq and Corki. Libic is forced out of the fight now. There comes the explosive cast. That puts him right back in range of Sleper. Malunoo is trying to get another Pulverize set up, but Morgana the only one down, but 3 assists for Curse. And then distributing his gold so nicely.
I have to say, I do love when every time Extinct goes for a gank, it's going to look so casual if he doesn't use Body Slam. Like, what was that gank? He threw 2 barrels and just kind of casually walked back. But I mean, right now, just Curse is all over the place, and there is no reaction from Karthus. That's what you expect Karthus to do. You expect him to sit mid lane and keep farming. But the problem is, just with the way Extinct is playing, like, look how much damage Czaru takes in the mid lane just from one combo. And Extinct is going to push down that lane, have more mana, have more sustain, and just Czaru will not be able to A, farm as well, and B, gank as well. And no one's getting low enough for Karthus.
And look how scary this is right now. Gragas, he's moved top lane once, he's moved bottom lane once. 92 CS. Body Slam is going to get interrupted by the corner of the wall, but 92 CS. Karthus, who's been in middle lane almost permanently, he left once, at the same time Gragas did. 20 creeps behind. And Extinkt is 3-0-2. He's been involved in every single kill that CURSE.EU has as well.
I mean, right now, Gragas is just going out of control. They need to find a way to shut him down, but Gragas is actually really hard to gank at this point. At level 9, he's playing range minions with one barrel, and with that body slam, you can't actually get close to him.
He's sitting on 2,500 gold as well in the bank, so, you know, it's a huge chunk of change. Probably going to be saving for maybe a needlessly large rod and then Sorcerer's Shoes. You know, this far ahead, why not continue getting additional ability power? Or do you expect maybe finishing off the Deathfire Grasp a bit earlier?
I mean, anything he buys right now is going to be terrifying. Unless he goes for like a Zeal. Probably not going to be that effective, but just, his damage is so high.
Explosive Cast is going to pull Mokatte backwards. A Headbutt Pulverized combo is going to lock him up in place for a little bit. He is going to be able to flash over the wall. Body Slam plus one more auto attack. One more would be required. Is the barrel going to go? And the barrel does! Extinkt! Going huge. 4-0-2 right now. Hillbilly Gragas laying down the pain and currently eating Meteor Makers alive. Another Headbutt Pulverized combo from Malunoo. Mystic Shot, Arcane Shift, Essence Flux is just going to tear them apart. Angush is able to pick up the kill after some damage from Extinkt as well, and it's just all going wrong for MYM right now.
They're 0-9, they are behind in CS, they are behind in kills. The only advantage they have is that right now Curse has not taken a dragon or a turret. But when those turrets start to fall, when that dragon does go down, that gold lead's going to just skyrocket. They are so unbelievably far ahead. I don't know. I don't like calling games, but this is one situation where Meteor Makers, they don't need one big play. They need about 4 to really get back into this game. And that's just terrifying because Curse is not going to let that happen. Maybe one. They can get like one good situation, but they need so much to get back, just to even get close.
And you see Gragas has finished his items and in actual fact has opted to finish an Abyssal Scepter, has Sorcerer's Shoes, and has a KG's Lucky Pick at 12 minutes.
Now, Lipic disconnected. Okay, there is the pause. I was about to say, it's like, where's the pause? They should probably stop the game very briefly so we can see what Lipic's going to do. This is a good time to like talk about what they can do. So, Gragas is not necessarily initiating fights with his ultimate. He has the option to wait for Alistar to start a fight, or even a Taric stun, or a really stun. So, Black Shield won't be able to like stop someone from getting caught out of position necessarily, especially with its really long cooldown because it is being maxed out. I actually don't know if it's second or third because Morgana's not level 8 yet. So they can't necessarily stop a fight with Black Shield. I do not know. They have to go on the aggression, and that's going to be the scary part because if they go aggressive against Gragas, he's just going to kill them.
And the items as well, 12 minutes in, look at that. Not only has he got all the options available, he's got a huge CS lead, he's got the ability to roam around the map now. Bottom lane has definitely not gone in favor of MYM. 89 CS to Ezreal's 94, but Ezreal is 1-0-2 right now. How much gold is he actually currently sitting on? 3,700 in total to 3,100, so that's a small advantage. But with a combination of the Gragas and Alistar, who are just so fed and so far ahead, MYM have to stop the rot, stop giving up kills, and try to farm their way back into this. Maybe pick up 1 or 2 sly kills on the side, but if it continues, this is going to be a 20-minute surrender.
I'm going to give you 2 numbers, 7 and 10. That's how much MR Shen and... Actually, no, we have a gank on the mid lane. Czaru flashes the barrel, but he actually is going low. Here comes the Shen top. They could finally get their first kill.
Very nicely done. That's the killing spree gold as well. So Czaru is going to pick up a decent chunk of change, plus 404 gold for that kill. And really nicely done. That exhaust, plus the fact that the explosive cast missed, just ended up costing Gragas his life.
Very well played, you know. They are behind. Like, they have to keep that up. They have to keep getting kills like that.
Pressure in the bottom lane now. Lipic has managed to get that exhaust. Ignite goes out. Soul Shackles is landed onto Sleper, but it's not going to be able to be channeled. Xinec is waiting for the Imbue or the Dazzle. Valkyrie is up and available, so when we see the Dazzle coming up, we'll most likely see that one. The Mystic Shot goes out. Essence Flux, it's a bit short on range. They're going to carry on chasing, but Shen is nearby, so they've got to be a little bit careful. And another kill going to Team Curse right now. This time, though, I think it was Taric that picked up the kill credit for that one, unless I'm mistaken.
I believe so. And, oh, actually, let's not forget to fast forward to live.
Fast forward to live. Couple of seconds. There we go. So 13:58 now on live. 10-1, 7,000 gold. So per minute, Curse have been earning 500 gold more per minute. And that's the equivalent of at least 1 kill and a couple of CS.
That is just such a big lead at this point. The 7 and 10 numbers I was trying to give you, that's how much MR Shen and Malphite have against Gragas right now. Everyone else is at 0.
Wow. In the bottom lane, Libic is getting dived once again. Sleper with a couple of auto attacks, 1 more is all that's required. Xinec manages to stay alive for a couple of seconds, but Mokatte will be able to fly that final hit with the Vorpal Blade and the Key Strike. And that MR is so low, and Gragas has already got good base values.
Yeah, Gragas has incredibly high base damage with his skills, and he has really good ratios actually. 0.9 on his Q, 1 on his cast. Actually, top one we do have the fight coming out. Skowski knocked out of his tower, gonna go down, blown up by a barrel.
Yeah, and there was such a good explosive cast as well, knocking Malphite into range for Aurelia. There comes the flash over the wall. The headbutt is gonna push him forward. Pulverize was on cooldown, I believe, so Malunoo was unable to get that one off, but both champions immediately flashing over the wall. You can hear that was either like a call on land or Curse just saying, you know what, go balls deep, play this as aggressive as you can, and that was really cool to see both of them in sync on the same token pushing forward.
It's just like they are so well coordinated as a team. They have the experience. You can see that they practice, and it shows. Malunoo actually gonna try and fight Mokatte here. He needs to back up. All right.
That was a little cheeky. I think Malunoo knew he was going to be able to pull that one off, so he just tossed out the head up. He also had Unbreakable Wall available if he really needed it, but I like that little move.
You probably could not have actually 1v1 Shen at that point. I mean, Shen amazing in 1v1 situations. Malunoo was at half health too, so that was just fun. But top turret's actually going to go down. Like there are no outer turrets at the top lane at this point. There's so your makers can do down to 10,000 gold disadvantage, and they're gonna lose a dragon right now. Well, so 11,000 gold in favor of Curse.
And not only that, 11,000 gold, 4 towers, 11 kills. Alistair 108, Ezreal 203, Aurelia 302. Libic is in so much trouble through the black shield. That is just deleted. That cask is currently hitting for over 500 damage, around about. And with the magic resist reduction complement of that Abyssal Scepter, Morgana did not stand a chance.
The black shield absorbed. Let me look at that number. Let's see. It absorbed 98 damage of his barrel roll, which did about 465 damage. So there is just no option right now. Xinec actually caught in the bot lane. They do flash to catch him. He's tanky, but I do not think he can escape this.
He is going to be able to try get away. Yeah, Malunoo is going to do the headbutt. Pulverize goes up to lock Corki in place. Somehow, Xinec is going to get away with his life. And that flash from Malunoo, so strong. Or rather, the Pulverize headbutt. Requiem is actually going to pick up that kill, though. I had forgotten there was a Karthus in the game. And that, I think, is the first Karthus ultimate after 17 minutes.
I mean, it does secure another kill, but I mean, they're just shutting down the support, which, frankly, no offense to Xinec, he's done his job. He can die. It's okay. And actually, bot lane, we do have Gragas coming down. Extinkt just wants to kill everybody.
He's going to manage to get taunted up from Mokatte. Death by a grasp. He's going to use the barrels. Explosive cast is available in a couple of seconds. It's not even going to need it. Body slam and a couple auto attacks. He's going to be able to pick up that kill. And I think his blue buff is just about to wear out. But take a look at that. DFG completed. Sorcerer's Shoes completed. Body slams away. Ends up throwing Karthus away with that explosive cast. Now then uses the barrel onto Libic. Libic's the one that's in trouble. Extinkt is waiting for those cooldowns. Ignite was there if he wanted to use it. Malunoo does have Oracle's Elixir, so this may cost him an Oracle's. He's going to throw the headbutt back onto Czaru. He's still alive. Extinkt is going to look for the kill here. If he lands it, Ignite will be able to pick that one up. The bull goes down in the background. Stand United is going to be used to save Morgana. So Shenhold saves the support Morgana. Extinkt is the man that's now in trouble. Ezreal actually picks up that kill. In the background, Gragas is going to go down. Somehow Karthus is going to get away with his life. True Shot Barrage is going to pick up one kill. Immediately flashed away. The Rocket Barrage from Makler closed that one out. And you know what? Curse are just playing very, very aggressive. Just playing in the face the whole time.
Look top really quickly. And you'll see why they're playing aggressively. They can die here, and doesn't matter because they're taking an inhibitor at the 19-minute mark from a split pushing Aurelia, and Xinec's gonna make it to Aurelia. He might just suicide, but he can actually maybe get out of this.
So Xinec is gonna keep running. The armor of the 5th Age Tariq is about to find a Malphite, throws out the dazzle. Slow goes out, he's gonna keep running. Flash is not available. Dark Binding is going to cost him his life. But now can Aurelia get away? She's actually going to go Blade Surge. Equilibrium Strike plus Ignite. Picks up kill number 1. Going to carry on fighting. The Shadow Dash Taunt is out. Wall of Pain goes down. Dark Binding is on him. And that took a whole lot of effort to kill that Aurelia. But Inhibitor is down at 20 minutes. Deathfire Grasp is completed alongside Abyssal Scepter, blasting one for Gragas. Aegis of the Legion, Boots of Mobility on Alistair. Trinity Force for Ezreal. More Malmortius and a Wit's End on Aurelia. I'm sorry, but I feel that this is GG.
Okay, they did give up 5 kills. They gave up no objectives as that happened, and that was a 4v5 where they took an inhibitor at the 19-minute mark. I'm sorry, Meteor Makers. I like you guys, but this is not your game. I do not know how they can come back from this. Like, this is almost beyond God because they've lost. Oh my God!
Explosive Cask in conjunction with the barrel and body slam.
Yeah, he's going for Czaru.
Does manage to miss both the barrel and the body slam. Czaru dodges both of those. Really nicely done. Sleper's now joined the fight. He's just going to remove Morgana from the fight. Czaru's now going to go down. They will be able to pick up Sleper. Somehow, Karthus gets away on 100 hit points. Xinec now wants to join the party, but Sorrow's running into an Aurelia. Bronze End of Blades will pick that one up, and Corky's going to be the next to fall. Equilibrium Strike, Dazzle, and the Barrel will actually pick up the final hit. And the Bull wants a Ninja. Malunoo is chasing Mokatte. Mokatte is going to Shadow Dash Taunt through the wall, is trying to find death, is trying to find a turret. And
GG coming out. Oh my God. Extinkt, what the hell? How'd you do that?
GG from CURSE.EU, and that is the curse that I know. That is the curse that I like to watch. After seeing them lose to Black earlier in the week, that must feel very, very good. And what a performance from Extinkt. Gragas in both games. There's not much more to add, right, Studio?
I mean, no, there isn't. A little. Oh, Extinkt just killed everybody. Like, that was well played for all of Curse, but Extinkt, oh my God. I've never seen a Malphite die that quickly to one person. Malphite got comboed down in about 1 second tops. Oh, that is just...
Yep, that's it. That's it. So CURSE.EU pick up the victory. They are going to be knocking MYM out of the round of 16. So that means MYM drop down to the IPL Challengers bracket, while CURSE.EU secure their spot in the IPL Elites. This is a $3,000 prize pool. And we've seen MOUSESPORTS doing it earlier. We've seen CURSE.EU doing it right now. Let me guys actually show you the bracket. You can see it over there on the top of your screen. IPL Elites, a couple of the teams, and how the challenger bracket actually looks right now. So Mouse have advanced. They will be facing either Moscow 5 or ECLYPSIA. And of course, we just watched CURSE.EU advancing. They'll be taking on either Millennium or Alternate. If you guys have had some fun with us and enjoyed yourselves, then yeah, follow me, facebook.com/quickshot or twitter.com/quickshot. That's QU1KSH0T. And leagueofstudio.com or twitter.com/leagueofstudio. Studio, it's been fun.
It's always fun casting you with you, Quickshot. I need to take a moment just to recover from just all of that. Oh my God. You can.
Yeah, it was huge.
Twitter, I'm gone now.
Yep, you are sorted. You are sorted. Twitter.com/leagueofstudio. Make sure you follow some support for us, guys. And then don't forget, it is Lead Speak for myself. That's facebook.com/quickshot. While we're talking about Facebook, though, don't forget that IGN Pro League is currently running an RP points giveaway. So facebook.com/IGN Pro League. And just click on offers, guys. You guys can enter the tournament there. So that is the cast for this evening. Myself and Studio are going to wrap things up. I do have to throw up some music and a very short advert break. I believe the IPL guys will most likely start a rerun or be playing something very, very shortly. So stick around. There's some more League of Legends action coming your way. And we'll check you around next time. Cheers, Studio.
Actually, one quick thing. I believe the North American games are going to be in a few hours from now. I do not know the exact time. I think it's 4 hours from now. So 5 p.m. then 1 a.m. CEST, if I'm getting that right. But yeah, I'll...
Sweet. Well then, US games coming up in a couple of hours' time. Stick around on the channel, and we'll see you around soon. Cheers, Studio. Right. Cheers, everyone.
See ya.
This is the greatest and best song in the world. Tribute. Long time ago, me and my brother Kyle here, we was hitchhiking down a long and lonesome road. All of a sudden, there shined a shiny deep.
Other suitcase and check that in, and then when they can return, they have just one suitcase of swag and the other with what they actually came there with. It's ridiculous.
And of course, the bigger suitcase is the swag suitcase.
Yeah, it is. It is. It really is. But we can talk about free stuff at conventions later when we talk once again about these cool little orange stress balls in the water bottles. But for now, though, we're going into game number 1. SK versus Bacon Lovers are crazy cool, a.k.a. Black.
Team Black. Black is my
Black is back, baby.
heart in the depths of my soul.
SK banning out the Lee Sin first Alistar, not want to be dealt with there for Team Black. And, Lee Sin, he is a pretty aggressive dude, but a lot of the times, though, because of this recent patch, when I see a Lee Sin banned out, immediately that tells me I think they're going for something stealth.
Yeah, I mean, I really doubt that will be the case for a long time, but it is a funny thought.
The patch is still relatively new. It is a possibility.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Could see some Eve, could see some Twitch. That'd be nice. I'd like to see it.
It would be entertaining.
It'd be very entertaining.
I'm not sure that it'll happen, but banning out Karthus as well. So, Ocelot was like, get rid of it. I don't want to have to pay. I'll play it so they don't get it. So they, we'll be able to ban that out. Just some standard bans. I think Lee Sin's probably more of a targeted ban. So I don't know, who on their team, would play Lee Sin if it's face roller or not.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see we'll see what's going on here. But you do have the Nocturne ban actually coming in as well.
So who's the AP?
So Napro's
maybe Alvic or Niprian.
Could be either or.
And then I'm butchering that.
I still remember seeing Malunoo actually in town.
Malunoo. It's an O at the end.
Malunoo.
Yes.
I still get it wrong. God.
He said that he started off, and the reason I was like, why are there 2 O's at the end if you want it to be pronounced Malunoo? And he's like, well, it's my name, and I used to have 1 O, but then I had to recreate the account or something. So he made another account with 2 N's or 2 O's.
Oh, so confusing. Even like sometimes it pains me. Like maybe sometimes I don't want to go and cast some of the Korean teams because they just change their names whenever the hell. This is like
and square going in. He gets the quadra kill.
No, like sometimes guys will enter GSL qualifiers and stuff. They have a different name every single time they go and try and qualify. It makes stat tracking just crazy hard and annoying. But yeah, stick with the name. you got the Nunu pick first there for SK. More than likely going to be the support Nunu going down bot lane. So we'll see who he's paired with. But it looks like Sona and more like there you go, Sona and Shyvana being grabbed up real quick for Black. So we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, some really strong champions. We'll see whether or not they're going with the jungle. I assume it would be the support for the Nunu. A big issue would be if they were going to run the Nunu jungle against Shyvana now. One of Nunu's biggest things is counter jungling. You're not really going to get a good counter jungle on Shyvana. Shyvana can just control the jungle very easily. But the big thing is Nunu is very safe in that bottom lane. They will have to watch out for the fact that Sona has some nice burst and has the heal over them as well. But generally speaking, Nunu will be safe. Hey, I would be fine with seeing a promote Nunu like Hotshot in CLG NA in the OGN. That would be fine with me if we see that. It is an interesting concept because Nunu, you don't really need a lot of summoners. Yeah, you can use the exhaust. Flash, it's kind of iffy. You can have it, but against some teams, you don't need it. So we'll see Corky going down, and Janna, it's going to be a jungle Nunu. So Nunu against Shyvana. Nunu, can steal a big Wraith here or there or something like that. Has, good dragon control. but generally speaking, ShLaYa has the upper hand there. And as the game progresses, Nunu can ult to try and control the fights for them along with Janna. But with both Sona and ShLaYa, they can clear out that ult pretty easily.
Yep, so we'll see what we'll see who the AD is to be paired up with Sona here. Saw Ezreal previous game. Worked out pretty good. Worked out all things considered, worked out really well actually.
Yeah, and Ezreal Sona is a very common matchup in that bottom lane, so it would be very strong if they wanted to go for that.
I got excited for the Varus for a second, but considering Rumble may very well be going into top lane, GP. This is okay. Now this could be a little bit of a strange workaround here because Rumble does go mid on occasion, but he's got it's been established. Working to see established first who's going mid, and I think now we're just being trolled here. Karma, come on.
So we'll see. I do think it's interesting that Rumble's getting nerfed soon. Wow. All right.
Oh, it is Karma mid.
Yeah. So Karma mid is interesting. When she first came out, a couple of people tried her mid, and she can farm very easily in the mid. She has great pushing power. You can push people into the tower. We'll get back to that in a second. But the Riven pick, so Kevin going to go top against Rumble with that Riven. That's definitely a nice pickup. And the big thing with Rumble, he can win most lanes. He's very strong.
I think, is it Karma
equals Ezreal.
Okay. So Karma is the new Evelyn for the proxy.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it would be unusual. Karma, it's just there's a couple of champions that are very similar to Karma in their play style, but slightly better.
Yep.
So if you were, as far as an AP support in the mid lane, you would look at champions like Lulu and Orianna before you'd look at Karma. But yeah, we'll see. So Karma is the new proxy. We were talking about that. Let him go crazy. All right. Well,
we're gonna have to return to the lobby eventually, but yeah. So looking for the last two picks here. Victor was being considered, but we'll actually beat the Cassiopeia going mid. Riven top here for SK.
Yeah. So again, the Rumble's a very strong pick and does well against most laners. At some point in time, he's going to have enough damage. He's kind of weak in the early levels though, and he's squishy throughout the game. So Rumble, I think people just naturally think he's a little bit tankier than he is, but he's actually really squishy. So as a result, bruisers tend to do well against Rumble. Rumble wins the damage exchange with just the constant flame spit or harass. However, Riven with the gap closing ability, you want people who can close the gap on Rumble really quickly and then just kill him. And Riven has that damage potential in the top lane. It's a really nice matchup. So we'll see how that works. It is a pretty even matchup. But then going with the Cassiopeia, so to an extent, it could be denying that Cassiopeia from Black. However, Ocelot, very well known for enjoying Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia is a really strong champion in the mid lane, can control the lane very easily, win team fights, just all around, take control of everything.
The fight control is going to be massive for SK because also you have Rumble. You have Sonya, you have ShLaYa, you have a lot of champs getting very up close, up front in your face.
Oh, wow.
So, Soraka.
I want him to message me back and be like, Soraka's a placeholder too.
I don't know. I don't know about this. So Soraka.
It's unusual. See, now I'm kind of surprised because Soraka is Nocturne. No, that's a joke. That's not. They already have a jungler.
Nocturne was banned.
Oh, Nocturne. Right. Yeah. So we'll see if that was actually a Soraka pick.
I think it is.
Soraka. There have been AP Sorakas in the past a lot of times, and Soraka does fairly well against Cassiopeia.
Soraka is Soraka. That's all she can ever be.
A is A and B is B, and A cannot be B.
Nope.
But Soraka, she can be very strong in that mid lane, and she does well against Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia has greater pushing power, so Cassiopeia is going to throw Soraka underneath the turret. The armor isn't going to be that much of an issue. Cassiopeia isn't as much of a burst champion as she is a sustained damage dealer, and as a result, she's just going to be able to constantly harass down Soraka. And even through the heal, Soraka has the burst heal to not die instantly, but then Cassiopeia can follow it up with a lot of extra damage. So we'll see how it'll work. It's just Soraka doesn't really fit with their team comp. It's a very unusual pick with the comp that they're running.
I think, well, here's the thing, AP Soraka, that is a massive heal. And I think, what they're just trying, at the very least, to do is just try and counteract the push as much as they can. And here's the thing, though, the silence can actually work very well against a lot of members of SK. The silence and the cast shuts her down a lot, shuts down Riven's pretty much entire kit. Corki, he's immensely less spammable if silenced. So, and not to mention, you can cancel out the new ult in a pinch too. So I think it's something that could be really really help out the team fights.
But here's the issue. Soraka, she has to get kind of short range. She has to get up close and personal in order to have any sort of impact. Late game, Soraka can be fantastic. I mean, having those heals along with the MR reduction, making your team naturally tanky, but they don't have a tanky team. They have an AP team. Yes, Soraka will help Shyvana. Yeah. However, the AoE damage from SK is so strong that it won't even matter if Soraka gets off her heals, because Corki and Cassiopeia have enough follow-up damage. And then if Soraka is trying to become more involved in team fights, both Soraka and Rumble have to put themselves in a dangerous position, and they're just not tanky enough to do it. So, I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to work around that, because if it was like a head-on-head fight, SK is easily at the advantage here, because Soraka and Rumble will both go down very quickly to SK's AoE, and they can't sit back safely like you would hope for them. So, I don't know, we'll have to see. Double support, they have nice burst heals, they have mobility with Sona. So I think a lot of it's going to come down to just the map control from Shyvana and forcing small fights. Ezreal does well in small fights, Rumble can do well in small fights. If they can force those small fights where SK doesn't have enough damage to kill them, then maybe they can make this team happen.
But you do all the rest of the champs, the entire team of Black, they are somewhat short range, so they are making the commitment. But also remember, there's a huge amount of AP damage available here onto Black, and one of the best things you can do, in addition to so much magic damage, is to shred.
Sona is actually going mid, unless they change it up. We'll see if they're baiting this out or not.
The things that all that the magic resist shred from Soraka on Star Call would synergize immensely well with Rumble.
I'm kind of curious. I'm wondering if this is something that I'm going to assume it's something that Face Roller is well known for, and it is a fairly new team, but they have been very successful. So I'm curious. Fat Mama is the support. Yep. We'll see whether or not Fat Mama is going to be going Soraka or Sona. They can swap it up at the last second. So Soraka is much more common as an AP pick. Sona has, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I haven't seen Sona played as an AP champ. I've seen Sona played AD. I've seen Sona played as a mid champ, but not usually to get burst ability power damage. So we'll have to see. I mean, Sona's range isn't that great either. So Sona will have to put herself in a vulnerable situation.
So, and then that is not the Jace. We are not doing promote Surge Jace. Get to the real deal here. So yeah, it is a little strange. It is a little strange, but then again, that is, one of the advantages of being, one of these up-and-coming teams, that you don't quite get a read. You can go ahead and do, you can go outside a little bit beyond the bonds of normal standard play here and try and see if you can't get away with things. Or this could be something that they've been working in the lab for, something they've been practicing, something realizing, hey, this really does very well against X, Y, or Z comp setups, things like that. So we'll see how it works.
That's the coolest thing, since we're coming into the Season 2 championships and everything. Teams are starting to experiment more. They're starting to be more free, willing to just be really aggressive with that stuff. Quick reminder, we're being thrown outside the door. RP, if you're interested in some RP, we actually have a giveaway right now.
Yeah, Facebook.com/IGN Pro League. There's a nice little button there that says offers. So while we're loading up onto the game, you just go ahead and click on that, and you'll be more than what you just
so offers button, and we are giving away a $10 RP currently.
Yep.
I don't know how many we're giving away, but 3 actually. So
we got
3. And we'll, talk about that again a little bit later. But guys, definitely check that out. Will be fun. But we'll see. There's 20 seconds left, so this is like the countdown to see, how they're going to change their summoners, if they're actually legitimately going to run.
I'm not so
promote.
Sure.
If Face Roller,
Ghost heal.
If Face Roller is going Sona or Soraka. That's definitely a huge question. I would have to imagine it's the Soraka, but it seems like he's going Sona. So. That's going to be really... No, switching up last second.
Yeah.
There you go. I was going to say, I was going to be very surprised to see a Sona mid, because Sona can have some nice little burst damage, but generally speaking, she doesn't have enough sustained damage to have that AP be valuable. And just Sona doesn't really need any items to really accomplish much, but she doesn't have the burst heal. Even with if you had 1,000 AP on Sona and 1,000 AP on Soraka, Sona would have 1/4 of the heal that Soraka would have. And everyone, I'm sure you guys recognize that, but we'll see. So Ezreal and Sona is a very common bottom lane. That's another aspect to it. It is that common harassed bottom lane.
Now I want to go back to a little discussion we were having before about the fact, that Black is not the tankiest team in the world. They could very well melt to a lot of AoE pressure. But if you look at the summoners right there onto the Soraka, though, Ghost and Heal.
Mm-hmm.
So Soraka wants to be near the front line with the Ghost to catch up, to throw down the Star Calls, but you have the innate heal, you have the global team heal, and you have the summoner heal. So everyone's just kind of like, okay, everyone crowd around a Soraka. We're going deep. By the way, the enemy team, all of their magic resist is gone, so go on ahead.
Yeah, and Soraka, the big issue is because she has to get so up close. So running the movement speed masteries as well, and that's definitely nice. We'll see how that's going to kind of work out for them. I think a lot of it is going to ride on how successful they can be in their lanes, and they need to pull off early advantages. Rumble versus Riven top, again, it's an even lane. Both of them have that kill potential, so it could go either way. Ezreal versus Sona bottom, it's a very aggressive harass lane. They should be at an advantage over Corki and Janna. However, Corki is generally pretty safe to farm in most lanes. But we'll see. Sona and Ezreal, they can pop Janna's shield very quickly, and then they'll win those damage exchanges. So that's an opportunity for them. Shyvana has an advantage over Nunu in the jungle. Late game, Irenae, he will be very strong. He's going to have that blood boil for Corki or Riven. That'll be really nice for either of them. The slow, will be nice as well. So we'll have to see. But I am kind of concerned about that Soraka. I'm excited to see it. I'm tingling with anticipation. It's just there's a lot of other common AP champions that would work very well with their team and give them just an all-around awesome AoE team with lots of versatility. Like if they were to run a Morgana, or if they wanted, Orianna would work with the Shyvana combination. There's just a lot of options, and Soraka wouldn't be on the tip of my tongue as that first choice. But Soraka, like we said, does have that armor, magic resist shredding, does have the magic resist buff for her team, and then also those innate heals. Will be pretty nice, those burst heals. Yeah,
because I'm trying to remember, Soraka mid, when was the last time we saw that heavily in competitive
Dignitas was really the last time we saw it at IPL 4. And they stopped using it right after that tournament.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's been a while. Probably a smattering of play here and there. I'm sure if we look back that Black has been using Soraka, and that's just something that we haven't, seen because we haven't been able to see their matches because they're so new. But, we'll have to see. I'm sure everyone's talking about in chat, and like, oh, you're terrible. Soraka has played every game. I see Soraka in 90% of my games as AP mid. They're never played as support.
That's a strange world to be living in. Soraka, I mean, there was. I think there actually was a time right after IPL 4 too, where I was seeing a lot of Sorakas just go mid in solo queue, and that is kind of that pro effect where you see someone on some team be really successful. With a very this is a niche team. They would not, Black would not be going Soraka mid in a case like this unless it's something they've been practicing frequently. This is not a willy-nilly, hey, let's see if it works here. It's something that's been calculated before and gamed and studied and put on the paper on the chalkboard first before they actually go ahead and try and
don't be putting words in their mouth. They might be just going willy-nilly here.
They could be.
We'll have to see. It's going to be fun. I mean, Soraka late game, Soraka can be almost unstoppable. If you don't have enough damage, if you have a tanky team, that's usually where you see Soraka, and you just become unkillable when you have all of that AP, and then they slowly wear you down. Here's the combination with Soraka and Rumble can be nice. Shyvana also is heavy magic damage, and I think a lot of people don't realize how much of Shyvana's kit is magic damage. You kind of think of her as a physical bruiser, but she is a very high magic damage champion. Ezreal, not so much. He has some, but Soraka, that shredding will be nice. Late game, if they can survive through the burst AoE from SK, then they can easily win team fights with that Soraka pick. And Soraka late game is just such a monster. The issue is that Soraka brings very little fight control early in the game.
Right.
Early and even mid game, Soraka is just incredibly weak. You just need to sit there and farm. You can't counter push very easily because of the short range nature of it. You can if you're safe, but if they're trying to push into your tower or something, Soraka can't clear the minion waves. You have to just let them walk up and take your tower basically. In team fights early on, you're just too squishy, so you'll go down really quickly. So we'll see, how their play is going to accommodate that.
So loading on up, we should be in here just pretty soon. Of course, it's man, come on, just 4%, you can do it.
96.
Come on, you can
96.
go. There you go. All right, so now we are here. We are in game number 1, SK versus Black, aka Bacon Lovers Are Crazy Cool. So we've been hyping up right before this game too. This is kind of the old school versus the new school, despite the fact that the old school team has had a little bit of a roster switch pretty recently as well. But we'll see how they work out here against the new kids on the block. Looking for a little bit of a look. So I think right now SK, they're debating on where they're going to be going to invade, either even going for the red or for the blue, but they may just try and get their defense here and make sure that they are not being invaded as well. You do have Alvik up top there in the top tri-brush, making sure that no one takes the long way in. And I think there's a little bit of a split decision here from SK. They're not quite sure where they're looking to. I think they want to invade if they can, because Nunu, real quick, with the consume, a steal on the Wraiths can be huge. But alas, ShLaYa and Soraka are there to defend. Sona may be caught out here right on the entrance. Does walk on into the bush. The Ignite going down. Can he flash over the wall? Yes. But will he be safe? No. The flash over for the pursuit. And Arene there with the snowball getting that first blood.
Yeah, really just kind of a casual step there from Sona, walking right into the bush, just like, oh, we don't see him anywhere. They're probably not invading or anything. But nice shot from SK coming over there at the last second, and then Fat Mama going down. So that's really a shame for them to start off in such a way, because they do need to get a little bit into the game in order for Soraka to be viable for their team. But we'll have to see. Nunu, starting off, already gets the regrowth pendants. That's going to help his jungle. And then the fast Philosopher's Stone is going to be huge. We'll see. I mean, Shyvana with the Soraka combo could be unkillable almost through the mid game. And all the armor and magic resist that Shyvana gets from her ultimate and just how naturally tanky she can be, that could be kind of interesting to see.
Star Call being purchased there for the Soraka, not too uncommon there for the mid. Maybe looking to max that thing out, but you also see that here right now, Nunu in the jungle is looking to start on the red. Going to be going on to the blue later on. We'll see if Navren does decide to go for a quick invade on his own, but looks like a small golems skipping. No, a little bit indecisive there. Will actually start there. Yes.
Yeah, probably just waiting for the cooldowns on abilities. So he's going to be fine. In the meantime, I'm curious how this Soraka versus Cass lane is going to work, because Cass should have a serious advantage in that lane. It's much easier for Cass to hit the damage than Soraka. Yes, if Soraka gets in range, then it's an instant hit. But having to get that close, Riven actually dueling it out with Rumble, though. Rumble gets very low, but Shyvana is here for the backup. The exhaust onto Kevin. He's trying to get out of there. He has the dodge. He has the flash, but now Alvik chasing him down. If he can hit the E, he misses both of them, and they will have to back off. So Alvik is low. Kevin actually has a slight advantage there, but Shyvana still helping him out a little bit in the top lane.
You see all the aggression going down on Rumble because he is pretty weak. That magic number is level 4. He can actually start to fight back there in that lane. But if a gank is going to be going down, if a kill is going to be going down, it needs to happen quick. And you see right now, you see Alvik going on back, buying a ward just for safety. Arene in the jungle, Naparin just trying to finish off the Wraiths. But there you go, the snowball going down, looking to exchange some blows. But he's got the red buff. Both junglers have the red buff. Going back in, too, onto the bush. But there you go. There's the summoner heal being popped for Soraka. Ocelot getting extremely low. And that is the power of a mid Soraka. It can things can get a little bit ridiculous. Plus a summoner heal on top of it.
Yeah, no, so already having the advantage in that lane, and that is one nice thing. If you can trade damage easily, then having that sustain, you can beat your opponent in the lane. Usually you don't put that many levels into the heal when you're playing an AP Soraka, so we'll see how he kind of works with that. But it is interesting to see that he's able to come out on top of that damage exchange with Cassiopeia. Shyvana's going to be fine. Shyvana's going to back up. I still think it's kind of interesting that Rumble and Shyvana, they were trying to put on the pressure at level 1 on Riven, because Riven also needs a couple of levels. Riven's solid at level 1, but really level 3 and then level 4 is where you try to really pick up kills as Riven, and Riven's a snowball champion. You want to get those early kills. But because Rumble is so weak early on, you usually don't expect a gank to come, but they just kind of go for it anyway. They're like, all right, you're not going to be expecting it. We're just going to go for it. The silence definitely works nicely against Cassiopeia to just interrupt that combo and get in some of that free damage.
To bot lane though, Yellowstar is getting chunked out quite a bit, and you'll see every time right now that the Black is pushing on up to the tower, Deke is right there with all that auto attack harass, while Yellowstar is still under tower, dipping on in and out. The control is amazing. Next time this wave comes up, you're probably going to see more of it here.
Yeah, and so Face Roller actually starting to push Ocelot underneath this turret so that he's going to be denied a little bit. Nunu actually coming down this bottom lane, and Fat Mama taking some damage. SK Nif is pretty low, but there's actually the first kill for Yellow Star, and then the chase from Arianai onto Ezreal. He will have to back off there, but they have complete control over this bottom lane already.
Yeah, didn't even really need Nunu's help to go ahead and get the kill onto the Sona, unfortunately. But still, though, it does give a little bit of room to breathe for SK. They can go ahead, stick around, get a little bit of farm up there because they've been not denied just a little bit, but now they have the lane a little bit to themselves. Ezreal can only do so much without the support in tow, so it's going to give Yellowstar some time to go ahead and catch up. Napperin up here, top lane, only with the blue buff, looking to see if anything still can happen down onto Kevin. You do have Alvic, level 4, going to be a little bit stronger. Kevin with the ward in the bush. So Shyvana has been caught out, but will escape just fine.
Yeah, he just wanted to make sure that Shyvana wasn't there because he had the ward in the tri-bush. He recognized that Shyvana was there, and I think because he backed off, Black probably recognized that Kevin knew that Shyvana was there. So as a result, there's a good possibility that Shyvana could just sit there in that bush and wait and either just teleport out and waste Kevin's time or, force him into a bad situation. So he backs off. In the meantime, Nunu is bought once again.
Fat Mama could very well be caught out once again. Exhaust going down to Ezreal to make sure he can't pursue to get those kills. Nif has been ignited. One more auto attack, something, anything. Shield still going up. There you go. But Ocelot is now here to try and help out. But Shyvana is there to look to defend. Ezreal, will you be going down? Yes, you will. Yellowstar grabbing that kill. Fat Mama, just with a little bit of help, has the auras up to make sure that Shyvana can keep a quick escape. But SK's in a good spot. Ult over the wall. Very well done. Napperin going down, blue buff going to the Nunu. Nice refresh, but here comes Face Roller. Star call, star call, star call. Get that chant going.
The banana!
Banana!
He actually might
be able to get it there, but Nunu doesn't get the snowball. The silence there is still a fair amount of damage. And you got 3 members of SK running away from a Soraka down bot lane in pursuit, but will manage to back off. Alvic there looking to keep Kevin away just a little bit. But still, though, the pressure from top lane is pretty huge.
Yeah, and it is an even matchup, but Riven does have a slight advantage in this lane right now. Bottom lane, really nice job from SK so far, being able to pressure that lane. And we'll see, how involved Soraka can be. Soraka's usually not the best duelist early in the game. But still, if he's able to run around and know that he's safe in the middle of those fights, that's definitely going to be huge. I love the anticipation play from Ocelot, though. Just recognizing, all right, this is about where they are over this wall. I ult now, and
nice.
Just going for it. Shyvana trying to come up and take the blue, doesn't recognize that Nunu actually started down at the red, so has the vision cleared now, knows that it won't be up until about 9 minutes.
But there is a ward there in the neighborhood. Ocelot does ward that far brush, but does not know Face Roller is there. Is going to go ahead and move on forward, and that is a very tricky bush to ward because you can actually, usually when you ward a bush, you have vision of the entire bush. That one curved one is not the case. You do have to ward it twice if you want the full vision. Meanwhile, bot lane, Fat Mama once again being caught out in the bushes, cannot get away from all that pressure. Meanwhile, top lane, though, you do have the Rumble ult looking to get aggressive. Exhaust going down onto Nunu. Rumble, he's in pursuit with that Flame Spitter. There's a lot of damage, and Nunu doesn't go down. But there you go, Soraka, Star Call, Silence, keep Kevin away. There you go, good play from Black.
Yeah, really impressive play from Face Roller there, just constantly roaming around the map, forcing those fights for his team. And in those small exchanges, that's something that Soraka is, going to be strong at because they just won't be able to die in those small exchanges. The mid-game team fights, Soraka will be weak, but it's astounding to me that Face Roller is able to, pressure these really early game fights for them to try and pull them back. So we'll see, if that'll continue to work for him. Shyvana wasn't 6 yet. Now Shyvana is. Shyvana's one of the best tower divers in the game, but they're able to force the fight outside of the tower because Nunu walking into the bush, and that's really where they want to, fight. Just the tower would just be too devastating for him right now. But we'll have to see. Ocelot is able to pick up that blue, and he can go to the mid lane.
Yeah, the pressure from Soraka is, both real, a very real threat, And also hilarious when you do see a team running away from a Soraka. And as the game goes on, especially with Soraka on Ghost, that is going to continue to happen. But we'll also see how the farm game continues to go from here, because there is a little bit of a lead on Ocelot, and not to mention, 3 assists to Soraka's 2, which, usually you'll see Soraka with a lot of heals. You have the global heal actually start to rack up assists pretty early. But, in mid, it's not usually the case. And you also have the, Fat Mama once again getting caught out every time going in for those auras. You're losing half your healthy Corki. There's the Sona ult in response, but it's not enough to save the Ezreal Yellow Star. It's still in pursuit. The missiles not going to be picking up on that kill, but here's Shyvana not going to be going for the kill, looking just to have the lane presence. And Face Rollers here as well. But with all those minions pushing up, with a Star Call being leveled up to level 4, there's not even a point in heal yet for Soraka.
Yeah, that's pretty common with the AP Soraka. You want the damage, and that's from your Q and your silence.
Yep.
So as a result, you neglect the heal for a little bit until you get to those mid-game fights. I mean, that is the nice thing with going mid, is you get those levels so quickly that you can ignore points and ability and be fine. Shyvana is coming mid, though, coming right into Ocelot, but there's the ultimate, the Dragon Form getting out of there, turning the back right at the last second. Yellow Star is able to just barely pick up the kill, though, but here's Soraka coming, trying to pick up this kill into Yellow Star, the flash away, and actually the Valkyrie as well, just barely able to get out. Can the ult from Ezreal hit? It is going to miss, but Cassiopeia actually pretty close as well.
Ocelot was like about to limbo on under it. It's like, oh no, that's bad. Kevin trying to get away from the Flamespitter top lane versus the Rumble. And, granted, yeah, SK is getting what they want, but they're barely getting away alive. They're leaving a lot of these team fights extremely low.
Yeah, and the big thing is, I don't know, they're just able to pressure it. They have some really nice lanes.
Ooh.
Cassiopeia is able to get a little bit more easy burst. Same with Corki, than champions like Soraka are able to. It's just that upfront AoE damage. We'll see how Black can kind of try and turn this around, because they're being extremely aggressive. They're down 2k right now, but it doesn't feel like they're behind, just because they're constantly pressuring SK. They just need to start turning some of these fights to their advantage.
And also, Rumble, naturally he builds into the revolver for that spell if they have to take with him into lane. Actually, got Soraka working for it as well, so looks like there may be a double Loda being built for Black, which would be that spell vamp working for both of those APs is going to be ridiculous heading into the mid game, heading into the late game. To have the middle of these team fights, plus all that magic pen is going to be huge. Right now, Rumble trying to get away from this pressure to Nunu and the Riven. They're going in on this. The exhaust going down on the Riven. Rumble ult to try and get that extra damage, but Napron, will you be able to capitalize? Yes, you will. Dragon Form going down. Can't get the kill on Nunu. Rumble does go down, but Nunu will not be able to leave here. Ocelot is also in the neighborhood, but Face Roller is right there to dissuade him. Can you get the silence? Can you get what you want? There you go. There's the poison. There's the silence every time after that initial burst of poison. There's the silence. The ult coming in from Ocelot. There you go. There's the summer heal and the wish, bringing Face Roller so high up in health. He may as well be full, and Ocelot has really nowhere to go.
Yeah, and so Ocelot will be going down as Shyvana's going to be able to chase him away. Really nice job. Oh, actually trying to juke out there, but they will be able to get him. One more attack. Come on. Oh, there it is. The E is able to grab it up. But Face Roller with a nice job baiting out the ultimate, and then the last second turn before entering the bush. Really smart play. And yeah, we'll see how they kind of build. Rumble actually going for that Rylai's, so we'll be transitioning to that kind of a tanky build. They both had defensive boots, so that's definitely nice in those smaller kind of skirmishes. We'll see how they work. I mean, when Soraka, when we've seen her in the past, a lot of times you want to go for that Woda, but then you also go for really fast defense. And since the Woda nerfs, I really don't think that they're going to be finishing them for a while. It'll primarily just be the revolver, but we'll see if Soraka decides to go with like an Abyssal Scepter. For some really great armor shredding, and then just to be naturally tanky.
As if she didn't have enough already. To add the Abyssal on top of that would just be ridiculous.
It would just sound about right.
And here's the thing too, with all that reduction, I believe it's possible to actually give a negative magic resist if it gets low enough.
It is, but it's really just such an unusual thing. It is very possible to give it, like for example here, 30 magic resist. For Cassiopeia, but I think Soraka's Q can only remove like about 30.
Hover over it for a second, because let's see, magic by 12 for 5 seconds.
So 60.
By
10 times, 120.
120 magic resist if you manage to get 10 star calls off in a fight.
That's a lot of star calls, though. But I mean, those early game fights, yeah, it will be very possible for them. And so that's also kind of why they don't have to go to these spell pen boots. They can go these defensive boots because they already know they have a lot of magic resist shredding.
I look at this build. I look at Soraka in the mid. I love it. I love it so much. I remember back to IPL 4 because there's a very large portion of the crowd when Dignitas was playing mid rock, and just this entire game so far in my head is just a chant. You had these group of 10 guys just kept going, AP Raka, woo, woo, woo. And this is echoing in my brain right now. And it's so amusing to me.
I was just imagining when you were doing that. Never mind, I'm not going to go into what I was imagining. But SK, they're able to come and pressure this dragon. Rumble is up top. Right now with the AoE control that they have and everything, they have a much stronger fight, particularly without Rumble there, so they can take this pretty easily. Ezreal actually poking them down a little bit, but they'll have to watch out. Ocelot is kind of low on mana if they decide to go in for this, but they are able to grab that dragon. They're able to get out of there.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. With the dragon being taken, you're leaving Alvic alone top lane with Rumble, getting free farm, getting a lot of pressure down onto the tier 2 in top, so it's just going to be a rush for Kevin to get back up there to defend the lane, to hold the position. How did he actually get any good damage into tier 2?
No, he didn't get there yet.
He didn't get there?
A little bit actually, but
a little bit.
Yeah, he was just barely there for a second.
Still free farm though.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the case. I mean, he's at 100. Riven's still ahead there, but it's getting him into this game. Yellowstar being forced out from Ezreal, so they can deny a lot of this golden experience at this turret, and then push it down some. And I think early turrets would definitely, benefit them if they decide to go for them. We'll see if they try and push any down, snowball the lanes. In the meantime, though, Nunu making his way down bot once again.
Oh, and Sona's been caught out a lot very early on in this game, and it's just a positioning problem here going on with
I think Nunu was
Mama.
being chased, though. He was running away. He wasn't trying to gank.
He's not trying to gank. He's just trying to get away from the Soraka.
He was running in terror from Soraka.
No, don't star call me. Don't do it.
Yeah, so we'll see. Soraka is farming, pretty successfully in the mid lane.
Yes.
Ocelot has a little bit of an advantage there, but this is one of the nice things that Scar always liked doing is just using that Q over the wall. You use the Q, you don't have the vision, but actually Corki and Nif are very close to going down. The Morgana or the Janna ultimate, unfortunately, is going to put them in a dangerous position. They were probably going to go down anyway, but Nif will be taken here. So a couple of kills for them. Nunu and Riven, everyone is here though. Riven jumping in the middle of the team. The Cassiopeia ultimate, they have plenty of damage. They're turning this around. Kevin trying to chase them down. There's the kill into Shyvana. Sona's very low, but able to keep out of there. Nunu does go down, but there's still Cassiopeia and there's still Riven. Riven is looking perfectly fine. Sona goes down. There's the Soraka, the double kill. They're able to pick up that fight.
Even all things considered, though, it is still a 3-for-3, and it's still a pretty relatively even trade there, but you do have Alvic once again still on the top lane looking to get that pressure down.
He can actually take this turret if it depends. I think Corki's going to be there long enough.
Coming on up though, but things though you have more people from SK displaced to deal with that fight as opposed to Black, and because of that you do have that allows Rumble to go ahead and have some time to himself.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. We'll see how these fights can continue to go though, but because the AoE for SK is fine, and Corki wasn't even in that fight. Kevin able to take down this mid turret, is getting very low though. We'll have to back off. Ezreal's there. The Rumble ultimate actually trying to chase them down. Kevin's able to get out. Janna's able to get out, so they're going to be fine. But the AoE, if Corki doesn't die before the fight even happens, you have to factor in the Corki AoE as well, and then all of a sudden that fight turns into a huge win for SK if Corki was alive.
You see the Negatron cloak being built on the Soraka right now, so yeah, it does look like an Abyssal is going to be coming out. So for some of the champs right now onto SK, 1 star call will as soon as that's built, 1 or 2 star calls will put you at negative magic resist.
Yeah, that's true. It's actually, I'm surprised that it's that quick. Yeah. So we'll see. Riven chasing down Ezreal. He's going to be fine getting out of there. But Riven has a lot of damage, is going for that really just burst build, and one of the issues with Soraka is that she's not a burst caster. She doesn't, just instantly kill your entire team. As a result, Kevin can be a little bit more comfortable going with that glass cannon build, knowing that he can kill, Soraka or Rumble in their AoE before they're able to get enough damage onto him.
It's just a matter of, actually, making sure you get in. And also, remember, Soraka does still have the silence for a critical member of SK. Kevin may very well be the one, because with that silence on, you're only auto attacks, and a lot of Riven's damage comes from the passive after priming. There you go, going right for the initiation down on to Rumble. The heals are not enough. Sona ult keeping everyone from SK still. Ocelot going to take a few shots from the turret that is just about to be going down. Ezreal is not in the fight just yet, where he should be here, but the turret will be down. Ult going through downtown, trying to reduce the health on all of the minions, just so pushing back is going to be a little bit easier. But yeah, SK just pretty much took that kill on turret for free.
Yeah, and Ocelot still has his ultimate up, so they were able to kill him without almost any effort on their part, just because Rumble's squishy. They don't have the CC to get them out of there. They're a very low CC team. They just need to, be too tanky and in control of the fights. But Sona's movement speed isn't enough to account for the red buff and everything. They will be able to take down this turret, though, so they get it. They get out of there. They have, some nice turret advantages. Ocelot going to be chasing Shyvana a little bit. Shyvana will back off, so they will be fine.
Alvic is now back up. Now he's choosing to farm down bot lane because Yellowstar's been down there looking to try and get a little bit of a push on. But Ocelot now just trying to duel down with Naprin. He's in a 1v3 situation. Fat Mama's nearby, but Face Roller goes around the long way to see if he can't make something else happen there. But Kevin is looking for an engage, looking for something. He's like, yeah, get out of here. Get out of my forest. And Ocelot will go ahead and secure this blue.
Yeah, and Rumble's still farming. He goes down to the bottom lane to get a counter push going, which is good. But considering how long he's been split from his team and how many opportunities he's found to farm, being only at 140 CS, that's a solid amount, but it's not astounding or anything. He's not pulling ahead in this game as a result of it. We'll see. He is kind of caught off here. He's in a dangerous position. He is able to get back in the mid. So getting through that little bottleneck, was able to get through there, and now they're actually coming over to steal his blue. So Yellowstar is going to get a blue of his own. He's going to have that spam ability as well.
But the thing is, though, Rumble is also a very critical part of what makes Black's team fights great, because he needs to be there to capitalize on all the magic resist shred coming in on Soraka. Other than that, you only have 2 of your 3 huge magic dealers to go ahead and take advantage of that kind of situation. Rumble just does so much damage even without that magic shred. But here you go. Looks like there may be a trade here. SK grabbing Dragon, and Black looking to pressure down the tier 2 in mid. Movement speed coming from Soraka. There's a ward going down from Rumble to get the vision on SK. And can they take this turret down quick before they get pinched? There's a Rumble. Now they're turning back around down onto SK. Kevin out in front, melting to Shyvana pretty quick. There's a Sona ult in response. Riven goes down really quick but does not fall. Nunu ult getting a lot on that one, and Black is extremely weak after that. Very well done, and Ocelot looking to finish off Face Roller if he can. There you go, the Twin Fang, the shutdown coming in from Ezreal down the Riven, but no, it will be for not 1 for 5. Good job from SK.
Yeah, and SK, they have just such great damage output. They're able to almost instantly kill Shyvana. Soraka still needs a couple of levels before she can get into those heals. Only 1 level in the heal, and then 2 in the ultimate. But even so, one of the issues with going with a slow sustained damage team, like with Soraka, not having that burst damage where you just instantly kill someone, is that SK, they have a really easy time in fights of getting low and just constantly cycling out their members. And so everyone on SK was getting very low in that fight, but they're constantly just able to cycle them around. None of them are dying, so they're perfectly fine, and then they have the damage to follow up on it. So I don't know, we'll see how if Black can kind of come back into this. They are down over 7k gold right now. They have really nice AoE. I don't think that Shyvana needed to initiate that, and that was the big thing. Yeah. Shyvana was trying to force a fight, but if they're a little bit closer together and can combo their damage, where they say, all right, Shyvana goes in, then Sona, Soraka gets some procs of the Q, and then Rumble ult, that's great. But there was a kind of a discoordination between some of their abilities. They weren't able to make it happen that way. Yeah. So we'll see how it works in the future. But the later it gets, the stronger the Soraka will be, the stronger their comp will be. But at the same time, SK is going to be stronger as well. Corki and Cass and Riven are all very strong late game.
Yep. And even that, you have the great initiation coming from Sony. You have great initiation from Rumble. Use one of those first. Just try and start up these fights, try and get the aggression going down. But you do have Black here playing on the defensive, and they may try and rush this Baron here. Everyone's in the pit. There is a ward there, so right now SK knows that they're doing it. There goes the Rumble ult, trying to force that fight. Ezreal going down, and Nif being focused down really quick. There you go. There's a Shyvana Dragon form trying to pick up on that kill, and SK was a little split, but here comes Kevin focusing down in. Who's the target going to be? It's going to be Face Roller, first one to go down. So there goes that magic shred. There goes the heal. There goes a lot of Black's team fight control, but Alvic is out on his own. A lot of SK is low, though. Can they clean up? This could be a good opportunity. Deke is out there trying to get some shots going, but Naparin has to retreat really far away. One shot could have meant death for that Shyvana.
Yeah, and everyone on SK, again, was getting low, but they have a very easy time kiting in and out of the fight.
Yeah.
So Riven almost going down, was able to back off. Nunu almost going down, he's able to back off. And Black almost forcing a nice fight there. They went for the Baron without an Oracles, so they knew that SK probably had a ward, and they had no means of taking it down, but Riven was bottom, so they wanted to force a fight. They know they're behind. They wanted to try and force a fight without Riven. Unfortunately, they couldn't kill them quite quickly enough. They didn't have enough burst or anything, so as a result, SK could just stall until Riven came back, and then all of a sudden take it to him.
Yeah, and Yellowstar getting a quick kill down onto Ezreal there in the bot lane. Did he just get caught out there? I think it's just a little bit of quick burst. Yeah, everyone's recalling. Well, Yellowstar's not quite in the bush
they're
yet.
recalling in the bush, and then he just walks right into him.
Yeah, unfortunate from Deke. Valkyrie over Yellowstar. Just go ahead and all the damage necessary to clean that one up.
Yeah, so they will be fine. They will be able to back off. Shyvana pushing down bottom a little bit. That is, the nice benefit of having, Shyvana. She's so fast, you can split push very easily with her, and having that split push potential, it allows you to stall out a little bit. So, as a result, you see Kevin has to go top to counter push that, and they all have to kind of split up and get all the lanes pushing, and it prevents them from just pushing straight into mid. So we'll see where they go. They do have a very strong Baron team. So SK, they could force a Baron fight, then force Black into this tight little corridor, force all of that AoE damage right on top of them, but they don't want to get low coming into the fight, because then Black can maybe force those longer fights and just barely have enough damage to pick them up. So we'll see if they decide to force it or not. Nif does have an Oracles, the nice little Sona Q to just throw off some harass and force them out of there. It stalls a little bit, so that's a nice thing.
Yeah, if you have the vision on Baron, if you can somehow irritate the Baron, anyone who's currently in that pit is going to be taking the auto attack damage. He doesn't care who attacked him. He cares about who's closest to him. So in this case, it is Janna with the Oracles. 2 Baron shots and already at 2/3 health. So it's a little bit of a plus for Black, though. But they could still be in a whole lot of trouble. Fat Mama a little bit too far out. And the rest of the team, all of Black is split up. Soraka's taking the blue. This is an imminent Baron fight. And there goes ShLaYa's being popped. Fat Mama's caught all on her own. There you go, flash away, has to use the ult to try and get away. Rumble ult in defense. All these ults being used defensively, and Fat Mama still goes down, and this is Baron for SK. Easy.
Yeah, so not only do they have an easy Baron, but for a while, Black can't fight them, so they're going to be able to pressure them out. They could try and poke them down a little bit, or maybe try and pressure mid lane. It seems like they're going to try and poke them here, but the Baron will drop very quickly with all their damage, already down to 2,000 HP. They might try and steal it with the Ezreal, actually, and Shyvana. They got it, and Shyvana was able to keep it. They have plenty of AoE damage here, but Soraka does go down. Shyvana now is in the middle of the team, so they lose another 2 members, but even so, stealing that Baron, it helps stall for a little bit.
Yeah.
And so, it was a nice play. It's a desperate thing, but they know if SK had the Baron with how far ahead they are, then the game is almost just over for them.
Yeah. So provided nobody from Black gets caught out, Nunu is off on his own. But Israel's just kind of like, coming by. He's like, oh, hey, you're here. I'm not going to kill you. I just want to know where you are. It's
I'm kind of surprised. I'm surprised he didn't go for it, because they had
Rumble.
They saw 2 members were top.
Rumble's on his own over by his red buff, but gets caught out by Yellowstar and by Kevin. Everyone's getting caught out. Black is in just disarray at the moment. They're so spread out. Kevin get there to capitalize on that kill as well. I don't know, I'm not seeing Black winning this. If everyone's so spread out, everyone's just kind of not on the same page here.
Yeah, they're 11k down. Even with that Baron, it's really inconsequential, and the team fighting potential for SK is very strong. They are going to be able to grab this dragon, so they get another dragon here to continue their lead, and we'll see. Soraka, again, can't push off waves very easily, so once SK decides that they want to just start pressuring mid-turret and start trying to take the turrets, Soraka has a really difficult time with clearing. Ezreal will be able to clear once with the ultimate, but then it'll be down for a while, and then the next wave, they should be able to just walk in, get a significant amount of damage on the turret, and in about 2 waves, take it down.
Yeah, and then Soraka, trying to progress the build along a little bit, does not go for the Abyssal. Ended up upgrading to the Woda a little bit earlier on, and go for the Glacial Shroud. Good thought for the mana and the cooldown reduction. But I'm just trying to think though. Where's all the damage coming in from Black? And you have Shyvana building incredibly tanky. Rumble, and he's got his Riley, he's got his Wooded. That's good. That's fine. That's great damage from him. And he got Ezreal with the Trinity. But here's the thing though, you're getting caught
That's what
out.
happens when you get attacked by an 11, 1, and 9 Corki.
That is also true. Yeah, Corki is just so much further ahead.
Oh, they're going to sandwich them, though. Irinii trying to force it around the backside, and Ocelot with the follow-up. Oh, Sona's here. The Rumble ult trying to get him out of there. But there is Cassiopeia walking in, has the AoE damage.
Nice.
They are actually kiting this out pretty nicely. So Ocelot is going to go down. The burst from Ezreal. And this is actually what Black wants to happen. This is what they need to happen. They need to burst down some of the carries and then force them out of there so they can chase them down.
There you go. You got Shyvana still out in front with the burnout, still in dragon form, trying to force down some more damage. And you have Rumble. He is overheating. He could do a little bit extra movement speed buff coming in from Sona. ShLaYa is being popped there from SK. They want to get out of there. And yeah, this is a nice small victory for Black. They got, there's only one death. It was on Ocelot. They managed to get what they want. But here's the thing, though. Shyvana being caught out a little bit too far behind. And there you go. The fight is back at neutral.
What were we saying about that one death?
Yeah.
They do have some spamability. Ezreal could actually chase down Yellowstar here. He has the slow. Yellowstar just barely able to get out of there, even with that Phage proc. And so hopefully Ezreal won't be pursuing into that that tri-bush.
That could be huge. That could be disastrous. Yellowstar does get chunked out pretty huge. But SK, they will back out. They managed to go ahead and make that fight even with the kill on a Shyvana. And it's still a bad situation right now for Black, but that was a really good team fight for them. If they can go ahead and replicate that once more, but just get a little bit more off that, if they can manage to get 1 or 2 more kills, they can still delay the game for quite a while. They can delay the game until the Baron comes back up in a little while.
Well, the nice thing with that last fight was that Cassiopeia was trying to get the hard engage. They wanted to force the fight, but with Rumble and Sona, they have really nice kiting potential. So Rumble's ultimate just completely shut down the rest of SK. They couldn't get in range fast enough, and as a result, they were able to just all gang up on Ocelot and take him down. He was out of position. They were able to get that kill. So we'll see if they can continue doing stuff like that. They still haven't. SK hasn't struck the killing blow yet. Right now, Black is still 100% in this game. No inhibitors are down, so they don't have to worry about like a slow push from SK. And if they can start turning around fights like that, that'll definitely work. But if SK is all grouped up together in the AoE, their fights are so strong.
This is real bad. Shyvana being caught out at the red, and it has to dragon form just to get away and forced out of your own jungle.
Yeah, and the big thing is I don't think they're going to catch Ocelot out of position again from the rest of his team. He's going to be able to sit back. Yellowstar has just so much damage, and if they can't stop Yellowstar, if they can't get in his face, then he's just going to wreck them, and they don't have a way to get in his face. It's really just the Rumble ultimate. Soraka is Soraka just going to run at Corki? No. Shyvana could ult, but that ult's down now, so we'll see. They are able to push down this. The Rumble ult trying to clear the wave, but they will have to back out of the Sona ult, though. They're trying to pick up Nunu, but SK doing a nice job getting out of here.
And Phage Roar trying to be out in front, trying to get those star calls, trying to get everything they need, but SK, they're doing a pretty good job, and just waiting for Black to go ahead and split. Kevin does turn back around. ShLaYa is being popped once again. Alvic not quite sure where he wants to go. Everyone's running back and forth, kind of confused at the moment, but Black, they are stopped. They're stone cold in their tracks by the Cassiopeia ult, and now it's a cleanup for SK. Granted, Rumble is still Rumble does go down, and you got Shyvana being exhausted, trying to go the long way back. Sona is safe and fine, but that's the thing, though. That was 4 for free. SK took complete. They drew them right into a trap. It's like, hey, come on away from your tower. Come on over, visit us here in the middle of the lane where you have no protection whatsoever from any of your structures, and then turn around.
You see how difficult fights are for Black in this game because they have to sit there. They're constantly kiting in and out. They're chasing after SK, and then when a member of SK turns around, they're like, oh, let's get a little bit of damage and then run away again. They have to constantly use this kind of kiting team. But then if SK's ever able to force a hard engage, they can just destroy them. And the second they were slightly out of position and Cassiopeia was able to get that ultimate on the team, they were able to turn around. They had the damage output were just massive AoE damage. And then again, Soraka and Rumble, they're very squishy.
Yes, they are.
And they just go down very quickly in these fights. So Unfortunately, Black, isn't able to get the Soraka comp working. I say unfortunately because I would have liked to see the Soraka comp, but to be perfectly fair, it was a really strong game from SK, and they started
really
right from the beginning. They had the strength from the team comp right off the bat, and it was, a little bit more standard. Had great AoE. Yellow Star looking right at home in that bottom lane.
Yes, absolutely.
Definitely in control of that game. Cassiopeia as well. Ocelot did a nice job. Kevin, did a nice job, and I don't know. We'll see if this is the beginning of a new age for SK.
I'd like to think so. I'd really like to think so because Kevin was a monster, just getting right up in front of everybody's face. But then again, also, sometimes a lot of team comps just fall apart. Most team comps just fall apart if the enemy AD just gets so ridiculously fed. That's the last thing you ever want to do in a game. Is just you get the AD carries just so stupidly fed.
Yeah.
But we will see how game number 2 goes. This is the IPL Elites on the EU side. SK versus Black. Winner moves on to top 8 for the Elites. The loser moves down to the Challengers bracket. So we are going to go to a quick commercial, and we will be right back. See you in a second.
Nocturne, Alistar, Ari, so, pretty common bans, same exact ones as last game.
Yes, it is, actually. For Black, they're not going to be changing up their game plan here. At least same exact bans from game 1. But here's the thing. The only thing that's changed is Black
is them.
Well, that too. But Black is now on the blue
okay.
side. They have the first ban. They have the first pick. And they're going to stick with the Sona, I believe. It was also, their first one of their first rung of picks in game 1 as well. So it's just a matter of, SK, go ahead. Take what you want. We're going to try and counter you at this game.
Yeah, I really like the Sona pick. Sona's just an all-around strong champion. It gave him that, chasing potential and kiting potential in the fights. We'll just see if they decide to, run that Soraka again. I would really be surprised if they did, particularly with the tournament life on the line. They don't want to just go down to SK here.
Yeah.
It's single limb, right?
This is single limb.
Okay, that's
so
what I
whoever
thought.
loses does drop down to the Challengers.
Yeah, so we'll see if they're able to pick this up this time. But going with the Nunu, so Nunu did work out decently for them last game. I think the big thing with the Nunu was the Blood Boil, and they could have run almost anyone as their jungle, just recognizing that they were already going to be in control of the team fights.
Yeah, so we'll see. But here's the thing, though. Nunu first here. It could be a little bit of a change-up. They could actually send him down bot for support, look for the fake out. But it could. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. So Nunu, Corki, again. Same 2 picks from SK last time. I would hope that we don't see the exact same lineups here, but.
No, there's no way. They could go with the Rumble still. I think as long as they're comfortable with the Rumble, Rumble's a strong pick. He did fairly well in the top lane.
He did.
Alvic, it would be nice for him to farm a little bit better and be able to be in those mid-game fights, but they wanted to stall off anyway. Shyvana would also be a nice pick here. Shyvana did, generally speaking, work out okay. It's just their overall team comp, had some unusual synergy and really just didn't work against SK's frontline damage lineup. So we'll see where they go with that.
Yeah.
I definitely think those picks, Ezreal, they could go with an Ezreal Shyvana right here and still be safe with their last 2 picks.
Yeah, Ezreal. I mean, it's just a matter of okay. So Rumble, Soraka. What would be? Let's think of some good alternatives then to replace. I mean, we could actually still use the Rumble, and we were talking about other potentials in the mid instead of Soraka for game 1. Let's go over a few of those right now, actually.
Any other mid carry in the game. I don't know. There's a lot of options, and Face Roller, he did a nice job in the early game, but it really it was a tough comp for them to run. They go ahead and pick up the Malphite. That's definitely a really strong pick. So now all of a sudden they completely are changing their lineup. They have 2 great initiators in Malphite and Shyvana, and they can try and make things happen. So That's what I want to see. I want to see them force it into a game number 3, and we'll see how SK responds to it.
Yeah, and remember too, Malphite Shyvana together, it's still semi-ambiguous. Not quite sure who's going to be going top. Not quite sure who's going to be going into jungle. It's all dependent on the remaining picks coming from SK. So you can just go ahead and change up your game plan whenever the hell. And it looks like a Vlad being considered here for SK. See if you can't get a little bit of a harass up at top lane even.
Yeah, so we'll see how that'll work. Vlad does work very well against Malphite, so because they've forced Malphite into that top lane, Vlad would be a nice pick. Any sort of double AP comp generally works, but they're going to jungle Nunu again, so and then go with that Corki Janna bottom lane. So that's definitely a really strong matchup for them. We'll see how Black can deal with it. Corki and Janna just destroyed their bottom lane last game. The damage output, they were in really great control over that lane. Yellowstar played fantastically. Same thing with Nif. He was able to do a really nice job in that lane. But they do have Anivia for that mid lane. So they have a lot of team fight control. Corki's going to be fine in the back line. As a result, when you go against that kind of a team fight control, you need to decide one of two things. One, you can go with a heavy initiation team, in which case something like Morgana would work here. Morgana might be a little bit low on damage that they want, or you can go with long range, and Cog definitely works. You can go with a poke. It could even be an AP Cog. You could go with a poke team against Anivia. That generally works out, but probably not. We haven't seen that in a while. So they will go with that frontline tank team. We'll see who they go. Morgana, that works.
There you go. I would have liked to seen. I really would. AP Cog is an amazing champ to have in certain situations. And when you have a lot of displacement coming from Anivia, you do have the stun, you do have the wall more key there, so you can actually go ahead and get that reach, get that range. Still manage to get harassed down, despite the fact there's a huge freaking glacier in front of you. It helps. It helps quite a bit. And we're thinking about the top lane here coming in from SK.
Cog also has the range to poke down towers very easily, even though Anivia can stall that off. And yeah, just like you said, being able to keep out of that Anivia range, going with the Jarvan potentially, that would be really interesting. I'm curious if that's the case. So Jarvan versus Malphite. Jarvan has enough poke damage, but I would think Malphite would control that lane. Olaf, a little bit more standard. And one of the nice things with Olaf is right now, Black is a heavy CC team, but they're really reliant on Kog'Maw for some of that damage. They have nice burst without Kog'Maw, so that's nice. And Kog can just kind of finish up. But Olaf can just run right through it, and because Kog doesn't have any good escapes or anything like that, Olaf can get right up into his face and just shut him down. So we'll see how that'll work, but definitely a nice pick for SK. They have a really strong overall team comp right now.
Yep, Olaf in that top lane, he can just go ahead, reckless swing the shield away all day long, and it's a rough spot for Malphite. But the thing is, we still have these last minute switches, so it's very possible that Shyvana can be top or Malphite jungle or vice versa. So we're still wondering. Not going to be seeing Kog'Maw jungle. No, that's not a good thing. So looking to be Malphite top, but never say anything for sure. You still got 30 more seconds until that game loads up, so it could be a last second switch.
Yeah, and Olaf definitely works well against the Malphite. It will be a Malphite top, but even so, Olaf does work well against that lane. And the big thing is Olaf has the spam ability to control the lane whenever Malphite tries to come in for any farm. He has the abilities on very short cooldowns, so he's not as auto-attack based as other bruisers are. Then Malphite, if he itemizes into quick armor and whatnot, the true damage on Olaf can still be devastating because Malphite's early starting HP is actually really low. So that's going to be a nice lane for them. Olaf can also control how the lane is pushing and the stand of the lane very easily with his axes. So he's going to have a nice opportunity there. Corki and Janna, in the meantime, I mean, that's still going to be a dangerous lane for them. But Cog now has the range where he can stay safely out and exchange harass a little bit more easily. So we'll see whether or not Black can hold back SK in that regards. But still, SK, they have very strong lane matchups every single lane. Anivia against Morgana, it's going to be an easy farm lane. Morgana can't do anything to Anivia, basically. So Ocelot's going to be fine there. And, we'll just have to see how it's going to work out for them. But Anivia actually going with the cleanse, just in case Morgana gets in range, he can just get back out.
Yeah, because the damage coming in for Morgana, if you get the stun, if Shyvana's nearby, that's going to be just absolutely brutal. Especially you want to make sure that if Shyvana goes in, there's more likely going to be the exhaust as well. Granted, you can't see the summoners, as you're going in through on champ selecting on the enemy team, but it's safe to assume that most Shyvanas will go exhaust. Not many of them go flash anymore because when you go in, with Shyvana, like it's a commitment. You want to make sure you get that kill. And granted, you still have a bit of an escape if you decide to save your dragon form, but exhaust helps you get that kill. You see it a lot on junglers like Shyvana, like Nocturne, like Mundo.
Well, the big thing with Shyvana is she's a great control jungler, so she's generally pretty safe, but she doesn't have a really strong gank potential. She has great movement speed, so she's able to close the gap. That exhaust gives her that ganking potential, where you can chase people down, maybe pick up some kills in lanes, or maybe just chase them out. But without it, you just kind of walk up, you attack them once, then you back off and go, okay, I did my job. But we'll see. Generally speaking, again, Shyvana does have an advantage over Nunu. But they weren't able to, really capitalize over that to the largest extent in the last game. Mm-hmm. Now with the Morgana and Malphite, they have really strong early lanes to help combo with the Shyvana. So if Shyvana wants to be aggressive in the jungle, Shyvana knows that Morgana is going to be there to have her back, and Morgana can walk up and win a fight with her. So mm-hmm. we'll see how that factors into things. Whether it leads to some earlier aggression, maybe they can go after that blue for Anivia. That would be key. Right now, SK, they are on the purple side. So it will be over by that dragon.
Yep. I would also expect to have a little bit of early jungle presence from Nunu in bot lane, because one of the biggest things early game that really helped SK spiral out was that Fat Mama was out of position quite a bit, and Yellowstar capitalized on it every single effing time. Kill really quick, and that's really what started his farm roll going. Is that quick kills on support a little bit too far out, and Corki is someone who very quickly can snipe someone who is out of position. You have the advance with the Valkyrie and all that armor shred.
Yeah, no, it's definitely very strong. And another big thing is that Kolg and Sona, they don't really have a way to keep Corki at bay. They have some nice, ranged attack damage. So if Corki gets a little bit too close and doesn't fully commit, then yes, they will be very strong. But once Corki commits, it's just going to be a head-on-head fight, and Corki's AoE damage will usually win out. So we'll see what'll happen there. They have great initiation. They have great AoE damage. Both teams. So we'll see who can come out on top. I really like the changes that Black have made coming in this game number 2. So that they can deal with SK a little bit better. But SK, they have the Anivia Janna with the Corki behind, so they have great single target burst, great AoE, and they will be almost impossible to engage upon with the Anivia and Janna. And that's something that we've seen a lot from CLG NA in the past, running this almost very similar comp. Corki and Anivia, they actually would run like an Alistar, but we'll see.
We will see indeed. You got everyone loading on up into the game. Hopefully Morgana does a little bit better than Soraka mid last game. I think just now already having the load screens, just a little bit of a relief that's not a Soraka there. I think right now the Black's feeling a little bit better about this one already. Is this more of a standard comp? Absolutely. Soraka is not something you see a whole lot of anymore, but Morgana should be able to go ahead and do a little bit better.
Yeah, so we'll see. Both teams have very strong comps. Kog'Maw, he generally speaking will be very safe with his team, but he will have to watch out for Olaf. Mm-hmm. And I don't know, it should be a pretty interesting game. So Black, bringing it up, I would have liked to see the Soraka work. I think I'm not sure that it really had that great of a potential. It wasn't really that strong of a team comp. It had some opportunities that they tried to pressure early advantages, but just weren't able to make it happen.
Yeah, but everybody wants to see those those strange picks, those wacky comps. Everybody wants to see those work because it's just entertaining as all hell when it does. It's kind of like you see a lot of people. Even before the changes, would just would pick Evelyn and things like that. Just like I want to see it work. I just want to see myself be successful. But sometimes it doesn't work out. Unfortunately, game 1 was one of those instances. But here we go, more standard pick, Morgana. Gonna see how it works here. Unpause as we get in. There you go. The good luck, have fun going on in game number 2. SK and Bacon Lovers are crazy cool, aka Black.
Yeah, and so both teams should be playing kind of defensively early on. SK, they have a pretty strong level 1. So do Black with Morgana, but the level 1 for SK is a little bit stronger with the Anivia Olaf and the Corki. So Corki can give them vision. They could pick people off. And so they are actually making their way over to the blue. See if they can get into the bush really quickly before SK gets up in there. Face Roller coming up, but is going to be just barely out of range. Throws off the bind, so we'll be okay. We'll be able to back off, and we'll see what SK does with this.
Yeah, SK didn't quite exactly get how many champs were actually nearby. They know the Morgana's there at the very least. They should know Yellow Star took the bind. But they're still questioning on where their invade point should be. Where's the drop going to happen? There was a little bit of vision there. ShLaYa did get vision of the entire team, making their transition. I think SK their invade may have been stopped just purely from good awareness, because you see Black, they're going up for their kind of point defense here. Most of the entrances are covered. Granted, they are a little bit further away from the river, so you see Black, they're acting cautious. They just want to make sure that they don't die if after they get vision.
Yeah, so Arenei is going to have kind of just a standard route. He actually might go up for the red, so that would be kind of interesting if he decided to go red first. He could put some pressure on Malphite in the top lane, but he will have to watch out for ShLaYa. ShLaYa, it seems, is starting at the blue, which means that she's going to be progressing down towards that bottom lane.
Yeah.
We'll see if they, if either of these jungles try and pressure the top. But in the meantime, SK, they're perfectly fine with getting that vision with the Phosphorus Bomb. They steal the Wraiths very easily.
Wow.
They get a couple of them there, so that'll be a nice little advantage for them. And then they can transfer right over to this blue for Nunu.
Very good, quick steal there. And, you saw Black had the ward right over there by the Wraiths. They saw the whole thing unfold. They saw it all happen. So now it's just a matter of, like, okay, my Wraiths are stolen. Where do I go from here? Do you go for an invade? Do you go for try and take the wolves in response? Are you a little bit jealous? Are you a little bit angry that they took your stuff? No, staying the course. Right now, Napren just going to go ahead, stick to your own jungle, continue the farm, and just try and level up as quick as possible.
Yeah, and so again, this bottom lane, Corki has just so much damage when combined with Janna. And it's interesting, Kog'Maw actually, without the W, has only 500 attack range. So Corki easily outranges Kog, has to do most ADs before you start leveling up the W, before you can start using that consistently. So we'll see if Yellowstar can get any early harass. He will have to deal with Sona, but right off the bat, Kevin just running straight at Alva, gets off some nice harass with those axes, is able to wear him down some.
Yeah, so a lot of Olafs in a situation like this, sometimes you'll see them not even bother taking a point into the W. They'll just max out Q and the E first. You get the access for the slow, you run on over, and just keep on swinging. You keep on swinging recklessly, laughing the entire way. Ignite going down. Fat Mama was caught out a little far again. Don't want to be seeing the support just giving away free kills there in the bot lane. Don't want to have a repeat of Yellowstar getting fed.
And right now, everyone's kind of even, but yeah, that Sona damage, it actually helps get them ahead in this bottom lane, because as a result of Sona taking all that damage, Dekozi was able to get some nice damage onto Corki. So Corki's kind of low right now. He does have the health pot, so he's able to get back, but it stalls them off for a little bit. They can't quite be as aggressive for a second, so it allows Kog to get a little bit later into this game. I'm kind of curious to see if Black can try and invade and steal Nivea's blue later on, because if that's the case, then Morgana can throw Nivea into the turret. That will be a nice little advantage for them. And I don't know, we'll see. Generally speaking, though, it will be a very even, just farm fest lane there. Most of the aggression is going to be in this bottom and top lane. And so far Kevin's doing pretty well, but Malphite's fine with sustaining in that lane as well. And once he gets some mana, if he gets an early Philosopher's Stone, he's going to be fine to just spam and farm there.
Yeah. Not to mention, she's also got other options. Like, you can just always go for things like the Ninja Tabby, or just even get a quick Chain Vest could help a little bit as well. Glacial Shroud, cooldown, get the mana, get everything you really need, everything you really want to have in a Malphite against a team very much like this. They can build into the Frozen Heart later, help against Corki, but it's just a matter of getting there first. But for now, though, farm, everything's going on just fine. But Nunu coming around, looking to steal the Wraiths once again. Nom, I'm out. See you guys later. Delicious.
Yeah, and the ward here from Olaf will keep him okay. He's already being pushed into, so there's not really a big pressure there. Yeah. But he's going to be perfectly safe in that lane. Nunu actually coming down, sees the mini golems, but he might set up for this bottom lane.
So you got Corki and Sona. I think right now a lot of pressure is actually down. From SK to get those quick kills on the Sona, and also the counter jungling still continuing. Strange, a ShLaYa getting counter jungled here, but there you go. Fat Mom is a little bit far out. Snowball not going to be happening on anyone. It's kind of an awkward engage there for SK, so it's going to go ahead and back out and be safe.
Yeah, it's not the best ganking opportunity, but it puts some pressure on the lane. It allows Yellowstar and Nif to get some free damage. Though Shyvana, recognizing that Nunu's down there, finishes the rest of the race, comes right up to steal these mini golems. We'll see whether or not Kevin decides to move over there just to check, but it seems like he's going to get out of there perfectly fine. So, you know, that's the control jungling from Shyvana and the movement speed and everything. You can very easily take control of that. Having the Vamp Scepter as well is going to be really nice for that lane.
Yeah, mutual theft. Mutual theft. You know, it's just like, hey, you take what I take from you. There you go. But it's maybe a little bit of a misstep looking for the engage down onto Olaf Axe, keeping Shyvana slowed. There is the ignite. It is down, but Kevin with the swing. Very easy kill there. Down.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why Naparin thought that he was going to be able to duel with Olaf.
Yeah.
Because Olaf is just so much stronger than Shyvana at this point. He had a level advantage, and he had all the damage and the ignite as well. So, I don't know, just coming up behind him, I think he thought he could just get some damage and force him out of lane so that Malphite would have an easier time. But still, just basically suiciding. Face Roller coming up, though. There are some pings, but they actually didn't see Nunu, so Nunu is safe here. He's actually just going to walk up and steal this wolf and then get out. We'll see if he actually runs right into Morgana.
It could be really bad. Face Roller with the bind. Nice flash away from RNA. Has to get out of that situation. Nif getting caught out a little bit there. Kog'Maw is he is not 6 yet. He does not have the ult. He cannot get that long-range snipe with the artillery. So it looks like Nif will actually be fine for now. Has to back. And, you know, pick up a few more wards, possibly Philo Stone. There you go. You got it. Corki also backing as well. Has the Dorn's Blades and the Dagger. Looking to build those level 2 boots pretty soon. So Yellowstar doing pretty good for himself also.
Yeah, and nice job from Ocelot, actually, in this mid lane. He can win with some of that harass versus Morgana, but the nice, you know, quick burst, the wall into the Flash Frost is able to win that. And Morgana, generally speaking, shouldn't be able to pressure him too much. So as long as he can keep a blue where he can have that spammability, he's going to be fine. Morgana's going to be picking up hers, so hopefully Anivia can head over to theirs. As a result, Shyvana's up here. Anivia should be able to grab it pretty easily if Nunu goes down for it.
Yeah, and you also got Malphite here for safety, just to help take it down quick. Just in case of an invade. And you see, you know, SK does have a lot of wards over up there in the top river, but you know, they're just there. They're there for the coverage. And you see that right now Nunu is actually passing on the blue indeed to Anivia, so that should be going down pretty quick on its own. So yeah, both AP mids with the blue, looking to farm, continue on, and that's going to help immensely for both AP mids.
Yeah, but Kevin in complete control of this top lane, just able to constantly spam against Malphite. And he also has 2 gold per 10, so he's going to be way ahead in farm there. Malphite going with the early Dorans. I thought he would start with the Philosopher's Stone for the spammability, but the mana regen on the Dorans is nice. And actually, they're trying to bait in Cog and Soda, see if they can force them to think that maybe they're doing Dragon or something, but they're not going to fall for it. They're going to be fine.
To be in the lead in a lane like that, in a lane like top lane, and to start stacking the GP10s, when you're the one in the losing end, you realize you're in trouble, because not only are you losing the lane outright, but you're also losing the investment war as well, because even if you do decide to invest in those GP10s, he got his first. He's going to be making more money than you are in the long run. Yeah,
and a nice steal on the big Wraith from Nunu, just a drive-by smiting. He's able to grab that. Malphite, very low mana. He can't put on any real harass onto Kevin, because he just constantly has to spam out his abilities just to farm. So Kevin is going to be fine. He's going to be able to back off. And it is a very strong build to go for that double gold per 10 on Olaf. It's been a common build for a long time. You know, Dyrus used to run it, and Voyboy and a number of people. But actually, they're coming in this top lane. Alvik, he does have his ultimate, but just barely does not have enough damage to follow up on it.
Yeah, and even then, Kevin still has his ult. You know, Cell has, you know, the Ghost is actually going to be available pretty soon. And there you go. Ult is popped. Should make it out just fine. It's not really a whole lot of an issue, but there you go. Nif getting chunked out huge by the Kog'Maw, but will actually make it behind tower to safety. And this is going to be some time for Black to actually go ahead, take a little bit of advantage, push up to the tower, deny something to farm.
Yeah, and actually Ocelot getting hit by that binding, he's going to be fine. Just zoning Face Roller a little bit. Shyvana chasing after Nunu will be able to force him out of there. So the Olaf, having that double gold per 10, he might actually go in on this. Ocelot getting kind of low, but you know, some nice control over Morgana, just not allowing him to pressure him at all. The nice thing about the double gold per 10 on Olaf is, I mean, you don't need AD items on Olaf like you do with a lot of other physical bruisers. He's much more ability-based. You can just naturally build tanky. Then you get a ShLaYas and a Randuin's, and both of those items work very well for Olaf, and you're incredibly strong in the mid-game, as well as having a very easy build-up.
Yeah, it gives a lot of that. A lot of Olafs, they go ahead, they do max out the Reckless Swing first. You want to go ahead. Tips. Hey, we got some help there. You do want to go ahead and get those. They get that Reckless Swing first. It's all true damage. The only cost is health, and then you do have items like the Heart of Gold, like the Fearless Stone to go ahead, give you more health to work with, give you that regen as well, and that is quite a bit of damage. But you see that he's going to be going for the Merc Treads, most likely to try and negate some of this slow. But meanwhile, you do have Kevin top lane being engaged upon. The exhaust is down, cannot get out of that one.
Yeah, really nice job from them. His ult was still down, so he wasn't able to get out of there. He did pop the Ghost, though, so his Ghost is going to be down for the next exchange. And that's one of the nice things with Malphite. Even though he's falling behind, he's only 13 CS behind Kevin right now. And then Malphite does have the damage and the disables to turn around the lane just with a quick gank. So really nice job there. He will be very strong later on in the game if he can get his attack speed slow onto Corki and Olaf. So we'll see how that's going to kind of work out. It's interesting to see how Malphite is going to continue to be played because he's a very strong champion. His initiation is great. His itemization is huge. He can just build that kind of tanky physical damage, champion or armor champion. But the attack speed slow was nerfed, and that was his bread and butter. The attack speed slow, how you could just shut down physical damage. So I'm kind of curious to see, how his winning percentage is going to be affected, and whether we see people continue to play him. He's still, obviously very strong though.
Yeah, he's still an amazing champion. He synergizes well with a lot of teams. So I suspect, barring any huge nerfs in the near future, I can expect to see him for still quite a while. In the meantime, you do have Black starting up on this dragon. Well, everyone from SK is just a little bit too far away. They did have to go back and shop. A little bit in disarray, but there they go. They got to go down to Dragon Pit and
Ocelot,
realize,
just so dirty. He's just being so rude to Morgana the entire game, just kind of forcing around face roller.
It's what you need to do though if you're in a position like this. If you want to stay in the lead, and the farm lead for Ocelot is pretty good right now. He's got 20 creeps, 20 creep lead, itemizing very well, has the Chalice, has the Catalyst as well, but you may see a little bit of a duel here top lane, Kevin and Alvic. A little bit of damage. Kevin drinking those potions as much as he can, wants that health. He wants to be able to spam out more reckless swings. In the meantime, though, you do have bot lane ShLaYa going in, dragon form down onto Nif, getting very low, but here comes the Nunu for a little bit of help, and ShLaYa, you're not going to be getting out of this one alive. Ignite the last tick fishing that one, and Yellow Star is actually going to live off of this.
Yeah, and so Cog trying to chase him down. Morgana coming in on the backside, so if they can get the range advantage, Face Roller going to try and get that snare, just flashing in, actually misses the snare, but the ultimate will be able to pick up that kill. But now Anivia is coming in as well. Probably won't want to engage, just wants to pick someone off, so they're going to back off. So, really nice job from them. Yellow Star, I can't believe he was able to get out of there, but that, that's the range of the Valkyrie for you. He's just able to get back off. And Alvic, in the meantime, the top lane, he's been able to stabilize against Olaf and actually exchange damage very well with that ability power.
Yeah, and he's not doing too bad.
The E, it did get a little bit of a boost. It was given an AP ratio. So that's kind of interesting to see that he can wear down Kevin, and then with his Q, just walk out of there and only take, 1 or 2 attacks.
And you see that Kevin right now is actually farming the small golems in the jungle. So he wants Malphite to push. He wants to farm at his own tower. He wants to be a little bit safer. Yellow Star getting in once again, very aggressive with the Valkyrie. Fat Mama maybe the brunt of a lot of that damage, but with that ult actually ends the Nunu ult and takes a bunch of damage on her own. The flash from Yellow Star, a missile something. Gogma taking the bullet for the support, but Fat Mama still wants to be aggressive here, but a snowball from Nunu does manage to finish the job. Granted, Kog'Maw does get the kill, but Nif is here slowing down the Cog. Can you get all the damage you need? Nunu's in a little bit of trouble. The artillery shot, will not be enough.
Yeah, really nice blocking from Cog the entire time. Just barely. The AoE for Corki's missiles is pretty small, but Cog just barely keeping out of range. So he's able to block the missile, and the AoE doesn't pick up the kill onto Sona. So Sona lasting a little bit longer than they expected. It pulled Corki out of position, and all of a sudden they're able to turn around. Sona did go down in the end. Aurenia was able to pick up that kill, but even so, nice play. Ocelot trying to grab the blue wraith there, but just slightly missing his wall. So we'll see if he's able to back off. But even so, nice harass against Face Roller.
Bind not going to be landing on the Ocelot either, so he's just going to be walking through the tormented soil and just get back to the lane. He'll be fine. I still want to say about that last fight, though, because I am still concerned increasingly concerned about Fat Mama because you got to the turret, you were fine, you were safe, you're away, and decides to go back in, giving the kill to Nunu. This is kind of weird to me.
Yeah. No, I mean, the big thing is he was trying to support Kog'Maw and help him out a little bit.
Yeah.
Just, barely getting in range, and, and Nunu was able to pick it up. I think he might have gotten it with the flash, actually. But
It was with the flash, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So he did get it with the flash. So, a lot of times you kind of see the range, and you're like, okay, I'm just out of range, and, the flash catches you off guard. But we'll have to see. Kog'Maw is doing a decent job of farming, actually. Is actually ahead of Yellowstar, so he's very strong at this point. They do have the ward there, so Nunu's going to pick that up with his oracles. He can start to get them back some map control, chase after them a little bit. But Kog, getting into Kog's item build is definitely huge. So we'll see how they kind of do. 2-0 with 130 CS.
Yeah, see right now that a Yellowstar has the Sheen, stacking up those Dorn's Blades. Get the Ruby Crystal there, also looking for the Phage. So you do have Corki looking to itemize into the Trinity, wants the extra burst, wants the damage in a pinch, and try and just chunk out whoever he can very quickly if ever given the opportunity. Kevin wants to go in on to Malphite. Quick, reckless swing to clear off that shield, getting a little bit extra damage, and forcing the creep wave to push down in top. Mid is still a bit of a farm fest here. Just a lot of snow. A lot of snow.
and that's all it's going to be between
Yeah.
Anivia and Morgana the entire game. But it is interesting. I'm curious whether or not, Kevin would have maybe done better if he had been using his axes a little bit more instead of the reckless swing. And so just maxing out that reckless swing, the true damage is very nice against Malphite, but he's actually not itemizing into armor. He's just getting damage, and as a result, he's able to exchange more positively with Kevin because he just has that range spam harass and doesn't allow Kevin to get in range for that E.
I do also, I love Hex Drinker. I think it's a wonderful item. And when you're in the face of a lot of magic damage, and you do have the Malphite, the Morgana, and the Shyvana as well, it's going to mean quite a bit going on into later team fights. You don't necessarily have to scale it into the Maw just quite yet. Have a team fight or two. See how much magic damage you're actually taking. But for now, though, pretty cheap, pretty good item for what you need.
Yeah, any cheap MR and damage itemization items are awesome, and that's the same thing with Wit's End. It's just a really strong, cheap item. You are very strong in team fights, just with those kind of efficient items. That's what Olaf likes to do a lot. You get real cheap and efficient items. Most top laners as well. Kevin can chase down Malphite a little bit, get some nice damage that time. So he still has that damage potential. If he tries to go for a kill or something, he will have that, but he does have to watch out for that ultimate being up.
He's thinking about it. You can see he's thinking about it. He's just dipping back behind the turret. Do I want to? There you go. Alva's going to make the decision for him. Kevin does get ulted by the Malphite. Pops the Ghost and the ultimate and the Ignite. But we'll get out of there just fine. There's Nunu with the snowball down. Sona ults in response, but here comes Shyvana to try and help. The tornado from Jaina actually pushing Shyvana back. But there you go. The kill does still go down onto Yellowstar. Nunu trying to get away as quick as he can. But there you go. Nice counter gank coming in from Black.
Yeah, and Sona getting off that ultimate when Corki was overextended, trying to get in the damage, and then Corki wasn't able to use any of his abilities because he was dancing. So, they were able to turn it around, had the burst, had the range with Kog'Maw. They're able to, pressure this dragon. Nunu wants to come in for it, but he's going to take a lot of damage if he does. But actually, Ocelot coming in from the side will be able to force them off. If he throws off a wall or a Flash Frost, he does just barely isn't able to grab them. But Fat Mama kind of out of position. They're going to turn them around and be able to zone them off of this dragon.
Fat Mama, don't be out of position. Please don't be out of position. We saw what happened with you game number 1, but there you go. Morgana with the ult wants to kill on the Nunu. You want to get rid of that Oracles. That's going to be very important. Yes, wonderful kill. But here you go, Fat Mama out of place. Ocelot does not hit with the stun. Sona, don't be doing that to my heart.
Morgana's very low. He wants the kill. One more attack.
Nice.
The wall does it.
There you go. Very well done. But you do have Black still continuing to go in on the Dragon. It fully reset. It was back and forth. Nif out in front. Ocelot flash on into the pit. Managed to pick up the kill down on the Naprin. There you go. Fat Mama's in a lot of trouble. There you go. Corki with the pursuit. And Ikosi trying to fire it off as much damage. Eggs the Anivia. Will come back. Dragon, you can get that kill.
Yeah, so Yellowstar turning back. Ocelot's taking it, but then Corki turning back onto Kog'Maw as he's getting a little bit too low. Ocelot picks it up. Yellowstar, can he get the Valkyrie? It's not going to be up in time. The flash over the wall, though.
Nice.
He's able to get out of there. And again, a lot of that fight was Ocelot's control over them. They were all very low. He was able to just walk up and burst them down one after the other, jumping into the middle of the dragon pit to chase them out, pick up the kill into Shyvana, and stop them from getting the dragon, drawing the aggro himself, but he was generally tanky enough. He was able to get out of there.
And that's a pretty tanky egg too, in order to tank the dragon like that, while you still have your teammate trying to go in and pursue for the kill. So I am very surprised that Black just completely disengaged off dragon to go for that fight. But it's just like, just stay in the pit, finish the dragon, and then go fight. But things worked out pretty well.
Yeah,
for,
so they have
SK.
They have a 2K gold advantage right now. The snowball just going to be gotten rid of there with the shield, and so SK actually pushing mid. This tower is fairly low, so with the Nivea here as well, Kog and Shyvana are bottom. With this next wave, they should be able to take it, but it actually is a long ways to go. So we'll see if they can hold off long enough for that.
Nunu did rebuy the oracles. Just it's too vital for SK right now. They need to make sure that they can go ahead and clear out all the wards. They want to try and extend their lead the best they can. Oracles is a fantastic way to go ahead and do that. Just don't lose it again this time, and otherwise you could be in a very bad spot. But right now, snowball going down onto Shyvana, but the shield will block it here. But who's getting low? Down low. You've got the Kog'Maw going down real quick to SK Ocelot. Let's go ahead and take another look at that. You see Anivia coming in through the Tri-Brush. Is there going to be a wall? There's the stun.
Oh, the Flash Frost over the wall.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, really nice play from Ocelot there, just barely taking him by surprise.
Yep.
In the meantime, Yellowstar making his way up top. Same thing with Nunu, so they have plenty of damage to take him down. It's just a question of whether or not Kevin can take this long enough, and he is perfectly fine with that. So he's going to throw off his ultimate, get out of there. Alvic will go down very quickly to Yellowstar, so they pick up the kill, and now they're going to be able to grab the turret as well.
Yellowstar's getting fed. This could be bad. This could be deja vu. You saw what happened in game number 1. And he's 4-2-1 right now. He's in a really good spot. Finished the Trinity, and he is still looking to build a lot more damage as well. Frozen replay, we can do it. There you go.
Yeah, so we'll try and get back.
But, try to get back to life here.
Yeah, so I mean, they're in control of the game right now, and they have a nice little gold advantage. But with all of the CC that they have, they can easily pressure these fights from them. Actually, Shyvana running into Ocelot, but he's able to just back him off once again, so he's going to be fine while they take the blue. So they're fine to just back out of there, and Ocelot just constantly throwing off that harass onto Shyvana.
But there you go. You do have Nif in the mid for a little bit of protection just in case. Going to allow all the protection for Ocelot to go ahead and back. But now that there is no bird, you do have Black looking to get a little bit of pressure, but now everyone's back. The gang's all here. And there you go. You do have the needlessly large rod being built onto Ocelot as well. Looking for the death cap later on. Does have the Rod of Ages also. Plus an extra no magic mantle just for good measure.
Yeah, so I mean he's going to be incredibly tanky. We'll see how he kind of continues to build from there. But the big thing, that's why we've seen a lot of like Ormogs and tiers on Nivea. Is just you have utility. You have a lot of utility. You have really high base damage. So Anivia's base damage is incredibly high. As a result, you can kind of build however you feel like, and you're going to be fine. So the magic resist is going to be nice to just not instantly die when they engage on her, since Anivia is going to be the prime target.
So you do have Black trying to get some pressure down in mid, but meanwhile you do have Kevin up top lane continuing the push, but Alvic has transitioned down to bot lane, wants to try and take that one down, but you do see Yellowstar actually Valkyrieing over the forest walls, wants to get there ASAP, wants to protect that turret because it is very low, but hey, free farm, might as well take it.
Yeah, so they're going to be fine. And with the AoE clearing with both the Nivea and Corki, they can stall out a lot of tower pushes. So if they can not allow any early towers, they're going to be fine. Kevin trading some damage with Shyvana, though his ghost is down, so he's not going to be able to. Oh, his ghost is up, so he could decide to go for that if Shyvana's maybe a little bit careless.
But still, the 3-man push in mid is still it's still a constant thing here. But they're looking to spread, and you do see Malphite once again returning down to the top lane. Wards from SK deep into enemy territory, so they know where Malphite is right now. They see where he's recalling, But Yellow Star just bound in the pit, just shooting off the Gatling gun. Why not? Fat Mama caught out a little bit too far out in front once again. And the mid-tier 1 for Black is looking pretty weak at the moment. But there you go. Malphite could be coming from behind. He's like, do I want to engage? The answer is no, because the tower's no longer there.
Yeah, and so they are able to get back. They're able to take that tower. I'm a little bit surprised that Yellow Star didn't go for Sona when they were able to pick her off. They were able to get that Flash Frost from Anivia, but even so, it was a safe move. They know that they wanted the turret. They didn't want to risk maybe Corki getting caught out of position by like a Malphite in particular when they were going to have a free turret. So they're able to just extend their lead. 5k gold advantage now, but Cog is getting pretty deep into his build. You know, yes, he hasn't finished a big item yet, but he is pretty close. So he could get a Bloodthirster if he'd like to, but he's probably just going to hold off for that Infinity Edge. So it's still going to be a little bit, but we'll have to see. They have the AoE control to hold off for that point, though.
The thing is, though, here you have Corki and you have Kog'Maw. Very similar gold totals so far in this game, and it's just how each of these champs, you know, actually really itemize. And Corki, with his money, he's gone for the Training Force. He's going to have a lot of burst. But, you know, meanwhile, you do have Kog'Maw, went for the Phantom Dancer, can have a lot more attack speed, wants to stay in those fights longer. But here's the thing, you know, up front, straight on in, first engage, you're going to have Corki with a lot more damage up front. But the longer the team fights go, that scale is slowly going to tip into Kog'Maw's favor. So it's a matter of, can SK have quick fights, or can Black actually draw those fights out?
Yeah, and actually, when you talk about it, actually the bind from Morgana, he's going to flash right in for the ultimate. The follow-up from Malphite, there's plenty of damage. Nif goes down almost immediately, and Kevin trying to get in on Kog'Maw. He will take some damage, but the exhaust, they're able to force him out of there. Shyvana right in the face of Corki. He has to get the Valkyrie out of there. The slow from Alvic trying to chase, but Alsalot is pretty strong right now. He is very fed right now, but unfortunately, Cog is in pursuit, and they're able to pick off Ocelot. The egg will go down. Kevin and Nunu have to back off. And so a one fight for Black. They're able to pull it back. And I was about to say, if we're going to talk about farm, Anivia is at 9,500 right now, and 250 CS is incredibly strong. But Cog was perfectly safe in the background, and they were able to force Black was able to force the fight. So if they're able to penetrate through that Anivia and Janna front line, it could be difficult for Seal or for SK in these fights.
Yep. But you do have Kevin here who's looking to defend, and if Kevin, are you going to be caught out? Yes. The Janna ult is not enough. The health regen cannot save you there. So yeah, huge fight for Black right there. But granted, they are still at a gold disadvantage. They're still 4k behind. And this is kind of like really something. It was a really huge fight in their favor. Yellow Star took a long time before he was forced out of the fight. He's just right there, constantly on the back. He has the proper escapes: Flash away, Valkyrie away, and he's the big contributor. He's the most farmed on SK right now. Following that team fight actually.
Yeah, but SK's gold lead has been cut in half. They will pressure down this tower a little bit, but Alvic coming up, trying to slow them down a little bit. He's very tanky, and with that Randuin's, he can force back Yellow Star.
So there you go. SK will fall on back. It's just a matter of now objectives. You do have Naprin down in the bot lane looking to push the bot. The tier 1s and top and bot still have yet to go down. So I think could be a little bit more pressure applied on those, because SK have done a very good job taking the objectives. All tier 1s are down right now for Black. So it's just a matter of what the future team fights can hold too. It's just if SK can get the jump on Black, though, they may very well be able to take an inhibitor at this point in the game.
Well, the big thing is SK, they need to be more receptive in the fights. They can't allow Corki and Anivia to get caught out in the middle. They need to keep them in front of them. They have plenty of control where they can just keep Black in front of them and control that front line. However, if one of them gets caught with a bind or something, that could obviously turn against them. I'm a little bit surprised that they all kind of grouped back defensively for Nunu, though. If they had allowed Nunu to stay in that front line and just Nunu get caught out, then they would maybe be okay.
Yeah,
but
it's Nunu. He's the jungler.
Right.
Don't worry about it.
But the issue is, it's the hard initiation from Black, and having both Morgana and Malphite, they can force fights very easily, and actually they're just going to push right into this mid tower, and SK right now is way out of position.
Alvic, he's just sticking his neck out there in front of that bush, and SK is all split right now. Kevin having to come the long way from top lane to try and do something about this, but Alvic out in front. There is a Shyvana ult down onto Ocelot. The egg should actually still be down as well, so they get the kill, they got it. The wall almost keeping Shyvana trapped. If that just connected to the wall, that could have been a very dead dragon.
Yeah, so they're able to hold it off. The tower is almost going down,
but SK with a nice defense there and almost the perfect wall, so they will try and pursue them here. There is a red buff on the Corki, so they have to watch out, but another bind from Morgana, and Cog is just going to work on Nunu. He will just barely be able to back off, though.
Yellowstar is here with a few missions to keep it away. There's a ShLaYa's pop. Will we see it? Malphite ult only getting the tail, and then Yellowstar bind going down. Yellowstar is really caught out in that fight, and there's a shutdown immediately. Morgana ult will not be able to bind Olaf. He still has his ult up, but there that bind will, because the ult's not over.
Yeah, and the big thing is whenever Black is on the offensive, Cog is going to be perfectly fine. And you need to get in the face of Cog and shut down his damage, because he's just dishing out a lot. He has his W, and then having that Infinity Edge and Phantom Dancer. But because Black is on the offensive, they're able to chase them away with both Morgana and Malphite. As a result, Cog is perfectly safe in the background. There's nothing that SK can do about it. They are trying to take this Baron, though. It is at about 5,000 HP, and we'll see if Kevin tries to get in here. He's trying to spam some damage, but it's really going to be a tough steal for him. And Nunu with the flash. Can he get it? He does steal it.
Nice. That is a huge snack and the ult right in the middle of the pit, but does die to the Kog'Maw, but you know, that's okay. That's fine. The meal was absolutely worth it. Wall coming in from Ocelot, making the nice getaway path for Kevin. Perfectly well executed.
He didn't even
SK.
use Smite, so just the Consume.
Just the Consume, wow.
Yeah, and the Consume Smite combo is very strong, but really nice job from him being able to steal that. While the rest of them, they were kind of the diversion, and both Olaf and Janna, they were just kind of peeking around, able to throw them off their game. Then Anivia with the wall, able to get them out of trouble. So one death for Baron, that's definitely worth it.
Absolutely.
SK has the 5k gold advantage still, and they still have an incredibly strong team. So now with that Baron, they can start turning it back onto Black, even with that AoE initiation that they have.
Yeah, Black is definitely going to have to be on the defensive here. They cannot go ahead and go as aggressive as they used to be. Granted, if they do manage to catch someone out, they could still, with all the AoE, focus someone down from SK. If they can get a grab, quick bind, something onto Yellowstar, it could still be disastrous for SK. And remember, he does not have the Baron buff on him.
And it's also going to make it very tough for SK to push right now because, while they still have the Baron buff, while they are very strong, Morgana can clear waves very easily. And if Corki ever walks up to try and poke down the turrets, that's just going to result in Malphite ulting right on top of them.
Yeah.
And very quickly, Black can just do what they've been doing in the past, which is just winning those AoE initiation team fights. So as a result, SK needs to be very slow and steady. They need to grab this dragon. Then when they set up by a tower, they can't have Corki poke it down. They need to have the rest of the members poke it down. And Anivia in particular zone off Black with the wall.
Yeah, the walls are going to be a huge tool. At the very least for the tier 2 towers. They can only block off so much when you're inside the enemy base looking to go for the tier 3s, but it's still going to be a very effective tool because right now the wall, it can actually just keep the rest of the enemy team away far enough. A nice shield in front of the tower, but you have so much more area when you're inside the base going for the tier 3. But here you go with all that pressure and the buff. Bot tier 2 has been forced out. There could be a very huge wave in mid going down as well, so SK may want to go ahead and transition there and see if they can't snipe out that one also.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a little bit easier for them to poke down the rest of the turrets just because the base turrets are recessed. It will allow Black to be a little bit more defensive there, so they can push out the outer turrets, just one by one with that Anivia and try and wall them off. We'll see if they decide to go back for gold, though. The blue is up, so they want Anivia to grab that blue. They can go get that and then buy items. They're actually not going to get much more of a push, so the Baron will be down by the time they back up, but they might actually walk into this, just barely, getting the phosphorus bomb out, so they're going to be okay.
They see him coming out through the bush, but I don't think SK is going to go ahead and engage on this one. It's a little bit too risky. The side bush by the river is warded, so they did see them coming by, but you also see Kog'Maw coming on in, trying to be a part of this fight, but they recognize he's away from the rest of the team. There you go, Alvic engaging on his own onto Yellowstar, trying to get the kill on the Cog. Granted, Kog'Maw is extremely weak at the moment, but still, he's still in the fight, and this does allow for Black to get a little bit of their push on in response.
Yeah, and so Cog needs to regen a little bit. He has a little bit of life steal, but picking up this race is definitely nice. So they need to back off for a second, just because he's not going to be strong enough for them to fight. But even so, Yellowstar going down, trying to pick up the kill. If he had been able to do it, if he had been able to take down Kog'Maw, they would have had their way with them. But in the meantime, Morgana might come in for this. Shyvana with the ultimate, and then face roll with the follow-up. He actually can't quite get into range. The wall off from Ocelot able to slow them down, and so they will be able to back off. But there it is, the Sona ultimate, followed by the Morgana ultimate. They're able to pick up the quick kill onto Nunu and then continue chasing underneath this turret.
Kevin is bound and inside the soil, but you do see Malphite. He's a little bit away from Black, but he will get back and rejoin the rest of the team safely. But here's, so now it's a 3v5 push here in the mid. ShLaYa is pretty weak, is going to go back, is going to heal. And, Black, if they can go ahead, if they can catch out, there you go. It's those AoEs like, hey, we got one of your guys. You want to come save him? Get into this AoE.
Yeah, and so just slowly, Black has been wearing into SK's lead the entire game. They're still, holding on to it. They're able to just keep up with the farm, but the later it gets in the game, everyone is, getting really deep into their item builds, and as a result, the gold lead is really almost inconsequential at this point. So we'll see how it'll work. Ocelot is very strong. He has a lot of burst damage. He's incredibly tanky for his team. He has great spam ability. Same thing with Corki. Corki is incredibly strong right now, but they still have to find a way to deal with Kog'Maw. And I think that's partially why Yellowstar was so aggressive trying to take down Kog'Maw, because he knows they don't, other than Olaf, they don't have a means of taking him down. And because these fights are so far spread apart, their exhaust is going to be up every time. So both Shyvana and Sona will have an exhaust up for Olaf. So Kog is perfectly safe in the back line of Black, and they have no way of dealing with him. So as a result, they have to be a little bit more risky and try and take him down in between fights.
Yeah. However, if Ocelot can just somehow get an amazing wall, that could be a little bit of a game changer. But here we go. There's the ShLaYa being popped, and the Malphite getting 2 members of the SK behind. There goes the Nunu ult, but it will be broken pretty quick. And there you go. Nunu's the first one to go down. You got the Morgana ult, will pop once again, but Olaf, he's still in his ult. He will not be stunned. Quick kill on the Nunu, and yeah, Black just goes ahead and ravages the mid tier 2. That ShLaYa's with that engage is just so effing good.
Yeah, their hard initiation can just easily pick up kills on SK, and they're not able to force them back. So, we'll see if Janna can start, playing a little bit closer to the front and getting that Monsoon or Whirlwind or whatnot to save their members. But fortunately, it was just the 1 kill. I mean, that's the plus side. So it's not going to be a huge push from Black right now.
Right. But yeah, as you mentioned before, though, the gold lead for SK is starting to dwindle. It was at about like 8K just a few moments ago, now brought down to 5. Malphite is a little bit on his own, though, but is managing to regroup with the rest of his team. But there's plenty of wards from SK. They know exactly where Black is, and despite Sona having the wards, they have no time to stop and clear them right now. Otherwise, they will be engaged. A wall can go ahead and keep them in and possibly get them all killed. So it's still walking on eggshells at the moment here for Black. And the fact that you can't stop to clear those wards, the fact that you have to do that as an afterthought is just kind of like indicative of the pressure that SK can still provide if they catch you out.
Yeah, and SK transitioning to the top lane. They have great ward coverage all around that Baron. They have the Oracles. They might actually just try and force this, but the issue is that hard engage from Black. They can just force a fight out in the open, or even worse yet, under the Baron pit. So SK doesn't want to risk that. No. They will back off on the side here. See if maybe Black decides to go for it. They don't have the best ward coverage around it, but Nunu kind of peeking in. They will be okay.
Nunu's the bait. He's trying to see.
He's been the bait all game, and it hasn't really worked out for them.
But he is getting in position, though. He could go in for another steal on the Baron if Black decides to go in on it. But here's the thing. Now the rest of the team is here. Bind going down onto Yellowstar. There is a ward. It will be cleared out. So Yellowstar is going to be a little bit more weak going into a fight if it does indeed happen. Kevin sticking his nose out in front. See if he can't force something here. But now Black is in a little bit of a retreat. So it could very well be a similar turnaround that SK was actually using on Black earlier. It's like, oh, we're running. Oh, never mind. ShLaYa's Malphite. Bleh. They could have something like that there.
Yeah, and that's the benefit of Sona as well. So you can have either the Sona and ShLaYa's or just the Sona, and you have that mobility for both initiation and disengage. Just both of them poking at each other over the wall, trying to see who will flinch first and who can maybe get caught.
Yeah.
But SK is going to be fine.
The Flash Frost, the binding, every time those things go out, it's just like a moment just to see if it lands, because if it does, there's just going to be like a bomb dropping immediately from whoever gets it.
Yeah, but if they can get in on Kog'Maw or pick Kog'Maw off one time, then SK is going to be, sitting pretty. And they've played a really nice game so far. The QSS on the Corki, so he has that. He has just so much damage right now. Being able to disengage from their team will be huge, but unfortunately you can't get out of the knockup. So he's going down pretty quickly usually when they're diving on him. We'll see how that'll kind of work. And the QSS, it did get a little bit of a price increase recently, so he's it's a little bit more money spent investment as opposed to going for a Guardian Angel. He could have almost gone for that, but they will be able to back him off. Malphite actually maybe deciding to flank him here, kind of making that decision, but the ward does see him, so SK recognizes they need to back up, they need to regroup so that they need that frontline positioning for their team.
Yep, and Anivia out in front along with the Janna. And Anivia needs to be out in front there to get the wall if the opportunity presents itself. But you do have the Guardian Angel now onto Kog'Maw, so he's going to get a second chance if he does get caught out. You also got the Zonias onto Morgana. You got Randuin's on both sides here, but as you've seen before, that ShLaYa is coming from Black. Could actually mean the world. Binding going down. There's the pop. There you go. Malphite ult down onto 2 members of SK. ShLaYa's in response, but Nunu melts immediately going into that fight. Morgana ult going down, but the Janna ult will clear her away. Shyvana still does go trying to make something happen here. Sona goes down. Olaf is down. You got Malphite looking for pursuit. Yellowstar is relatively healthy here. They didn't manage to focus him down, so he could actually make something happen here. Kog'Maw still has the GA. He's still doing okay for the moment, but right now SK's in a little bit of a weakness here. 2 for 1 so far.
Yeah, and they kept their carries alive, so they're ready for it. But the flash in from Ocelot gets the wall. Morgana does go down. Cog's able to get out of there. He still has that GA. The egg is there, but Ocelot should be okay because Yellowstar, no, he goes down very quickly. But Yellowstar going to work. They need to pop that GA on Kog'Maw and get him out of there, but he is still chasing them down. Shyvana able to force them away and still not able to pop it, so he is perfectly fine.
Malphite got so low. They almost had the kill on Malphite, which if they did, I'm sure Yellowstar probably would have stuck around that fight for a little while longer, but Nif was also a little bit far away from Yellowstar. It was a little bit of an awkward engage for his support to try and get back in there and try and make the best of that situation.
I'm surprised that Yellowstar didn't go for the GA, though, because he could have popped it pretty quickly. He was a little bit concerned with the lifesteal that Cog has, but he doesn't have a lot.
No.
So if he pops the GA, then Cog, he's down for a while. Then he could just back out of there, and Janna should be able to get him out of there. Nif. But actually, Nif getting caught out once again.
There.
Oh, Yellowstar able to steal that blue. Then the ShLaYa's pop. They're able to get out of there.
That could have been bad. That could have been really
Here's
bad.
the issue. Cog's shield is still up. He still has that GA, so they still can't deal with him. So, yes, they can focus on other people inside those fights, but it's still going to be an issue. Yellowstar almost getting caught out there. Wow, just walking right into that bottleneck. Could have maybe been picked off by Alvik.
This is... Now we're getting very close to that point in the game where the next team fight just may very well just decide everything. Got a DC right now on Black. He should be coming on back. They're fine now, probably. Just got to make sure.
He was just, his team was yelling at him for not picking off Corki there. They were like, "What? Why didn't you ult Corki? We had it." And he's like, "DC. I swear, I DC'd."
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so he had to verify it in chat and with the pause and everything so that he wouldn't look bad.
Hey, you said it in chat, so therefore it's true.
No, it has to be.
It's
true.
got to be.
Oh, but in the
look
meantime,
at this Black here. They're all in the one river bush. They know it's not warded. Bat Mama being the bait is like, yeah, you totally want to go ahead and get this free kill down onto Sona. I know you want it. They're trying to get something out. The moment SK has vision, this could be a huge, huge ambush here for Black. And you got Shyvana out in front, trying to lure SK in, but you see Nunu going the long way around. You also see Ocelot going the long way around, but there you go, in the pit, you see Black. They're trying to rush us as quickly as they can. Artillery shots going over the wall, trying to nail Ocelot. Can they get it? The flash in? No! Nunu will not be able to steal it this time, and he's a little bit trapped. The Nunu ult does go down, but there you go, Shyvana going over the wall, making the hop, but Yellowstar may actually be able to go ahead and get that kill pretty quick. Randuin's open, yes, we'll keep him slowed. Still, 4 for 4 right now. Baron buff onto Black. Binding is not going to grab anything, but Anivia Ocelot, will you be able to get out of here? No, the Malphite ult will be enough.
Yeah, and so they still have to back off, but they don't really have a great opportunity. Yellowstar gets caught by the Sona ultimate. He throws off that QSS, and then he gets out of there a little bit slow, but he's still able to back off. But unfortunately, Cog is still in complete control, full health, has the Baron, has the GA, and they have no way of dealing with them, so they're constantly forced to retreat. He's just going to go ahead and tank the turret for his team. He doesn't really care. He's going to get that fine. Now Malphite can switch off and actually tank that for them, and they will be able to take this. They should be able to take the inhibitor with the amount of time they have left.
Oh, they better. Oh, they better. That was such a great team fight for them. If they'd done, it'd be a huge disappointment. But you still have, it's still a danger here, though. Because you do have Olaf, you do have Corky. That is a lot of burst damage, true damage also in the mix there. So you don't want to get too close. The inhibitor will not be going down here. And you know what? Looking back at that last fight, even if SK did get the steal with the Nunu, he's still in a very precarious situation. It's not like how it was last time where they were able to go ahead and take a little bit more command of the fight. He's still stuck in a huge miss. And there you go, Black getting caught out, wants to get the Shirley. They want to get out of there, but around the corner, and there you go, Kog'Maw, the GA will actually go down. He's got a second chance, but will he be able to make the best of it? Kevin getting very close, and yes, Cog will manage to get that kill, but there you go, the kill shut down. Nunu grabbing that onto Kog'Maw. Yellowstar not going down, but the bind, no, will not get away from it. And Nif was caught there for a second, but here comes Ocelot with the wall. Morgana ult going down. We'll get the kill on the Nunu. There's the double. Wow.
Yeah, even so, they were able to get Cog. They just weren't able to quite finish it off. So, really nice job from SK coming around from behind. Ocelot, he still wants to go in for it, but walking right into the middle of the team. The flash, he gets hit by the binding, throws off the cleanse for himself. He will have that wall up, so in just a second, he will be able to throw that off, but he is going to go down, egged, and now they can take him down easily.
Damn.
So, Ocelot, unfortunately, walking into the middle of the team. I don't know. It was. This is going to be inhibitor definitely, but it was a nice thought from SK, and they know they needed to pick off Cog. So with the ward coverage that they had, they were able to sneak around from the side, catch Cog in the back line, and all of a sudden Black is like, what's going on? You were behind us? And yeah, so they were able to burst him down, but then unfortunately Corky going down to that binding from Morgana, face roller, able to pick up the kills. I don't know, that looked like SK's opportunity. At this point in the game, if you win a fight, then you can seriously do some damage. They could maybe, you know, take an inhibitor or something. But I don't know, we'll see whether or not they can you know, win anymore, but this is going to be a dragon for Black. Now all of a sudden, instead of winning fights when they were behind 6 gold, they're going to be ahead of gold, and that's just, it's a huge turnaround for them.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful engagement coming. Kevin, he's here. He's popped. He's trying to get what he can. ShLaYa's and Randuin's pop, but he will not be able to get any damage. No harass going on down to the Shyvana, unfortunately. So that was a very long series of stuff that just happened, and all of it just translated into Black now coming back into this game. How much longer do they actually still have on the buff?
On the Baron buff? Oh, they have quite some time, I think. I think it's like half.
No, it's almost about to go.
Yeah, but
that's how long that series of events happened. It's just the entire duration of the Baron buff, like all 4 minutes of it, just like everything.
But even so, with the inhibitor down, they can easily transition into one of these other lanes. And now Anivia can't stall quite as successfully as she normally would be able to, because they have to worry about that top lane or that mid lane pushing. You know, Black can almost split push Shyvana. They're almost strong enough to win 4v5 engages. They probably just won't want to risk it. So we'll see what they end up doing. But it's going to be tough for SK to hold off, but they are very deep into their item builds, and
they really are.
You know, at this point in the game, it's really anyone's game for any fight. And actually, Alvik getting caught out of position, that's exactly what they need. He has to use the ultimate, so fortunately, he is able to get out of there. But Yellowstar chasing him down with that red buff. SK, that is absolutely huge, and Olaf is able to chase down Shyvana as well. 2 members getting caught out of position.
There you go. You got Sona thrown down the Valkyrie away. 2 safety for Yellowstar. He will be fine, albeit very low. Kevin taking a lot of damage. Yellowstar trying to get some damage over the wall, but no, Kog'Maw is wise to that, and we'll get the shots over the wall. He got the Nunu being caught out once again, and Black has actually turned this one around. They don't need no Malphite. They can go ahead just fine on their own. Oh, Shyvana getting very low, but Shyvana's got a GA of her own. Looking to get aggressive. I was scared for a second. I thought Black was actually just going to throw the game completely right there, but still managing to come around. Wonderful snipe of Yellowstar over the forest wall. Wonderful, wonderful job.
As long as Cog is okay, they have it. Like those are the fights. They're going to win every fight that the Cog is okay. The concern is without their frontline bruisers, if you know they're going to lose a 5v3, obviously. But they're not. SK wasn't quite able to burst down Black or Shyvana fast enough. He was able to get back to the rest of his team. Kog'Maw had the range that he was able to take down Yellowstar, even though Yellowstar should have generally been safe. They pick up the turret. The wall off won't even matter. He actually might be able to pick up Ocelot with a couple of attacks. The flash, he does grab it. Janna as well has to get out of there. But the second inhibitor for Black, and they will be able to you know, continue pushing. This is almost certainly going to go into game 3. They might be able to take Nessus. No, they're just going to back off.
Play it safe. You've gotten this far already. You don't want to throw this. You have a very fine minion wave pushing down in bot. You can go ahead and chunk out that tower as well. That's fine. You just throw down the slow, throw down that little spittle. You can just go ahead and take that out pretty convincingly. There goes the tornado. Just everyone's dancing up in the air. Bind going down onto Janna. Nif is caught out. That should be enough nearly for a kill. But hey, Malphite is back. ShLaYa's. There is the ult. Yellowstar needs to get away. Morgana ult as well. Not getting anybody, but hey, that's fine. You pushed SK back. You're forcing them to burn all their cooldowns. All the inhibs are down. The super minions push. The pressure should be too much here.
Yeah, and they have a lot of gold to spend, so even though they could probably end right now, they're perfectly fine with playing defensively. They don't want to mess up, lose one fight when they have, you know, a decent amount that they could be converting into items. So they're going to come back fully ready. They're going to be able to push in all the lanes and then take down the Nexus. So, you know, we'll see. I mean, the big thing is Black able to come back, and SK, they had so much control through the early part of the game. Ocelot with some fantastic play. Yellowstar was very strong as well, but the AoE initiation for Black was fantastic. They're able to pick up this Baron here, and SK is trying to force a fight, but they just can't do it. Yellowstar has to back out of there because he will go down very quickly to Cogball.
The Iron Solari, the shield being popped. There you go. Shyvana right in the middle of everyone, trying to keep them split. Randuin's Omen keeping everyone still, but Malphite ult in response to the Nunu, and there you go. Nunu's going to be going down. Granted, yes, you do have the GA being popped onto Shyvana, but still, though, too many members of SK have fallen there in response. And this should be it. This should be the push. There's no way that SK can feasibly defend on this. This should be game.
Yeah, GG, Black, game number 2, 1-1 in the series, but SK, they looked incredibly strong. It's just that Black, they're able to pull it out in the end, and it was the Kog'Maw was able to farm through the early game. Just that was the key thing, was that Kog'Maw was able to farm long enough that they could hold off the game, and that SK didn't run away with it early. And then having the Morgana and the Malphite, every single fight they could just force and engage. And even though SK had this great CC team, they weren't able to keep him out of there. They weren't able to, you know, not allow that initiation.
Yep.
So really impressive victory.
Wonderful, wonderful stuff coming in from Black. And it was looking grim. It was looking grim for a very long time, but they managed to go ahead, stick it out, take that win. And Kog'Maw probably going to be banned game 3.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I don't think that Kog'Maw was the issue, though.
Oh, Malphite.
Despite the fact that Kog'Maw went 17-3, it's all on the Malphite and the
Yeah.
Morgana. They're both able to control the fights. Morgana, you don't see a lot, but she's definitely a very strong mid champion. Works in a number of fights, but it's the hard initiation that she's able to force, which is what you want to do against Janna and Anivia. Janna and Anivia, they work best against those tanky bruiser kind of lineups when you're going to have Rise and whatever running up your front line, and they just go wall off. No, you silly man, there's no way you're going to be able to fight us here.
Yeah.
In this case, they can just flash in. They flash ult, win the fight. Kog'Maw is perfectly safe in the background because SK was always on the defensive, and as a result, Kog was able to just farm champions all game.
1-1 in the series, SK versus Black. This has been a crazy set. We're going to be back in just a moment for game number 3. Winner gets to stick around for the rest of the elites. The loser goes down to the challengers bracket. While we're on break, remember, facebook.com/IGN Pro League. Click on offers. You can go ahead and win yourself some free $10 RP cards. If you're lucky, go ahead, enter that contest, please. While we're away, go into a quick commercial, and we will see you in just a second. These insane sets are happening in round 1.
And it's wild.
I don't even want to consider, I don't even want to think about grand finals right now.
It's wild to think. Again, reminder, the way this whole league and tournament and everything is going to work is we have the elites and the challengers. And this is the elite bracket. This is the elite tournament. The losers here will be relegated down to the challenger bracket.
Yep.
into that challenger tournament, and then the winner will go on. But one of these teams, they'll be considered challengers. They'll no longer be in the
How
main
weird
bracket.
is that?
They're going to have to drop down. Yeah, it is a very strange thing,
But
to think these top teams could not be in our next tournament.
It is the first one. It has to happen. You got to start somewhere. This is this is a wonderful way to start with this amazing action-packed round one. Malphite, Shyvana, Lee Sin. No more Shyvana. Not going to be a factor on Black. Get him out of there. Malphite is also gone. That huge initiation. It's gone from Black. Those the two biggest pieces of the puzzle to get it. Malphite following up with the Shyvana. There's a lot of damage, there's a lot of disruption. It is now gone. Alistar, Nocturne, and no longer the jungle Nunu for SK. So both teams are going to have to change up the game plans just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with the Nunu was he was very safe in the jungle. It didn't seem like he had the greatest impact on the game, but his Blood Boil was definitely very significant.
Oh, yeah.
And the AoE fight control. There were a couple of Nunu ultimates, the Absolute Zero, that was able to win, several fights for SK. We'll see how they go with this, though. Soraka is available.
Soraka's open, Karthus open, Kennen open, Ahri open.
Oh, yeah, Ahri in particular, but going with that Sona, has been very strong. Actually,
Take
the
it away.
Sona was on Black, yeah, so they're taking away that Sona from Black. Really nice job there.
No longer.
You put that in your notes. No more Sona.
No more Sona. Write down. No more Sona.
Wow,
Okay.
and actually Black going to turn it around on them. They say no more Corki. And the big thing was, even though Cog...
They could grab Janna here too.
That's true. That would be a really strong situation for them. They could also go for the Soraka, so they have some versatility. We'll see what they end up going with. The big thing with the Corki was SK was just completely destroying their bottom lane with Corki.
Yeah.
And that last game, it was a little bit more even, but still, Yellow Star was fantastic in the laning phase, going with the Soraka. Cog late game was able to beat Corki. And yes, Cog late game beats almost anyone.
Yeah.
But they can't trust that Cog is going to get to late game again. They can't trust without the Sona that they're going to get the same initiation. Without the Malphite, they're going to get the same initiation. So as a result, they pick up that Corki, put Yellow Star out of his element. Don't allow him to still just abuse that bottom lane. And then Corki and Soraka is a very safe lane. With that spam ability, with the AoE control, you can easily control the lane pushes and whether or not you're pushing into the tower or controlling it at your own tower.
But with the Corki pick though, Black can go with a little bit something that they were familiar with here for game one and try and make that sort of AoE comp. Like you do, They very well could. But it's just a matter of, did he feel comfortable going back to something that really ended up losing them the first game?
Go with that same AoE comp, but instead of Soraka, throw in a Morgana,
right,
and then see how things turn out for you.
But
because that's a much different situation.
But with this now, they could. Soraka go down bottom, Morgana mid. But there is the Maokai. I think SK realizes that there is the possibility for it. Get that jungler, get the ultimate, get the Twisted Advance, try and get those quick ganks early.
Yeah, and the Ezreal-Sona combo is it's a very common one, and it works very well in that bot lane. They will be very safe trying to avoid that Corki upfront AoE, which is a concern if you go more of a standard AD. Graves is an AD that often faces against Corki, and that's a really strong matchup. Graves can push the lane into Corki pretty easily, but the concern is if Black was to go a hard initiation team on Graves, then Corki would be able to follow it up with all of that upfront AoE damage. So Ezreal is very safe in that situation. You don't have to worry about losing your AD so easily, and then he has great follow-up damage to pick off kills. We'll see where they go right now. Morgana is available, but I think they want to hold off, and maybe they might go for an Ahri or a Nivea themselves. Top lane, there's a number of strong top laners available, like Darius, that we haven't seen in a while.
Oh God, are we gonna see
Wow.
Morgana? Are we gonna see Soraka mid once again? We're gonna do it.
Baited.
Soraka mid.
They baited us into it, and so Soraka with the Mundo. It's actually a better situation than they were in the past.
Yes.
So we'll see where they go with their jungler. Part of the issue with the Soraka mid in the previous match was that Soraka, all they had for the frontline tank was Shyvana, and both
Right.
Soraka and Rumble, they had to get up front and get right in the face of SK, where SK
Right.
had all of this nasty AoE damage
we'll see if Ocelot goes ahead with the Cassiopeia again. They could do that AoE with the Cassiopeia and Sona, have the follow-up with Jax. That would be nasty. But now Black, they have a little bit more of a tanky team. They have Mundo. The key is going to be that last pick. And we'll see if they decide to go with that Rumble again, or if they switch things up and go more of an AoE-centric team, or go with another Bruiser. So if they had a Bruiser along with the Corki and Leona AoE and the heals that Soraka brings to the table, that could potentially work out for them.
It looks like Gragas mid and Jax going into the top lane. So Jax is going to be top. Rumble, perfect.
Wow.
Insta-lock Rumble to go up against the Jax. And, that is an unfortunate situation for Jax right now too, because to be picked on into that is like, well, hey, Jax is up top lane. What do I need to do? I just need to attack. I just need to pick someone that doesn't really auto attack a whole lot. Well, let's get the Rumble, and that's huge. That's absolutely huge.
Yeah, and they're actually just going right in for this.
Yeah.
It's really interesting to see them really pushing this comp with the Soraka mid and the Rumble top.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, the strength of it is, yes, you have all that magic resist shredding, so that Rumble, his damage is just going to absolutely, destroy fights. Now they have a little bit of a strength because instead of Sona, it's Leona, so it's a little bit more forward thinking. Leona can get in the front line and help protect Soraka, but they still have the issue of both Soraka and Rumble being very squishy and being in that front line. So we'll see how they deal with it. Gragas was a really nice pick for Ocelot, because that AoE control, and Gragas, particularly in the early game, when Soraka has short range and is very vulnerable, Ocelot just throws off a barrel, picks up the quick kill. And then later on in team fights, if Soraka is a little bit too close, since Soraka needs to play near the front line, Gragas could just completely destroy Black's lineup.
Yeah, that is the big Achilles heel here in the comp system. Everyone's up close, everyone's up front and personal, and that exploding barrel can do quite a bit. Not to mention that everyone's going to be in a tight spot. That's a nice opportunity for a Sona ult as well.
No, that's definitely true. And then, if the AoE works and the AoE gets them kind of low, who do they have as the finisher? They have Jax. And
yes.
Jax could definitely, do some damage.
We'll
see.
He doesn't get denied
Boy,
farm.
that's absolutely true.
That's the thing, though, because Jax, he's very farm reliant. That's why you see him a lot, in the top lane. Because and that's the one thing about Jax too, is that if he does get ahead, he can snowball ridiculously hard. So he only needs a kill or two to go ahead and try and take command of any lane, really. And what he can try to do against Rumble, get 2 null magic mantles, build one into Merctrez, the other into a Hex Drinker, and have enough resist to try and just withstand all the flames coming in from Rumble and see if he can't go ahead and take the lane from there.
Yeah, it's actually a very even lane matchup, Jax versus Rumble, and both of them have the damage potential to bully each other out. Rumble has, the upfront damage, but then Jax, because he has that initiation with his leap strike, he can just follow up, burst down Rumble really quickly, and Rumble's squishy enough that he'll go down, particularly if Maokai gets up there. So if Maokai gets up there, then Jax can easily pick up those kills with the follow-up. So we'll see. A lot of that, though, comes down to the jungle control that Mundo can provide, and it's very similar, Mundo and Shyvana. They're almost interchangeable to a degree. Shyvana has better initiation, is a little bit faster, so the movement speed is definitely nice for clearing around the jungle and counter jungling and whatnot. But Mundo is a little bit tankier early on. With his ultimate in particular, he keeps high health. He can tower dive very easily. So we'll see how that'll work. But his goal is primarily going to be to counter out Maokai and to be able to come in there with his really high early game damage output whenever Maokai goes in for a gank.
Yes, that's a big thing too. You have the front, you have the big man out front. You've got the Mundo, you've got all the health you need. There are a lot of ignites going down for SK, so it's gonna be a little bit of an upward climb too, as the team fights actually start happening. But
they need to counter out that Soraka.
You got to counter out the Soraka too. It's it's a lot of damage coming in. So, and that's the thing too. AP Soraka. Those heals are massive, and why this comp works, why Dignitas decided to run with that IPL 4 is that you have the heals going down into Mundo, you have so much armor, you have AP Soraka, that's a lot of health being restored instantly as well. So that's going to counter out a lot of damage coming from Ez, a lot of damage coming from Jax. Gragas, hopefully.
Here's a big benefit. Going back to that AP Soraka, one of the reasons that AP Soraka also worked at IPL 4 was they had a magic-heavy AD dealer. They had Kog'Maw or Corki. Corki is one of those.
game number 1 when they ran this, they had Ezreal, and so Ezreal didn't benefit from that magic shredding like Corki does, and he has plenty of magic damage to take advantage of that.
Yeah, actually, what other ADs are out there that also do the magic damage? Just for anyone out there who wants to give this comp a try.
Misfortune does, but the issue with Misfortune is she's very short range, and you usually, when you run this kind of a comp, you want to have your AD be very safe in the backline. So Kog'Maw, he has the range to do it, and he has the damage to follow up. Corki has survivability with the Valkyrie. Graves wouldn't be a good choice because he's short range and he has lots of physical damage. You could do Urgot with it and just make Urgot unkillable. The question is whether or not you have the damage follow-up. So, I mean, I don't know. It's interesting. We'll see how it'll work. I think the big thing is that they have, plenty of damage with Corki. And I don't know, one thing I'm kind of excited about is Face Roller, the way we saw Soraka played game 1, it was very similar to Extinkt and how he plays champions like mid Lulu. He was playing that for a while. And Face Roller, Extinkt, he always used to just roam really aggressively, starting at very low levels and try and pick up kills. We saw Face Roller do the exact same thing as Soraka, and Mundo is very strong at tanking turrets. So if Soraka and Mundo, they team up, they could, 2v or 3v1 top, get in behind there, tank the turret, and, pick up those kills. I don't know. We'll have to see, because it was very interesting to see how strong the Soraka could be in the early game.
And a lot of those early fights, very early on when Soraka was actually going around roaming, you did see SK running scared from the Soraka because that early damage could have done so much.
Yeah, and let's see what happens when Fat Mama doesn't get caught out level 1.
I hope not. Yeah, well, even Fat Mama has been getting caught out a lot.
Yeah.
But the thing is, at the very least, Leona is a little bit tankier, can deal with the damage just a little bit more, can deal with the harass just a little bit better than Sona can. So hopefully that extra tankiness will keep Fat Mama alive going in, and just simply in the laning phase.
And here's the issue, though, that they're going to have to deal with. It was the same as Game 1. They need to deal with the fact that they're squishy up front, so that AoE can hurt them. The quick burst from Jax and anyone trying to pick them off can be really devastating. But then as the game progresses, Gragas is very survivable. He has the body slam to get out of there. Ezreal's fine. Jax will usually be fine. Maokai's pretty tanky. Sona gives them the movement speed to kite in and out of fights. And so, because if they don't have, the quick burst damage and pick off, that could make it difficult for Black, because SK can just kite in and out. And we saw that in Game 1, where SK was able to get all their members very low health and just cycle them out. And they're able to back off, be perfectly fine, and live with just no HP remaining in those fights. In this game, it's a little bit different because they have Leona for the hard CC. And having that Leona hard CC, as compared with the Sona gave them a little bit more flexibility for kiting and stuff. So that's something that they're going to lack this game, is that kiting potential. But the hard CC from Leona will give them a little bit more burst potential, where they can say, okay, we're kiting, and now we just grabbed one of you, and that person's going to go down. We're going to pick up that kill.
It kind of reminds me you see like an aerobics class or something, like, and we're kiting, and we're stunning, and we're engaging. Soraka, yeah, go, yeah. I'm like, I'm going insane already.
We need to do this video. That is a video that we need to make happen.
That's not happening.
It's happening.
It's not even 4 o'clock yet, and my brain has already been reduced to mush after all this. And we still have the NA matches to do later too. Like it's not going to take at the very least at the end of this series, it's going to be happening like at the very least like in an hour, which you should absolutely stick around tonight for the NA matches. You got TSM Evo and the former El Zaruha versus Dignitas and Legion starting. Oh god, it's a good day for League of Legends, man. It's a good day.
Eat, drink, be merry, my friend. It's a good day for League of Legends.
Yeah, I think you should stick around. For some
saying
things.
that, it reminds me of the Ricola commercials, and the guy in the sauna with the large, Yugoslavians. Bleed deep, my friend.
I was actually thinking more of the heavy from TF2 actually.
Oh, that works too.
Oh yeah, that works too. And he's just like, yo, come into my base. I'll shoot you. That was lame.
that was a really bad.
I apologize for that. I should just stop doing voices.
What kind of conversation is that?
I just need to stop doing voices.
Come into my base and I'll shoot you.
Why not? Well, if you're stupid enough to take the invitation, he's not the smartest man in the world. He admits that in his own video. Come on.
Yeah.
He's still, smart the bullet. But here we are, game number 3. SK versus Black, the IPL Elites.
Where is that going?
What is? Oh, go back to the show. What the hell is going on with his
Oh, it
eyebrow?
just canceled. All right, yeah, it's just some weird graphics. I was wondering if it would actually throw a path
No. Go back.
across the base.
Go back to his
It
face.
stops right there.
That is the longest.
I don't know where it's from.
It's his eye.
Oh, it's his ear.
It's
It's
his
the
ear.
edge of his ear.
That's the tip of his ear.
Yeah, that's
stretching
fine.
out all the way over to. You know what? Never mind. We had some weird bug. We had a weird bug going on
The
last
computer
night.
is tired too.
The computer is tired too, and you know what? No. You're gonna work. All right. You are lazy, computer. Get a job.
Oh, that's just. You know what? I'm not going to tell this story on stream, but I was in a taxi yesterday with this. I don't know, just heavy set, deep, really deep accented, like Iranian gentleman, or I don't know what his race was. Or what country he was from, but he had a really thick, Middle Eastern kind of accent, and it was really deep. And I don't know, he was, all right. Well, I'll just go out and say it. He said that his brother's wife. He was just talking about his family one night. He's like, my brother's wife is lazy. She's lazy. I was like, she's lazy. Why is that? Well, she's only provided one child so far, and we're like, wow,
dude, wow, texture errors everywhere. Gregus left. His pants got caught on the turret. You had some of the ooze at the little crock pot at the red buff over on red side stretching out. Texture errors.
But
Texture
Corki,
errors
they
everywhere.
see him, and they are surrounding him. Maokai coming down here, so they could get a quick advantage in this lane. Yellowstar just not giving it away yet.
Barrett buff
But
reset.
it does reset. I'm a little bit surprised that Maokai didn't go for this, but he was a little bit concerned that he would wait too long.
What is he doing? He's there waiting way
He
too
wants
long.
to
trying
steal
get-
it.
I know he wants to steal it, but what cost? Nif may actually get caught out here.
He almost could have gotten
He
that kill.
could've.
If he had flash ignite one auto attack, would have been able to take it
He
down.
could
almost.
still do it. He could theoretically still do it, but there you go. You got the harass from the Q, from that aura, keeping him away just a little bit.
And the big thing is he is out of mana, or he is out of health pots. He didn't have any. He started off with 4 wards, so no health
Yikes.
pots. So all of a sudden, Corki, they have a nice little lane advantage there.
That is huge. You got Ocelot here farming up in the mid with his pants
I will
caught on the
say,
turret.
That is a much better matchup than Cassiopeia in the previous game. And actually, Face Roller stealing it. Did he steal it?
I think
he did.
I think he did.
Yes, he did. He stole
Wow.
it from Maokai, so really nice job there. Ocelot, Gragas early on. Later on, he's going to be able to farm fine, but in that melee range, he needs to farm and be able to last hit creeps early on, and that is where Soraka can take an advantage. Soraka can just abuse him in this lane, just constant spam harass. So that'll be nice for him. In the meantime, though, Mundo setting up for the top lane, and he's actually going straight in for it on Jax.
Jax is in the bush. He throws up the counter strike. Doesn't make the leap strike over to Mundo, but will he get the tower? Yes, he will. The ignite goes down. He's hurting, but he's alive, and that's a good. That's the best part for him at the very least right now. Rumble, he does get very weak. He will hit 4 in just a moment. He's going to have a lot better time in lane once he does hit 4. And he just needs to get his farm, needs to work on up to get that revolver so he has that sustain in lane and can resist all the burst damage coming in from Jax. But for even now, for the meantime, he's actually doing pretty decent on farm.
Yeah, and Ocelot kind of struggling in this mid lane.
Well, of course he's struggling.
Yeah,
His pants are caught.
Yeah, right. No, that's... I was like, what do you mean his pants were caught? Yeah, I guess, Face Roller caught him out of position a little bit. But, yeah, Ocelot doing a nice job there, though, to try and keep up. And Soraka will be able to take an advantage there. Soraka actually down on farm, and it can be kind of difficult to farm Soraka, but also because he's pushing Ocelot into the tower, he's missing out on some of that CS. So we'll see how that kind of progresses. Bot lane, the dash in from Leona, some nice damage. Yellowstar is up front, though. He has the slow onto Corki. He's able to hold that front line. They're actually able to turn around on it very nicely for them. Now those are power lines.
Yeah, we got power lines.
From the power lines.
That's for the Walmart moving on next to the Crystal Scar.
Yeah, so we'll
Big
see.
business coming on in this League of Legends.
I think it's interesting that Corki and Leona, that's a kill bot lane, but Ezreal is very safe usually, and Sona, she can play back, she can sit back. So, I mean, it could be kind of difficult for them to get in and get kills. So it's mostly going to be about farm. Mundo, his ganks don't really bring up a lot of pressure. The dash in on Ezreal this time, though, they get another stun. The exhaust onto Corki, he's got to back out of there, and Yellowstar actually turning it around on them. Nif getting some nice damage onto Corki. Yellowstar, one more Q, will be able to do some nice things there. But the pink ward was definitely nice in that bottom lane. And Maokai in the top, along with Jax. They're trying in for this kill. The twisted advance will get the knockback. He does get the flash, and Mundo is here for his support, so he's able able to back off.
Yeah, Rumble's getting extremely low, and there's a harass coming in, and there's the power of Maokai. He can go ahead and get all the damage you need, plus the follow-up stun coming in from Jax. Later on, that could be a huge threat. There's the thing, Rumble. He's working for it. He's almost 6. He's going to have that ult, which it's called the equalizer for a reason, because he can go ahead and turn around that fight, especially if Mundo is not too far behind. Does get 1 tome, does also have a ward, because he realizes, okay, they're coming up for me quite frequently. I just want to make sure I want to have vision. I want to get the safety just in time.
Yeah, and so Mundo has done a nice job controlling, Maokai's kind of aggression so far. Rumble was able to back out of it. That's huge, not giving up those kills. Yellowstar trying to get it on Corki. The first blood going down in the Sona. They can still chase after Fat Mama. Yellowstar actually backing off of that.
Now, okay,
I'll be
this
right
is
back.
weird. Okay, so I think our graphics card is going a little bit screwy. I'm going to pause this really quick. We're going to go to our video options, and we're going to see if we can't just go ahead and try and change up the text. Maybe reloading the textures might actually do something here. Give me a second. Reload the textures. Will this fix it? There we go. Hopefully that fixes it. Let's actually just go in and play, see where we go from here. So, actually, he still got is Gragas still got his pants are still caught, but I think we're okay for now, though.
Yeah, we'll see if it continues to happen. Then we'll just restart. But hopefully it's okay. Yeah. Gragas, he does have level 6. He is coming up in this top lane, and so Kevin chasing after Rumble here. He's going to back off. He's going to get caught though. He doesn't have his flash up, so
nice.
There it is. The barrel, the stun followed by Kevin, but he has plenty of damage. Can he take down Kevin as his last dying little wish here? He is silent, so he has to back off.
No.
Mundo is here, but he will go down. Ocelot is able to pick up that kill. Mundo though, with the exhaust, he might be able to grab one himself. The flash, the body slam. Ocelot's able to get out of there.
Very well executed. But Mundo, he's still going in because you got Soraka now in town. Popping the Ghost, wants to damage. Star Call. Bananas! There you go. Face Roller X has managed to get that kill coming in right from mid. And Yellowstar being chunked out huge at his own tower. Nice job, Corki and Leona getting that kill. Fat Mama will be able to get them there in time. Yes, but no, here comes Maokai waiting. There's a sapling, the twisted advance, and the slam. Gonna get that one.
Yeah, and these teams had been very defensive in the previous games, just turning into a farm game, but not the case this one. Maokai still chasing after Corki. He's going to have to back out of there, but he's denying the farm. Getting very low underneath the turret, though. One more attack along with the turret, and Nif will be going down very quickly here as well. He has to deal with all these minions. One more Q will be able to do it. He has the mana for it, just barely. No, he can't get it. The double kill for Corki.
I have to attribute right there, like Maokai not being able to connect. You see, granted, now you have Gragas. His pants are caught. Maokai, he still has like one errant root like stuck in the ground trying to do what he can. But still though, you got the nice kills coming in down there at bot lane and top.
Yeah, right. So we'll
let's see if
check some things out
still,
real quick.
Yeah, we still have
can, fix anything in here. I don't know. It's definitely interesting though that both teams were very comfortable with just farming and playing very defensively in the past situations, but now all of a sudden are just being extremely aggressive. And I think a lot of it comes down to did that actually fix
we got
things?
It? I hope we got it.
Yeah, I think so. So we're good. That's awesome.
Is his pants caught?
Yeah,
no,
he's good.
All right. Ocelot is free. He doesn't have to take off his pants. Yay.
Oh,
actually, no, the turret does though.
Yeah, so hopefully it's okay. But, the big thing is I think they recognize that Soraka, in the early team fights, if they can force fights away from Soraka, they're going to be fine. And they can maybe pick up kills. The ult back, and then Maokai with the twisted advance. They have the red buff as well to chase her down. But Face Roll not going down as fast as they would like to. And actually, Ocelot will go down. And now Mundo can turn it around onto Arenii as well. He will have enough damage, but he isn't able to get those slows because of the minions. But there it is, the double kill. And that's the strength of Mundo, just how much damage he has early on and for dueling. So he's able to win those kind of matchups. But, just constant aggression back and forth. And now they get to steal Gragas' blue.
Now, Black could have taken the option. They could have, if they really wanted to, continue the push down in mid, get a little bit extra damage on that turret, see if they can't make something happen there. But you see that Mundo decided to back off, not only to help with the blue. Oh, wait, you got Nif caught there in the Leona ult. Is the damage going to be sufficient? Missiles going down? No, will not be.
Yeah, but Fat Mama, unfortunately, missing in the pool. wasn't able to get onto Nif, get that stun. But, you know, now that they're level 6, they can put on a little bit more pressure. Sona's level 6, though, as well, and so they can walk up with this
Waiting
ultimate.
for it.
They have to watch out there. They have plenty of burst damage.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Hold.
You got
Hold.
holes. Maokai's coming on up, though. I think they're waiting for their opportunity. No! A little bit too late on that one.
Yeah, so they're able to get out of there. Really nice play. And Face Roller, again, just putting on the pressure in this mid lane. You know, currently, he's actually been able to pull ahead of Gragas, so Ocelot falling a little bit behind there. When usually you think of Gragas as one of the best farmers in the game. Nif walking right into the bush, goes down really quickly, but gets the flash out, the exhaust onto Corki, but he will go down, and now they're chasing after Yellow Star. They have plenty of damage to follow up. There is Soraka as well, the killer, the destroyer. Corki able to pick up that kill.
He's like, no, I will not have my kill stolen by a banana. It is not happening. Not here, not today.
Oh, but the Gragas with the barrel, he's able to pull back Mundo, and Maokai with the follow-up, they're able to pick up that kill. So SK able to get some nice advantages for Jax, and just constant pressure. Just whenever they know that, you know, Black is fighting one area, they're like, all right, well, we better force a fight in the other area.
Yep, and now Gragas was also a part of that fight, but now, you know, his pants were caught, but now his beard is caught way back at base, so hopefully we can go ahead and get that settled out as well. These is... I've never seen graphical glitches like this. It's like, this is just kind of strange. I think our video card is like very close to calling it quits, actually.
Yeah, well, hopefully everything will be okay, and we'll be able to just kind of continue this match. But
yeah,
I don't know. Right now, it's still a really close game. It's 1.5K, and I think, you know, a lot of SK's aggression just comes as a response to. Black right now. But if you saw game number 1, Black was ahead or behind at this point. They were 2K behind, you know, from 10 minutes through 15 minutes from those early kills. Jax up top. Maokai is here as well. They get plenty of damage on the Rumble. He's trying to turn back, but he will surely go down with the sapling. They're able to pick up that kill. So now we'll see how this comp of that Black has will work when they're ahead in this situation, if they can get that AoE damage down with Soraka and Rumble.
Yeah, it's just a matter of you know, surviving the phase to begin with, though. And SK, they're trying to make their way back on into this game. The gold lead is not as huge, you know, as it was in previous games. It's only about a 1K difference, and with this dragon, it's actually going to extend just a little bit further. You have Soraka now coming on down to help out, and Kevin, while, you know, dragon is being engaged upon, he's taking the opportunity to go ahead and push down the top lane. And Jax is quick enough where he can actually be able to take the tower out right here. But you do have Mundo popping the ult. He's got it now, wants the extra health regen. And see if there's any objectives being pressured. You got Fat Mama out in front. Yellow Star will shift away to safety. And Kevin almost taking out the tower. He could if he really wants to. But I think he's just going to go ahead and let the minions take the glory on that one.
Yeah, and the big thing is it allows him to deny a little bit more golden experience. Those minions don't stick up for Rumble. But then also it'll help equalize his lane. So he's keeping up the turret now so that instead of the lane pushing back to the second turret where he's out of position and Rumble can chase him in a long lane, which is exactly what Rumble wants, he's going to be able to sit back. The lane will keep on equalizing right at the center of the river, and he's going to be fine to continue farming. And that's the big thing. Jax recognizes you know, they're doing well right now, but he only has 67 minions, so he really needs to continue farming, and in order for that to happen, he needs that tower to be up.
Kevin is going to go ahead and engage on the Rumble, not aware that the Mundo is here. He puts down the counter assault, does get the stun, and who's taking the turret? Rumble is now. Nice switch off on the tanks, and there you go. Quick kill, top lane going down on Jax and Tier 1 turret. Will they continue the push? I think so. Meanwhile, you got a 3-man push from SK going down on bot. It's like, hey, you guys can muscle out top lane. We'll muscle down bot. But you also have Gragas here looking for an attempted steal onto the blue as well. There you go. He's working on it. Leona and Corki, they're nearby. And here comes Soraka. This could be bad. This could be huge. There goes the belly bust onto Soraka's face. But Ocelot will go down real quick here.
Yeah, and actually they're chasing after Yellow Star, but the Sona ultimate for the counter initiation. Face Roller is almost going down, does go down to the Ignite. One more attack. Yellow Star just barely able to get out of there, but they are still in pursuit. Yellow Star with the other Arcane Shift, and then actually the dash in. Corki is able to flash over the wall. We'll be able to pick up the kill into Nif. One more attack, another missile. Can he barely get it? Just one more. Nif just barely surviving, and so they're actually able to get out of there, but there will be another pool now. Leona gets it, so he's able to pick up the kill.
But I think Maokai is just so low on mana right now. There could be something. That was like Corki Ward now in the brush. Fat Mama priming the shield just in case. And still the pokes from a distance. Yellowstar does have the blue. He has a mana available if he can get the poke on, trying to shift away to safety. This is a very dangerous duel. You got Corki. Can he get away? Does Maokai have enough for the Twisted Advance? I don't believe so. But here you go. Leona doubling back on in. Can you get the stun? Here is Jax, though. Twisted Advance down on the Corki. Ezreal does live. Leona does go down. Ping's going down huge. Big time Kevin diving. Leap strike something. The barrel. The win. Ocelot getting that one.
Yeah, really nice job. In the meantime, bot top tier 2 does go down. Mid tier 1 is going to go down as well. So if 4K gold advantage, it'll be about a 5K gold advantage. They can just continue to pressure SK. And it's, I don't know, we'll see. I mean, but losing that Oracles for Maokai was huge. So even though they were able to win the fight and pick up a couple of kills there, Maokai losing that Oracles was just absolutely devastating for SK. We'll see. Did he actually rebuy? No, he did not. So, you know, they lose a little bit of that map control. And I don't know, this team for Black is actually working out, and it really struggled in game number 1, but you know, it's working out to a greater extent. The movement speed on Soraka, just being able to run around and just, you know, never die and constantly get off that damage is definitely being pretty successful. The concern is when you start having primetime team fights, and Maokai, he can counter out some of that AoE from both Soraka and Rumble. Gragas, he can split off both Soraka and Rumble and, you know, try and burst them down. I don't know, so we'll have to see once they all kind of group up, but it still is kind of a dangerous prospect for them.
I like the terminology. I like the primetime team fights as opposed to the daytime soaps or the evening news fights. You know, those are always boring ones. I never tune in for those.
Well, it's also mainstream cable, so.
It is, yeah. It can be you know, standards and practices, damn them. You still got the minion wave pushing down bot lane. You got Fat Mama, and you got the Corki trying to do some damage. Yellowstar trying to poke away, trying to defend the turret as best he can. The minion wave isn't all too huge, but Nif is here too. It's not too much of an issue. You do have Naparin in mid too, looking to get a little bit of push on. Gragas is not too far behind. He's got the Wraiths nearby as well. And Rumble. Alvic, he's on his own top lane once again with that Rumble. You saw this game 1. He is given the opportunity to farm, but Twisted Advance down onto the Mundo. He gets caught trying to get in onto the red buff. Yellowstar is there pegging away all the free damage he can, and Ocelot and Nif is here. Wonderful ult. Everyone's trapped. Gragas ult goes down. Face Roller goes down. Nef is going down, and then you got Leona and Corki a little bit too late to the party, and they're going to get the boot out the front door. There you go.
Corki trying to pick up Ocelot here, but he's going to be perfectly fine. And they're all able to just stay high enough, burst members of them down. Yep. Rumble wasn't in that fight, so they did miss out on all of that Rumble damage. But even so, SK, they can just, you know, focus fire. And that's a big issue with Black's team, is that they don't, you know, they're lacking some of that burst. They do have it with Corki and Leona, so that is the benefit of change from game 1 to this game. They have a little bit more burst and a little bit more pickoff, but it's still going to be an issue. So we'll see. You know, 2K gold advantage for Black still, but SK is closing quickly. I'm a little bit surprised Corki's to take this. There we go. So he's going to take this turret and give him that kind of gold advantage. Ezreal, his ult is down, so he won't be able to stop this. And then they can maybe snowball this to another lane.
Well, this is the problem. One of the problems that Black had game 1, not the only one, was one of them. That Rumble was just off on his own, farming during all those critical team fights. Because in order for this team to work, in order for the perfect synergy to happen with the Mundo, with the Soraka, with everybody, in order for all the pieces to work, you need Rumble there with the damage and the ult. Otherwise, you're not getting the most for your money out of the Magic Pen Shred and the Magic Defense Shred, and you're not getting the most with the Initiate, with the ult, because it's not there.
Yeah, and so they do pick up that dragon. They are able to back off. They're actually being extremely aggressive. They walk past a ward, and this might open up an opportunity for SK to engage on them. They are all turning around, coming in the mid lane, so they don't want to be caught out of position and allow some free turret damage, which is going to be a decent amount. But Ezreal can clear the waves, and they can maybe force a fight.
Corki and Leona, they're being very careful about where they go. There's a little bit of a risk they're walking back on through in front of the tower, and despite the elastic attached to everyone getting close to the lower left hand of the map, they're still being they're still performing pretty damn well. There's a 3K lead right now for Black, and they're taking whatever advantage they can and running with it, whether it be pressure, whether it be whatever.
Yeah, and so SK, I mean, as long as SK, you know, keeps farming and looking for fight opportunities, they're going to be fine. One issue for them is going to be, though, that Cassiopeia sustained damage late game is just phenomenal, and she just has constant damage coming out. Gragas isn't the same. He's very cooldown dependent, even though his cooldowns are short. And because of the type of team that Lack has, they can all split up. They're not necessarily all going to be grouped up in an AoE for Gragas to hit the perfect barrel combination. And as a result, if he can't burst people down with his barrels, then Soraka's going to heal them back up. They're going to be able to win through those later fights. Still not a single heal for Face Roller, though. And that's the thing. You go with the damage build. And, he has enough damage at this point. So the concern is, if Ocelot can't hit those barrels, then Gragas' late game actually falls off a decent amount because of the potential for teams to split up, and you don't necessarily hit those barrels.
Oh my god, they're doing it. SK, they're trying to get that Baron real quick. It is warded. The pit is warded. Black is quite aware of what's going on right now. Leona is out in front. Mundo is rushing on over, and everyone's coming on by. So, yeah, SK, good on them to go ahead and disengage. It could have been disastrous. Stuck in the pit with a Rumble ult and Leona ult. That could have been bad.
Yeah, so they will back off. Actually, Mundo and Leona coming in here. Leona trying to force off the ultimate. Doesn't hit anyone with it, though. So they do have to, back off for a second there. And the Rumble ultimate as well. Are they actually trying to force this? No, they're just zoning them off. This the Rumble ultimate clears the wave. It allows them to get this tower for free so that they can, back off. But they will be weak for fight for a while.
Yeah, we need to wait for Rumble to come back up. Leona ult, not as necessary, but still a massive, massive help. But still, it's just even that are going to be coming back up around the same time anyway. So right now, Black got what they wanted. Play defensively, wait for your resources to come on back, and then re-engage. Do whatever you need to. Ocelot out in front, trying to farm as much as he can. And there's Maokai, though. They don't want to get the Twisted Advance down onto Mundo. He's going to be a little bit too tanky, but if they want to engage, though, this could be pretty good for them. They're going to realize right now, okay, Soraka's now in bot lane. If they want to get something happening, they could make it happen here.
Yeah, and so hopefully everything can be
we're going
to
keep on lowering down the graphic settings until hopefully we get something right here.
It's just, I don't know, this is painful. Sorry, guys. But it's definitely, I'm excited to see the game. It's a really great game. So
everyone's pants are getting caught and they're being rubber banded back in the base. We still got a little bit. It's not as bad as it was.
Yeah, and actually, Corky, he has the red buff. He might come in for Gragas here, or for Jax here. Rumble's here as well, but Gragas coming up the river, so they have to watch out for that. And Gragas actually does catch him off, so they will back off there and just allow Kevin to farm.
Ward in the river just in case things happen again. And there it is being pinged, so SK knows that part of the map is warded. So there's going to be a little bit more careful that time around. This is... And I feel like we were in like some sort of like...
God, this is so...
some sort of like 80s animated art movie here. It's like so many like diagonal lines. Everything's crazy.
I can't think of the name of the artist who does the... did like the Impressionist block paintings.
Oh God, I can't remember.
Not Impressionist. There were I think it's modern.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I just can't. There are a lot of things I can't do very well. I can't English well. I can't math well. I can't art well very well either. So let's just write that one off and
drop that.
We'll just hope the lines go away.
They're not going to go away. They're never going to go away. Yeah, but right now, neither team. I don't know, I think SK, they're comfortable with kind of sitting back and farming Jax further and further in the late game. And I think, Black, they're comfortable with the same thing. They recognize as they get later in the game, Soraka will be almost unkillable. We'll just be able to constantly spam out the damage. And if you can keep Soraka and Corky alive, then they're going to just easily win those longer fights. So, we'll see if that's the case. The issue is if you can keep them alive. And Maokai can have a hard engage, Jax can have a hard engage, and so can Gragas. So that's going to be kind of difficult for them.
Mm-hmm. So you got all of SK. They're looking to back. They're trying to play defensively here because there is an immense amount of pressure coming in from Black right over there around their front door. They might transition here. They have a good timer on some of the buffs and some of the jungle creeps as well. They could also swoop down around, straight out tank the bot tier 2 turret as well if they're brazen enough. But you see right now Corky, he's looking to clear the wave, he's looking to push on up, and you have Rumble and Mundo on point looking to defend the entrance into bot lane just to see if any engagements have to go on. There you go, there's the cleaver down underneath. The Rumble ultimate trying to slow her down, but alas, Sona will get out of there safely. The barrel coming in from Gragas, just pushing Soraka away. A little bit of damage, not a whole lot.
You saw Alvic was dropped to half life with just the one barrel, so he's just absolutely crushed there. You know, we'll see. We're getting a little bit of a word here on a suggestion, but I don't know. Right now, you know, again, the Rumble ult is down. They can't really force a full fight. We'll be able to see if they can pressure this, but the Gragas barrels will be able to poke them down a little bit. Yeah, and actually, Maokai coming up from the side might try and engage on them, but, you know, again, Gragas can just stall off for a little bit. So they're kind of putting themselves in a dangerous situation here. Without the Rumble ultimate, they probably want to back off. Mundo is starting to get kind of low. He does have his ultimate, though, so, you know, he will be extremely tanky at this point. But they are actually going to come over for this Dragon so they can pressure this and, you know, see if they can force the fight.
Yeah, Dragon being engaged right now. And Black should be able to secure really quickly, but here you go. You do have SK on the front door. There you go. Dragon secured Leona ult. The Sona ult in response, very well timed with the Leona ult. So it's going to go ahead and keep things at neutral just for now, but SK is still in retreat. Leona not going to get anything with the Q, but still in pursuit. It's Corki with the Valkyrie chugging along with that damage. The chunk's still going. Kevin taking a little bit of damage as he's trying to retreat. There you go. Gragas barrel is back up again, and Black will be dissuaded.
Yeah, and they're actually slowly able to wear them down, you know, in these fights, and they're able to, I don't know, just slowly win with the heals that they have, with the slow poke. Kevin getting a little bit out of position here. I think he maybe wants to engage, but he'll have to back off. Ocelot, you know, the barrel is down, but it is a short cooldown. It'll be up in about 30 seconds. But this does open up some maybe tower pushing capabilities. Soraka is actually tanking this for a second. None of them really want to tank it. And actually, Jax jumping in with the stun. They do get the turret, though. And actually, Leona jumping in. There's the Rumble ult once again. They will have to back off, though. Maokai forcing them to get out of there.
The pressure is insane coming in from Black, but it's sufficient. They're not getting the kills, but they're clearing the way just enough for them to go ahead and grab the objectives convincingly. But this cannot go on forever. The next time they do this, it's going to have to be at a tier 3. And SK knows they're going to have to go ahead and full engage on that. Otherwise, they may also lose an inhib. So it's just a wearing it down bit by bit by bit. The thing is, though, I'm not sure if these same tactics can be also used around an objective like Baron, though. So that may be one of SK's hopes.
Yeah, we'll have to see. They are actually pressuring mid, so while Soraka is going to grab that blue, they will come right up in this mid. I just realized this reminds me of NFL first down lines, and so this is the first down line. They do get some pressure there, but Mundo chasing them out of there. The barrel, though, and actually picking up the kill into Leona, almost grabbing Corki as well. That would have been absolutely devastating if it had gotten both of those. And I believe, no, was that a first down? Oh, it disappeared. Yes, first down.
First down. Got it. Oh, man. This has been a crazy day. We're not even after this, we're going to be halfway done with this casting day. It's going to be, like I said before, it's a crazy, amazing day for League of Legends.
Crazy little thing called LOL.
Oh, and hopefully we can get another computer in here in the short amount of time we have between these casts. But in the meantime, you do have Mundo getting for a little bit of harass down onto Maokai as everyone's retreating. But Kevin is caught out just a little bit, but the rest of the team is not there in the mid to go ahead and capitalize on that. Rumble, you got to be with the team. Same thing with you, Corki.
Yeah, and I still think it's astounding that they're not able to burst down Soraka in a lot of these fights. And you know, the big thing is if they can bait out those barrels, then they can make it happen. And Soraka now starting to get into those heals, and they're you know, definitely going to be extremely powerful. You know, once Soraka gets armor as well to deal with the Jax, Jax in particular is going to be a big issue. So that was why Scar actually, he would go with the Frozen Heart build. He actually would go Woda into the Frozen Heart. It gives you the cooldown reduction for the spam ability like you want. You want to just have constantly be spamming out abilities, but then also a lot of that armor.
Kevin and Nif right there in the bush on the side, but they could be trapped here by some members of Black. But here's the thing, Ezreal is not with the team, Soraka is not with the team, so it's just whoever can get there first. And I think Yellowstar is actually going to win that race right after he finishes that red buff. But Face Roller, what are you doing? Is he recalling? He's going back? I think so. Bye real quick. Glacial Shroud, good. We're joined with the rest of the team pronto. They are going to be needing you very soon.
Yeah, and he will be extremely tanky with that. You know, the cooldown reduction as well will definitely help. So we'll see if he can, you know, make that happen. Rumble went with the Rylai's in the first game, but you know, now going for a more damage build. So that, I mean, that'll definitely be nice to have that damage output, but he is still incredibly squishy. They should be okay though because they have Leona and Mundo to kind of be their front line. So we'll have to see, but they're very cautious because they just don't want to get caught out of position. The key is if they can, you know, try and catch someone and then bait out the Gragas and not just instantly die to Gragas because he has so much damage at this point, 400 damage. So he actually has like about 1,200 damage if he hits both of his barrels.
That's a lot. That's quite a bit. And the thing is, he also has the Abyssal. He's got the Magic Pen. It's a lot. It's so much damage. But here's the thing, though. There is still the pressure coming on in. Waiting for the creep wave. It's still a little ways behind. Black just trying to find their opportunity. The pressure's been immense. This entire game is just a matter of going ahead and forcing down the front door. You do have SK looking to retaliate away, and they have decent wave clearing well, they have amazing wave clearing capabilities. They have the Gragas barrel. It does so well. Ezreal ult as well in a pinch if you really need to. But for a second, though, we're just going to go ahead. We're going to get back to live real quick while we can. And Mundo back out in front, being the point man for Black.
Yeah, and so they just want to make sure that they don't, force any bad fights. Rumble continuing the push will, head up to that top lane. Corki as well in the bottom, but this does open up an opportunity for SK. They actually will be able to pressure this tower, and I'm not sure that they're going to be able to stop it. So yes, this first tower will go down. They still have to watch out for that second tower, though. If they decide to push, no, they're just going to back off. So taking their spoils and getting out of there.
Rumble, stay with the team. Stay with the team. They need you more than you know.
The big issue, though, is they recognize that SK, their team is very good at kiting with Sona. Their team is very good at, not dying and not getting picked off. Gragas and Ezreal, they can all get out of there very easily. So the issue is that Black can't really force a fight, but this is actually a great way for them to do it if Mundo just walks up and starts attacking Sona in the face. The big issue is that Black, they don't have a way of just forcing a hard initiation, and so Rumble recognizes, all right, we need to keep farming. We can't just let this game stall out. This is a way. This is a really good way. Force the Baron and then force them to come defend you as they walk right up into the river.
Leona out in front. We could see a huge ult. There's a Rumble right there in a very nice close quarters position. Ezreal and Gragas will be stunned by the Leona ult, but now you got Maokai going on in. Kevin has been brought down very low, but there you go, Maokai in the back. He will be caught out, and nice kill from Mundo down onto the jungler of SK. And now Black can just go ahead, double back. Look at all of those wards.
Back in Black.
There you go.
Sack. Yeah, they're able to pick it up. And the Soraka Rumble comp is working out for them this time.
Yep.
Oracle's on Leona. They're going to be able to pressure this.
up, trying to get primed for the
His
steal.
ult is down, though, so it will be very difficult. And actually, Corki jumping onto him. He jumps right into the middle of the pit, but he will go down.
I think this might be it. This could be like the huge push that Black needs to just go ahead and finish out this game, because look, Ocelot's going to be down for 40 seconds.
You watch the fights, and Soraka's very strong late game. They can't kill him at this point. Yellowstar getting caught out of position. The silence is just so long, but they're having a really difficult time with killing them. And there was never a point in time where SK really forced a fight and had a serious advantage. It was just, I don't know. The entire time, Black was playing very defensively. They had the early lead. As a result, they were able to stall out, and now they're just unkillable for SK, really. So it's worked out. That's this interesting AP mid Soraka with the Rumble top. It's worked out for them.
This is how AP mid Soraka is supposed to work. And when it works, it works. It's just a nice. It's a journey trying to get there. And game one, it didn't exactly work out. You didn't have your tanky front line, and it's just a little bit of a mess. But now here you have it. And when Rumble is actually attending the fights, things go ridiculously well. And now, once you hit the late game, Soraka has no choice but to start building those heals. Which I'm curious, how much does that heal for?
She actually doesn't have that much ability power. And AP Soraka, you usually don't get a lot of ability power. You really use it to get a lot of utility and get really deep into your levels and item build.
Yeah.
So it's actually only healing for like 350. Yeah, but the big thing is that Soraka can be up front and be incredibly tanky and use those Qs in the fight. And I think the big thing for their comp this game was they had a little bit more magic damage in their AD with Corki. They have more burst potential than they did in the game one. And not only that, they have CC to pick people off, and they have better bruisers up front. So game one, their entire tanking lineup was Shyvana. That was it. Now they have Leona and Mundo, so a little bit better. Mundo's a little bit tankier. They come in, they get some quick burst on the tower, and then just back off. And they can slowly wear them down with the Soraka, with the Baron. They can easily out-regen, out-sustain SK. And so they have initiation. They have, people to protect both Soraka and Rumble in these fights.
Baron buff is halfway down. You got another 2 minutes to go ahead and push any objective you want. Mid is still looking tasty. You still have the creep wave to support the next wave, that tower is going down, and there's not going to be a whole lot that SK can actually go ahead and do about it. In the meantime, you do still have Rumble sticking out in front, keeping his heat high, keeping it up just so you can get that extra damage with that Flame Spitter when it does come out. Here comes the creep wave, and Corki just going to be getting 1, 2, or 3 pokes on in, and that should be plenty. Actually, there you go. There's a Rumble ult for safety, and Corki is going full on in. He's going ham. He wants those kills. There you go. Fat Mama grabbing the kill down onto the Maokai. Jax goes down as well. Blue turret has fallen there in the mid. You have the inhibitor still looking to go down, and here you go. We got to look at this again.
Yeah, and the big thing was Rumble completely disrupting the middle of the team, and then 2v1ing both Sona and Ezreal, was able to chase them out. But the disruption with the ultimate and then being able to chase them out as well, they're able to easily pick that up. They get the inhibitor, and then they should have this Nexus. There's just plenty of time to do it. So Black taking game number 3 over SK with a very unusual comp. You know, I'll have to look back and see if this is something that is like their bread and butter, and they've just run it a number of times. It didn't really work out game number 1. Made a couple of changes for game number 3 after winning game number 2, so they're able to take out SK. SK, though, they looked really phenomenal throughout these matches.
They did. Man, it's going to be a shame to have them, drop down, to the challengers. But Black, they're here, man. They may be the new kids on the block, but they got the skill and they're here to play. They're here to stay. It is huge. Good job on them. But yeah, this is not going to be the last we're seeing of SK. They will be still around, and I don't foresee it being a problem for SK to have any trouble on the challenger side.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can come back. I would love to see them.
Yep.
It is interesting. Yellow Star has looked very strong with their team, in these games, and almost able to pull it out. So, really close series, really awesome play. We've seen a couple of awesome matches today. We had Fnatic versus Game Hoppers earlier, was definitely exciting. This match, and then only a half an hour from now, we're going to be going right into the NA matches with, what is the first NA match?
It's TSM Evo versus the former El
that's
Zaruha,
right.
And then following that,
Nick is incredibly handsome.
Nick is handsome. Nick Allen is handsome.
Nick Allen
the
is
new
handsome.
name for El Zaruha. And then following that, we're going to have Dignitas versus Legion. It's going to be an amazing day. We got to get a lot of stuff done within the next half hour so we can go ahead and continue casting. So we're
one last reminder for you guys. Facebook.com/IGN Pro League. We have a little giveaway here. 3 $10 RP cards. It ends tomorrow.
Yes.
So go ahead and do that, and then you can win yourself some RP. So
there you go.
Definitely check that out. But yeah, we'll be back shortly. We'll figure out what's going on for the next series with the NA matches.
Power nap. Half hour. Let's go ahead. We'll sleep, and then we'll come back and we're ready to go. But hey, thank you guys for sticking around. If you're going to be in a half hour, be here in a half hour, guys. NA matches coming on up. IPL Elites. We'll see you guys next time.